Okay, let's see if we can get things going here. Alright, we're recording, or streaming rather. I guess it's kind of also recording. Helps to have a mic in front of me. Start the call. Okay, presuming everybody's there. Christ, I had it on the right thing too. Unbelievable. Good man. Alright, call everybody while I put the promotional banner up, okay? Thank you.
Gotcha.
Bless you. Alright, let's get this started.
I'm adding everyone.
Oh yes, and talk too. Make certain to burn bandwidth with these people.
Yes, gotcha. Without a doubt. Yeah.
Are you alright?
It's one of those days. My head feels like it just got smashed with a jackhammer.
So sorry. What did you do? Oh my god.
I don't know. I hope I don't got the vid.
Gosh, I hope not either. I need you here. And of course, always enough time to put a little heart on Amelia Willard there, our friendly little witch. And okay, put this over here. Get the other things up. Okay, you're supposed to be doing this. Talk while you do this. Talk.
Oh, yes. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, that's so fucking lame.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. I come with the greetings of peace and love for you, Brother JMO, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich on this new year.
Bless you. Oh my, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. And you apparently sent me a voice message. I hope that was nothing urgent. I was concerned as soon as I saw that you might not be able to show up.
No, that's something. I was telling you about this video game that I'm playing. So you were referring to the Kung Fu sounds?
Yes.
So I'm playing this video game called Sleeping Dogs. And in Sleeping Dogs, you get tasks to infiltrate the Sndy on triads as an undercover officer. So this game that I'm playing, you hear me fighting with the triads and all the Kung Fu sounds that you're hearing while I'm speaking with you. So that was just some humorous details I wanted to share with you.
That is good. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, and deeply appreciate it. Anyhow, I'm going to count on you two gentlemen to maintain sound while I handle production of the promotional banners. Let me get those up, and I'm going to take the earbuds off, and I know you two can handle it along with anyone else who we're able to bring on. Is there anyone else we've been able to bring on, Jameson?
We have Brandon Young.
Oh, fabulous.
The Dark Triad.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Brandon Young, are you there? Say something.
Hello. Yes, the Dark Triad is here with me.
Yes.
And,
yes.
I am the Dark Triad. I have me and Ben Fulford, in fact. He has initiated me into this the 1,000,000-foot soldier. I am the 1,000,000th and first foot soldier.
All right. All right.
Telling the truth.
Yes. Yes, it's like for those of you who aren't hip, that's of course you go online and you cruise around and you find out you're the 1,000,000th person. They always approach you with that to win some kind of a prize. You know, it's always a booby prize. And so when it comes to what Brandon's saying, he got the booby prize from Benjamin Fulford, you know, made to be part of some triad. Anyhow, so what I'll try and do tonight is maybe, it depends on my arc of narrative tonight. I don't know where I'm going to go with this. It's going to be completely organic. But honestly, one of the things that I will do if I can maintain some coherency of thought is I'll touch upon how if the Republicans win in 2022, how fucked we are in terms of education. I'll just touch upon that, but you would be the expert, and I'll touch upon Common Core, and you can tell people about the evils of Common Core. You could start with that right now, as a matter of fact, please.
No, sure, yeah. Well, I mean, it's just Common Core, essentially, you know, as a school teacher, is a set of, because the schools are so underfunded now, and they are basically you have a group of what essentially amounts to politicians and the head of education under Trump, who was Blackwater's wife. I forget, her sister or something
Holy
like that.
shit. Yeah, the mercenary billionaire. Go on.
Yes, Eric Prince, I believe it's his sister, who became somehow Secretary of Education. And she kind of rewrote all the things and procedures in order basically to privatize and destroy education. So what you have with these Common Core, what they call Common Core, which is a Common Core teaching, is basically essentially people who have no right teaching and who are politically very biased, not objective about any historical facts, any sort of depth into education, providing these textbooks, which are again funded by McGraw-Hill Publishing and people like this who come out of Texas and are essentially funded and owned by oil companies and other multi-billion dollar corporations. And in fact, all the science experiments, while they may seem good for the environment, are essentially teaching kids that it's not a well-rounded education. Let's just put it that way. It's I have a lot of gripes with it. It's a very large topic, but we'll just start off with that, I guess.
And not only that, but start off with the fact that if they win in 2022, they're going to keep pushing these so-called parental rights, which basically they're going to try and get people to homeschool so that basically the kids get no schooling, because the dumber they are, the more they vote Republican. This is how they reproduce Republicans, because all the Republicans are dying right now of COVID. So go on.
Yeah, no, that's correct, and we're dealing a lot with that in the school system. Is a lot of these homeschooled individuals who are just severely lacking in social intelligence, emotional intelligence, and just academic intelligence. When I was that age, when I was, say, middle school, I at least knew the alphabet in cursive. These kids don't know the alphabet and barely know simple mathematics, and you can tell which ones have been homeschooled and which ones the parents take an interest in. You leave it up to the homeschool. Who's to say the parent is a good teacher? Who's to say that they're good? A lot of the education goes on outside of the classroom or in the classroom, but in social ways and that kind of intelligence. So it's a very disturbing trend. And you're right. If the Republicans do gain control again, which I pray not, they will continue their 60-year, if not more, a policy of dismantling and destroying teachers' unions, the education system at large, the public education system. Meanwhile, their private educations will skyrocket. Yes. And essentially you'll have education becoming the end of education won't be the good of society. It will be financial benefit, which is awful and will lead to a decay of society, which is what they want, I think.
Yes, absolutely. So there you have it. Excellent analysis. By God, continue. And all of you gentlemen, we're only 10 minutes in, or less than that, really. But all of you continue with what, the theme that Brandon Young has begun. Really, it's so important. And honestly, it's like he said, there's no describing this. It's so incredibly offensive when you say who's to decide that which parent's a good teacher. Well, none of them can be. They cannot. There's no way a parent, especially if they're working parents, could ever provide a balanced education that includes the sciences, the arts, everything. It's impossible. So yeah, by all means, continue from there as to how it's impossible to maintain that kind of curricula at home, including, of course, physical education, not to mention socialization. So
and computer education, which is the new things, and preparing. You think parents have any idea about any of that? I mean, they might know how to play Resident Evil.
Thank you.
know?
Thank you. First person shooters. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Go on. Yeah.
You know, but that's not going to teach you much. These kids are, you know, I mean, it's to code things. I mean, not to mention that an education should include music, like you say, the arts, and as well as now it's, I mean, what parent has, I mean, unless it's like, you know, C.S. Lewis or some kind of incredible parent teacher that's it's an ideal. It's not going to happen. You're really you're going to get the dumbed down of America at the peril and at the use of political bias and for political gain. These Republicans, that's the only, and you're right. Another thing I've seen is that these kids will not even know what they're talking about. They just want to get a reaction, and they'll say something about Biden, or they'll say the terrible "Let's go Brandon," which I am changing my name at this point. You know, I was sitting in a CVS parking lot, and I was about to go in, and I saw this. You know, I don't get many people in this area kind of like that, but all of a sudden, here comes this truck with 12 flags on it. I'm talking giant flags. One is a Trump flag, of course. The other one I couldn't quite make out, but it's the "Let's Go Brandon" sign. I felt like there, you know.
God.
You know, and just being, hey, this is my name.
Yeah.
You take this down right now. But I didn't want to get shot, right? So,
right. They all packed. Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, you have these incredibly, not only this, Douglas, you have these incredibly violent kids that have been homeschooled and brainwashed into this Republican propaganda. You don't see many kids being brainwashed into Democratic propaganda, honestly.
What would that even be? I mean,
no, right. It's like saving the environment. I don't know.
Yeah,
you know,
basically environmental awareness and love your neighbor and all that Christian shit that you know, that the Republicans claim they adhere to, but they don't. But go on.
Yeah. So I mean, so you don't hear these, but what's terrible is, and what I worry about are the school shootings. Yes. You know, as terrible as they are, the seeds are being sown or they're planted right now with this. And you're absolutely right, Douglas, to say that we have to stop this Republican insurgency. In fact, it's even an insurgency of the Republican Party. It's sort of this radical wing of the Republican Party. Not even the moderates agree with these people, but they're so afraid. Yeah. You know, the sort of the Bill Welds and the Mormons and these people, even though they're kind of freaks in their own right, they have to kind of go along. They oppose Trump at first, and now now we have to go along with him. We have to go along with it because this is like apparently what the people want.
Right. That's right. In other words, the Taliban wing of the Republican Party has made itself the norm by terrorism.
Exactly. Precisely. Through violence and through coercion and through, I mean, I saw a guy the other day, he was maybe running for Congress or school board or something like that. He said, you know, with these mass mandates in the schools, I'm going to show up to the school board. I'm going to show up to the school board with 20 people. You know what? You try that with me. You know, like, you go ahead, try it. You know, it's just like I get so sick of these people who, and they're all white. Yeah. You know, they're all white. I've never seen anyone from any other race talk like this. No. Such audacity and such disregard for civilization and civilized thinking. It's just a barbarism. It's almost as if we've gone down or devolved.
Yes, we have. It's horrific. This is the massive dislocation of civilization, the true return to barbarism that these people are seeking, and this is what they thrive off of. So by all means, honestly, I'm sure both of you men can reinforce this, Salman and James.
Yeah, but well, this seems like the the asocial people who are homeschooled, who are just like really violent, they remind me of the future ravagers of society once, this is all complete. They'll be the ones who will just run around and rip people apart for no reason. It seems like those are what are being seeded right now.
They're not even asocial. You're being very kind when you say asocial.
Well,
they're antisocials. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, antisocial. I mean, they're probably worse than myself.
Yes, they are, because
way worse.
They're
because at least I got some socialization as far as going to school.
Yes.
And I don't slam doors in people's faces. I'm actually quite the polite demon.
Well, you don't show up at peaceful protests bearing arms, okay?
No. Yeah. These people, it's like they feel the absurd part is how they feel that somehow they're prosecuted and their right to express themselves
persecuted.
Is being limited.
They should be prosecuted, but they feel they're persecuted. That's what they feel.
Yeah. These are the people who actually should have their rights revoked.
Thank you.
They should not have rights.
Yes, it's true. People need to earn their rights. It's what they have, and what they have is privilege. They have a sense of entitlement that combines with their sense of persecution, which is what renders it so bizarre. Go on.
Well, to be honest, when you're someone of color, you literally do have to earn your rights.
Yes.
I've grown up you have to earn the privilege to be looked at as a human being if you're, someone of color. Whereas if you're white, it's just something you can take for granted and rub in everyone's face. And that's one of the things that disgusts me so much about their culture. If it was a quiet Republican culture, I wouldn't give a shit. But now that they're rubbing it in everyone's face, I'm gonna sneeze in your face and I'm carrying a firearm. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Now that they're doing that kind of shit, it's just unbearable.
It is. It's horrific. We are in very dark times. This is a dark age. That's one thing that we might do is just a New Year's wish that we enter an age of light again. Of course, I know I'm being overly optimistic with that.
Yeah. You and I both know wishes don't work. There's a reason why rituals are very exhausting.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Salman, if you would put in your piece and segue it back to Brandon again. Yeah.
Yes, Brother Douglas, and everyone on this round table, Brothers Brandon and JMO, Brother Douglas, you have all articulated this in a very needed fashion. And unfortunately, we are living in a time of chaos where the agents of chaos have humanity under full assault, and they're limiting the education of the children, the future of the children. And it's very, very important because I remember when I was taking a macroeconomics course, which was required for my business degree as I was wrapping that up in college, one of my professors, he was somebody that had traveled the world. And that's the beauty about traveling the world is it opens you up to many different experiences. And what he says is now that we're living in a global market where the people in other countries are being educated better, they're more hungry for the opportunities. And he was showing that to the white American kids that were in my college class, that if you don't start taking things seriously, this is it. You're going to outlose the competition because now you're dealing with a global market. You're feeling privileged. You're thinking that everything is a joke. No, it's not a joke. You have to take responsibility. You have to take things in life seriously. I mean, look at America, the technology sector and so many things being run by the Asian Indians now. That's the reality that we're in, which even Brother Douglas has educated us on about. So what you're all saying is true. These people that are not taking their education seriously, they think everything is a joke. Oh, there's no COVID, there's no this. Those things have consequences. There are dire consequences to not taking things seriously. And I agree with Brother JMO, myself, as being a non-white individual growing up in America. I mean, you have to work 10 times as harder just to get a fraction of, the aspect of recognition and respect, while everyone is like doing this passive aggressive behavior with you, trying to insult you in subliminal ways. And, all of that comes back. I mean, what you put in.
Microaggressions. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, brother Douglas. It all comes back. I mean, right now you have a lot of immigrant populations that I'm seeing who are very tight knit with their nuclear family system. So each family is married. So in that house, you have a mother and a father, 4 to 5 children. Each family has kind of resembling that. Like what I'm seeing in my area is the Asian Indian community is very on the rise. And let's say 10 years from now, a lot of them are going to be in prominent positions because they're not growing up in broken households where there's trauma, which many people I've seen here in America go through that. They're being basically monitored by their parents, making sure they're going to school, they're taking their education seriously, they're going to good colleges, they're becoming doctors, lawyers, engineers, computer scientists, and all that stuff. Even in my Pakistani community, I'm seeing that. You have the nuclear family, you have the parents pushing their kids for education, being disciplined, not asking for handouts, working for what you want, and being disciplined and respectful and polite to others. So these people who are being arrogant in this country, I mean, they're just on a timetable as time goes on. And, you know, the other generations that are growing up now, they're not going to want to deal with their BS anymore. And I know even myself as a registered Democrat in my local area, there's so many of these kids that I see who are now becoming adults and they're so active in their communities. Recently, our mosque in our area, which is like a block away from me, they organized a vaccine event for those that were unable to go to the pharmacy or the doctors to go get vaccines. They organized it in the local park, right where I do my pull-ups. They were able to get permission from the township, and the township gave them the license, and they had like a whole day event where for senior citizens and those that couldn't travel far, who were right there in the residential area, they organized like a whole vaccine event for them. We're helping kids apply for scholarships, go to better colleges, give them recommendation letters. So that's the difference I'm seeing between the Democrat communities, which consist of people of color, and the Republican communities who are basically going off on their own tangent. And it's, I think only time will tell, honestly. And, you know, as for my New Year's wish is that we get out of this age of darkness. And my second New Year's wish is that all the Pakistani men stop messaging Brother Douglas.
Yes. Oh, God. Got some more of that going down. Yeah,
well, Douglas, all you have to do is show them tonight's banner, and I'm sure they'll be asking, instead of messaging for you, they'll be messaging for where you get your women.
Well, you know, I had to rescue a car full of queer boys dressed as elves. All right, I mean that was
please tell me they weren't trying to take an excursion into some black community that has like the Oakland projects or something.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Oh my
gosh,
God.
Again?
No, I mean no, I'm talking about that was what I described the last time we were on transmission. It's the reason
I remember that. I was hoping that didn't happen again.
No.
About to say,
no. Kinte Claus isn't getting any white elves this year. That was no, not after that. That was you know, it was just how can I say? I mean, everybody knows what happened who reviewed that episode. And if you don't know what happened, you know, we might go over it briefly tonight. But honestly, you won't really get the full richness of it unless you review the last transmission before tonight's. And it was just, believe me, my son and the Blood Boys, I mean, bless them. This is the problem of, you know, they feel they've been adopted and they've had a good life and they want to give back, and this is admirable. But this is kind of what led Sugar Daddy himself to like finance that Spark event, which it's just like he wants, you know, black kids to get into science. He's trying to inspire them. It's like you know, these are good intentions, but
but the effectiveness is probably not going to be non-existent. I hate to speak ill of my own, but you know, I'm literally here to see both the white race and the black race self-destruct.
You know, and it's not
There's
even...
a reason why incarnated as a mix of the two.
Yeah.
To see them die.
You know, I honestly hear you. I mean, it's...
I swear, today on the bus, I never seen so many black people without mask on. These dudes, some of them were just hood rats, of course, and you kind of expect it because they're just too stupid to really
Honestly, I'm shocked.
survive.
I'm really shocked when I found
But
out that black people are among the least vaccinated. I attributed that originally to just basically lack of services, as opposed to lack of intelligence.
no,
But
no, it's a lack of intelligence, a lack of common sense, it's a lack of caring.
yeah,
Some of them are as dumb as the Republican whites
it's true.
in
It's
their
true.
beliefs.
It's
And
true.
again, I live. In fact, it's my pleasure to watch both races fall.
I understand where you're coming from. All I can say is I get it. I get it, and I wish I didn't. But honestly, it is it's nightmarish where we're at. So what I'm going to do, gentlemen, is I've got the promotional banners up. Do me a favor, put the upvotes on both the Facebook for all the gentlemen on the round table and also everybody who's with us in chat room. I haven't checked in there yet. Put the upvotes in the video so that we can basically get that distributed, because what happens is as soon as we launch transmission, the agents of chaos attack and they'll throw in bots that'll just put in all kinds of downvotes. Selena Khan showed me before, she has a way of accessing it. If our man Salman Sheikh had the password, he could access it just as easily for me and tell me how many downvotes there are. But believe me, as soon as we start transmission, the bots hit, and there's about 20 downvotes. And this is to prevent, because YouTube is stupid as fuck and everything is run by aggregate and they count video distribution as a popularity contest. This is to prevent us from showing up in scans and searches. So in order for us to show up on the searches, we need your upvote now. So believe me, it's not out of vanity that I ask this. This is just to get the information distributed. So everyone on the round table and in the chat room participate in that, as well as upvotes on the banners if you have access to Facebook. And I do encourage everyone to start a fake account on Facebook so they don't steal your information, and that way you can access the promotional banners, which will usually tell you what tonight's show will be about, or certainly hit the theme of tonight's show. Well, my love to everybody. I'm going to be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. But these three gentlemen will hold the round table. Our man, Brandon Young, will go into this first. Now, Brandon Young, just by situation, just by circumstance, I get the impression that you're in somewhat of a privileged white neighborhood and that your school is majority white. And this has nothing to do with like it being some kind of paid university level, or, it's a public school in a sense, but at the same time, the demographics are such that it's almost what we would consider a private school anywhere else. Maybe I'm wrong on that stereotype. Tell us a bit about that.
No, yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, that is the truth. And it happens to be a very small district, very small town, and so majority of people are white, and that's how it is. I've taught at inner city schools and majority mixed race schools and very diverse schools, and but yeah, this current public school, as Douglas says, might as well be some kind of a private school, because the median income of the residents is quite large, and it is what it is, and that's absolutely true. Not much.
And so how do you tell the kids about their situation? How do you make them aware of just how lucky they are?
Oh, well, I mean, you can't. I mean, a lot of with education, I'm sure, and with all of us, I'm sure we don't like people telling us how things are. Instead, you like to plant seeds of exploration, and in fact, when they do that, you find out at this age, especially, they want camaraderie with their fellow man, with every race and every color, and there's not too many. There might be some sort of subtle racism that they have to, overcome. But there's a radical acceptance of people with disabilities, even
Good.
to which I've never seen. I mean, there's a mentally handicapped kid with Down syndrome, and they had a performance in the theater not too long ago in the auditorium, and this poor kid can't help himself with his hands. He's just all over the place, and it's rather cringy, some would say, or embarrassing. Now, when I was in school, I would have the whole grade either snickering or laughing or making fun or something like that. Whereas in this grade, these kids are just somehow and somewhat more advanced. They're just more accepting. They just politely applauded and cheered them on, and that's good to see. That makes me hopeful. So there is a little bit of spark of hope.
Wonderful.
This chaotic mess. I will say this though, and I forgot to mention this, Douglas. I'll just go on a tangent. I know you have to go get your tea and
yes, go on. Yeah,
please. But this is interesting. Is one of my students was drawing inverted pentagrams and many of them, and talking about the different gatekeepers of hell and all this stuff. And
Nice.
yeah, well, I'm thinking, where did you get this? Right, 12 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old. And I said, well, I was like, I said, people, in the school system here, they might take this as, a little bit, as a bad sign, let's say.
Yeah.
And he said, what he said to me was, but it's my religion. It's my religious freedom.
Interesting.
And I thought, what a dream of Michael Aquino, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Who always promoted, as you say, religious freedom in the chaplain's handbook and all this stuff. And and I was,
yeah,
this is the outcome. This is the outcome. I mean, granted, it's one student, but I mean, he's right in some way. But I see his point. But I don't think he understands the forces he's messing with at that age. I don't think
yes. I mean,
well,
it's
possible that his parents are satanic, so that's the reason why he knows so much. That's not unusual, and it's. I would think that if his parents are indeed practitioners, that he would know a little more respect for it, or will acquire that with age.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, that too. And of course, Brandon, you remember my saying that it's not the Satanists that are really the threat. It is actually it's actually the agents of chaos, which is an entirely different religion, an anti-religion. The real threat is the anti-godly worshippers, as opposed to the Satanists who would stand side by side with Christians against the agents of chaos and the worshippers of the anti-gods and the anti-gods themselves. Brandon knows this, of course. With that being said, I'm going to do what I have to do. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest. With that, I'd like Solomon Sheikh to put in his perspective on this and, again, continue the roundtable, please. Thank you.
Yes, Brother Brandon. I mean, that's fascinating what you've been sharing, especially as a teacher and as an educator. And I don't know if this figure is true, but I did hear like 10% of the U.S. population, I believe, were practicing Satanists. So I'm not sure if that is true. So maybe like what Brother Jamo said is maybe he gets it from the parents. And yeah, that's right. Even in the Islamic perspective, like what Brother Douglas pointed out, is that both good and evil come from the Creator. And we're in this life, in this balance and duality on how to manage that good and bad in this life and within ourselves and our own faults and habits, because no one is perfect. And even on the path of self-mastery and self-improvement, you're on the Sufi path that I'm on, you're always thinking of knowing better, thinking better, doing better, and always improving yourself in knowledge and eliminating bad habits and those kind of things. So that is the ultimate reality that we're dealing with. And those the forces that are the problem, like Brother Douglas has educated us on, are these cultists of the kings of Edom, the Edomites. And that is the true force of evil. And I even made a talk on this like a little while ago, where everyone blames the God and the devil, but people don't take their own personal responsibility in terms of dealing with the life that's around them and the free will that the Creator has given you. So please continue, my brother.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely, I just want to say, yeah, it's definitely everyone's individual responsibility. And some of the forces that we are fighting against, I would say, are also the nihilists who happen to have access to the arcane technology. Because they don't believe in anything. They don't believe anything matters. They believe that they could just mess everything up and become gods on their own. Those people are also dangerous because they have no restraint. They have no discipline.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
And with access to the right arcane formula, they can do heavy damage.
Mm-hmm. You know, Brother Jamo, that's interesting because even many of the occult Sufi teachings that I looked at, it tells you that there is a degree of responsibility, whether you're following the path of Iblis or you're following the path of Allah, whatever it is that you're choosing with your free will that the Creator has given you. There comes a certain responsibility with what you do with the powers and knowledge that are given to you. And that's why in so many initiatic paths, like, they won't let you in unless they know that this person is trustworthy. He's able to keep himself disciplined in moments of good times and bad times and keep himself afloat. So that's basically what it is. And these people who have no discipline, who have that become living gods philosophy, that's dangerous. And I'm glad, my brother, you pointed that out.
Well, to be honest, with the become a living gods people, a lot of them are tinkerers. I'm not going to say that they're not serious. I'm going to say that it's an image for them. It's nothing more than an image. They're doing what we call lesser black magic, yes, which is trying to influence people to believing that you have some kind of powers or that you have some special, thing going on. I think most of them behind closed doors are either practicing something completely different, or they're leading people on a certain path to just see how much they can fuck people up. I would have to take an example of the Simon Necronomicon, which of course instructs you all the wrong ways to deal with these entities, and has you inviting poltergeist and all types of strange phenomenon into your house that you can't control. So I think that there is a sort of, the Become a Living God people, I think they serve the Memo Nanny sect, the sort of, they serve this sort of military occult complex. And their agenda is to just weaponize and teach people just how to curse one another and whatnot. And, a lot of these people are a lot of the individuals who are on the forums are just so out there that it feels like it's almost unlikely that they'll ever really do half of what they want to do. Luckily.
Yeah, that's true, because I was looking at a lot of the Arabic occult manuscripts, and they have drawings of like benevolent beings and demonic beings like coexisting peacefully, and they relate that to the story of Solomon, who's in the Bible as well, and the Muslims also regard him as a holy prophet. So they say that Suleiman, how they refer to him, is that even Suleiman was able to find that balance of the way the Creator has set up this reality, where he was dealing with both angels and jinns, and the angels and jinns respected him, and he was a man of God. So if you're on that path, whether it's the left or the right, it all goes back from the Sufi point of view to the same source. So they tell you that if you are of that true caliber, if you do have the heart and the skills and the knowledge to do what you're claiming to do and to be one with these forces, then you simultaneously can deal with it all and still be at peace with yourself and still be a man of God, or whichever else that one claims to be. Is that you must be of a balanced mind, that both the good and the bad, and you can deal with both at the same time. And that's what we learn from Suleiman's story, is that he was able to have the respect, and he was able to deal with both angels, jinns, mankind. He was able to deal with all realms because he was one who was a balanced individual in his knowledge and in his pursuits. And that's exactly what the path is teaching us. And a lot of these beings that we're dealing with, you're right, they have no idea what they're saying and even claiming to do the things that they're saying.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, what you're dealing with are extra dimensional beings. These are beings from a higher dimension than you.
Yes.
And they can mess your shit up quite easily. There is no there's really no defending yourself from something reaching down from a higher dimension and, moving something or displacing something or doing whatever it wants to you. So, there has to come a level of respect for the forces that we're just dealing with. And
I think I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, continue.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
I was just going to say, like you both said, respect. This all comes back to respect for the hierarchy of spiritual beings that you're in. And like you said, with the Become a Living God sect, I would say that, a lot of these people are basically out there just for self-interest and think that they can be the masters of, far greater intelligences than, and far older intelligences than they themselves are as a human being,
Well, what I learned from them is that they're mostly out just to make money. They're purely out to make money. They granted, some of the things they will sell, and I've looked over some of the things. I've had some of the books. The it's good information, but the information has to be taken into a certain context, which isn't given. And these guys are just about one thing: selling as much as possible. There's a reason why they popped up on what do you call it? Oh my God, what's that horrible thing with that guy with the melting face?
Oh,
what's his name? George Norrie.
right.
Yeah. What does that show you? I can't remember what the name
Coast
of
to Coast, maybe.
Yeah, Coast to Coast. Yeah, there's a reason why some of these people show up on Coast to Coast. If they're showing up on Coast to Coast, you already know they're part of that complex. Because Coast to Coast was already, Aquino's plaything. It was already a slave to that, military occult complex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's a lot of crossover with the New Age, UFO, paranormal community, and if you go into that field, it's the same thing. Like you say, it's who funds it, who's out there giving the interviews. Well, it's George Norrie and the same Art Bell crowd and people who want to be like that. And what are they doing? They don't care if it's the truth or not. This person can say they're the reincarnation of Thoth, and Hermes Trismegistus or whatever, and they'll just say, yeah, sure you are. Yeah, go ahead. What's the name of the book you're selling? And where can people find your website? And you're going to be at Conscious Life Expo? Oh, great. We'll see you there. It's going to be a party. And it's all about networking. It's all about promoting. It's all about these psychic healers that, unfortunately.
Yes. I have to say that when it comes to the anti-gods, I say that the New Agers are probably the most effective tool of the anti-gods.
Yes.
A good example is Deepak Chopra and his spewing of just bullshit. Is quantum consciousness, and you think everything and it'll come, and you have to think good thoughts and that's how it'll come. And it's like, are you fucking shitting me? That kind of stuff. That stuff is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's bigger than right now. It's way bigger than Satanism. It's way bigger than even occultism.
Yeah, exactly.
It takes up much of this society. A lot of these people who are of the Republican ilk are being swayed by that bullshit. These bullshit beliefs. There's a reason why all the people who are New Age in the UFO community were actively trying to push Donald Trump.
Yes.
So yes. That tells you all you need to know about who the servants of the anti-gods really are. It's these new age people who are telling you to just ignore the negative, focus on only the positive, and karma this and this and that, and if it messed up, well then it must be your bad karma, and it's just a whole litany of bullshit to keep people's heads out of reality.
Yes. Yes.
Brother JMO, that's a very astute point, my brother, and I think the points that yourself and Brother Brandon Young have made, this is a conversation that needs to be had. And I remember this pattern exactly how you put it during the election and the re-election and when this COVID stuff is going on, like in the beginning of 2020, that a lot of these new age people and these from these so-called spiritual communities, every single one of them was backing Trump, that he's a savior from God sent here and don't take the kill shot vaccine and all this nonsense that I was seeing. So you're right. There are a tool of the anti-gods that are leading people astray.
Yeah, that community alone. I mean, let's take a look at Deepak Chopra is married to Oprah Winfrey, right? And who was the one who had Michael Aquino as on her show? I mean, she and Michael Aquino both served in the Council of Foreign Relations. For goodness sake, you can probably look that up and you will see their names. So, I mean, that whole New Age thing is completely, it's a tool for social engineering, and it's a tool for it's those are the operatives of the mind wars.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, Brother JMO, it's so interesting you mentioned that, because there was a Japanese video game that I played back in my elementary school days. I mean, that's going back a while, and in there, of course, the Japanese tell you the truth, and the enemy that you're dealing with is this collective roundtable that they have in the CFR, and that is absolutely right. I mean, these forces are all dealing with each other, Oprah and Aquino and Deepak Chopra and all of these like New Age cults that are out there exploiting the gullibility of the American populace and aspects of relationships and spirituality. I mean, it's all there, and I thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I have no doubt that some of these people, if you were to follow the money and whatnot, you would see who's paying half some of these people who are doing this New Age shit, and who are at this contact in the desert or whatever alien bullshit they have going on. You know, the belief in aliens also is a very toxic one, because that, you know, rather than saying I don't know, once you start to say, oh, everything humankind has accomplished was aliens. Aliens taught you how to piss, how to shit, how to eat. Aliens did this and that for you. You literally create a sort of egregore that's going to be capable of letting in perverse forms into this realm and having very perverse effects on the physical reality as we know it. You know, you're opening a gate by doing that kind of stuff. And none of these people are aware that they're being used for that reason. Or if they were aware, they probably wouldn't care, because it's what's familiar to them, and because it's what gets them interacting with each other. You know, it's a sort of social commonality, because they're probably very asocial or sociopathic people. Who knows? I mean, yeah, when you get people trying to like raid, oh my gosh, there were like 21 people who tried to like raid Area 51, and they were saying and they were saying, we're gonna get to the bottom of these aliens, we're gonna bring it out, and oh my gosh, it was fucking hilarious. And every single one of them were just stuck at a block point with guys with guns coming out of a Jeep. Like, yeah, you're not going anywhere.
Exactly. And, you know, it's interesting you mentioned this, JMO, because you're dealing with an undisciplined society. And I know many of the Sufi schools that I dealt with, I mean, it would take a long time before they take you seriously. And that's the same method that Brother Daniel Arola uses for even his martial arts school, that it would take years for him to get to know somebody and properly vet them and their character and what kind of individual they are before you give them any kind of knowledge, because giving, you know, people knowledge or access to anything, that's dangerous if it's not in the right hands. And that is exactly what it is. We're dealing with a populace that's undisciplined. They think it's all about them. They don't want to take any responsibility about how their actions are affecting the world. And they are perfect tools for the anti-gods. They're thinking that they're part of this great rapture with these spiritual groups, and Trump's appointed by God as the savior and all this nonsense, and spreading misinformation about COVID, which is causing people to die. I mean, these people are dangerous, and they need to be called out as such.
Definitely. And the entire the problem with the whole the whole what do you call it, positivism, I don't know what I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it, but the over positive thinking movement is that if you're trying to make the best out of, if you're trying to think the best out of every situation, you're not going to try to change it. You're going to accept it and say, oh, well, there's some good that comes from it. Oh, well, there's some good that comes from it. And you're going to allow a lot of messed up people to get away with a lot of messed up things right under your noses. And this is what happens all the time with their cults.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, the aspect of both good and evil coming from God is even taught myself in the Sufi path. I mean, every day is not going to be a good day. And you're right, we have to be able to be disciplined in that factor and see what's right and be able to adapt as such.
Right. I'm back, but certainly you gentlemen are carrying it on well enough. Just carry it on to the top of the hour. When we bring Peter on, he says he'll be ready. So look forward to that. And in the meantime, is Brandon still with us, or has anyone else joined us? Hello?
I am clear.
Oh. Okay, good. And I want everybody to know I'm working on the hyperlinks for the promotional banners. I had finished publishing them before I took off, but now that I'm back, I have to put the hyperlinks up to the live stream itself. And while I'm taking care of that, all you gentlemen continue. And Brandon Young is painfully aware of everything you gentlemen are talking about. Never forget that now that Michael Aquino is dead, the man who is the greatest link to the anti-gods left in the mortal coil, in mortal incarnation, is Simon, quote unquote, or as he calls himself, Peter Levenda. And that's a man who actually tried to kill Brandon Young. So, Brandon, if you would bring up a little bit of a review of that for our audience so they can appreciate that you know what you speak.
Yeah, I mean, this is going back some years ago when I first got into speaking with Douglas and finding out more about the author H.P. Lovecraft and his influence, not just upon literary circles and phenomena, but religion, in fact. And in fact, there was a connection straight to Temple of Church of Satan. Yes. And their book with the Call of Cthulhu that I believe was written by Aquino in the second revised edition of the Church of Satan Bible. Yes. And then that led into investigations at the Temple of Set, and to sort of a this person named Peter Levenda,
who was insulting, by the way, slandering your family name.
Yes, and that's eventually a long time before that. To go head back, my brother had been approached by Peter Levenda to use one of our family photos for his books. The trilogy he put out called Sinister Forces was the name of it. And in part one, he does talk about a seance that happened over here in New England in the early 1900s. And my grandmother and grandfather and my great aunts and uncles and family always had the spiritualist sort of tradition where they read tarot cards and all this, but I didn't know much about it. So he did a little part of that, and he connected kind of really loosely and tenuously, Levenda did in this book. My family essentially, and along with these sort of New England blue blood families, to this seance, and from this seance to this thing called the Callings Elite, which was in a group of UFOs, and also remote viewing with Project Stargate and things like this. It goes into all this crazy phenomenon. again, just almost like the Simon Necronomicon in the sense that it's a very chaotic book.
Yes.
All over the place. Essentially, so I found that out, and I said, hey, what are you doing? And I did. I still.
Well, worst of all, he tangentially ascribes to your family responsibility for the Kennedy assassination.
Exactly. Well, yeah, that's that is the end of the book. Is that essentially they put into there was this plan, and of course they always make Kennedy out to be like this great human being who he wasn't at all.
Right.
Exactly, one of the worst human beings to ever walk the planet, almost like a Hitler, and in some ways because you have sort of this charisma associated with narcissism and psychopathy, right?
Yes.
And the support of people, but yes, he does it. Lavenda points out that maybe there is a connection between, for example, Ruth, my aunt Ruth, her grandmother Ruth, and Payne Young, and the fact that somehow is tangentially related, knew Lee Harvey Oswald, wife. Somehow, and I don't even know if this is essentially even true. I don't even know if it's proven in the book. No one knows about this in my family whatsoever, but it does make a good narrative or spin or chaotic spin for Lavenda to wield his chaos magic and to be able to basically set his tentacles into any conspiracy theory topic in the world.
Right.
So you got the Kennedy assassination, secret space program, remote viewing, esoteric this, blah, 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 occultism that, and history of this and that. So Lavenda, so I took him to task on that. I said, emailed him or messaged him on Skype or something like this and said, I'm a little worried about what you've put in this book and so on and so forth and about my family. And he came back and talked, and I forget the answer, but it was very dismissive. But eventually, after I did a show with Douglas about this and called him out on it, this is going back years.
Right. And
he invited me to, I believe it was New York City,
right,
to a conference or a book signing that he was doing, or some kind of UFO convention, one of these things. And I refused, of course, but it was this weird sort of like, oh, I know you're an enemy, but come see me, so I can poison you or whatever it is. I don't know what his intentions were. I never got to find out, but they certainly weren't good. And then after reporting that on Douglas's show, that following day, my brakes were cut on my vehicle, and I was alerted to this sometime before that. These people essentially, when a contract goes out, and maybe Douglas, you can help me out with this, or somebody, that when a contract from these kings of Edom or whatever you want to call these agents of chaos, and if a contract does go out, they are, in fact, worldwide. They are nationwide, and they will be dispatched. They will do anything for the cause.
It's true.
And so I never found out if it was Lavenda personally, or if he just put out a call, or if he did something.
Well, we know it was connected because, first off, in his communiques with yourself, we have the electronic record that he essentially bragged of his connection to Michael Aquino. And,
yes.
And when he did that, it was shortly after that this was a professional hit, which was proven by the forensics analysts whom the state police informed you about. The state police were forced to inform Brandon Young that the forensics analysis of his car, mechanical forensics, proved that not only were his brakes cut, but they were like the backup plan, because it was supposed to be a torch job. His car was rewired to basically go up in flames. They didn't just want him to die. They wanted him to die in terrible pain. They wanted him to burn alive, burn to death. So when that failed, the backup was the brakes were not going to work. And heroically, Brandon Young basically sacrificed his own life. He certainly was willing to do so, and he almost did. He made certain he just steered himself as best as he could off of the highway to the point where he rolled into a ditch. I can't remember exactly whether your vehicle flipped over, but you wound up, of course, in a coma, for which you very well could have died. And you did this to avoid anyone else being taken out with you. So all of this is extraordinarily important to relate. The fact that we have all evidence provided by law enforcement itself that his car was sabotaged professionally. The fact that two different things in his car combined did not take him out is miraculous. So consider yourself... I would like Salman Sheikh to provide his own observation concerning that. So, Salman, if you would come in and provide your observation concerning this while our man Jameson brings Peter Moon on.
Hello.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother Douglas, and good evening to Peter. And what I would say about the cults of the kings of Edom existing worldwide, that is absolutely true, because I've been as far as Pakistan and the remote border regions between India and Pakistan, and you know, once something gets put out on you, these people are everywhere. They are everywhere, and you just have to deal with this force of evil. And I'm glad that Almighty God protected Brother Brandon Young. And as I've told him before, he's been given the privilege of being a father. And in the Islamic sense, they tell you if you get blessed with a daughter, that means God loves you and you're protected. So he was protected from the forces of evil because he still has a purpose. Being an educator, a mentor, a teacher, a father, and so many roles he's yet to play, and he's playing at the moment. So we put our faith in the divinity in whichever way we perceive that form in our own ways. And yeah, that's exactly it. I thank Brother Brandon Young for sharing this, and just know that these forces of evil, they're destined to be destroyed.
Bless you. And I appreciate your courage, Brandon, in sharing this as well, because it takes courage to share this. And many people, they're too cowardly to share these assassination attempts, and that simply aids and abets the forces of evil because people are prevented from knowing about such things. So God bless you, Brandon. You're always in our prayers. You're forever in our hearts. And we'd like you to, of course, say hi to Peter, because you've known him longer than either of these other two gentlemen on the round table, and introduce him for us.
Right. Yeah. Well, Peter Moon is here, and he is probably the foremost writer of America, in my opinion. One of the best and more creative writers I've ever encountered. Pick up any of his books at random and turn to any page, especially Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, or any of his later books, or even after the Montauk series, especially after the Montauk series. It's just a wealth of information. He's one of the best well-known authors in this field, most well-read person I've almost ever encountered. And it's it's really hard to describe and sum up someone like Peter Moon in a few short sentences. But I do consider him a teacher and a mentor, and I learn a great many things. I would just adhere to listen to Peter Moon. Just listen to what he says very carefully, because what he says is gained from many, many years of trying this and he's encountered all these people. He's met Linda Moulton Howes and all these different booksellers and all these different people that we've encountered, and he's seen it all. And so with that, Peter Moon.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the compliment, but I will be quick to say that Douglas is much more well-read than I am, and in multi-languages, but in fact, I don't consider myself maybe well-read compared to the people, but I don't consider myself well-read in terms of the typical definition, because there are people that, I've met people that read everything that's out there. Of course, I think they're wasting their time.
Thank you. Yes.
What Yeah, and I talk about Scientology from time to time, and what the meaning of that was, different meanings, but it was knowing how to know. So you have to know what to read, how to know what you know. And there are certain things that are not important to read, and there are certain things that are important to read. And you have to choose and discern what you're going to read or pay attention. And I think also, to give some context, saying that I'm well read, well, one time I was giving a lecture and some woman said, "How do you know all this stuff?" And I said, "Well, look at it this way. I spend about a year writing a book. So, and now I'm not writing it full time, but I'm probably putting far more hours than a university student puts into studying a subject for, well, they don't study just one subject, but I'm putting far more time into studying a particular subject and learning about a particular subject. And then I'm reading not books, but offshoots of that. So it's like, wow, you're educating yourself when you're writing and researching. So in that context, yeah, so I know all this stuff. That's from what I've just said to you in the last half an hour is from a whole year's worth of research, some of which I remember clearly and some of which I don't remember too clearly. So that's, it's like I'm paid to do this. Now, it'd be interesting to point out, some of you may know this and some of you may not, but a professor, basically, who gets his PhD at a university, it's common for them to just write books. They might teach a class or two, but they're just supposed to write books and research. That's what they do. They're paid to research. And
but by the way, the term for that phenomenon is publish or perish. In other words, they're literally forced to churn out content as if they were content providers on YouTube. So go on.
Well, this is traditional universities before we had a YouTube.
Understood. They kind of anticipated it, but go on.
Yes, and of course, it's and then of course you've got to follow the rules of academia. But it's I don't know. It's
not necessarily.
It's a canned life.
Yeah.
It's a canned life.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now this brings us right to the heart of the matter. And I wrote this to you, Douglas. I don't know if you had time to read what I wrote, but I had occasion. I did listen to practically all of your 26th December transmission.
Oh, bless you.
And I have some things to say about that. But what there was this. I saw some. What channel is it? The C-SPAN channels. They have history lectures, and I love to watch them when I can. They're often talking, especially when they talk about World War II.
Yes. And
they had some people talking from the World War II Museum, and these experts on World War II. And I have three of their names. One of them I mentioned last week, Amanda Williams, the manager of education for the MacArthur Memorial. She's going to get a book. And then they had Robert Citino, who's the, historian of the World War II Society. And he's an expert on all things about, the end of the war. But of course, I can't wait to send him this book because he's going to literally shit his pants.
Yeah, go on.
When I say this book, I mean the Roswell Deception.
Understood.
Because it's like the understanding is so smug, and I don't think it's he doesn't have access to the information Douglas is talking about, and to the degree it pops in, it will be dismissed because there is this consensus reality of the way things are, and it's not the way things are. It's a very smug, arrogant, but I don't think he realizes he's smug or arrogant,
right? Because
he knows. Now, but my favorite one, and I feel that she might be the most open, Dr. Niriko Kawamura, the Department of History of Washington State University. She got up and talked. She had a limited amount of time. And she cracked me up the most because, I mean, she's Japanese American.
Yes.
And has done all of her diligence to get her PhD and whatnot. And I read the reviews on her class. Most of them were pretty good. Some of the people were snarky. I suppose that exists.
What were they snarky? What could they possibly be snarky about in her case? What were they?
Boring.
Oh, okay.
And then easy. You just listen to the lectures and write an essay. It's and some of them were really said, "Oh, she's really good." It depends how attentive the student is,
right,
and how engaged they are and how interested they are. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, she was okay to listen to, but then I said to Douglas that I seem to, they refer to Hirohito as the Showa emperor, which means the sacred crane. He's the sacred crane. That's what he identified with. They call him the Showa emperor. Right. But I said that she must have think he got the name sacred crane because he got a sore neck from rubber stamping all the orders of the prime minister. In other words, she had him sound like Hirohito was like somebody who was just a rubber stamp man.
Right, a puppet of.
Yeah, like she had him categorized as, he listened to the government. He hadn't been in charge of everything. He listened to everything they said, and is that so? Rubber stamp, everything you say. And yeah. I mean, this was so demeaning to the emperor. Yeah. I don't think she would do that if she really understood how demeaning it was.
Let's just put it this way. I had a chance to, just in the past, hour, the opening hour, to look at your message, and I took a look at the link and where it led to. There is, the thing that I would say is that if she were to get a copy of the book, and many of these people would just take a look at it and just viscerally put it aside, or literally throw it away, or even burn it. Many of the white recipients would feel would do that. In her case, she might feel compelled to look through it because the pictures would be interesting and captivating enough where she would be drawn in. Hopefully that would be the case.
I think they will all look at it.
I hope so. I hope so. Yeah.
And they will look at it with a, mocking sneer, at least at the beginning.
Right. Understood.
Her sneer might be much less, if at all, but they will sneer. And this is the thing. I was severely sneered at in the beginning days of my work.
Right.
And I was, and even to this day, I'm sneered at and not mentioned.
Right.
It's like they don't want to engage me and give me a platform, because it just blows so much of the bullshit that exists, and it's the same for you. Yeah. So if not more so, because you're sitting on so many hot kegs of dynamite to how people think. And so I think that I will send it to all three of these people, and it's just like sending a dagger into them. And I will say that when I published the Montauk Project originally, I wrote a formal press release, and of course it looked a lot more catchy to the eye than most press releases. And one of the issues with my initial release of my book, it was better quality than most publications. The paper that was used, the artwork and everything, it was just better quality. So it put, and this is in a day when we didn't have everybody was a publisher.
Right.
So it really put people on notice. Of course, I just sent press releases to all the major media outlets in the United States. And I sent the press release and said, if you would like a copy of the book, please contact us. I got out of about 75, and these were letters that were sent out, mail letters. I got 3 responses. Okay. And it was very clear that each one of these characters wanted the book for themselves, to read it themselves. It was not professionally.
Right.
They weren't going to review it professionally. And including a response by the New York Times that threatened litigation for emulating their typeface.
Oh my fucking God.
A dummy article, a dummy review. I put dummy review, and they said, this emulates our typeface. That people would think it's from, somebody said, how dare would the New York Times review this book? And it didn't say New York Times. It didn't say, it looked like the New York Times, enough to where they got upset that people would think it was the New York Times that was reviewing the book. And it was a dummy review, which you're supposed to send out dummy reviews so they'd have something to work from.
Incredible.
And so this is how disturbing this information was, which talked about Preston Nichols and the unified field theory and this story of time. And it just, wow, it just rocked their world because and then.
Well, it's definitely you did what you had to do, and there's a price to pay for that. In terms of Brandon Young, it's no exaggeration to say, and if he's still with us, I'm sure he would testify to this, that he basically is young enough, a pun on his name, where he grew up reading you. And so you still made your impact despite these kinds of reflexive reactions from a society that clamps down on what you mistakenly called a consensus reality. It's a consensus unreality. For one thing, certainly everyone out there assumes our government is spending enormous amounts of money in their black budget. I mean, say, for instance, we talk about an impasse between the House and the Senate, the Democrats and the Republicans. None of that exists when it comes to the defense budget. Both the Republicans and the Democrats pushed through billions and billions of dollars for the Defense Department, far more than the Department of Defense even asked for. Because it's under Biden's agenda to maintain a military footprint over all the world in order to compensate, perhaps overcompensate, for his asinine withdrawal from Afghanistan. And how
billions of dollars over there. He's got to fetch up several more billion to fight against it.
Yes, and so in terms of this one lady, however, the Kawamura Noriko, if we present her family name first as they do in Japan, my suspicion would be, I mean, we won't know until we find out, but, it could produce somebody who's enthusiastic, or it could produce a non-response, or it could produce out of her fear of some kind of alienation from what she has worked all her life to ingratiate herself into, or it could just produce, in a sense, another gang stalker, someone who would try to decry us to reinforce.
She's not going to do that. I can tell by her personality she's not going to do that.
Okay, that's appreciated. And I'll tell you something else that is odd about her stance. So in terms of her stance, which we've already explained to a degree, this is a person who's obviously spent an enormous amount of time and energy investing herself so that she could become part of what is considered conventional academia. And the books that she's produced, they're odd in the sense that, first off, the way she's talking as related to Myself by Peter Moon, and I'm sure he's done a good job communicating the point of her thesis, the point of her general thematic, which would be that this is the conventional American thematic, because this is what was promoted by Emperor Hirohito himself, and this is what he employed as a mercenary General MacArthur to do. The Emperor's general, as MacArthur was known, basically was a front man for Hirohito, who was telling the United States, hey, remember, Hirohito, he just wasn't doing anything. He's not responsible for anything. It was all that Tojo asshole, and it was all, and this is something that Tojo's own daughter, people can look this up themselves. You don't need to take my word for it. I've always said this. Look it up for yourself. And the first thing you're going to find is, if you look up Tojo's daughter, who may have died recently, I don't consciously remember, but she spent her life trying to basically rehabilitate the image of her father, and basically saying that her father was doing what he was told to do basically by Hirohito. So she was fighting against the grain in Japan. So in Japan, the idea is generally known that Hirohito was the man responsible for the war, both for launching it and for winning it. And for that reason, he has a holiday. But even though it's generally intuitively known, if you really were like intimately involved with any Japanese citizen to the point where you were like lovers or something, and got to the point where you asked them about it just in the most respectful and tactful way, they wouldn't know anything about it. They would simply somehow just know it's not anything that's ever discussed or taught in schools.
Well, this is curious, Douglas, because one of my longtime subscribers to my newsletter, who's Japanese, he's very old.
Yeah.
And he writes me from time to time about his mathematical papers, and he just submitted a geometrical model.
His name's not Smiu, is it? SMIU?
No.
Okay.
No. I think his name is Hiro Kimpara.
Okay.
Or Kimpara Hiro. I don't remember the exact, those are parts of his name, but I think that's it. Anyway, he wrote to me, and I wrote him back, and I asked him, and I said, what do you think of the book? Because he ordered it, you know, and he'll write to me about his thoughts. I want to get his direct impression on the Roswell deception. I genuinely asked him. I don't know how many years he has left. He's pretty old, but I would love to get a response out of him. You know, I had alerted this to one of my friends in Japan who was on one of my Romanian adventures, and I kind of didn't get any response. You know, it was, and he's he speaks English as good as any of us, and he speaks Japanese, and I would just like to get his, you know.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if in many cases you didn't get any response, because that would be very Japanese. It would be just like, no matter how it impacted them, in some cases, when it came to something that's sensitive, quote unquote sensitive, or like, it would be like if you're in Germany. Well, one thing that you need to know as an American, for all our listeners, if you're ever in Germany, don't ever talk about the war. But if you like became friends, like to an intimate degree where you were a lover with somebody who was a German citizen, and then got to the point where tactfully and respectfully you brought up the war, most of them would say something along the lines of, that's a very controversial topic, or that's a very controversial subject, and just move on, do their best to just evade any discussion on the topic whatsoever. In Japan, the attitude would be somewhat similar, albeit for very different reasons. With the Germans, it's more like a question of just how painful the subject is. With the Japanese, it would be more like it's just something that they learn never to discuss with foreigners, because all foreigners, they feel, are crazy sensitive on the subject. It's not so much that they are, it's that the foreigners are, is how they grow up feeling about it. But for somebody who, say, for instance, is totally acculturated, now there are exceptions. There are very, very rare individuals who are both Japanese and Americanized enough where, say, for instance, they grew up in Japan and then as an adult married an American or something like that, or decided that for whatever reason they were going to invest energy into trying to understand American culture, and then as adults they learn enough about America where they kind of can bridge both cultures. These are extraordinarily rare individuals. They normally don't exist. And to those...
This is my Qigong friend's wife.
Yeah. Okay.
And I, you know, he said he'd read the book. Okay. Of course, he speaks Japanese himself. Yeah. But, you know, even he was talking about something about the construct after the war. Like, he understands the paradigm, but he'll read this. He'll get it. He will understand it. I know he will understand it.
Good.
Then the question is, his wife is now studying with some monk online. She's studying something very deep, and she doesn't do his qigong. And I've seen her on at least a couple occasions when she came out to the park. Utterly beautiful, and I just be curious to see if he can get her interested in it.
That would be wonderful, and certainly her response would be priceless. In terms of someone like Madame Noriko here, I'll just say that affectionately. She might be someone who's like born in America and kind of Japanese descent. I don't know exactly, but she strikes me as someone, I haven't listened to her, then I would know better. But she basically...
I would be very surprised if she doesn't speak Japanese. I don't know that. She looks...
I'm sure she does. I'm sure she does. Yeah. The point point is like, is that enough? I mean, there's plenty of people who learn to speak Japanese. In her case, it'd probably be better than your average American, white learning to speak Japanese. But in her case, there'd probably be at least enough of a, shall we say, a genetic kind of proclivity towards nuance, understanding nuance. But she's definitely pushing the American paradigm. And so that shows me she was working hard to get into the American graces. But at the same time, what is bizarre is she published a book that is about Emperor Hirohito's Cold War, talking about Emperor Hirohito beyond World War II. Now, just to give people an example of here about how rare that is and how bizarre this is, your average person, when it comes to someone like General Douglas MacArthur, and as I've brought up before as a military historian, General Douglas MacArthur's his military high watermark, the height of his career, was not World War II. It was in the Korean conflict, where he committed the operational master maneuver at Incheon Landing. And that was when he landed Marines in North Korea to invade North Korea and cut them off at the throat. And this was something that he did for the Emperor Hirohito. Basically, he was supposed to be a man occupying Japan. He was basically in employ of the emperor. And of course, he was making certain the communists did not overtake the south of the peninsula, because that would leave Japan directly exposed to a communist country, a united peninsula, a united Korean communist peninsula, which would be a dire threat pointed at the heart of Japan. He prevented that from happening. So here you have this individual whose greatest masterful maneuver is something that is textbook material for officers to study worldwide. And if you buy modern day biographies of MacArthur, all they talk about is World War II. And they end there. It's like after World War II, he died. Like I have what's considered one of the modern, postmodern, definitive biographies in book form on MacArthur, and it ends at World War II. Like he suddenly raptured. It's like after that, it's like, oh yeah, then World War II ended and he went off and died. It's like that. And that's because if they got into Korea and they got into the Cold War, they would basically expose this man for all the scandals that brought him down, and the fact that he was considered a traitor to the Japanese. So if this woman is writing about Hirohito and saying, oh, he was just rubber stamping for Tojo, and then suddenly writes a book on him in the Cold War, what the fuck is she saying? Is she saying that, oh, yeah, suddenly he came into power after Tojo left? And
one of the things is, when you're a history professor, what they do is they study the literature that's written on these people. And it's usually very slanted literature.
Yeah.
So they're reading what's available. And only more and more recent times has occurred where people dig up more obscure stuff. But this is the thing. It's, does she know he was a marine biologist? And when she reads what you have to say, it's like, oh, see, this is the thing about, if you read Douglas's book, you'll get informed very quickly about the salient points of World War II and Roswell, and you will be very well informed. If you choose to corroborate the different points, you'll find that you can go deeper and get deeper corroborations and even become an expert on the subject, but it won't really serve you unless you're getting into arguments with people. And then it will serve you in the arguments. No, I don't know. But for people like this, they have, they get exposed to Hirohito. I didn't know he was a PhD. I didn't know he studied marine biology. And of course, I wasn't really all that up to snuff at all on their biological weapons program, but that's been well documented. So it's like, it's very easy to put two and two together and realize that, and then when you read the contextualization of who he was, and then you put the balloon bombs together and all this information, it's kind of like, this is not an information war that they can win. And some of these lectures might have been fostered as a response to the book. I don't know how old they are. But I think they were in the last year since the book was released.
Oh, well, what I can do is I can give you some YouTube links that I didn't even bother to give you yet, but I'll give them to you soon. I didn't think they were emergent. One of them would be a link to a YouTube channel. I'm not going to provide them advertising. I'll just give the links privately to Peter Moon. But one of them is shall we say, a well-watched YouTube channel where they got a British announcer. And again, this is the point that Aquino made. You can make Americans believe anything so long as you hire some British-speaking asshole to speak it in a British accent, and then they think it's the word of God, because Americans have basically an inferiority complex, and they think, oh, well, you know, the Brits invented the language. They speak the real English. You know, that kind of shit. By the way, one of the things that Aquino taught me, just as a by the side, is that it's actually Americans who speak the original English because they speak it the way actually the British used to speak it, and that the British actually devolved into a bizarre kind of Creole on the islands that is not the way they originally spoke it. Originally, they spoke it the way the founding fathers spoke it, believe it or not, and that the British themselves. Now, this might have been just some joke he was perpetrating on myself, but he said it to other people beside myself and seemed to genuinely believe it, and there's a certain sense to it. I've heard other linguistic experts seem to echo what he was saying. That being said, however, the British are, you know, here's this British propagandist who came up saying, he talks about Project Mogul, and he talks about that being the reason for Roswell. So he's talking about this balloon train being the reason for Roswell. This is just another response. This is recent. This just came out, like, you know, this as soon as we published the book, and it was well after we published the book. We're talking about months after we published the book. So this was obviously a direct response. Another one is on an airplane technology, or an aeroframe technology channel. And these channels are very technically astute, and they present the Voight flying pancake, or the Zimmerman skimmer. And bear in mind what complicates this issue, and what people don't seem to understand, or it confuses them when they research this. And I've discovered that, like the triple nickels, which used to be spelled in the Old English so that nobody could find it by looking it up on the old Dewey Decimal System library cards, I've discovered that they can misspell things online, and then nobody can find it either. A good example, a different YouTube video from what I'm going to discuss with the airplane, a good example just in passing so that people understand the power of this. There's a video that I saw on the Romani Holocaust. And just so people know this, the gypsies are, of course, gypsy is a derogation. It's like nigger. It's something you don't say. It's an insult. It's a racial slur. The real term for the so-called gypsies is the Romani. And the Romani, I saw a video on the Romani Holocaust. And they spelled it Holocause, Holocaust. And this was completely intentional. Nobody can find it. By looking up Romani Holocaust, you're not going to get it. So they do this online in the digital age, just as they did during the days of the Stone Age with library cards. And you can't find anything on the Romani Holocaust because the Jews want to monopolize the Holocaust as all their own, that nobody else can have a Holocaust. So there you have that. And so you can imagine misspelling that for the Jewish Holocaust, and you wouldn't get away with it. So they'd call you a hate speech criminal or something. But when it comes to the case with the Voight flying pancake, the so-called Zimmerman skimmer flapjack, these are two separate designers, Zimmerman and Voight, and most people are not going to know that's two separate designers. So they're not going to know that there's two men who were approached by the Japanese when the Americans wouldn't buy their product, and who basically sold their designs to the Japanese and had no problems doing that because this is a capitalist economy. And this was how these men were able to make out to the point where they survived long enough where late in the war, then suddenly the Americans approached them and said, hey, we want this. And some of these kinds of craft participated in the assault on Antarctica, a whole wing of them, as a matter of fact. But when it came to this video, technically presents what a revolutionary craft this is, and presents it in such a manner that they say, this is the slowest aircraft ever made, as if that's a negative. What they mean to say is that this is an aircraft that could eliminate torque, say, for instance, in counterinsurgency operations. By the way, they call these COIN in the military terminology. All uppercase COIN are coin operations. That's an acronym for counterinsurgency. And in counterinsurgency operations like the Vietnam War, all you need to do, and you can look this up yourself, is there were plenty of propeller-driven craft used in the Vietnam War because jets are fucking useless. Because in counterinsurgency, there's so much fucking torque. Just you're going in a jet, you can't catch up with insurgents. You're just flying over them. There's nothing you can do to affect them. All you can do is do strafing runs where you're dropping napalm. You can drop bombs, but you can't infect you can't infect an insurgency, affect it in any way other than with propeller-driven aerocraft, which are going at a much slower rate. So what they're trying to say is the Voight is an aircraft that can fly like a helicopter. So they're presenting an aerodynamic positive, but the titles present it in such a way that your average guy is going to look at this as some kind of negative. They're going to say, oh, this is the slowest aircraft ever built. Like, oh, no one want this piece of shit. And yet they have no aerodynamic understanding of why that's a positive. In other words, it's one of the fastest propeller-driven planes that could slow down to a degree that it could impact everyone below on the ground. In this case, distribution of biocidal weapons. That's why it has to slow down like a crop sprayer, like a crop duster. So it could just literally dust humanity over an entire city and blanket it. So there's these two links I'll provide to Peter Moon. And but aside from that, just to explain to people some of what goes on here, I believe that with someone like Noriko, just another point to bring up about her that's possible, because I've seen this happen before, is a lot of, especially half Japanese Americans or Americanized Japanese who have invested everything to be accepted in America, they would instantly hate my mother. And there's a lot of envy or jealousy involved in her royalty, the fact that she's a royal. And there would be just the envy and jealousy involved in that she was someone who truly was just spectacular in her accomplishments in life. More so than many Americans could ever dream of. America is supposed to be the land of opportunity and the land of upward mobility. And the overwhelming amount of Asian Americans find out what a total lie that is. There's no way they're ever moving up beyond a kind of upper middle class technical acceptance, the acceptance of the necessary consultant or the necessary evil of the Asian technician and or professor or something in academia. But in the case of my mother, just to give people an example here, in the 1950s, matter of fact, I'll look this up on YouTube right now, and I'm going to look up Rocket Ship XM. And this is a landmark science fiction film that most people have never heard of. There's a method to my madness here. I have a point to make with this. And with Rocket Ship XM, it was released in 1950. And you're talking about the war with Japan was still technically on. And Rocket Ship XM stars a woman who is playing the role of a German female scientist who is combating the sexism of a man she's on a rocket ship to the moon with and an all-male crew. And the man who's basically conducting a bunch of stupid equations that are going to get them all killed is this British scientist who tells her, we can't trust your math because you're a bitch. Basically telling her you're a woman, we can't trust you. But aside from that interesting aspect of it, which makes it worth seeing, it was a single science fiction fan who rescued that film from oblivion in the late 70s because there was only one negative print left for foreign distribution that he found after literally years of searching. It was the first film to take the idea of space travel seriously using all the available known technology of the time. He'd been a fan of it. He couldn't find a print anywhere, and it took him forever, but he finally found a single fine-grained print of that film and had it restored around 1977, the year that Star Wars was released. Now, without him, that film, along with Invaders from Mars, which our man Peter Moon will remember as a child seeing when they had the little head in the goldfish bowl that was controlling all the adults, and only the children realized that their parents had all been taken over by Martians, and other sci-fi classics of the 50s. They wouldn't exist anymore at all without that single individual who went looking for all of these, because all the distributors and venues just threw out the prints after use, and they disintegrated over time otherwise. So the only reason I know about this was because of a Starlog magazine issue from 1977, which was available to me at John O'Connell, that I was able to read for free in the school library. So basically, this is the kind of, shall we say, the film environment that we're dealing with, where entire films, actors and actresses, their careers disappear, and the only ones we know of are those that are rescued. And a good example of this would be if you ask the term daikaiju, greater cryptid, daikaiju. If you say, who's the first giant monster, this is what Americans would call it, who's the first giant monster that ever came out of Japanese cinema, everyone's going to say Godzilla, but that's completely wrong. The first Japanese daikaiju, or greater cryptid, is what it means in Japanese, but to Americans, they'll simply say giant monster. The first giant monster film to come out of Japan was King Kong, because they were so inspired by the 1930s King Kong film. They produced a movie called King Kong in Yedo, in which King Kong swims out of the sea and attacks samurai Japan. So it's a samurai film where the samurai are confronted with King Kong on a rampage. Now, every copy of that film was destroyed in the Tokyo firebombing. So all we have is a single cinematic print, like a single frame, which proves it existed. So King Kong came before Godzilla in Japan, and that's why they made the film King Kong versus Godzilla, just in case you didn't know. And that resulted in a remake decades later. Nobody in America knows this. Nobody. So the whole point about my mother was that she was a famous movie star in Asia. She was known throughout Asia. She was the Sora Aoi of her day. And Sora Aoi, for those of you who don't know, is a pornographic actress who's probably the most famous actress in Japan because she's pornographic and because her biggest fan base is in communist China, where because the communist Chinese are an almost all-male population. They've aborted 75% of their females. They've got nothing left but men with nothing left to do but jack off over porn, and she's the favorite porn actress in China. And so Sora Aoi is this Japanese woman who taught an entire Chinese generation about sex. And so my mother was at that level of fame. And whether she was involved in pornography or regular cinematics, she was involved in both. The point was that she was so well known in her time that she was one of the last celebrity spies. In other words, like Mata Hari or like Harry Houdini, or the other Russian Jewish individual, oh God, I'm forgetting his name, who was a very famous spy for the Tsar. These are people who were world renowned, but they were intelligence agents, and everybody knew they were intelligence agents, and yet everybody knew them as celebrities. So this is the kind of world that used to exist that cannot exist anymore. These were the real James Bonds of their day. So in terms of all of the films that my mother was in, the celluloid they were produced on would disintegrate. It would actually turn explosive when it was stored in those cans. They used to store them in these cylindrical cans. And these things would become fire hazards because they would disintegrate, and their materials were the same consistency chemically as TNT. They would become literally explosive and inflammable, and for safety's sake, they were completely destroyed like you would destroy explosives or ordnance years later, so that they wouldn't wind up burning entire theaters or warehouses down. So for that reason, all the movie stars that were known then are not known at all today. Only a few of them that survived because certain people preserved footage somehow by like the miracles that are involved in such procedures like I described with rocket ship XM. Very committed individuals or societies that committed certain prints to preservation. Others, like I said, a lot of my mother's films were destroyed during the Tokyo fire bombings and various other American fire bombings of major cities. All of this resulted in her fame in that regard being completely wiped out. Only people like Aquino knew about her because he was in the intelligence community and remembered her as an ace of spies like Sidney Riley. That was the other individual I was trying to remember. Sidney Riley was another example of a celebrity spy, a real-life James Bond who is famous and at the same time in intelligence work. So because of that, Aquino monitored myself from a very young age because he knew that she had been sent. So if you bring up, oh, here's this woman who's royalty, she's a celebrity spy, she basically gave Hitler a blowjob and a hand job and collected his sperm, this woman might react just like laugh it all off or react violently with envy and just say, oh, this woman doesn't exist and everything he says is a lie. So you never know how people are going to react, but just preparing you for that potential, because that's usually the reaction I get from Japanese American women is that. Japanese are very different, of course, those people who grow up in Japan and are a product of that culture and have stayed there. But when you get these kinds of trans-Pacific kinds of characters, and who knows, I hope it's not that kind of reaction, but just a forewarning that it might be. And so with that, we turn it back to Peter, and of course, he's got plenty to say, of course, after having reviewed our transmission prior the transmission before last, I guess.
We'll get back to that, but just with regards to rocket ship XM.
Yeah.
I was, questioning whether it was the first, but apparently you're quite right, but by a month.
Yeah.
Rocket Ship XM featured two actors of note, at least in my generation. One was Lloyd Bridges,
yes.
The guy who played Sea Hunt.
Yes.
He was the star of Sea Hunt. And there was also Hugh O'Brien, who in the 50s or 60s was the star of a TV show called Wyatt Earp, where in one episode, which I have not seen, because I haven't seen Wyatt Earp in years, and when I watched it as a kid, I probably wasn't paying too much attention to it, other than the good guy shooting the bad guy. But they did feature one episode of Wyatt Earp that featured China Mary. China Mary is, of course, the photograph I have on my Facebook icon, and I don't know that it was the same China Mary. That China Mary on my Facebook is from West Point, California. She was labeled as the Queen of Chinatown. She's a little girl. Yeah. There was a real China Mary in Tombstone, who was ran the brothels.
Yes.
And she took care of everybody. She was a mother to all. She helped finance businesses. She was a super sweetheart. And she did run prostitution. She knew everybody who was anybody, and she was featured in an episode of Wyatt Earp, which I have not seen. But anyway, he stars in Rocket Ship XM. But why I was questioning this is because there was another movie around that time, which actually, Rocket Ship XM release date was May 26th, 1950. Budget $94,000. 1 month later, June 27th, 1950, a 91-minute movie with a budget of $592,000, or perhaps, well, which would be considerably more today, was Destination Moon.
Yes.
And Destination Moon was Technicolor, independently produced by Hungarian George Powell. And why this was of note to myself is that Robert Heinlein had a significant role as with the screenplay.
Yes.
The novel that the movie was based upon, and also the technical advisor.
Yeah, he was basically the technical consultant. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Yes, and of course, this is how locked in Robert Heinlein was to Hollywood, as well as the military-industrial complex. He was an expert on the moon. And, of course, he had brought L. Ron Hubbard to live with him and introduced him to Jack Parsons. So, and of course, Hubbard even wrote a book himself called Fortress on the Moon, which was a defense of how to defend the United States from outer space. This was like Star Wars, decades before Star Wars, yes. But it was from a base on the moon.
And by Star Wars, what Peter Moon means is Strategic Defense Initiative, not Star Wars the fantasy. Go on. Yes.
Right. So I thought this was interesting that one followed the other.
Very much so. Yes. And of course, there's always like various nuances and shades of this. Obviously, Germany had made some kind of like Frau im Mond, or the kind of different kind of moon exploration kind of movies before this that were based on Willy Ley. The man's name was Willy and his surname was Ley, or Ley, who was kind of their technical consultant and expert, who later defected to the United States and wrote a bunch of books on rocketry before Werner von Braun came around. So all of this has nuance, but it definitely, take into account what we're saying as part of that arc, part of that arc of development. And bless you, Peter, all your knowledge it helps to reinforce, my own. So my own would have no, shall we say, acceptance without yours. Yours helps with it immensely. Thank you.
And of course, The Invaders from Mars was the classic movie. I think probably the first flying saucer movie I ever saw. And of course, all the kids were watching it because it was on the $1 Million Movie on Channel 9 in Los Angeles. So they'd run a movie, they'd run it every night, and then they'd show it multiple times on Sunday and Saturday.
And it was the first Cold War paranoia movie. Tell people about that.
Well, what was so memorable about it is, first off, you have a kid waking up and looking out the window and seeing a flying saucer land. Is it a dream? Is it not a dream? And then when he goes to explore and he goes to report what he sees, the policemen act all of a sudden, stilted. Yes. And it turns out they have implants in the back of their neck. Now, this was very much like a novel that Robert Heinlein wrote called The Puppet Masters, where everybody has a implant in the back of their head. And this was like, wow, implant. It makes them think and talk and act differently. So the police were immediately in concert with the aliens. And the Army was there from the get-go. The Army goes in and goes to investigate, and they're soon, mentally subjugated by the aliens. And they're working for the aliens, and it's a rather intimidating mindset. The aliens have taken over, and it was a great story. It was a great story. It was fascinating, and it was sort of set the template for the future, what I would encounter in real life, as far as L. Ron Hubbard talking about people being implanted. And I don't know that people are always implanted the way you read about or the way you think about, but they sure act like it.
Yeah, they may as well be.
yeah, because they're just following orders. They're just following orders, and they will basically do what the television says, or what is acceptable reality, what comes down as acceptable consensus reality. And
or consensus unreality, as I say.
Well, unreality, Hubbard's definition of reality was agreement, what you agree on. So it may be an unreality, but it's your reality, so you believe in it. People have their false realities. It's all of reality is subject to being Maya or illusion, but it's what you subscribe to. And this is why I looked into, there was statements that the actress Betty White had died at age 99, and that she had had a vaccination 2 days before, And there were other comments saying that information was false. And the same question is brought about the football announcer, John Madden, which they still haven't announced his cause of death. And what I would say is, if you are a anti-vaxxer, they died because they were vaccinated. And if you're not, and if you're a pro-vaxxer, they didn't die because they were vaccinated. They died for other reasons other than vaccination. We live in a world where of confirmation bias. And well, if they weren't vaccinated, it's because they're hiding the fact that they were vaccinated. Or if they were vaccinated, it had nothing to do with it. It's false information that they were vaccinated. It's all, everything right now is so much confirmation bias. You pick and you choose. And there's enough information being supplied by either side to bamboozle you. And so and of course, what does it mean anyway? Whether these people died in the way you wanted them to die. There's been enough evidence to conclude that, people, even the statistic takers, the fact checkers, who can trust a fact checker. We're dealing with obsessive compulsive issues over the processing of data. What is acceptable, what is not acceptable data? And this has everything to do with the subject of addiction and denial. So people deny data. They don't accept data. It is challenging often to accept data that doesn't ring true with your experience. Even the death. I've seen this with the death of somebody. I once formed a lady, the death of her boyfriend. And she just started screaming and saying, no.
Oh, wow.
No. After 5 minutes of this, she begins to accept that he's dead. That I'm not lying to her. It was not pleasant to deliver this information.
This is incredibly dramatic. And could you tell us a little bit of the context of that?
Well, this was Stephen Angel. He was a chiropractor on Long Island, and he was a friend of mine, and he had a lot of friends. And I had just kind of really gotten to know him better. I'd known him for years. And I went home from Qigong with my friend Michael, and we stopped at his house, because we'd take turns driving, and we stopped at his house because I was going to pick up my car, and he says, why don't you come in and have some juice? I'm going to make you some juice. So he goes in to make the juice, and the phone rings, and Stephen's dead. And it was like, wow, Stephen's dead. So we had so many memorials for Stephen, it got ridiculous.
Wow.
Like, so we're bringing him back. We can't do this anymore. Yeah. And she was like out of the loop. She had not seen him for a few days. And she called, she had some mental stability issues. And very intelligent person. Her parents worked at Cold Spring Harbor. That's where the what do you call it? That's what they think the racial hygiene started. Cold Spring Harbor.
Yeah, the eugenics.
Yeah, eugenics funded by Otto Kahn, Jewish banker. He funded it, and the Germans picked up on that research, but she had been, I'd actually seen her telekinetic stuff. We had phenomena, me and her, with telekinesis. I would attribute it to her.
Wow.
Sci-field.
So she had these psionic abilities, and of course a kind of instability. It seems there seems to be a commonality there. That seems to be the pattern.
She'd been institutionalized, and I remember she called me once. I was like a safe harbor for her and stuff, and she understood Preston too well. But anyway, she called me, and she hadn't heard a thing because she was trying to give him some space.
Right.
She gave him too space. His problem was he had something with his bladder, and he had an operation, and he wouldn't get the operation. He was trying to be holistic or something, and starved to death. He literally starved to death. And it was, he should have gotten the operation. Everybody knew. I mean, his holistic friends would have told him he should have gotten the operation, but he didn't. And he died. And they say he appeared to me in my dream, and shortly after one of these events, and he said, and I said, Stephen, I said, wait, did you get embalmed? Did you get embalmed? Wait, and then one of his friends, when I was speaking to her, and she says, oh, well, no, we don't embalm. She's Jewish. She says, no, we put them in the ground 24 hours. So he was put in the ground 24 hours. I mean, his funeral was lickety split. Right. And the funeral was memorable in many regards, but for one is I'm sitting there walking towards the grave, and then all these cars are coming, and I see this guy Mitch, and I go, Mitch, what are you doing here? Mitch is the guy who started psychotronics on Long Island. He goes, I'm going to funerals. His dad had died, and he was just in Long Island for a funeral, and he was so he was already in town, and he heard his friend Stephen died, so he was on his way, and Mitch started psychotronics with Preston, and is a major networker of metaphysical or esoteric information, and I only knew him through his bookstore. He was not part of psychotronics when I became involved, but he was he was at Stephen's funeral, so that Stephen's death was like a big event, but yeah, I had to tell her. Nobody had told her, and she called me and blah 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 blah, and just screaming and denial, and of course she got through the denial and realized I wasn't trying to torture her, and it was very, it was very unpleasant to deliver such news. But we live, and went back to my point, is we live in a world where people are in denial.
Yeah.
In denial about so much. They're in denial of their acceptance or hypnotized adherence to Christianity, which is all a false paradigm. What they think and know about it is something that's been impregnated or ingrained upon them, impressed upon them, to where they're not thinking. It's like if I teach you how to play poker and all the subtleties of the game, and know how you can bluff and be bluffed, and become shrewd at playing the game, well, then you look at each poker player differently than if you know nothing, and you just see the cards that are laid out to you. And this is what so much of religion is. It's a game of poker, and you want to get a good hand, and if you get a good hand, you might be able to win. And so this is what I noticed, and that's the way. And in Scientology, there was all sorts of cards. People had all sorts of poker hands, and people used them against each other. And I could see through these because I was very well schooled in the hands that people would carry. Yeah. And Hubbard had the upper hand. The upper hand meaning the upper poker hand, and he had certain cards that weren't played out to everybody. And wow, it's an interesting analogy, because it was part of him bluff, yeah, but part of him was sincere, and people were really sucked in by the bluff. And you get to see it, and so it's like the demystification of Scientology was what I experienced. But yeah, so this is what we're dealing with people's religion, and
Yes.
and sometimes, you know, they can identify with some aspect of what they study, and it can be very close and dear to their essence of their being, and it can work for them. And sometimes, but it usually will not stand up to an intellectual scrutiny, and sometimes they don't need that or they don't want that. But if they go into that realm, they're going to be soundly defeated. Not that they need to be in that realm, but you can blend both worlds, and this is what when you understand all the sides of the coin, because when people will pull the rug out from somebody with regard to their religion and show it to be false and utter BS, that those people are often bringing with them negative intentions to be punitive towards the person for their being ignorant, rather than to prop the person up. You know, you have to tear somebody's religion apart and defeat them. You can re-educate them. Not that I'm into doing well, but even that takes a what do you call it? Presents a burden.
Yes.
I wanted to mention my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which exposes the academic truth of the name of Jesus, and how it's all based, how everything is based on huge misunderstanding of the etymology. You will not find any Christian who even understands the etymology of the name. The best they can do is trace it back to Isis in Greek, or maybe to Yeshua in Aramaic, but they'll break down beyond that. And so it's like, if you don't, you know what I mean? It's like me, you don't understand what you're talking about. So you're talking about something that you've been taught and you're told. And so you're believing in a narrative that is you're missing the underpinning, the fundamentals. So it's like trying to understand football plays without studying the playbook. You're going to have some misunderstandings of what all the other players are supposed to do and whatnot. So it's best to understand the playbook. And but what I was going to say with regard to that book, I read the most. I don't know if it's amusing or disturbing. I think there might be a good word to hybridize the words amusing and disturbing. How would that be?
Bemusing. Bemusing.
Disturbing?
Bemusing. They usually use the term bemusing, which means that when you're bemused. Yeah.
Bemusing, yeah. I like using both of them. Yeah. But what it was is somebody was saying how demonic the book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal was, and they actually had to burn it. They actually had to burn the book. And I was very tickled by that. I was very tickled by the burning of that book. And in fact, it might be rather awe-inspiring. It would have been good to have done it on Christmas. But now that we're to a new year, if I can actually, maybe I can even generate some sales of the book, which if I read the, what is it, the cover, Seventh Seal cover. Here it is. Let me see. Oh God, I don't know if this is going to work. Here it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Understood. Yeah, no worries.
I got it. Let me read the cover and entertain the audience, yeah. And you can see why somebody'd want to burn this book out of their own delightful or undelightful ignorance.
Yes. They're doctrinaire reactionary. They're indoctrinated reflexes. Brainwashed assholes. By the way, one of the processes that Peter Moon described, where you have to break a person down before remolding them in what would be for yourself or your social purposes, a more useful individual. It is the process of deprogramming prior behavior modification. So behavior modification is the genuine professional term for what in the slang or the vernacular people call brainwashing. But we're all brainwashed in the sense that we're all socialized. We're socialized to a cultural paradigm. And when it comes to this breaking someone out of a particular cultural paradigm, what would be called by the communists a re-education program. If you're re-educating someone, then you need to deprogram them first. So, and of course, Scientology was a lot about that, deprogramming, and in a sense, theoretically empowering a person to take over their own destiny. But of course, that completely changed under Miscavige. But
it's like when you take away a person's false ideas.
Yeah. Oh, that can kill them. That can kill them.
Yeah, because then they have to have something to supplant it with. So Scientology has, so you can say, oh, everything I learned in Catholicism was bullshit. You can think that or say that because of all the abuse you suffered from that religion. And then you're supplanted with Scientology. And then the person takes on the same attitude they had about the Catholic religion that they do with Scientology. Yes. So they're never really, they've shifted from one to the next. And there are procedures in Scientology which will enable you to disabuse yourself of this predisposition to take any religion and wear it on your heart and go by it without even understanding what you're doing. You've joined one team. You've just switched teams is all you've done. And that's not good. No. It's like there's no existential metal to the person. They're just, okay, I was a Catholic. We don't believe in that anymore. Now we believe in Scientology. We believe in Hubbard, blah, 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 blah. And he takes the place of, and you put on the different clothes, but you're still the same person. There's no significant internal change. And an internal change is what has to happen if one is going to evolve. And unfortunately, many people went on for 20, 30 years believing in Scientology, much in the same way they would have believed in another religion, whether it was Christianity, Islam, or Buddhism, or something else. They are believers rather than knowers or doers. And this is, of course, quite detrimental to their personal development. And they end up, holding an empty bag. But I did find this, and this is on the back cover. And the front cover is, of course, is a seal emitting a pink light as if it's open. And the pink light, you can study Phil Dick to understand what pink light is. It was very special way he explained things. But anyway, the back of the cover says, "Beware to ye who enter the ruins of Suleiman the king. For beneath the ground of where the mighty temple once stood lies the complex of caverns and hidden chambers which house his greatest mystery, a sealed bottle of brass guarded by the denizens of the deep, a legion of demon who will thwart anyone attempting to unseal the bottle in order to penetrate its secret power. Heed the warning for your own sake, for if you do not fear the daemon, and should be so lucky as to pass them and undo the seal, and it is only luck that will enable such, you will be brought before the inside of the bottle of brass itself to confront the mirror of your own reality, which includes not only your wildest dreams and their fulfillment, but also your greatest nightmares. For a third and final time, heed the warning once again, for the path is littered with the skulls and bones of those who have failed to penetrate the mystery, yet adorn themselves with the insignia of their own failure." And that's the back of the book. And what that does, that was like a warning to get people who don't want to read this book, get them off of my plate. Get them out of my life. Don't burn the book. Don't buy the book. Don't read the book. And then you're not going to send me arguments about the book. It's not even, nobody's going to argue. Nobody argues with this book, by the way. And then once you open the front cover, it's got another warning. The front thing, it describes the book. Despite warnings, you have dared to enter the realm of the Daemon Legion, who have cast misfortune upon mankind and orchestrated his suffering since the fall from grace. Beware, for this is the Legion that cast out the Messiah of Egypt, taunted the Savior of the Christians, and corrupted the religion of the Prophet of Islam. The Legion tears at the soul of humanity without mercy or conscience. Once you have entered their domain, there is no way of escape. There is but a single key couched in a magic word which offers a ray of hope. Only this word can reach the daemon, quell its restless heart, and subdue the rage it has inflicted upon humanity. Only this will exorcise the tormentors from the tormented. Learn well this magic word and study all of its implication. For full comprehension of it uncorks a seal within each seeker that unfurls an everlasting light and compassion that can reach all creatures and spirits. Only this word can tame the beast and make him purr, but more importantly to you, it is the only way of surviving the ordeal within the bottle of brass. It is still not too late to turn back, but if you do, knowing what you now know, you will be relegated to a life of chaos and the accompanying madness which ensues. Tread lightly, man, for this is a perilous journey and the most important one you will ever make. Study the word. For those who turn their back, I commend you to your future nightmares, for this was a spell cast long ago and cannot be undone. And that is how, if you've read the book and you still want to read it, then you've read that and you're investing in, and then there's a final warning before you read the introduction. So there's like three warnings, and then you get a guide to the reader, a preface, and an introduction to prep you for this book. And this word that I'm alluding to is basically the fundamental word of the name of Jesus, Yod He Shin Vav He, which it's called Pentagrammaton, and it's represented by 5 letters, which spell the name Yeshua, Yod He Shin Vav He, and the Shin is the middle letter, which is actually synonymous with the word Shin, and Shin means spirit. It literally means tooth, and the word tooth comes from the Hebrews had a totem going back ancient, was the hog, the pig. It comes back to India, their roots in India, the Brahman, Abraham, a Brahman, and the pig was sacred. This is why they don't eat the pig. There's other reasons you can read why they don't eat the pig, but the pig is very close to the human being. So they identified with the pig, and it's like cannibalism to eat the pig. You will also see in later day that the pig with the apple in it was symbolic of Jesus eating the pig feast. Now, the apple was in the pig's mouth. We'll get to that in a second. Why was the apple? The word Jesus or Gesù in Italian is concomitant etymologically or phonetically with earth pig in Italian. But so anyway, the hog has the tooth. It's like a crescent tooth. You've seen hogs, not your ordinary pig, but your hogs, and they've got these big boar. The wild boar has these curved tooth, which is like a moon. And the moon and the Hebrew word shin, it's the common word means tooth. And the reason it means tooth is because this moon-like tooth, shin. But this is from the word Shinar, which is what the capital city of Babylon, Shinar. So this is the word shine, shin, shine, shinar, the shining of the moon, the lunar symbol being a feminine symbol, which the word shin was equivalent to the moon. But in Hebrew, it means tooth, but it also means spirit, and it means change. So when you have the spirit over the other four elements of the pentagram, earth, air, fire, water, it changes those elements, and it is the influencer. And the word shin in Mandarin, and I learned this at the Taoist Holy House in Queens that I attended and would like to go back to, it means heart in Chinese. Heart. Yes. Shin means heart. And of course, in the word, the etymology, if you look in the English dictionary of Shinto, the Japanese nature religion, Shinto means, it says it's a combination of Shin and Tao, meaning Shin is identified with spirit in this sense, and Tao is the way of spirit. So here you have in the Japanese indigenous religion, it's the spirituality, but you see this Shin or the spirit is working its way all through nature, because it's the nature is sacred, meaning the stones, meaning the rocks. This is why you see the beautiful gardens. And my wife and her friend were, I don't know how much they were watching it, but they were watching it to some extent, The Karate Kid. I said the best thing about that movie, the original Karate Kid, is this beautiful garden that Pat, what is his name? Pat Morita, is that his name?
Yes, Pat Morita, yes.
He has this beautiful garden. I said, that's the best thing of the whole movie, this incredible garden he has in his home. Wow. So the word Shin is a universal word, but it's also the secret word of Freemasonry. And when I was studying this, somebody had a website that showed how the temples, Boaz and Joachim in the Solomon's temple were all built underneath the bottom. The bottom was Shin. They were holding up the whole temple. And this is the secret word of Freemasonry, which the common word in all Freemasons, or most Freemasons, are taught to believe that the secret word is Mahabane. But this is a secret word that is the real secret word. And Mahabane means what the builder. What the builder. That's what the definition of. And you can go a long ways with that. But it's basically, this is what all of the whole secrets of Freemasonry are built on, is that the name of Jesus is not known. But most Freemasons don't know this. I've met Freemasons that do. I've met Freemasons that don't. And I've also met Freemasons that will tell you that when you get to a certain level, you may be given version A or version B. Version B is for the one, is to pat you on the back and say, you're a good Mason. Yeah, you're a good Mason. Everybody will think you're a 32nd degree Mason. The other one is for people who've really earned the knowledge. Mm-hmm. And in other words, you can, put the, it's kind of like everybody wants to be part of the New York Yankees. You give them a New York Yankee uniform and you can go out and show off to all your friends, but they're not going to let you on the field and play. You're not a real Yankee.
Yeah.
And sure, you can go tell your friends and you can be in the parades, drive the go-karts, but which they can drive with great. Well, that's more of the Shriners that drive the go-karts, and they used to be damn good drivers. Most of those people are pretty dead. I saw these guys in Clearwater, Florida, on Cleveland Street, the main street in Clearwater, and I remember seeing these guys. They with their fezzes on. They were Shriners, and they were getting in go-karts, and they were doing figure eights and everything. These guys were incredible. They were old men, but this is how they got their jollies, driving go-karts. Real masculine energy there. I couldn't believe that grown men would drive go-karts at all, let alone in formation, let alone with Shriners caps on. But I don't know. So in any case, people who will join groups, and I've met all sorts of different types of Freemasons, and there's one for every every person that there is, just like there's a Catholic religion for everybody who joins the Catholic religion. Most people are born into it, and they have their own experiences with it. It's different and it's unique. And so this book is a fundamental, initiation in understanding this concept and this word. And at the end of the book, I tell people to go back and read the book again, because once you get through the first part, or once you finish it, now you know what the book's talking about, you can go back and read it again. And I would like to go back and read it again myself. But that book, The Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, is a book that I did as an exorcism. And there's no better way to exorcise than to make a pentagram and invoke the Hebrew or Aramaic letters, Yod, He, Shin, Bao, He. That's the sacred name, because you're invoking spirit over matter. And I had read one of the things that coincided with this. It was a Islamic legend that said that, and it was older than Islam, but had been adopted by probably Sufis. And he said, there is one name that can, the demons of hell are afraid of, and they can clear out all the demons of hell, and that's the name Jesus Christ. And they were afraid of it. And put the name Jesus Christ in hell, they'll all leave hell. They were afraid of it. And this is really a simplistic description of what I just said. Shin is the secret letter. Now, this is also in the legend of Hiram Abiff. Hiram Abiff was the builder of Solomon's temple, and he is killed ritually, or not so much ritually, but he is killed by the three ruffians: ignorance, superstition, and what's the other one, Salman? Ignorance.
Salman, if you're with us, Salman, you can help us.
Ignorance, superstition, and I think greed, fear. And the three ruffians, they each want to know the secret of Hiram Abiff, and he won't tell them. So they kill him. And King Solomon orders that he be resurrected, because, he built the temple and he has the secret. He wouldn't reveal the secret. So the only way Solomon can resurrect him is to put the lion's grip on him, because nobody can resurrect him. He tells the people, the necromancers or whatever, to resurrect him. They can't do it. So Solomon has to do it himself. And he puts the lion's grip, or the lion's paw. And the lion's paw is representative of 5 fingers. The grip, it's the Yod He Shin Bao He, and he resurrects Hiram Abiff. And this is the symbol of resurrecting the builder of the temple. So this is where it kind of coincides with what the builder is, the secret himself. You're building the temple, the Shin, the building of Solomon's temple, which contains the Holy of Holies, which is the spark of God, which is, again, you can correlate all this stuff with the Great Pyramid. And I'm not going to do that right now, but it's the energy of the Great Pyramid, because the Holy of Holies will contain the dimensions of the capstone of Great Pyramid, dimensionally. So this energy is symbolic of the conduit to God. And of course, you can correlate it with your own capstone, which corresponds with your own pineal gland, and in all the breathings of the bodies in Qigong. And you can do it with a construct in yoga if you're using that system as well, but you're activating the whole soul activation, which is symbolic of the the Christ consciousness, which is also Golgotha, the place of the skull.
Yes.
And the skull, Gol is the golden skull. Gol is like the word gold. Gotha is like the skull. So you have the fully activated crystal skull, which is, this is a metaphor for a fully activated human being acting on all cylinders. And this is the magic of what's in the temple. Now, of course, what goes wrong with the temple, what goes wrong with the Judaic religion, we're back to the kings of Edom and all of that crap. And so I'm saying, I was talking about an exorcism process for all of the things I had accrued from writing the occult discoveries associated with the Montauk Project and Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley was not ignorant of these things at all. He suffered from time to time incorrect emphasis on certain things. He could have had a damned interesting conversation with me about these topics.
Right.
And perhaps some instructions, or perhaps I would have sent him packing. I don't really know. I don't really know. It's like you can bring out the best in people sometime, because he was pandering for phenomena, and he didn't, as is the case with most of us, we don't understand our entire lives. So this is my dissertation on that book, and people are interested in Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal can order it from Amazon. They can read it on Kindle. They can order it from skybooks.usa.com. And of course, this is the path I'm on, which is not only led me to introduction to the Moors, but also has led me to the footsteps or the doorstep of Douglas Dietrich. And this is a larger exorcism process that goes on. And this leads us into what we were going to discuss, which was the dissertation you did on 26th of December. And what I wanted to focus on, and of course you offered all the wisdom, was this book that Douglas had been able to read, that his son got for him in his son's husband's library. And it was a book about the subjugation of Japanese by the Portuguese Catholics. And that I did not know that Japan became an isolationist country by reason of the Portuguese and the Catholic Portuguese, who were enslaving thousands of Japanese and taking them to their colonies across the world. And this was horrendous. It's horrendous to enslave anybody. But here they were proselytizing Christianity on the island of Japan, and they were using it to gather slaves and as a safe base to operate from, to enslave the Japanese. And this is why the Japanese, one reason why the Japanese recognized the West as barbarians and virtually expelled them from the island, and they became an isolationist culture because of this barbaric practice by Christians who, and Douglas went into great detail on this, but I did not know that this is why Japan became an isolationist culture. And it's horrendous to think what these Portuguese people would do. And I would also point out that in the movie Lost Horizon, which was a favorite of FDR's, and of course, anybody who grew up in my generation will recognize the female star of the movie, Jane Wyatt, who was the mother in Father Knows Best. You know, you turn on that movie and you think you're watching Father Knows Best. She was the mother, but she was a young girl or young woman when that was made, and she is a woman of more properly identified with a Dakini priestess, although they don't call her that. But they have Shambhala, which they call Shangri-La, And of course, the wise Lama is really a Portuguese priest. He came over. He was a Portuguese priest who discovered Shambhala, and he's like the head Lama, which kind of muddies up the whole story.
Yes.
But it's the Portuguese had a foothold in the Himalayas, according to that movie. It is a good movie. It should be watched because it does tell a certain truth.
Yes.
And lays a certain template about Shambhala. But so this was, to me, very revealing, especially that my wife is working for a Portuguese company right now.
There, yes. Important to understand. And if it weren't for, this is where we have this real ambivalence when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church and the Jesuit order. Were it not for them, the documents that are in that book would not exist. They preserved those documents, and obviously people were protesting to the Jesuits that something be done because of the more corrupt elements of the church, which were basically going to Japan and using the proselytization of Catholicism or Christianity to enslave the population. Just a hideous hypocrisy, quite destructive. So there were obviously elements in the church that were seeking to try and combat this corruption, and people were reporting to them. At the same time, there were the elements of the corrupt themselves and the wealthy Portuguese who were maintaining Japanese slaves, entire, for lack of a better word, extended artificial families that they created out of these slaves. When that one man that died and in his will was willing basically pensions to his slaves, that showed you that he had some sense of remorse that was similar to that of George Washington. And for those of you who don't know, George Washington was a slave owner, and everybody remembers, if you know about this at all, it'll be propagandized to you that he freed his slaves. Well, he didn't allow them freedom until he died, and they were freed in his will. So it was like they worked for him until the day he died, and after that he says, well, they can go free now in my will. You know, that's how this fucker was with the Japanese that had been abducted and put into his service of both genders. Some of them were favorite manservants, and others were presumably more like concubines, who were the females who he was taking advantage of. This is.
So it's better that he freed them in the will than that he didn't free them, though.
Understood. Understood. And in that sense, that's appreciated for what it's worth. Yes. But in terms of the other horrors that befell so many other Japanese, of course, the entire affair, the entire operation, obviously needs to be historically condemned. The mystery is why it has been hidden. I would intuit that this would be due to a Japanese sense of shame that this even happened. So their desire would be to make certain people didn't know about it. But in today's environment, all of that has changed. Today's international environment is one full of victimhood chic, where everybody's trying to claim that they've been a victim of something. And this actually puts Japan's entire experience in a new light so that people understand where they were coming from, why the Japanese knew that they had a better civilization to offer than the West, is because they didn't have this history of slavery in the sense that the West did. Certainly not of enslaving other peoples and other races. So that is to be taken into account. This is something, of course, that the Americans, as Peter Moon said, the Americans are fighting an information war. Indeed, the West is. The Allies are fighting an information war they cannot win, because these are the same people who keep presenting the very facts that I present, and they try to present it in as decontextualized, so out of context, so that it doesn't make sense. They'll, on YouTube again, I noticed, yet another, and this is one of many. If you look up Japanese war crimes, you're going to find all kinds of shit. But if you look up Unit 731, until recently, there was nothing about that shit until I started talking about it. Then books started coming out about Unit 731 to portray the Japanese as these evil war criminals that have never faced any justice. And they'll say, oh, we never did to the Japanese what we did to the Nazis at Nuremberg. And so all these war crimes tribunals that the Americans originally touted as evidence that they won the war, well, then how can you say that no justice was ever met by any of these Japanese, which of course
that kills the argument for them.
Yeah.
It's like it just shows that Japan didn't lose the war at all.
Thank you.
They say, well, we want to use them put them in our arsenal.
And that doesn't make any sense when you think about that, because, well, what moral ground does that put you on?
The argument is defeated. The problem is the debate will not be allowed.
Yes, that's it. That's what
will not be allowed.
Thank you. And that's what they ultimately tried to do. And as well, so what I saw on YouTube more recently really was cutting closer to the bone, and it was just basically about American prisoners of war whom the Japanese killed horribly in experiments by Unit 731. Now we're getting closer. Now we're getting to the point where they're putting out YouTube videos on American prisoners of war who died at the hands of Unit 731. That
makes it worse for them, because then what if it's so horrible? Why did you let them go?
Thank you. Thank you.
It's like you're now in league with the Nazi people who did the gas chamber.
Yes. Yes.
And now you're in bed with them, and we already know the government was in bed with the Germans.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, to drive this final nail into the coffin, for those of you who don't know, again, you can look this up. Don't take my word for it. Peter Moon can testify to this. The man who ran Unit 731 was Shiro Ishii. And Shiro Ishii was the owner of a pharmaceutical giant in Japan. And the pharmaceutical giant was, of course, this, I forget the name of the company, to my shame and disgrace. I can always look it up. But in terms of, he owned a pharmaceutical conglomerate. And the symbol for this pharmaceutical conglomerate was the same symbol that the Japanese used for their version of, quote unquote, a red cross. Now, for those of you who don't know, just to put this into perspective for you, because a lot of people don't know this at all, Red Cross is known as an international organization to aid people with particularly medical supplies in the event of catastrophic emergencies, earthquakes, fires like we had in Colorado, which is a subject all to itself. For those of you who don't know, what happened in Colorado is truly frightening because this is the return of an urban firestorm. All the firestorms we've had in California, they've been in the countryside. They've wiped out towns, but what Colorado had was an urban firestorm. So in terms of what we had, in a situation like that, Red Cross comes in. Well, in other parts of the world, they don't accept Red Cross, in case you didn't know. So in the community of Islam, Dural Islam, the land of submission, all the lands of Islam have Red Crescent. Most Americans and most Westerners, most Christians have no fucking idea that there's such an organization, but they won't accept your needles. They won't accept your bandages. In most Muslim countries, they'll think you're going to poison them or give them some kind of evil Christian shit. So they just will not take anything from Red Cross. They'd rather die. So they have their own Red Crescent, which Red Crescent will deal with Red Cross or other Western groups and bring supplies in. If they need stuff from the West, and they'll present it under Red Crescent, and the Muslims will take that. So in China, because they didn't have Islam or Christianity, it was Red Swastika. So in China, prior to the advent of the communists, all of the international medical organization for the Sinitic cultures. So in case you don't know about it, I had to educate a fucking San Francisco cop on this once, a real fucking cunt who was assigned to deal with a gang stalker of mine named Paul Mulholland years and years ago, one of my first stalkers who was just madly in love with me and just, his daughter died violently. It was suspected that he killed her. And he went on a rampage and was seeking to have me join her in the afterlife and shit. So I was dealing with this guy for years. And so the cop who was assigned to me was a cunt named Melinda Moore. One of many cunts I had to deal with the San Francisco Police Department. And it's something that I pointed out is one of the reasons we need an all-female police force, is so you don't have these women who are trying to become one of the guys and therefore overcompensate by becoming just ersatz men. But she had no idea when I was telling her about the concept of anti-Semitism, which is xenophobia, hatred, fear, and loathing of Chinese peoples. And she says, "What that mean? I don't know what you talk about. There's only anti-Semitism." And I said, no, anti-Semitism means anyone who's Semitic, means anyone who's Vietnamese or Chinese. These are Semitic ethnicities. So these people are of the same Semitic gene pool. And so anti-Semitism means xenophobia. And trying to explain this, it's like trying to talk. Anyhow, she couldn't get it at all, refused to accept it. Only Jews can suffer racism. Only Jews can suffer racism. And there's no dealing with these people. But this is what Westerners are brainwashed into. But my point is, so the red swastika, the swastika being the heart of the Buddha, the red swastika comes from the Buddhist symbol that is used throughout the Semitic world. Certainly was before the communist victory in both communist China and communist Vietnam that outlawed Buddhist symbols. In Japan,
you'll often see these in temples with the swastikas right on the heart.
Thank you. Yeah, of the Buddha. Yes.
Yeah,
thank
the
you.
Buddha's heart.
Thank you. And in Japan, what they had was, now here's where the difference comes in. When my mother was growing up in Japanese Taiwan, because the Japanese had won Taiwan from the Qing Empire of the Chinese, the Qing dynastic empire in the Sino-Japanese War, the first Sino-Japanese War of modern history, when they sank the entire Japanese fleet. Then the Japanese occupied Taiwan, and it was awarded to them in regards their victory by the Chinese Empire. So when Taiwan was a Japanese colony, and my mother was growing up in Taiwan, and she was walking through a graveyard late at night, and was followed by red lights, and everyone in China told her, "Oh, those glowing red orbs, that means you're blessed and you're protected by the gods and angels, because red is viewed as a positive in Asia, whereas the color of evil, the ghosts or demons, would be green." So this is the complete opposite you see in Star Wars. All that George Lucas did was rip off ever so much of every culture that he could. African, Asian, Egyptian. He ripped off everybody, but at the same time, he westernized all of it so it would be consumable to the American audience. And the American consumers view all the Seth, or the evil, the Sith, which is just a variant of Seth. And of course, he got this from Michael Aquino, who practically wrote Star Wars, and who, by the way, wrote Star Wars fiction. In case you didn't know it, there is Star Wars literature out there and novels authored by Michael Aquino under his own name. Then the Sith, which is just a variant of Seth, this is, they're using red lightsabers because Americans view, well, the West views red as danger, evil. And so this is why you had that universal red cross, red crescent, red swastika. This all means there's a danger situation. We're here to help with the danger. Well, that wouldn't fly in Japan and Taiwan, where the whole cultural background, it's green means danger. Rather than code red or situation red, it would be code green or situation green. Totally opposite psychology. Just as throughout East Asia, white is the color of death, and black would be a positive color. So very opposite from what you have in the West, the total antithesis. So too, when it came to their cross, the Japanese cross was based on the Shinto religion, not Buddhist. And so instead of a red cross with the Japanese, it's a green cross. So if you go anywhere in Japan, then you're going to see green crosses that are usually associated with medical supplies that may have changed like probably maybe the 80s or the 90s when they started doing so much international business, and all of these foreign businesses and, you know, business people. You've got an international cosmopolitan population in all of Greater Tokyo, and most of these idiots would look around and say, "Where's the medical supplies? All I see are Green Cross packs. What's this shit?" And then in order to make it accessible, probably you see them switch over to a lot of Red Cross packs wherever there's a foreign crowd. But in normal Japan, it's Green Crosses is what they understand as emergency situation supplies. So that was also the symbol of their supermassive pharmaceutical conglomerate owned by Shiroishi. So here you had Shiroishi, who just basically after World War II went over to his pharmaceutical conglomerate and controlled Green Cross. And what happened was, you can look this up, and the Americans will put this in their own spin on it. They'll say, the Green Cross of Shame. And what the Americans will say, if you look up the Green Cross of Shame, and they'll say, when the Japs surrendered, knowing that we'd shoot down their red sun symboled aircraft or any of their vehicles, Emperor Hirohito gave the direct order during the surrender negotiations that all of the Japanese military vehicles fly the Green Cross symbol, and that was their symbol of surrender. Okay, this is all absolute total bullshit, but the emperor, during the talk down process, when the Americans fucking surrendered, said, okay, we don't want you shooting down our negotiators, so when the planes fly in to carry our diplomats, they're going to be sporting the Green Cross. So all of the Japanese vehicles that had to interact with the Americans during that period of time sported the Japanese Green Cross, as this were an internationally recognized medical organization. So when they came in, because this was a mission of peace or peace negotiations, a talk-down process, you'll see all of these Green Crosses that have replaced the red Mon, or the red rising sun symbol, on those vehicles that have to deal with that. And of course, this was like the biggest joke of all. This is the symbol of the man who owns Unit 731. So the guy who's operating Unit 731 and owns the pharmaceutical conglomerate with the Green Cross, that's just his private corporate logo. And it's basically Shiroishi who was running the Unit 731, which was part of the Black Sun program. So their military symbol was the Black Sun. They weren't going to use that because the Americans knew that would be like the SS rune or the Totenkopf, the SS skull. And in case you people didn't know this, a lot of people will take a look at Panzerwaffe, or tank forces, and they'll see skulls on the collarbones of the tank forces, and they'll think all these guys are SS. And the only SS unit that wore the skull and crossbones on each collar tab, as opposed to their headgear, those were the Totenkopferbande, or the SSTV, which were the concentration camp guards. These were the Death's Heads units that were in charge of the extermination program, but they also fielded entire field units complete with armored and mechanized columns. So those are the Death's Head units. But the rest of the Panzerwaffe had skulls as well, the difference being that the Panzer units that were not SS had skulls without a lower jawbone. The SS, you can always tell because their skulls have a lower jawbone. So it would be similar to using a Death's Head skull, or the SS symbol, the lightning bolts, which is the Siegrunen, or the SS symbol of victory. It would be like that if they used the Black Sun to come in to negotiate with the Americans. So they didn't want to freak the Americans out with that. So
let me interrupt you for a second.
Oh, it's all yours. It's all yours.
Skulls, because I'm going to see if I can dig up my exact reference for this. But it was when I traveled to Germany in 2007. Of course, you were talking about in Germany, you don't mention the war and whatnot. Well, of course, I was with people who were very eager and willing to talk about it.
Okay.
Let me hear. I'm going to quote from. Okay, this is what I'm writing. The mysterious legacy of Himmler fits in precisely with the Magna Figura, or Great Baphomet, because he not only pursued it, but leased and renovated a facility for utilizing it. This is the Wewelsburg Castle in Westphalia, which was also the headquarters of the Anernavi, or Occult Bureau. Himmler constructed a temple beneath the North Tower of Wewelsburg, which was the Holy of Holies of the SS. All of these machinations and the construction of Wewelsburg itself were to facilitate the activation of the Magna Figura in the year 2012. Now, this was 5 years from later from when I was being told this information. I can go back to this because I'm sort of, all of these machinations, and okay, the Great Baphomet was to be set in the middle of a circle where 12 repositories were designed for 12 crystal skulls to be placed. These skulls were the inspiration of the skulls, or quote, death's head, quote, that you see on the caps of the SS officers. These 12 crystal skulls are supposed to be from Atlantis, and they have not surfaced to this day. There is currently a woman from Holland who claims to have these skulls, but she is a fake. The most curious fact about Wewelsburg is that the SS tried to destroy it and its secrets as the Allies closed in on this area in the waning days of the war. The Nazis, however, ran out of dynamite, and Himmler's Holy of Holies remained intact. Is it not interesting that Hitler's home and Hesse's prison, along with many other Nazi sites, have been purposely and zealously destroyed in order to prevent them from being worshipped as shrines? Wewelsburg, on the other hand, was not only reconstructed in its entirety, but Himmler's temple for 2012 remains unmolested and is ready for use. I am told that the Great Baphomet and Blackstone are in safekeeping. The Grail Stone and the skulls would still be needed to pull off whatever is supposed to happen in 2012. Now, this is, you know, now that I see this in the context, this might have been so much of what Aquino was trying to counter.
Yes.
Because this is where real, I guess what you'd say, esoteric Germans really believed in this. And I will backtrack this. God, this is, let me see here. Page, because I haven't read this stuff in years. Okay.
But definitely I will, of course, reinforce what you're saying in terms of Wewelsburg and Michael Aquino's attempt to try and suppress the German esoteric enlightenment, and as well as binding myself to him was his intent, of course, when he conducted the rituals he did within Wewelsburg Castle. And as our man Peter Moon has pointed out, of course, the Wewelsburg was preserved and actually reconstructed very much wherever it had been damaged or had collapsed. So a very important point.
I could carry on here.
Yeah, please.
It's like, this is an article from my Montauk Pulse of winter 2008, right after I got back from Germany in early November of 2007. And the article I wrote was an amalgamation of what I learned there and a carry forth of my book, The Black Sun. The Black Sun was a mysterious German secret society that was senior to the more powerful, more senior to and more powerful than the Thule and Vril societies which supported it. And further, there was an even more powerful and mysterious society, the Black Sun. Of very obscure origins, it is known as the Lords of the Black Stone. Sometimes referred to as the Black Stone or the Violet Black Stone due to its color, the Black Stone is an ancient relic that appeared with the Knights Templar in the first half of the 13th century. The Lords refer to both the original and latter-day Templars who protect this stone. The Black Stone was not only a very important relic to the Nazis, it is based upon a legend deeply rooted in the hearts and psyche of German-speaking people. Foreigners have never understood the deep imprint this legend had on the events that precipitated World War II, as well as the current occupation of the German nation. For the better part of a millennium, and even to this day, the Black Stone is buried and guarded on the outskirts of the Untersberg, a prominent mountain peak which sits on the border of Austria and Germany. The Untersberg, which is also known as Midnight Mountain, was so important to Hitler that his Bavarian home had a beautiful view of the mountain. Residing partly in Austria, the entire area of the Untersberg was only secured for Hitler's use after the Anschluss, which is the annexation with Austria. For the most part, in fact, you could even make an argument that that was why they wanted to annex Austria. Of course, there were other reasons for that as well, other than the fact that it was Hitler's home. For the most part, the area of the Midnight Mountain looks like normal countryside, but is monitored by Men in Black type people and suffers from strange paranormal and electromagnetic phenomena. Time shifts and interference have been recorded by many generations of local people. The area is also known for small gray dwarves whose feet are backwards so that when they walk, they leave a reverse trail, and that makes tracing their movement difficult. After World War II, this area was delegated to the Americans, but the French came into the area and scoured it for no apparent military reason other than possibly securing the Black Stone. Keep in mind, this is the general vicinity from which the original Bavarian Illuminati emerged under the tutelage of Adam Weishaupt. Now, the French would have possibly an angle at this from their affiliation with the Templars. That's just a comment. It was ironic that my lecture was on October 13th, because that is the anniversary of the burning of Jacques de Molay, the last public Grand Master of the Knights Templar. What I learned in Germany about the Black Stone and Midnight Mountain is deeply rooted in stories of the Knights Templar, which have not yet found their way into the deluge of popular literature on the subject. In about 1128, Hugh de Payens and Geoffrey de Saint-Omer headed the Knights of Char, who were in the business of protecting pilgrims en route to the Holy Land. Having made commercial arrangements with the local sultan, these knights were allowed to sleep in the stables of Solomon, which are underneath the ruins of Solomon's temple. During their stay, they discovered ancient manuscripts that dated back to the 1st and 2nd centuries. These manuscripts were both intriguing and shocking on at least two counts. One document was from the Sanhedrin priesthood and referred to Christ as, quote, son of a bitch, quote, who must be a son of a bitch who must be eliminated. Now, keep in mind, when I tell you this, the Germans get very irate over a document from the Sanhedrin, which is the Jewish priesthood, saying he's a son of a bitch. This can make Germans very inflammatory because they killed Christ. They get very anti-Semitic on these points. It's just important to point this out. Additional manuscripts clearly portrayed the God of the Old Testament as having a pathological or demonic personality. Due to these clearly stipulated ancient writings, it was understood by these knights that not only the Jewish establishment, but the Roman Catholic Church were institutions of Satan. The Knights of Char took an oath of secrecy and became the Knights Templar. Having a commercial relationship with Asen Saba of the assassin cult, they also traded information and determined from him that, like the Old Testament, the Quran had also suffered from deliberate mistranslation. Now, again, I have to point out that these are very inflammatory viewpoints to take that the Germans can seize on. They would be better directed to have understood the Kings of Edom. Some of these documents uncovered included the work of Marcion, who was probably the most dangerous heretic in the history of the Catholic Church. Although the facts of Marcion, that's M-A-R-C-I-O-N, although the facts of Marcion's personal life and his major work, Antithesis, are lost to antiquity, he has left a deep imprint on history. The biggest labor of the Council of Nicaea was to counter the works of Marcion, who's very popular with these Germans. With a name like Marcion, we have to consider whether this man was indeed of Moorish extraction, because his name could be construed as Moor of Zion or Moor of Cyan, C-Y-A-N, which means blue. I have no evidence yet to indicate he was a Moor, but this angle should not be underestimated. Marcion's father, Josephus, was an early Christian who had read the original Gospels before they had been deliberately mistranslated by the extant Jewish priesthood. Now, I don't mean to imply that Marcion's father, Josephus, is the same Josephus that we know who's the historian. I don't know that he's different either. There was a rich legacy between these two men of what they considered to be real Christianity, meaning Marcion and his father, Josephus. The Jews that we know as the Pharisees, Sadducees, and Sanhedrin were considered to be impostors occupying the throne of the Adamic race. Now, here's where your kings of Edom fit in, that they don't necessarily, or that this diatribe I'm giving doesn't necessarily understand, myself included at the time. Most history has Marcion born at about 100 AD, but German sources have him born at 75 AD. This would fit him in with Josephus of history. The reason he is probably said to be born in 100 AD is to invalidate an ancient German legend. According to this legend, Marcion had an interesting encounter with the Apostle John, who was still alive in the year 99 AD. John was in failing health when Marcion came and died the day after the meeting, but not before he left behind important manuscripts which included the original text of what we now know as the Book of Revelation. Marcion rewrote what he was given by John and coded it so that the Zadok priesthood, also known as the Sadducee, could not change it into their Hebrew language and corrupt it. Zadok means justice or righteousness, and is a term that is little known to most people, but it is the priesthood that had a ruling interest in what we know as Judaism for millennia, the Zadok priesthood. Part of this coding included the forecast that the real Armageddon was not to take place in Megiddo, as is assumed in the Bible, but at the Midnight Mountain in Germany, Austria. Please understand that none of the above is my personal contention or shared belief, but the history of Marcion and his sentiments have precedents that go back to thousands of years before Hitler and his cronies. It is deeply rooted in the psyche of the German people and underlies the anti-Semitism that is still prevalent in Germany and Austria. The political implications were once quite explosive, and it's that some of what is written here is still seeking its way to be played out. When the Knights Templar sought out to trace the historical trail of Marcion for themselves, they were not disappointed. This pursuit of knowledge not only led them to develop a natural bonding with the Cathars, but led them to a cave in Carthage where they discovered further writings of Marcion, including the translation of Carthaginian writings. These included, quote-unquote, correct teachings of what the Old Testament should be. The expedition to this cave was conducted by two knights, Roderick and Emerant, who discovered the glowing image of a feminine presence who revealed herself as Ishtara. Ishtara told them they were to establish a new empire of light on the earth, and that it would be based upon two German-speaking cities, Vienna in the south and Tempelhof in the north. Templar Knights were founded and named. Templar Knights then founded and named the northern city as Tempelhof, which was later renamed Berlin. To the south, the Templars settled in Vienna, and there is to this day a small district in the city known as the Blutgasse district, which means blood alley. It is named after the extermination of the Templars in that city because the narrow lane ran with Templar blood during the Purge. And to this day, you can go to the blood alley or the Blutgasse district, and there's going to be people there that are going to be holding on to this legend if they will talk to you. The black stone comes into play by reason of Hubertus Rich Koch, a Templar who lived during the same period as Roderick and Emerant. When visiting the Holy Land, Hubertus also experienced a supernatural feminine presence in the personage of Isaias. She gave him a job as the custodian of the old mountain of God, which he eventually recognized as the Midnight Mountain. Isaias appeared to him there and gave him three magical objects: 1, a spearhead; 2, a mirror; and 3, the Alula stone, or the black stone. These objects were secured there, and Hubertus became the first guardian or knight of the black stone. At this same time period, and with a direct link to the experiences of Hubertus, there emerged two major elements which would bind the future consciousness of the German people. One was a magical device known as the Great Baphomet. The other was the legend concerning such. Baphomet is commonly thought to be an evil head that was worshipped by the Templars and was only owned up to by them under torture by the Inquisition. The word Baphomet is actually derived from an Akkadian Babylonian word, Babcom, B-A-B-C-O-M-E, which means light gate. Babcom later became Baphomet and was deformed into Baphomet. This light gate refers to access to the central or black sun, which symbolizes the divine force in the world and the magical principles of duality, yin and yang. The Great Baphomet or light gate was a project erected by the inspiration of Assayas. It was a device that would precipitate the new light empire and was known as the Magna Figura, a magical apparatus that would produce a magical sun. This device was a statue of sorts with a male head and a female head, each looking in opposite directions. An illustration is given in my book, The Black Sun. On the sides of the heads were to be two inserted stones. One was the Elua or black stone referred to above. It is feminine. The other was the Grail stone, which is masculine. This is the Grail stone that was said to be part of the Holy Grail and from the crown of Lucifer before his fall from grace. This magical apparatus is not only the staple of German esotericism, it was studied with great intensity by Heinrich Himmler, the director and creator of the SS Elite. And according to Oliver, my friend who had brought me to Germany, Himmler did not die of self-induced cyanide poisoning as claimed by the history books. Instead, he was beaten to death before, during, and after interrogation. Douglas would have a different story to that. The Allied command saw Hitler as a potential liability and virtual powder keg in the post-war trials because he was not only privy to the esoteric matters mentioned herein, but many other sensitive issues, and that included his sponsoring of the flying disc program. Of course, this gives a very good motivation for why Himmler would have been allowed to escape and not paraded around. So this is, and then it goes, I talked already about this ritual that was supposed to take place in 2012, which I don't know if it did. If it did, it was done in secret. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's just stuff I wanted to share from my trip in 2007.
Yes. No, very much appreciate it. And of course, it's not that Himmler would have been allowed to escape, as that he pretty much had his own cards that he held, which allowed him to escape, rather than his being allowed to escape. Rather, he was empowered, let's put it that way, in his own right, and able to escape on his own. So in terms of the Americans and their occupation, I noticed that you used the term Germany occupied today. I don't know exactly when that book was written, but obviously Germany hasn't been occupied for generations by now. But just so people understand it, many of the people that deal with Peter Moon, who are Germans, feel that they're occupied in the sense that they're occupied by what they feel is basically a Jewish occupation. They feel that the Jews occupied Germany and to have basically forced upon Germany many immigrants, and that of course Germany is paying incredible amounts of money to Israel. As a matter of fact, just to show you how wretched the situation is, how blatant it is. There's that, again, I've referred to this idiot before, and the reason that one of the reasons that this idiot irks me to a degree, it's not something that I take a personal offense at. It's just like it's like what I used to say about Yan Can Cook. And Yan was this guy on PBS, or public broadcasting symbol. And when the public broadcasting system, or PBS, used to have his cooking show, and Yan was this Chinese American who just smiled like an idiot and kind of just intentionally conveyed as many Chinese stereotypes as he could, so he would sound like your typical Chinese laundryman from the Old West, like no tiki, no washi. I mean, he would speak like that, he would talk like that, present himself like that. And, that would irk many Chinese. It never bothered me, but many Chinese found him incredibly offensive because he was benefiting off of a stereotype that the Americans wanted to see. And so when it came to this idiot who has his own military channel, and he uses a puppet that is basically a Kermit the Frog, which of course is always a private joke with myself, and many people know that when I was working with the adult entertainment industry, many of the adult entertainers, the strippers and the adult actresses, they would basically call me Kermit because my Chinese accent. They thought that I sounded like Kermit the Frog when I got into a certain role or a certain kind of zone of speaking, and then they would bring that point up. Now, I never took that as something, oh, how destructive. Oh, my God, I'll cry myself to sleep at night. I actually took that as quite funny. And so I've always had this attachment to Kermit the Frog. So this motherfucker on YouTube uses this Binkoff's Battlefields, it's called. I'm not advertising his YouTube channel. But he uses this Kermit the Frog sock puppet, only puts it in this stupid little uniform, and he gives it a Russian accent. And he's himself has stated that he wouldn't have any fucking hits whatsoever if he didn't use a Russian accent. But because everybody thinks he's Russian, they worship the ground on which he walks, and they think he's God, because the Americans have always sought a master race. They have no culture of their own, so they need a master race. This is why when somebody speaks with a British accent, that's like God speaking from the heavens to them, because they have no culture of their own. They think, oh, he's British, they must know what they're talking about, and they'll stop and listen to it. This is how crazy Americans are. And I've suffered this myself, where I've been talking to people, and then in the background, a radio's playing, and suddenly some bitch will come on speaking in a British accent, and they'll say, sure, I want to hear this. It's like, this is how crazy, stupid Americans are. And it's the same way with people with Russian accents. They'll think, oh, anybody with a Russian accent, they're God. They must know what they're talking about with the military, because the Russians' military is indefeatable. No one can beat the Russians. I mean, this is their mania, their insanity. And of course, it's all bullshit. And the Russians believe that same propaganda. They believe their own propaganda. They're all crazy, and they're all stupid, and they're all in complete denial of reality. But so he's got this Binkoff's Battlefields, little Kermit sock puppet, and the latest thing he did was he was talking about what the fuck was it that he was bringing up. The point was about, oh yes, the Israeli Navy. He pointed out by the way, there's nothing on earth more expensive than a navy. People just don't get this. There's nothing on earth more expensive than a navy. Maintaining a fleet with all the modern technology and the aerial components. I mean, this is like the most expensive investment that you've got. Almost no nation on earth fields a navy except the wealthiest nations on earth. So bear that in mind. And navies, of course, are incredibly difficult to maintain in the modern sense, where they're even worth a damn. There's no point in even maintaining a navy unless you've got a navy that has modern components. And, they don't need to be nuclear engines, which is all bullshit anyway. Nuclear has very few advantages. It's not what you think at all. It's not the ultimate thing. But he pointed out the Israeli Navy, which has many nuclear components, but not necessarily engines or etc. But all the modern stuff you could wish for in terms of electronics and counter electronics, which is where a lot of the expense comes in. He said it was all paid for by Germany. That Germany floated the entire Israeli Navy. That the Israelis are effectively a superpower. That people don't understand this. That their navy could take on the French or British navies and sink them. Their navies are much more advanced than anything the Americans have. And he pointed out that if the Israeli Navy went head-to-head with the American Navy wouldn't survive. That the Israeli Navy is the most powerful navy on earth outside of Japan. And he said that's because, it's all funded by Germany. The Germans paid for all of it. So, yes, the kind of people that Peter Moon affiliates with, they would argue that Germany is very much occupied by Israel. And there's, it's a compelling argument. You could understand why. I've pointed out my own perspective on this before. But so he used the term occupied in his book, but just so people understand, most Americans, this is how, crazy Americans are, they'll think Japan and Germany are occupied today. And that's not the reality. And they'll think that America is occupying Germany and Japan. And of course, that's so crazed. It has nothing to do with reality by anyone's notion. It's just like if, an American were sat down and educated for just a minute, if you just sat them down for a minute and told them about, the titles in the American code that don't recognize the so-called surrender on the battleship Missouri. The U.S. government does not recognize that as a surrender. Your own government doesn't recognize that. And beyond that, the Americans will say what they call the occupation ended in 1952. If you explain to them that Harry Truman got on the world's first coast-to-coast AM broadcast from one end of America to the other, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and that first televised broadcast was effectively his surrender to Japan, where, my son dug up the transcript of that, so I gave that to Peter Moon in a link, because he was unable to actually find that on the net for the longest time. So here you've got this situation where, as according to America itself, American occupation ended in 1952 for Japan, what the Japanese call Reconstruction. Then for that period, since that time, Japan's never been occupied. It's simply been, that's just by American definition. Of course, to the Japanese, they were never occupied at all. For one thing, they were never invaded, so they could never be occupied since they were never invaded, and the troops who came were just cleaning up the radioactive mess and then leasing bases so that they could put money back into Japanese reconstruction for cleaning up the mess they made. Otherwise, etc. And then the insanity, just to, add to that, the kind of, the insanity of the American troops themselves. This one idiot I knew, I shouldn't call him that, but Greg LaLiberté. And Greg LaLiberté, he was this French guy and living in the United States, a U.S. citizen. And he was telling me, his problem was he was always trying to look at both ends, and you can't get anywhere with that. You don't go anywhere. And I could go into more detail at some other point why I just stopped talking to him or communicating with him. But one of the things he said, just to give you an idea of his stupidity, was he was bringing forth to me, I was talking to this old black guy. He was a veteran of World War II, and he was in Hiroshima. And he said, I know the Japs lost the war, because I was burying all the bodies. And, we were in the atomic bomb ground zero, and I was burying thousands of Japanese bodies. And so basically, here's this dumbass nigger who's in Japan, and he's ordered by his side to soak up all this radiation. And obviously, this is living proof that blacks are more immune to radiation. This is a fact, by the way. Blacks can absorb more radiation and take it more than white people can, because this guy never manifested cancer and died like all the whites did, which really ought to tell you something, even though he probably glows in the dark. But this fucker, was saying he's burying all these Japanese bodies. Well, if the Japanese lost the war, why are you burying the bodies, you dumb nigger? I mean, what the fuck? And you think they lost the war when you're the one soaking up the radiation and burying all the bodies? This is the kind of insanity we're dealing with, even at the ground level. They must have lost the war. The enemy must have lost. I'm burying all their bodies. Okay, where the logic comes in with that is beyond me. But this is what brainwashing does to people. So when it comes to where we're at, understand this. Germany and Japan have not been occupied for generations. Even if you argue that Germany was occupied, the Americans themselves will tell you that ended in 1989, when the Americans and the Russians and the French and the British all got together and signed peace treaties with both East and West Germany. I've said before, this is completely stupid and it doesn't make any sense.
But the question is, that's not the, we're talking about the Third Reich, the duly elected government of the German people.
That's right. I've pointed that out before. That doesn't even make any sense because, the duly elected government is the 1,000-year Reich in exile. They're in the situation of Taiwan, basically, where they're not recognized. by the enemy, not recognized by the Allies. And so the Allies instead made a peace treaty with these occupation governments that they created, which goes to show you what the fuck is that? It's some kind of like masturbatory, but nevertheless, they will tell you officially, the Americans and the Soviets, who no longer even exist, will simply tell you that the Germans are no longer occupied and haven't been since 1989. Now, we've had like the birth of 2 generations at least since that time period of the early 90s. So understand this: Germany has not.
When do the war reparations end, or have they ended for Germany?
Oh, they ended a long time ago for Germany. Germany paid them all off, and the only reparations they keep paying eternally are to the Jews, or rather to Israel.
That's what I'm talking about. Are those? Do those never end?
Those are in perpetuity for eternity, so long as the the Germans tolerate it. Until the Germans say otherwise themselves, until the people rise up and just say fuck this shit. But at the same time, I've argued before that this can be a great advantage to Germany, because Israel is nothing but a fucking parasite leech that the moment Germany stops paying that, Israel ceases to exist. It's that simple. Without Germany, Israel does not exist. Israel exists completely off German money. Everything that Israel has is paid for by Germany. They have nothing else. So the moment the Germans stop paying Israel, Israel dries up and withers away overnight. Either that or they launch the zombie apocalypse by launching all the neutron bombs. It's one way or the other. That plus the American payments. This is what you saw recently, by the way, in Congress, because Ilhan Omar, who is Muslim, has been arguing that why is America paying all this money to Israel? And her and the squad, which is many of these other women of black descent, and 2 of them have somewhat of a Muslim influence, and they're known as the Squad. And I know Peter's heard of these people, and he knows who they are. This is an all-woman crowd of the younger Democrats, the new generation, who can't stand Nancy Pelosi, who is just a fossilized relic to them. And they have been insisting, why are we paying money to Israel? And of course, a young Jewish woman in Congress has gotten up to say, oh, well, I want to love my sisters, I really do, but they need to understand that if America doesn't give these hundreds of billions of dollars to Israel, Israel's going to die. Well, that's the point, right?
Well, I'm looking here, it says Holocaust restitution, German reparations. It seems to me that these things ran out, and then in 1988, the government allocated another 125 million for reparations. And then in February 1990, before its unification, East Germany admitted for the first time that it was also responsible for war crimes. So they agreed to pay reparations. In 1999, there were many filings. And then there was $5 billion raised. And then they decided they had to pay them for slave and forced labor. And then it says final payments from the foundation were made to be made by September 2006. Then it says the German government and the Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany announced an increase in funding for social welfare services for Holocaust survivors by 88 million on July 10th, 2018. This funding increase will allow survivors to receive more frequent and better quality home care, food support, transportation, and medical services. This allocation makes Germany's 2019 total pledge to the claims conference 564 million. Well, it seems to have been whittled down, but it seems to still be being extracted. We have commercials in New York, and maybe you don't have them in other parts of the country, where they show these poor, homeless Holocaust survivors. These people, it's hard to believe that the old people who survived the Holocaust could even be alive, and they're living in shanties And it smacks of somebody trying to appropriate money by using the Holocaust sympathy card. And then when you see all this money being provided to Holocaust survivors, why isn't it getting to these people you see on TV?
It's the insanity of it. First off, understand, of course, the Holocaust survivors, so many of them are still very much alive, which in and of itself we've gone into in depth before. We don't need to go into that right now. But much of this had to do with the fact that men like Mengele in particular, but many men affiliated with him, MDs, doctors, were experimenting on them and giving them life-extending treatments that they later on used on the Nazi elite who relocated to Unterland. Men like Himmler, Hitler, and Goebbels. But who, by the way, are, it is rumored, certainly at the time that I was looking at the documents of Unterland, are still alive today and not aging at all near the rate that people do on the surface world. Much of this due to these kinds of eugenics, and that's a form of eugenics as well, life extension. So when it comes to this situation, not only are these Holocaust survivors alive, but as Maria Gregorich and Brandon Young and many other people have testified to, Brendan Zoget, they're in better shape than your average American who is literally half to a third of their age. Maria Gregorich was talking about one Holocaust survivor she knew who was like going up flights of stairs, taking them 2 steps at a time while she was panting at the first flight. It doesn't make any sense without what I've put into perspective. So yes, many of these, hundreds of them, are very much alive, at least hundreds, maybe thousands, and all of them are being paid by Germany. But it goes far beyond just reparations to Holocaust survivors. But, what I laugh at is just the fact that they would have a commercial where they're showing, as Peter Moon described. I haven't seen those commercials, and I'm glad that I haven't, because that would be just maddening to see. But just the idea that Holocaust survivors would be living in shanty towns, effectively ghettoized, that is beyond preposterous. As Peter has read to you, they're covered for everything from food to medical care. I mean, this makes welfare look like nothing. You wanted to talk.
You have to understand that in Long Island and in New York, we have a high number of Jewish people, so that's who they would be targeting to, pony up money. It's not, they're not going after a Christian audience, although, it will reach some Christians.
Oh, no, I definitely appreciate what you're saying, and your point is well taken. For those of you who don't know, I've stated this in the past, that if we were to ethnically enclave the United States so that many ethnicities would have their own territories or homelands, I've always recommended that there would be zones that would be free for people like myself, the cosmopolitan zones, and the cosmopolitan zones would be for hybrids like myself, who are essentially all city dwellers anyway. You don't see, people like me out in the countryside. So when it comes to the Jewish ethnicity in America, there are many Americans who are liberal Jewish who don't agree with what goes on in Israel at all. And I would recommend their ethnic enclave would be Long Island. That would be kind of like an American Israel. But in terms, and by the way, my joke would be that New Jersey could be their Palestine, right? I mean, they could shit all over New Jersey the way the Israelis do over Palestine. But in terms of the American Jews, the fact that they would be targeted by a commercial like that renders the criminal nature of the Israelis even more contemptible. I mean, they're basically preying on American Jews with this bullshit, saying, oh, look at these ghettoized Holocaust survivors. I mean, it's beyond preposterous. As I said, when you think of the care that they receive, and the idea of American Jews being suckered into that is tragic. But beyond that, in terms of the whole point that I was making, and I'm not saying that people should hate these Holocaust survivors. One of the other points I've made is that this could be to Germany's great advantage, and I've never argued against discontinuing it or for discontinuing it. I've actually argued to maintain it, because with Israel as a parasite on Germany, my ultimate vision is that northern Israel would be a German satellite state, very much a part of Germany, almost like Alaska or Hawaii would be a part of the United States, at least, even though it's not part of the continent. So in terms of South Israel, that would be more of a British satellite state with a demilitarized zone in between that would connect the Palestines. And
Do you want me to send you the commercial, Douglas?
yeah, sure. Oh my God, I won't look at it now because I don't want people.
It says a Holocaust survivor speaks of the struggles survivors face asking for help. Rabbi Yechiel Eckstein of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews urges us to give $25 to provide Holocaust survivors with a loaf of bread, a blanket, and medicine.
That's insane. I mean, that's sorry, I'm not gonna, I'll review it later while I'm drinking after and doping up after transmission. If I view that now, all you're gonna hear me do is break into this kind of guffaw. It's like, I can't even believe people would try that. It's like, this is like Bill Gates. When they were breaking up his monopoly and he started approaching people like the public saying, hey, I'm an honest businessman and look what your government's doing to me, and suckers were like giving him money. This is like that. I mean, this is on that level of absurdity.
This is what comments people say. My question, the Holocaust was over 70 years ago. What in the hell does the Holocaust have to do with some poor old Jewish people? It's not like this is soon after the war and these people are displaced and poor and in need of food and help. The two seem totally unrelated to me, and I feel like this rabbi is trying to scam people out of money by playing up Holocaust sympathies. And somebody else says, the two seem totally unrelated. Oh, he says, more than likely it's like Jimmy Swaggertowitz.
Yes.
Jimmy Swaggertowitz.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, I see these and I felt like somebody says, you ever met a Jew that wasn't at least middle class? This is a scam.
Now,
I don't. And then somebody says, I don't know, but I'm still butthurt over Reconstruction.
You know what my dad said one time when I was young and my dad was holding me by the hand and walking me around San Francisco. It was downtown near our version of Times Square, which is near Union Square. And the old joke that the comedians used to make, who was it? Dizzy Gillespie. He used to say, what a town.
Dizzy Gillespie was a trumpet player.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know that Dizzy Gillespie was a famous trumpet player who would blow out his cheeks.
Okay.
You're supposed to, when you blow your trumpet, you're supposed to keep your cheeks in, but he blew them out. So he looked like a big blowfish when he played.
Interesting.
But he was very good. You're just not supposed to do that, but he did, and he still played the trumpet good.
It's funny. My dad would always talk about him like he was a comedian. I'm sure what you say is true.
He might have been a comedian. I don't know, but he was known for trumpet playing.
Interesting. That's probably why he blew his cheeks out. It was probably almost like something to comedic effect that he intended, maybe.
I don't think so.
Okay, just what he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you're taught now. Maybe he was the model for why you don't do that.
Right. Anyhow, what my dad says was a quote from him was, what a town, referring to San Francisco. They even have a union for squares. But anyhow, so Union Square in San Francisco, they have all the boutiques, the real expensive boutiques are there. And so one time while we were going through that neighborhood, so to speak, like I said, San Francisco's core, if you will, the center of San Francisco in a very real sense in many ways, we saw this Jewish guy, yarmulke and all. For those of you who don't know, yarmulke is the correct term for skull cap, which is a derogation. You don't want to use that. But anyhow, so a Jewish guy in a yarmulke and the very rabbinical looking, probably Hasidic. And he was sitting on the street and he was peddling a bunch of shit. My dad told me, this is just how he understood it. He says, oh, well, when I grew up, now bear in mind, my dad he was born in Rochester, New York, and was exposed to like things that we just don't see anymore. I mean, like when he was young and growing up in upstate New York, it was like one time he saw this one girl who was waiting at a train station with her parents. I don't know how he found this out. My impression was, I guess, he found the situation intriguing enough where as a young man, he approached them to ask if everything was all right because the parents were hugging the girl and crying, and he found out that she had become a nun and that she was entering a nunnery where they broke off all contact with the outside world and that her parents would never see her or speak to her ever again. It's so, I mean, horrible, right? I mean, but it was like, he would tell me stories like that. I mean, it would be like, you don't even hear of these things anymore. They're not even conceivable. But, yeah, so what he told me was that, and this might be some East Coast urban legend, but what he said was when he grew up, he was told, you know, the Jews in their family, they get 3 chances to succeed. And if they fail the 3rd time, they're out, and they wind up like this guy. And so there was this guy, like I said, this rabbinical looking, very Hasidic looking Jewish individual who was on the street with his wares laid out to sell to people, which were like little tchotchkes. He was making like little, I don't know, like, I can't remember what they were, but they were, you know, something to do with his culture that he was selling to people who would purchase them. And little like scrolls or something, you know, God knows, but you know, or little like Jewish tops they make or that you spin. You know, I'm really projecting onto this because I don't remember what, but it was like little things on he had laid out before him, tchotchkes. So there we have it. And so whether that's true or not, or that was some urban legend, or maybe that's some particular, you know, dreidels is what Jameson is saying. Yeah, something like that, maybe. He was selling, you know, something that would just be quaint for, you know, the Gentiles, the Goyim to buy. But it's not like we stopped to buy anything from him. But that was, you know, there you go. So that's just a memory that I have. But other than that, you know, it's like some guy said that this was like what Peter Moon was reading was just comments that were left under that YouTube ad, where or rather the ad that used to play on TV that somebody uploaded to YouTube, where, you know, they're showing these starving Holocaust survivors. And somebody's saying, have you ever met a Jewish person who wasn't upper middle class or at least middle class? You know, so apparently there were examples of this, unless the guy just simply got off on presenting himself as poor, because, you know, there are people who do that. There was one elderly gentleman that I knew of when I was involved with security and police work, who used to hang out at the San Francisco airport. And his trip was he would get dressed in a business suit that was firmly pressed and ironed and dry cleaned and fresh. And, you know, he would go out there and parade himself at the San Francisco airport saying, I don't know what on earth happened to my traveler's checks. And, you know, I'm so, you know, and people would say, oh, this poor guy, he's lost his traveler's checks or something. And they'd give him money and he'd make hundreds of dollars a day. So this guy was making thousands and thousands of dollars a month just by every day going to the airport and then going home. And, you know, this was how he made his money in his retirement. And this is just what he did in his retirement, is put on this dress suit and go out to the airport. I mean, you couldn't do shit like that today. People would mug you. They would simply say, oh, it's only your traveler's checks that are missing? What have you got left? I'll take that.
Okay. Oh, it was a common trick, too, in Wall Street. You know, people would be dressed up in a suit and, you know, I lost my wallet. I need to get home on the train, you know.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
It's and I say there was a whole schools of begging and how to get money. I don't know if they still happen, but it's, you know, scamming is old.
Yeah.
It would be very curious to see where the actual money, not only from these commercial goes, but where the actual Holocaust reparations, where they actually go, who gets the money, is it distributed, where is it distributed to, if at all, and how much of it remains in certain arsenals of what people. and I'm sure you would find corruption.
Yeah.
Because this is the nature of money. And it would be very, if anybody would trace back, where does all the money go? And I would suppose the first people to expose it would be Jewish people themselves, who do not like the contradictory behavior of the people that they're.
Well, you would hope. You would hope, yes.
But I think some Jewish people they might feel a little comforted by these people, thinking they're on their side. Once they realize that they're not on their side, then it becomes a big deal, because there's many Jewish people who are very disenchanted with their own establishment, with the Jewish establishment.
Oh, absolutely.
And of course, it's so complicated. As some of my Jewish friends have said, if you go to the Knesset, you'll find so many different types of Jews, they can't even agree on anything amongst themselves, because there are different types of Jews and different factions.
Yes, very much so. No, I pointed this out, and when so two things to point out here. One of them would be about the Jewish issue. The other would be about questions that I've received while Peter Moon is still with us, questions I received about what happened that I described on the latest transmission preceding tonight's. People were asking me some questions about that. And so I'll address them while Peter is still with us. And when it came to the Jewish question, I hate to use that. That's a Nazi term. The Jewish question.
Jewish issue.
Yeah, but
Jewish situation.
Yeah, the Jewish situation. Thank you. When it comes to the Jewish situation, what else was it coming to my mind there about that? When it came to I guess I'll remember it later, and certainly if I remember it, we might bring it up again on Wednesday, because Wednesday will be here before you know it. I mean, when we check out tonight, we're back again literally within hours, as far as I'm concerned, when we come back on Wednesday. But when it comes to the situation with many Jewish people, what else was it that came to mind about that in terms of what the people were saying? And well, at any rate, maybe I'll remember it when I answer this question about the what people were asking about what was going on in Hunters Point. So when people were asking me, and they were asking these questions respectfully enough, and even if they weren't respectful questions, I'll certainly be happy to answer them, because they're valid in their own right, even if they're asked with an attitude of some idiot who just thinks that I'm spinning a story or something. The thing about what had happened, just as a brief review so that people understand what I'm talking about who didn't hear the story before, but I'm not going to tell the whole story again. The best I can say is just review later on when you have time, not right now, but later on after this transmission is over, review the transmission before tonight's. And within the opening hours when Peter Moon is with us, I relate what happened at Hunters Point Bayview on Kwanzaa, mid-Kwanzaa, the Kwanzaa night that was dedicated to one of the principles of Kwanzaa. Each of the 7 days of Kwanzaa is dedicated to a different principle, and it's basically African year's end. It's not New Year's, it's year's end. So it's their converse of what would be Asian Lunar New Year. So, and because the African peoples are very much a solar people, in other words, people of the sun, and they live in the sunny climes of the world, they follow a solar calendar. So it makes sense that the Kwanzaa is at the end of the solar calendar when they're celebrating year's end. It's Americanized, of course, but at the same time, this is an important point to make. But it was during that time that, feeling that they had been gifted, that they had, these are, all of the blood boys are orphans who have been adopted. They're orphans in the sense that their families have rejected them completely disowned them. And so they understand that they're privileged and they want to give back. And so they were willing to participate in terms of this live, active community thing that was going on. And this was going on at Hunters Point. And so they were going to portray themselves as elves, which is what they were dressed as. Not like elves in the Tolkien sense, but elves in the basically the Santa sense. And as I said before Peter came on, when we were discussing this briefly, Kinte Claus isn't getting any white elves this year. And that's because, of course, of what we had been exposed to in terms of what was essentially an ambush. Now, when it came to what people are asking about, there's several different types of questions, but one of them was, oh, why didn't I just, pull a gun out of the car, since I said that the car was somewhat modified for defense purposes and security purposes, as is the way that many wealthy people, what they do with their cars. Well, this is what really solidifies the fact that this was an ambush and that this was intended. But one of the things that was brought up by this wonderful young lady who personally knows Peter Moon. And what I'm going to do now is open our last episode so I can take a look in the chat room to identify her name. She pointed out something that I thought...
Jennifer?
I'm sorry. Yes, Jennifer.
She went with me on a trip to Romania, and we went in a special cave together, the priest cave.
Yeah.
We had a wonderful experience there.
Wonderful. And so what Jennifer Williams was asking was very well taken. I told her how much I welcome that kind of speculation. So what Jennifer was saying was, let's see now in terms of, here we are. She says, the Kingsman movie portrays an example of what happened to Douglas in Hunter's Point. And so what she then later on asked to kind of qualify this or add some details to it was she was saying, let's see now, she brought up something about possible remote control or some kind of triggering of these individuals who attacked us using high technology, like some kind of, a beam to just basically trigger everyone to the point where they were violently doing what they were doing. And I don't know if I can find that here within her chat stream, but people get the message. They understand what we're saying. Is like, was something beamed at these people that would trigger them to suddenly surround our car, 8 individuals, and just throw themselves on all sides of the car so that the car cannot move because of the weight of 8 individuals on it. It was impossible to withdraw from the situation. We're effectively trapped. So she's saying, is it possible that there was some kind of like, beam or wave, some kind of emission that triggered them to do that, because it doesn't seem like anything any normal person would do, even if they were paid to do it. And, that actually has a compelling reason that might be the case, because even if a Lavinda affiliate had gone in there, occultist, during the daylight hours and paid them to attack this car when you see it coming, and just described, generally what it would look like, he wouldn't even need to give much of a description, because, a car full of white people is not going to enter Hunter's Point at any given time, and therefore, the first car that they see with white people in it. You might ask, as a wealthy person, why wouldn't Sugar Daddy have tinting on the windows? And the reality is that rich people, they don't really do that. That's something that stupid people do, because first off, the cops will stop you and they will test you for tinting. So understand that tinting is like, maybe some wealthy people did that in the past, but after a while they stopped, because a cop doesn't know whether you're wealthy or not just because your car is tinted. More than anything, they're going to assume that you're a fucking criminal and that you're hiding something, and that you may have abducted someone. Like Jameson Reese says, hood dudes like tinting. So, that's just going to bring more attention to you than you need. So you can lightly tint cars to the point where, the cops won't stop you, but most of the time they'll stop you. By the way, here's what Jennifer Williams said. Might Hunter's Point be a perfect area to practice with DEWs, DEWs, directed energy weapons, a la Rwanda, sending a frequency via a cell and creating a specific frequency / hive mind, causing them to rush the car uncontrollably. Okay, now, as ridiculous as this may sound on the face of it, this is something that is, imagine if some guy had gone in there and given them money to attack the first car. Most of the time, he wouldn't need to give anybody money. Most of the time, there's homeless or drugged out, just whack jobs in any ghetto that would attack a car anyway. However, that being said, the fact that they did so en masse, now that was implying some kind of ambush that was established. And of course, that, like Jameson said, they would take the money, and why would they need to follow up? You would almost get the impression that if you gave them money to do that, they would just take the money and run, quote unquote. But at the same time, to take my own ghetto experience, my experience with these kinds of areas, it's like they couldn't help themselves. You could simply say many of these people are just so incredibly hostile that seeing a victim group come inside, or a potential victim group of alien ethnics come into their zone, would automatically trigger an attack anyway, reflexively, whether they're given money or not. But the money might be an added motivation, which would imply why all of them came at once. At the same time, you know, they would have to be told something, like these people are coming in to do something, like they're all really cops or something like that, and then take them on. Or if they're not misguided and directed by something like that, then what would motivate them? Because they could just take the money and not do anything. And, you know, there would also be that attitude. Now that he's giving me money to do something, I'm going to make sure not to do it, because that's how I get over on the person who came over and gave me money. But this added incentive, it might be both. The more I think about it, it seems like both motivators were involved. Probably money beforehand, and then someone experimenting with directed energy weapons would explain a lot about their behavior. That their normal drugged out behavior wouldn't lead to what I saw and experienced and dealt with. As for the guns idea that people are talking about, understand this. First off, the reason this ambush was set up, the way it was set up, was, like I said, the first thing I came back was I told Sugar Daddy, you got to make sure to do something about the internal communications of the estate. From now on, I said I want the Blood Boys in their bungalows conversing on landlines that are strictly in estate. In other words, direct wires that somebody would have to physically tap, because they're communicating to each other by their cell phones, and that's easily intercepted. And that's doubtless how this was set up, was because they knew we were coming into the area where Santa's elves, or rather Kinte Claus's elves, were going to come in and participate in this community activity and rehearse for what was going on the next day. Basically, yes, as Jameson Reese says, I was recommending a localized network. Now, when it comes to the guns issue, this is the point. Whereas before, the way that I first met the man who was to become my son's husband was on a security contract where I was protecting him personally. Whereas before I was providing him that level of security, now my security that I provide him in terms of dealing with him the way I do and with my son is his identity. Understand that with an ambush like that, sure, I could have come out with a gun. I could have pulled out from one of the storage areas within the vehicle and started mowing people down. And that instantly is going to lead to an investigation. It doesn't matter that it's Hunter's Point. You know, there's areas I can leave a trail of bodies, like places in Mexico, south of the border. There's places where you really can't. Killing an individual, like, every once in a while in an isolated area, you can get away with it. Killing half a dozen individuals? Now that's going to cause an investigation. No one's going to let that slide, no matter where it is. In America, at least, certainly in Hunter's Point, in a congested city like San Francisco. That's going to draw attention. And with that being investigated, then that exposes Sugar Daddy. See, that's the whole fucking point. So what this was set up for, and like Jameson Reese says, and there's no meat wagon. See, whereas before, the attack that I described against myself by 3 assailants, and I leave 3 bodies and a meat wagon comes and picks them up, it's obviously an ambush, but at the same time, they can't afford these bodies to get discovered because that traces back to Peter Levinda or his affiliates.
What was the meat wagon that came and got them?
That, like I said, it was like an old ambulance like you don't see anymore. It's what they use these days for funeral homes, where the old ambulances would have like 3 different bunks in them so that they look more like what we look at today as a hearse. And that way you could...
hearse. Yeah. But basically they actually, it wasn't an ambulance that came from it. It was a hearse looking thing, right?
Yes, that's correct. But it was painted in the old ambulance colors, white with red crosses. So, what people who were in the know, like say, for instance, a actual paramedic or fireman or policeman, if any of them saw that, they'd think of that as a private ambulance because private ambulance companies are all over San Francisco. As a matter of fact, most people who call an ambulance will get a private ambulance in response as opposed to the fire department unless you call 911. In other words, unless you call 911 and you just say, I need an ambulance instead to take me to a hospital, and you call up, what you're going to get is a private ambulance that will pick you up and then charge you, and then you owe a private company. So I see this all the time because these are the kind of ambulances that work with chronic patients and take them into rest homes or take them into like care facilities, and they go between facilities. Like they take people from care facilities to hospitals and then back from the hospital to the care facilities. These are private ambulances. They're not the real ambulances of the emergency responders because those require a call to 911. They only get dispatched. They don't get, like, you can't call them up and say, oh God, I got a headache and I got to go to the hospital. I feel personally I should be in the hospital. And you say, for instance, you're mentally unstable and you hospitalized because of panic attacks. Eventually, the EMTs will stop responding. And what you'll get instead are private ambulances that respond. So this is like that situation or various others. So it would never have attracted any suspicion just by being around because any professionals would look at that and say, that's just private. And they'd go along their way. But even private companies, I know, never use that kind of ambulance. That was only used, these days by funeral companies. And that way they could put several bodies in at once. I would see them, that kind of car, only it would be always black, that would show up at, say, for instance, when my mother was in care at these like care facilities, when she got out of a hospital transitioning to where she would come back home, then those would show up to pick up people who had died at those care facilities, vehicles like that, but they'd be painted black. But in this case, it was painted white with all the red crosses. And so it was like ambulance, but wasn't. Not anybody who really knows ambulances. And I've ridden in a share of them as a patient as well as in care for my parents. So I know the whole situation as to what goes down with EMTs. But in terms of our emergency medical response. So there was no meat wagon that was going to show up here to pick up these bodies. These are like homeless people. And if I just showed up and started, got out of the car with a machine gun and started mowing them down, then there's going to be an investigation. And that exposes the identity of the person who I depend on for quite a bit. Understand, of course, he's not paying me. I'm not employed by this person. So I need, your financial support. And that's where I turn to you, my listeners. And of course, I need that to carry me through the new year as much as I've ever needed it. So do support me at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. That's right there on the screen. Or you can send me checks at douglasdietrich.com, where you'll find my physical mailing address, 1242 Green Street in San Francisco, like the color green. And the zip code would be 94109. So check our money order, never cash. So either PayPal or check in money order through the physical mailing address. So just so people understand this, when I walked out of the car, or rather exited by pushing the door against the bodies that were pressing against it with all my might, and getting out of the door and thereby pushing them some of the bodies off of the car just by that action, I came out, of course, instead of with a firearm, with a bottle. This way, if I went down and I was taken down, it would just be my dead body. The lads could escape. All the young blood boys and my son could pull out. Of course, I was determined not to die like that. And when I had the bottle, I'm holding it loosely as if I'm drunk, which I was quite drunk. And so that, of course, disarmed them in the sense, not that it was any sense of pity. They just thought I was an easier mark. And with their guard going down and they all converged on me, that's when I did what I did that was already described in our last episode, which you can listen to, which was to flip the bottle I was holding loosely by the neck quite easily. A wine bottle, of course, you need the right kind of bottle, and that was how I smashed it against the leader's head and then jammed the broken bottle into the faces of all around me. And that was enough to really distract and discourage quite a few of them. And I was able to break out and run. So that people understand that, hopefully that makes a little more sense. You just can't go, this isn't a film, you just can't go shooting people randomly, even homeless, violent crackheads. There's going to be an investigation if there's enough of them, and that would ruin my sponsor's name. I use the term sponsor. Again, understand this man is not supporting me financially. We have an entirely different arrangement that I've gone into before at length. And he takes my blood and sperm because of the nanoplasma transfusion that I got when I was 14 years of age. That led to my being impacted in many ways that he's trying to take advantage of. So he gets that, and in exchange, I get access to escorts during the holidays, the company of my son, who he assigns me to protect. And at the same time, the rewards I get are access to drugs and sex, as well as blood from his own transfusion affiliates, his blood boys, his harem of boys that are adopted for that purpose. He takes their blood by transfusion, but I take it straight by drinking. So I'm allowed to imbibe of their blood and their essence for my own advantage because, of course, of my mother being half vampire, or damfire is the correct term for that, and that's a real term you can actually look up. It's a historic term that's thousands of years old. D-A-M.
One question.
Yeah. Of course.
The blood he gets from you, the nano blood and the nano sperm, is that stuff he uses as his own elixir, so to speak, or does?
It's either that, and I know he does that, but he's also used it to turn over to labs that he hires and contracts to try and investigate what other properties can be found out about it. The problem, as they present it to him, is that one of the greatest challenges is there's not yet equipment that's available, at least on the civilian market, even for advanced laboratories, to actually find what he's seeking. In other words, here's the problem. The blood is qualitatively different. The problem is finding out, say for instance, they're trying to isolate the nanites. The nanites are very, well, for one thing, they're nano-sized. So, and exactly what kind of equipment can you use to detect nanobots or nanites? This is part of the problem and the challenge they're facing.
What I would tell him, and I mean, he seems to know something about technology, but is that nanotechnology is completely a different subject, and it's studied separately.
Yes.
So if you want to study nanotechnology, you don't get a BS in science. You study nanotechnology. And I remember a young girl in Romania who was very interested in this, and there was no place to study it in Romania. I had once met a man in Wisconsin. He was all into nanotechnology, and it's just like he was studying at some university in that area. I don't know. It's like, but it's a whole different subject. I asked David Anderson in the same context, what do you know about nanotechnology? He says, absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. That's important.
Yeah. So it's like he might know all sorts of stuff about biology. He might know about Silicon Valley technology, but this is a whole new thing. He might have figured this out. Obviously, he's not a stupid person. And then what might he find out? he must recognize you as a very novel creature, I would imagine.
I had that impression. That was the impression that I had intuitively,
with also a great willingness to be silent and not say things that ordinary person might talk about. Just be silent. Be silent, and God knows, what he's up to. God knows what he's up to. It's a unique, like he has an appreciation, a need. To what end? Who the hell knows?
Understood. Well, obviously, he's also impacted, and his psychology mutates with the what he's been working with. Was a point I was going to make earlier, was that everybody would, if you were to ask anybody, scientists or academicians or your average person on the street, everyone knows that our government spends billions and billions of dollars on black budget technologies. So the idea that they wouldn't be researching time travel at some point is preposterous. Obviously, if you asked any scientist or academician or a man on the street, what do you feel about our government at some point researching time travel, they would presume it was inevitable that at some point it would be researched. Obviously, he's a product of that environment in which that research was conducted, and that changes people. It changes people profoundly. And it would render their behavior very different from that of any person, and the technology itself changes the behavior. The technology.
It's sort of like Preston Nichols is a prime example, and we often talk about, like with David Anderson, what he says: once you observe timeline, you've changed the timeline. So what has Preston's observations pretty much compromised him. Not completely and totally, but to a significant extent. David has had to suffer different experiences by result of what he's been involved with. And so, yes, it's like the technology changes you.
Yes.
And it's like it might be, he might. I mean, I'm not saying I don't know this guy at all, but I mean, he might not even have been gay before he started whatever he's doing. He might have turned gay.
It's quite true. That's yeah, I believe that's a factor. I've mentioned that before.
Yeah, and a good reason for that happening, or an understandable reason, is a gay person is taking one step away from procreation. It doesn't mean that they can't procreate, but it's one step removed from what is quote unquote normal procreation. So if you're subjected to things that are anti-life, it would put you in a mindset to where you couldn't, wouldn't, or shouldn't procreate. So that, it could be a visceral, psychological, and now physiological response, and then searching for some solution for something.
Right. And all of that is well taken. Certainly one of the things that Peter Moon has brought up is because of the abuses that were inflicted upon my son when he was a girl, when he was a young female, that contributed to his wanting to become a boy and a male. And all of this is well taken. These are valid observations.
I'll also say, in the context of the wizard in the Wizard of Oz, when he's being the crystal seer, the marvel that Dorothy runs into, and he reads the crystal ball, and there's a woman who you've broken her heart, you miss her very much, and then the tornado whips up, and she goes running home, and he says, "It's the sentiment I would have for him. Hope the poor girl gets home all right." hope the poor guy gets home all right. He's seeking some solution here.
Yes.
He's seeking an answer, and he's seeking an answer. He hopes to get home all right.
Yes.
Yeah, he wants to find the answer. Everybody is looking for an answer, and when you've got one step in technology, it makes you a little more interesting than you might be otherwise.
Yes. So this is the 2 points to be made here. One is that hopefully everyone gets the point when it comes to what this ambush was about. This ambush was about trying to force me to respond with full auto, with machine gun fire, take down a bunch of people, leave a trail of bodies, and ultimately expose the identity of my son's husband. That's what this ambush was intended to do. In terms of the technology, the issue is that the nanites, the problem is outside of the U.S. government, within the facilities where they're working with nanites, how do you detect nanites in the blood or in other mediums, aqueous medium, any kind of liquid within various kinds of muscle tissue, etc.
For the first time, and I can't speak for this, I haven't even really thought about this, and I'm sure people have gone off on it, but getting everybody vaccinated, you can put nanobots in vaccinations, and this is one thing that I've heard mention about. You can put anything in those things. Nobody knows what's in them.
Yeah, but as I've brought up before, the expense, we have to take into account the expense and the returns on the investment. That's not something that, the expense of the nanites is something that renders that, shall we say, pretty much inconceivable. Not to mention that it's what's the return you're getting on it? A totally controlled population, that's not working. It
would take a lot of time to control the population. It's more of a tracking thing, and who do you want to track?
Well, you can do that without the nanites. You could do that without going nano.
What do you want to track them for? Because it's a waste of time. Most of the people are a waste of time. But I really don't know what
they don't care about the population that much to do that, to invest that. By the way, Salman is taking his leave for right now. So Salman, do you want to say goodnight before you go?
I need to say goodnight too, although this is getting very interesting. I need to retire.
Oh, well, I've got
to drive somebody to the airport tomorrow.
Oh my God. We love you dearly, and share that love with Paula, and stay safe. Get enough rest before driving tomorrow.
I'll be fine. Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. And that was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. Make certain to buy our book. Is Salman still with us? Salman, are you there?
No, he seems to have left.
Okay, so is it just you and I now? Or is Sammy Romero? Did he join us? And Amanda Utah. Oh, Amanda, if you're there, honey, come on, please, by all means. Oh my God, honey. Mandy.
What do you think she's doing?
There we are! Honey. I think I heard her. Yes.
Escape is weird. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're wonderful. So, honey, talk about anything you want. Everything we've been talking about and more. Tell us about your New Year. Tell us how you spent New Year. And
New Year was fine. New Year was great and fabulous. I had teenagers hanging out at my house.
Wonderful.
Today was horrible, but it was okay.
Oh my God, what happened? Anything you care to share?
Well, I had this crazy motherfucker try to drive over my son in a parking lot today.
Oh my God.
Did
you call the police?
I had the police. I had the store manager. They tracked him down. It was just, he was mad because he wanted the parking spot. and we were crossing and to get to my car, and he just started honking and like revving his engine, and then started driving towards my son.
Oh my God.
And like was starting to hit him, and he didn't see me. He just saw a group of teenager kids. And so I came around kind of this corner area, and he almost shit bricks. Because of course I'm Mama Bear, just coming out of nowhere. But this guy was trying to push these teenagers out of the way with his car because he wanted this parking spot. So
madness.
And then we had homeless people coming up to us today, which is no problem, but they were drunk, and again it was teenagers, and they didn't see me until I came over, and I helped them get to a bus and gave them money to get on a bus. But today's been crazy.
It sounds it, yes. Oh my God. And when the police, when they confronted this individual, was he arrested?
I did not stay for that. I had other things I had to get to, and I had to drop kids off by a certain time with their parents. I, of course, told everybody what was going on and whatnot and why we were late. But, you know, the officers were actually very wonderful, very nice, very helpful. And this man was in his 70s, and he had with himself his Asian bride. I want to call her, because she was like 25 and could barely speak English, but she was upset that her husband was possibly going to be arrested.
Right.
And they were trying to say that my kids got in their way of the car. But luckily I had the store manager come out and speak, and they know us and they know my kids. So I don't know what happened afterwards, but just ridiculous. There's been just such a huge ramping up this last week that my kids and their friends have been experiencing adult bullying, not bullying by other children or other teenagers, but adults doing it. So it's been a weird couple days for us, honestly. But New Year's was good. I kind of have a refuge house going on here for some of my children's friends, and I've just been trying to facilitate that as much as I can, but it's definitely come at maybe some more gray hairs for myself. but all is well.
Okay. And I'm so glad to hear that, glad to learn that. And so your son, of course, I don't view as a teenager. I always think of him as a child, but that, of course, is because...
I know.
Yeah. So your son is how old now?
He's 15. He'll be 16 in 5 months.
Okay, so we're heading towards teenage territory. We're there. Okay, I guess we're there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We're there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So like, I'm definitely, Jesus Christ. Well, all kinds of things are going on now. And your daughter is how old?
She just turned 14, barely a week and a half ago.
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of all of that, there's a lot going on. And so with the New Year's, how did so tell us a bit about you told us about the negative stresses of today, and that's pretty much that pretty much was enough to dominate the day. It's kind of like when I asked Peter Moon to talk after I had told this story of what had happened at Hunter's Point, and he says, "Whoa, we can't beat that story." Of course, it's not a competition. That's the man in him. That's the man gene, right? It's always a competition. Right. But in your case, of course, we don't have that problem. So just tell us about after that story, there's probably nothing that beats that for your experience going on today. But what about yesterday? Tell us about the positive stuff.
I guess it's just, for the most part, I've been enjoying the last week of not working per se, just kind of being mom taxi for the friends to hang out, for my kids to have a break and a breather. And it's been quite nice. I guess. I've been going full blown, just trying to nail work and get things taken care of for so long. I think that this is the first week I've like legit taken off more than 24 or 48 hours since maybe September, I think. So I'm kind of, I don't know what to do with myself. Besides the regular to doing, I'm still driving my kids' dad to work and whatnot, and some other things. My kids volunteer at a local stable where they do the Mustang program, which is the horses that are rounded up because they're losing their land, usually get mailed off.
I love that. Kind of like the bride. Kind of like the bride you saw with the old man.
Yeah. They unfortunately get sold off to a lot of the slaughterhouses. They get sold to people who take them to Mexico, where they end up slaughtering them for food and meat. So this Mustang program is where teens will train the horses, and then they'll get to show them and sell them. And they'll get to make a profit from the horses so they can turn around and do more, either lessons or get another horse or whatever that they deem fit. And so it's really exciting doing work with that. And I found out that somebody ended up sponsoring my kids for lessons, which is horse riding lessons, equestrian, anything with that is extremely expensive. And as much as my kids do volunteering and help, it does not cover the cost. And so that somebody sponsored them for, I think, the next 2 months was just huge. It was amazing. And it was such a weight off my shoulders, because I'm just working my ass off trying to give opportunities to my kids and give back and stuff. So that was just a ridiculous blessing that we were not expecting.
Right.
So yeah.
No. By all means, go on about this. This is fascinating. I mean, is this person expecting something in return? Are they trying to get in your good graces because they want to date you?
As far as I understand, it was anonymous.
Okay.
That's all I know. We just showed up one day, and the owner of the stables and the Mustang representative for our area just came and let me know. So what that means is my kids are going to be able to rescue at least one Mustang each, and then they'll be able to get the volunteer experience and the work with the horse, and they'll be able to sell it off to a good person. And it's just huge. It's amazing. So if they're doing it to try to date or any other whatever nefarious angles, I have no idea about it. And my kids will benefit from it. So I'm all good.
Yeah. No, that's wonderful. I'm so glad. And I'm so glad you're with us. Honestly, I need as much help as I can get tonight. I want people to forgive me. I'm going to get dressed in something warmer. While I'm doing that, I want you to talk, honey. And I want you to, Jameson, and you can hold the stage. Jameson, are you with us? Let's see if he's with us. And then...
I'll probably rile him up because I'm all sorts of pissed.
By all means, go ahead and do that. And Jameson can help you rile him up. So, Jameson, are you all right there? Are you okay?
Yeah. I think I have a throat infection or something.
Holy shit. Oh. He might have caught Omicron. Oh my God. That's, the signs are supposed to be scratchy throat, the night sweats. They're not like the old, it's not like the old COVID.
Well, there's no night sweats. There's no, it's just a bad throat. And it could also have to do with some of my more eccentric practices, which caused me to push myself even further and further to see,
Well, just stay here as a backup. Our girl Mandy's going to rile him up, and you can just sit there and go, yeah. And grunt and harumph. So Mandy, I'll just be back in a moment. I'm going to go mute here. Stage is yours. Sure. Tell people what's making you angry, what's getting you riled up. And you heard perhaps, or maybe you didn't, Brandon Young and I were talking about earlier about the problems we're going to have if the Republicans win in 2022. And I was talking about this parental rights bullshit is one of the things that they're going to start throwing around, and trying to convince people to homeschool when your average parent is not at all capable of providing a well-rounded education and socialization. And along with this, of course, will be many other things that will impact education. So I told them I would touch on the Common Core bullshit that's been promoted. It's a terror. Now, you're an educatress yourself, and as an educatoress, you can tell us about, by the way, that's a proper word for a female teacher rather than, a male would be an educator. We don't use terms like teachers anymore, or we shouldn't, because they're just plain stupid. But with yourself as an educatoress, you can tell us about these kinds of challenges and what you see happening. That would be one place to start bitching. Bitch about anything you want. Yeah. So by all means, honey, okay, take it away. Okay.
I did hear a little bit about what you guys were talking about, and it's such a slippery slope. I mean, I could go off on how many teachers that have their degrees and are in the public school system, and they should not be educating your children.
Yeah. I mean, take the slippery slope. Take the slippery slope. Tell us about how. Yeah.
So I'll just use my kids' friends. They came to me because they were talking about how their drama teacher keeps pointing out the girls and talking to them about which shirts they're wearing are inappropriate, because literally the words out of his mouth were, "I can see your boobs."
Oh wow,
it's disgusting. It's horrific, and I'm dealing with a girl right now whose dad's answer to that was, "Well, just stick it out through the rest of the year, then we'll transfer you to another school."
Wow.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up. I can't fucking believe it. I cannot, excuse my potty mouth, but and when I'm listening to these girls talk, I'm hearing things that my friends and I experienced, and the same goddamn stupid adult answers of, "It's your fault because what you're wearing. You just need to stick it out and wait till you move to a different teacher or move to a different classroom." I have been working with public schools since I was an intern in, holy fuck, like 93, 94,
Wow.
something like that. And this shit has been going on for a long time. You should not just trust your kids to public schools. You should not be involved with what's going on. And just because somebody has a degree doesn't mean that they are good socializing, giving your children life lessons educators. There's plenty of teachers or what have you that their knowledge is worthy, that they are educated and trained to train your child in a specific subject. But you need to be involved with it. You need to know what the fuck is going on. And we see a lot of kids. My kids do homeschooling, but it is also split with a community school. So we do have teachers. We do have professionals. We do have online classes. We do have in-person classes. We do have licensed degree holding teachers. And a lot of the kids that we get are from public schools. And the reason why they come over is mainly from bullying and violence.
Yeah. That is something that public schools have become, worse, especially with the shootings and whatnot. It's become a nightmare. I hazard to say that we don't have an education system. It seems to operate more like a mini penal system.
It is. It really is. It is. I've been spending the last couple months taking phone calls from my kids' friends of advice about what to do. And this one girl, she's 12, and she just recently confided in me that the reason why she asked me to come pick her up was not because she wanted to hang out with my kids, which she did, but it was because she was being threatened of being jumped after school. And her stepmom is ignoring it. and is just telling her to deal with it and to stand up to it. And that's not the way shit works right now. If some kids who have already had violent actions and they've already been suspended several times from school it's because of violence towards other kids, I can't imagine any parent just going, okay, whatever, deal with it. Like, and the school's ignoring it. And this poor girl, she moved up from Florida a couple years ago, and she's transferred between 4 different schools. And it's disgusting. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, it's really sad how the level of apathy of the adults.
Yes.
And to be perfectly honest, at least when I was growing up, children are vicious to one another. Sometimes it's freaking brutal.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you add that to the fact that the schools always had these what do you call it? These sort of metal fences outside the windows, and you sort of feel like you're in a fucking prison.
I forget his name, and there's several studies to it about the design of schools. If you look at them and if you look at prisons, you're basically looking at the same damn thing.
It's almost as if it was designed by Robert Moses or someone like that.
Right. And they really are. And spending 12 years telling a kid, this is the important stuff in life, and this is what you need to know to get through life. I overheard a conversation with my son and his friend, and they were complaining about how, because they're at the age where they can legally have jobs, and they're getting W-2 forms and having to fill out 1099s and stuff like that for their work and things. And they're like, I don't know how to pay taxes. I have to go to school to make this math test, but I don't know how to do my taxes. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to have that. And they're expressing the same things about how they know that they're not being educated on how to be a self-sufficient adult. Yet these adults are telling them, this is what you have to do, and this is what you need to do, and this will make sure you get by in life. And it's not true. It's absolutely not true.
Yeah, most 90% of what we learn in school is just useless.
Yeah.
It's information that passes out the other side. Yep.
It's kind of like math and times tables. Okay, yeah, great, you memorized it, but can you... like she was saying, like my son's friend was saying, she also can't take that math skill that she learned, though, and do her taxes. It's not transferable. Now, obviously, understanding how to multiply, how to divide, how to put your numbers in correctly, put your decimal in the right place, sure. But learning how to take a test only... And there's a lot of studies, I can look them up and give you exact names and universities and whatnot, where they're proving that the mass cram of testing that's been going on over the last decade, it shows that when those same kids are tested on the same thing in 10 days, in 1 month, or at the end of the year, they do not retain that same knowledge. They cram for a test, they learn their answers, and they move on to the next test. They cram for that test, they learn their answers, they move on to the next test. It's not a retaining of knowledge. And there is a big, vast difference of knowledge and independent critical thinking compared to memorization. And memorization of a huge amount of facts that don't do shit for either a real world job or a real time career, or by the time you've done summer and you're going into your next level of your next grade, it just doesn't do shit for you. So we're training and breeding a bunch of idiots, basically. Everybody's, riff on millennials. Blame our public schools. Blame our public schools.
And the problem is, what's worse is that they're going to be stressed out idiots because no one has navigated them.
Yes. The stress
of life.
Right. I mean, my friends and I dealt with stress. I remember I would never go back to high school. Everybody said that was their great years or golden years. They want to go back and relive it. Well, God damn bullshit. I would want to go back for nothing. But the stress that the kids have today is just ridiculous. And even the violence and the bullying and the gangs and the blah, blah, blah. Yes, it was going on when I was in high school and before that. But I did not go to school thinking there's a probability I'm going to be shot, or that my cousins in a different state, because they're in a big city, were probably going to be shot. That stress is on these kids. And even at the elementary level of the horrific violence, the catastrophic degree of life-threatening issues just to go to public school. It's absolutely fucked up. We live in America, you know. Why should our kids be afraid in school and then have the stress that the teachers and the socializing and people got to understand, I believe, that the social pressures that are on our kids today are absolutely different than any other time that we can remember. Just flat out.
Yes.
I could not imagine being a middle schooler right now, being a high schooler right now. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. And I do want to add that the core curriculum, this core bullshit, it was being enacted it started in 2004 in a couple of districts, because I remember I was so against it. And that's when I completely quit public schools, because I refused it. I only stuck to private and charter and the Montessori. And let's see, I think 2006 is when certain states actually started to implement it into their state programs. And then 2010 or 2014, it became a national implemented thing. And I just want people to know that was Obama. That was the, I mean,
Yeah, that's a good
it
point.
was not a national program until Obama was in presidency. So and not only are the Republicans, yes, gung-ho for it and pushing for it, but the Democrats are not going to protect your kids from bullshit. They help bring it about. And unfortunately, not unfortunately for these kids, but the top 5 states right now in children education ranking and test scores are all Republican states. It's crazy. But you have different organizations, and a lot led by Republicans who are absolutely trying to tear away the public education. You also have Democrats who are hiding behind them and pushing this shit forward as well. Because I don't know why, except for these people are horrible lunatics that are trying to completely corrupt our children. So
I think they've reached the point where they're only concerned about getting enough money for themselves so they could get the hell out of this hellhole.
Absolutely, no, absolutely.
And they're gonna leave the rest of us to burn.
Yeah, for sure. You know, schools. I've met so many teachers that are absolutely every man for themselves. They were just waiting for that point where they could claim their full retirement, or their spouse just got a different job with better benefits, so they left teaching because it wasn't worth it. That's why I left the public school system, because I, year after year, knew that all the hard work and things I was trying to do and implement with my classroom, with my kids, the next year when they moved on to their next class, it was obliterated. Or just at recess time and they moved to a different afternoon program after me, and I could watch the behaviors of the children change. I've had kids who I had 20 years ago in my first kindergarten classroom still tell me I was their favorite and their best teacher, and they hated school after they left my room. And I don't think it was because of me personally. I just believe they got lost in the system. And when you have so many kids, and when the school, I don't know if people understand, public schools are huge money makers for cities. Massive, as far as the budgets go, as far as, The school board, superintendents, blah, blah, blah. They make massive amounts of money. Meanwhile, you have kids who are getting told that they can't have their lunch, their state-provided lunch program meal, because their parents haven't paid their percentage. So they're restricted from their shit food and told you got to starve for lunch because your parents didn't pay their bill. Like, it's disgusting. It's very much disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And, you know, and I don't know if people know this. If your child is on any kind of medication, the school makes money from your child being on medication, because your child is now a special needs, and they get put in a separate counting category, and the school will get more money for that. So Timmy being prescribed ADHD medication or any number of behavioral medications, school just makes more money off of it. And they don't necessarily put that money into providing better care for your child who is ADHD. Nor does public school facilitate a different learning environment for students who are on medications or have different learning angles or different. I don't like calling those categories as disabilities, because I believe everybody's brain is different, and it doesn't mean it's defective.
Well, they have different processing.
I hate that. They do. And sometimes it is just a temporary thing. It's just, like my son, he is taking college level sciences and history. And if he was in the public school right now, I know damn straight that he would just be going bonkers with being put in the levels of classes that they would have normally put him in. Meanwhile, his handwriting skills are sloppy as hell. He looks like a doctor, trying to write out a prescription. It's hard to read it. And that's something that we have to take extra time to do. And in this public school world, that's not available. It's not available for kids to have that. Meanwhile, not be demeaned, not be separated from their peers, not be medicated, and to have to deal with the social pressures and stress that come with it.
Yeah, the social pressures are probably the worst, especially with the internet age and the fact that, even if you're away from school now, with cyberbullying and things like this, this means that children have to go through this 24/7.
Yes, absolutely. One of my daughter's friends posted a video of her new outfit that she got. And apparently she took it down and she didn't go to school for a very long time. And she's on antidepressants now. And it's because of the amount of bullying she got, being called a whale and looking like she was a walrus. And just all sorts of horrible, nasty comments that nobody should be saying to a child. Whatsoever, even a child themselves. It was horrific. And I know that sort of stuff happened when we were kids, but that's kind of part of it. Shouldn't we be over this by now? Aren't we teaching our children better?
Well, that's the thing about the human brain when it goes through those stages. When they reach the early, preteen and teenage years, that's when kids are exceptionally cruel.
Yeah.
At least that was my experience growing up. They were sometimes worse than dealing with my own parents.
Right.
Which the only difference. I mean, the only difference was I could hit them. Whereas I couldn't hit mom and dad. But
Right.
It's just to get to and the thing is to have the school take the side of the person who's messing with you over yourself because of whatever the heck is whatever politics they have. Their teachers with their favorites and whatnot and all that other stuff. Oh, that student kissing my ass the most, so I don't care. It's just yeah. It was horrible, but at the same time, there is some degree of it that prepared me for adulthood in that, being in a public school, it prepared me
Right.
for this. It prepared me for this prison society that we live in, because
And
it's like it let me know, okay, right then and there, going to a public school, everyone's cutthroat. It's every man for himself, and even friendships can be broken in the blink of an eye. No different than adulthood.
I think that's part of the problem, or the nail on the head about public schools. They are trying to prepare us for what our society is. And like you're saying, every man for themselves and cutthroat, I'll cut you, bitch, sort of mentality.
Dog eat
And
dog. Yeah, that used to be the term.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's not that we protect and coddle our kids. You can't do that. You do have to have the facts of life. Not everybody is going to like you, and not everybody is going to have a good reason for liking you. And somebody will come out and fuck you up just for the fun of it, Yeah. But if we're talking education here, that is not the same as there's a difference of socialization and education. And if you want to trust other adults to socialize your child, we are seeing the ramifications of strange adults socializing your child.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go on.
I agree. There's a lot of dumb fuck homeschoolers that are teaching their kids nothing, and at the same time, but wait a second, we all are products of public schools. So if I was brought up in a public school, I should at least be able to get my child through, say, middle school. It's this attitude of everybody else is a dumb fuck but this indoctrinated teacher. And it's just not accurate. On the other hand, parents who just think that they know best and their way is the right way, and your child has no other help and hope from anything else, is equally dangerous.
Thank you.
There's a lot of kids who have horrific family situations, and public schools are their only refuge. And some other children, public school is their hell. And they still talk about it to this day. It still scars them to this day. If you ask people if you could go get revenge on your bully that tormented you in school, they would take you up on that offer in a heartbeat.
Hells yeah. Although I imagine most of them are dead anyway. So I won.
But by now, as adults, we shouldn't give a flying fuck. It should not be giving us it shouldn't bother us anymore if it really was nothing. But I think what it shows is how scarring it is, how horrific bullying is. And when you give up your child to somebody else for 12 years to indoctrinate and you are not involved in it, today's society is what we have.
Yeah.
One of the other problems, though, happens to be the fact that, some parents are actually even working 2 jobs. And the capacity to put the time in to be involved in their kids' education is just not there. Because our society makes it just that hard for, anyone to survive. Yep. No one even has a basic income. I mean, I recently found out that, New York is gonna raise the wage to $15, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, wasn't that done already? And I recently found out that they're like, no, that's gonna happen by 2023. What a crock of shit. How is anyone surviving in this state? How is anyone surviving?
Well, and my whole problem with that is it's not so much somebody's wage that they're getting, it's the cost of living. It's that you're not able to make enough to cover your living expenses and then have anything left over. Because holy fuck, when I was having to be CPR trained, having to be instant emergency CPR trained, I had the basic credentials as a 16-year-old, as a first responder, either firefighter or paramedic, just to legally be allowed to watch your child. but I was making $7.75 fucking cents an hour. So if you're gonna bitch at me that you're not getting $20 an hour to flip a fucking burger, but you're not going to be put in jail because you did not resuscitate a child correctly, I don't give a flying fuck that you're not getting $20 an hour. You know, and it doesn't mean though that people should not be allowed to make enough money to have a living.
Well, this is the problem, is that the cost of living goes up, the wages
exactly.
don't. The wages don't match the cost of living. And
well, the utilities
granted, you know, the person flipping a burger might be a piece of shit, but $20 might be enough to get that person to decide to go to see what their kids are doing in school and pay attention to their fucking kids. Dude,
you know what I would rather do? I did that. I started making coffee at a coffee shop, and I was able to buy a house and raise my kids in a house instead of in an apartment. And that's because I switched out of fucking teaching and started making mass money and tips, making coffee. Now, the stress and the burden and the education that I had to go through to teach your child compared to my job responsibilities to hand you a cup of coffee are not even comparable whatsoever. Should you be allowed to be a coffee maker or a burger flipper, and you should be able to see your kids, and you should be able to feed them, and you should be able to have a comfortable way of life? But nobody talks about how much money the water companies are making, how much money the electric companies are making, how much basic toilet paper and diapers and your water bill take up all your money, whether you're working as a teacher or you're working as a burger flipper. And that's the problem. The cost of living has raised. The wages don't match it. And for me, I, over the summer, was very fortunate to be able to hire on as private contractors, not as employees, but I could afford to have pay a couple helpers to help me with a lot of my jobs. And I would have loved to have employed them and to provide insurance, provide other things that being an employer and employee can have. But the difference of them being a private contractor and me being able to afford technically being an employer is astronomical. There is no room for small business. There is no room. And if you're going to just keep telling me my minimum wage that I can offer people is going to rise to a certain level, whereas I, as an employer, am going to just be taking it up the ass in taxes, in unemployment taxes, in all sorts of other bullshit, in licenses and permits and other things that I have to have just to be a business owner. I can't afford it.
I get what you're saying.
I'd love to provide it.
This would have to be something that goes up all over the board, and that's the problem, is that no one's talking about making things fair across the board.
Right.
They're focusing on one. They're focusing on one thing. It's a sort of monofocal mindset that America has, and it's that monofocal mindset that causes a non-functional society, as we're seeing it right now.
It does. And a parent who's working a job flipping burgers and scrubbing toilets has every right to fucking feed their kids and enjoy a great fucking life and enjoy their kids' life. But we put, for some reason, it's if you make more money, you're happier. And it's not true, but it's also, it's horrific for me. So I did teaching, I did interning. But when I moved into billing, I did billing for my school district in the state that I lived in. And I was responsible for 7 schools billing. And I made triple what I made sitting at a fucking desk, charging people, putting out bills, doing work with collections, and doing customer interface as far as billing compared to what I did teaching. We have an absolute problem with what we do pay people for what they do. I would have loved to have kept working with kids, but I needed to be able to survive. And somebody sitting behind a desk printing out bills and doing accounting shouldn't make more than somebody who's upstairs teaching your child how to survive and live and be self-sufficient and get themselves their own jobs and make their own plans for their own future. We do need to reward people for the hard work and education and the stressful high-level jobs that they do. A doctor who spent 10 years in college and training shouldn't be making the same person who's flipping burgers.
That's
But
true.
that doesn't mean, though, that one is better than the other, that one of their child is worth more than the other, or that they shouldn't both enjoy the fruits of their labor and have a good life for it.
Yes, the problem is we have an error as far as the value system is concerned, or rather, there's a complete lack of values in this economic system. And the problem, this is one of the problems with what we have as far as this runaway capitalism model. And it's for that reason that I think a centralized government that reins in all that would be necessary. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's ever going to happen, given the way people are so greedy and corruptible in this type of open system. So any attempt to overhaul and change it, they will, it'll be squashed right away.
Yeah.
But
what is it? I forget who made that, who wrote that saying. But positions of power will always attract people with pathological personalities. So whether it's money or power, anytime that's available, you will attract a pathological personality to it. So it's kind of like our paramedics. Paramedics are wonderful people in the ambulances. They do their hard work and they're good shit. At the same time, it is one of the most corrupt positions. And that doesn't get a lot of news, but I forget, when I looked up the statistics, there's a large number of paramedics who are busted for thievery, either for like jewelry, people's items, or their medication.
Yeah.
It's horrific. And it's the same thing with our schools. If you don't think that schools who teach children attract pedophiles, you're out of your fucking mind.
Yes. Well, that was sort of my thought process when you told me what that male teacher had told to that student.
Yep.
That was the first thing that came to mind, and that felt off.
Mm-hmm.
It's very off. The words that they used, it was not. There are so many different ways for that to be done, and the way that he did it was absolutely horrific. I was so proud of this girl, though, because her answer to him was, actually, the problem is the fact that you're looking at my boobs.
Yes.
Yes. So it's a good response, but at the same time, I'm having to explain to this girl, though, but people, how do you tell a kid, though, yeah, but that's going to happen. If you do wear these shirts, that is going to happen. And it's not your fault, though, and it shouldn't happen. And the question of females for rape and assault is constantly in actual trial asked by attorneys is, but what were you wearing?
Yes.
What were you drinking?
And that's the problem. None of that should matter.
It should never matter. So just because he could see her breasts doesn't mean he should have fucking been looking or saying anything. Should she be explained for her safety and in a school setting?
Dress is not consent. Dress is not consent.
Yeah, it's not consent. And for an adult to breach that gap instead of maybe figuring out a different way to explain. I mean, if he tried to say it in a way of watching out for her, I'm worried about what you're wearing and the things that I've seen around here. But it was all about him. He was expressing he can see her breasts. I'm sorry. I'm a chick. I guess I'll say it. I don't have small breasts. You're going to see them. It's not like I'm flashing them out there and sticking them out. And it's not like you're giving them a right to see them. But I experienced the same thing in high school. Yeah. It's not consent. And leave it alone. I don't know. It's so hard. It's hard with teenagers. It's hard with kids.
And I'd also be curious. Now, bear in mind, for both of you, the situation was kind of unusual. I just got back before transmission tonight, which is why these wonderful people are buying me time, and they're doing so with great effect. And I'm going to let them continue to do that. I just wanted you both to know that I'm on a double mute here, so people don't hear me chewing. So it takes me a few seconds to get off of both mutes to get back, the mute of the Skype and the mute of the microphone, to get back to you if I wanted to say something. So I'm just chewing some lunch here. I've got to get some calories in myself so that I can, burn through the rest of the night. But I'm hoping that I'd love Mandy's opinion on why we have these assholes. And personally, my stance on this is that women should be able to breastfeed in public. But we get these motherfuckers who just say that that's somehow offensive to them, or that offends their sensibilities to see a woman breastfeeding in public. And I feel so personally violated by their sense of violation. But I wonder what your stance on this would be. So please take it away.
That's one of my biggest regrets, is I allowed myself to be shamed into breastfeeding my son in my car.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
And it was by a family member. And after that, it's the same thing as I think about this teacher and this student is, why the fuck are you looking?
Thank you.
Why the fuck is it your problem? And a child eating is sexual to you. There's something really fucking wrong with you. If all you think is a tit is something for you to fuck with, like literally, there is just a massive problem with that. I have a problem with, there's all sorts of things I have a problem with.
Yeah, and like please feel free to share them all. Share them all. Go wherever the tangents take you. Come on, take it away.
I was really pissed today. I was really fucking pissed that somebody wanted to mow down some teenagers for a fucking car spot. So I'm sorry. I'm a little.
No worries.
I don't know. Not spicy. That's the wrong word.
Yeah, go with it.
Pissy.
Go with it, honey. Go with it. Yeah.
But it's this. On one, we were talking about anime, and I do pre-watch or pre-read the anime that my kids do, because a lot of it is very sexualized.
Yes.
Massively sexualized.
Yes.
And then there's certain ones that it's not that I don't allow them to see, but I do let my son know, this is probably one you want to read without your mom, or, this is a show that, you and your boys can go watch and maybe not with mom sitting around the couch, like I'm totally understanding it's natural. It's natural. It's so natural, but there is such an over sexualization in musics and TV. It's just in your face sexualization, but that's a very different thing than showing natural functions of the human body. It's completely different than sexualizing a female's body where men have no fault. Men have no issues. The girls were telling me about how the principal at their school has she's very hardcore about their dress code. But the boys, they're always commenting about how the boys get to wear tank tops, but the girls cannot. The boys can show belly button, but the girls cannot.
Oh, that fucking sucks. Like, who the fuck wants to look at a man's navel? But go on. Yeah.
Right. Well, and it's also teaching the boys at the same time that they're outside of certain rules and parameters.
That's right. And by the way, I can't resist this, while she goes on to that. Now, get right back to eating. But, this reminds me of the Hooters paradox. As I've mentioned, It's like when I see families and, dads taking their daughters into Hooters, and it's like, what are you trying to teach her? To walk around half naked around the house and give you food? I mean, what the fuck? Yes, so please go rip into it by all means.
Well, I have yet to find Dicks R Us serving me burgers.
Yeah, thank you, guys in G-strings. Yeah, dudes in G-strings. You know.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And guys, don't wear G-strings, guys. I guess unless you're gay, because I don't.
Yeah,
I don't like.
Thank you.
It's a personal thing. I'm not into the banana boat thing, but you know, everyone for themselves.
Yes,
but,
understood.
But
yeah, most chicks don't dig that shit. Go on, honey. Yeah. I mean, most women just tolerate a man's genitals. It's not like they really drool for it. Believe me, men think otherwise. Go on.
Yeah, yes. The amount of dick pics are quite. You men are very open with those.
Yeah. It is absolutely bizarre. I mean, totally fucking bizarre. Anyhow, so go on, honey. Yes, by all means. I mean, I'll go mute now. So take it away and just, you know, this is like, but then, you know, I saw things like I said before, I think I went into this when Mandy was with us before and she's heard this, but like, you know, my gang brother Beaver and I used to go down to In-N-Out Burgers to purchase burgers and stuff, that the junk food that my parents used to love. And so when we would bring that stuff home, that was great. But you know, they had this was in Fisherman's Wharf, and they were right next to Hooters. And this is not a moral puritanical trip that I'm on at all. You're talking about somebody who's, you know, I'm a sexaholic and a pornaholic, and I consume massive amounts of pornography. But when it comes to, you know, I worked in the adult entertainment industry, etc. But, you know, when Hooters just doesn't make sense to me. When, you know, you have women who are dressed as oh God. So Jameson, do you want me to express this? I mean, you're expressing this to me. Do you want to share this concern?
Yeah. I think I got it. I'm getting these weird body aches. It's not good. I got to walk around the house with a mask.
Remember, it is much milder. The Omicron variant is much
I know,
milder.
but I don't want to spread it to my family. I mean, granted, I have the vaccine and everything, but I can still spread it, right? So I have to
theoretically, but I presume they also have had all the vaccines.
Yeah.
One thing that is very clear, and even though that this is totally a different breed of thing that we're dealing with, is when an immune system has already dealt with it, when you do spread it to somebody else, it is weaker.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that people should just go willy-nilly, whatever. But if you have a healthy immune system, at least know that if you do spread it, you are spreading it with a part of that immune system key that the other person's immune system is instantly going to receive that information and will already be 10 times more able to tackle whatever it is that you are spreading.
Well, what's absurd about this is that I took every possible precaution. I double masked.
You don't need to do that. You don't need to go defensive with us.
I'm sure you did.
I did that. I even wear goggles. For God's sake.
Dude, we know how phobic you are about this, so don't sweat it. You don't need to get defensive and say I did all this.
Unless this is just a chest cold from walking around with.
Look, you know, when I went out the other day to the bank. Now, by the way, people know most of the time it's just between the crypt and the estates of my son, right? You know, everybody knows that that's pretty much as I prefer it. Every once in a while, I have to go out on my own to do something that I have to do in terms of adult responsibility, like go to the bank and withdraw enough money for rent and shit like that. And so, like, I went out the other day and stopped after the bank into Walgreens. Oh God, just that trip down to the bank, walking all the way down there, walking back to Walgreens, and just exposed to all the fuckers that I was exposed to. I swore when I got home, I had a cold at the very least. Is that you hammering on the keyboard like that? Don't do that.
No. I don't think that's not.
Oh, is it the cat? Is that Mandy's cat? You know. Yeah.
No, I'm on the phone and I'm outside, so I have no cats at the moment.
Oh my God. Aren't you freezing to death? So it's somebody else. That means we've got somebody from the NSA who's doing that shit.
We've got the interlopers.
Yeah. Oh my fucking God. I mean, they don't even bother to mute. I mean, see, there we go. There we go. This is the kind
It was me and my cussing. I'm sorry.
no worries. No worries. Fuck them. Honestly, so all I can say is get Jameson out of the way here in terms of that. I mean, honestly, just.
I think I'm gonna just let this kill me. I've seen enough of life. I can honestly check out at this point.
No. I have, there's a lot of really good studies that if you quickly put in your body into ketosis stasis, which is not the weight loss trend bullshit, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, tell them what to do,
it's a real state. Your body will expunge everything that's currently in it.
There's a problem with that. Every time I've done that, I've wound up in the hospital with the rhabdomyolysis because every time they give me my blood work, they find ketones in my blood when I get rhabdo. So for some reason, the ketosis doesn't work with this condition.
Now,
I thought she gave you something that helped
ribose deficiency.
Else, she gave you some one time.
Oh yeah, it was the apple cider and water.
Yeah, the vinegar. So there is something called the ketosis flu. Your body will go through oh my God, I'm sick. It will not feel normal. And that is because it is detoxing. So what you're feeling is shit getting pulled out of your cells and your tissues and your organs that are dead cells. That's shit. That's scum. Yeah. And you're going to feel like shit. Yeah. But if you do if you keep yourself highly, highly up on the electrolytes, it will counter that and it will actually flush out your system faster. And usually 3 to 5 days, people will feel like shit. But after that, you will be expunged.
I have been doing the apple cider vinegar like almost every day. So I don't know if that's contributed to it. But
it might.
And I do know that the throat was probably me trying to test vibrating in these low demonic growls that sort of
there we are.
Well, and honey is always a wonderful thing.
Honey, yes.
Honey, yep, for the throat. It's something that
there's a problem with the honey. Is that most of the honey we have is actually Chinese molasses.
Oh yeah, you got to make sure you're getting the right honey.
I don't have access to honey, and I don't really. I don't think it's a good idea for me to introduce some of the radiation from the Manhattan Project into my body. This year. Oh my gosh! Too many X-rays this year. They X-ray you for nothing. You go in there.
It's funny. It's funny.
It's an X-ray.
They don't do that in San Francisco. I mean, I'll tell you that, or at least Kaiser, because I was like asking for x-rays because I was afraid I had contracted pneumonia, and they were like, oh no, we don't want to expose you to extra radiation, only x-rays when absolutely needed. So they're pretty good about that here in that sense.
Wow. But I told them that I thought I was having a heart attack, so that's probably why they did the x-ray.
Okay. So
but everything checked out normal.
There you go. So what I want you to know is, like, the other day I went out, I came home, and I was convinced I had the Omicron. Now, in a few days, it might turn out I have Omicron because it takes a few days, right? But still, it's like, just don't trip. What we're saying is basically, if you've got it, your family's not going to die from it because you're all fucking vaccinated, except your brother who doesn't take the vaccines, and he deserves to.
Well, unfortunately, I'm starting to wonder if I might have gotten it from him.
Well, there you go. That would probably be the case. Gives you another reason to kill him in his sleep or something. But all that being said, we appreciate what you're going through. You're going to be fine. Mandy, let's get back to what you were talking about. I want to hear more of your pissing. So piss in Jameson's cornflakes here, and and he'll just participate. He'll participate by bitching about it. In the meantime, I'm gonna go mute. You're both doing so well. I'm trying to get my head out of my ass, get my head together, get enough calories in me. Maybe I'll go for some alcohol, and I've already got a big shot of the what do we call that again?
Amanda, you actually got a message from Daniel, since you were talking about not seeing guys, delivering food in G-strings and whatnot. Daniel said, I'll shake it for Amanda in my banana hammock after I find my hot costume.
There we are. There we are. By the way, you slurred when you read that, so nobody really heard it. So you'll have to read it out loud again, more defined. I know your voice is shot.
Okay. I'll shake it for Amanda in my banana hammock after I find my cop costume.
There we are. Much better. Very funny.
Oh.
That's
Oh my goodness.
okay.
Oh my goodness.
We love you, Amanda. So take the stage again, Amanda. You're doing fine. I'm so glad to find out that you've got big tits. Thank you. Yes. And thank you for, I want you to know there's very few women like yourself who tolerate. I used to illustrate very sexualized illustrations of Amanda, and she never bitched. She never complained, even though other women approached her about it and said, "Are you cool with this?" So she's very good that way, and she's also she tolerated the fact that one of my escorts actually pretended she was Amanda for me. So there we have that, and so.
Well,
Amanda,
I sent you a picture thinking I was sending a picture of my squirrel. So
there we are.
You know.
There we are. Yes.
Douglas, do you happen to have any? Well, after the show, could you maybe? Let me see if you got any more pictures of some of those escorts.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see what mood I'm in. Obviously, I'll be burned out after the show. You might need to wait a day or so. Yeah, we'll see. And obviously, it's nothing prudish on my part. It's like I said, and that's what thank you. So I'll remember that. I'll remember that request, Jameson, and actually. Gave him a photograph of something I wouldn't normally show to people, and it wasn't a dick pic, I assure you. Oh my God! But by the way, funny story there, but I probably shouldn't get into it in public. I'll talk to it privately, talk about it privately to Mandy. But anyhow. Before I get myself into any further trouble or awkward conversation.
Well, I have to say that for the record, I would be intrigued to understand what it is, but in private.
Oh yeah. So sometime soon enough. Yes. And by the way, we're not talking about body parts. Okay.
No. We're talking about some gore porn with people getting mutilated by drug cartels and shit.
No. It's an object. It's an object. But yeah.
Because how much I love watching the human anatomy unfold from its natural form.
It's a ring. I sent him a photograph of a ring. Actually, I should send that to Mandy so that she can see it. I'll put that right here in the text box because I know Mandy goes to Facebook never, and thank God she did the other day so she could take a look at that image of what she calls the green woman, and that was of course my escort with her hair dyed green, which is of course my fantasy about Mandy. And for those of you who don't get it, Mandy is the bamboo lady, and so I would portray her in illustrations oftentimes with a greenish hair, and that was because to represent the bamboo, and so she's just wonderful in that regard, and thank God that she has such a high tolerance for so many of the eccentric things that I do. So here, Mandy, is the image that I sent to our man Jameson. It's there in the text box right here, so you can take a look at it in all its glory. And so now that I've showed that to you, I probably won't explain it to him until for a while yet. I tried actually not to tell him too much about the occult.
I already knew what it was.
Yes.
When I first saw it, it screamed to me what it was. It communicated what it was to me.
Well, you're very intuitive. You're very intuitive about this sort of thing. So aside from all of that, obviously I've picked up quite a lot of things over the times that I worked with Aquino and ever since, and of course from my mother as well, and just hoping everybody appreciated what we
I think I even know what that one does, but I'm not going to say anything.
Understood and appreciated. So by the way, honey, so back to Mandy, and oh my God, what is that? Is that Mandy or Jameson? If not, it's
no, that was me, but a weird breeze just came in and moved stuff that there's no wind.
Interesting. No,
That
yeah,
should not have happened.
Well, Mandy's in the house on Haunted Hill. She is like we've described this before.
Maybe your image stirred up something.
Yeah, yeah, could be that. Yes, and but
I think you need to appease these spirits and show them some of your escorts.
there, so Mandy, honey, what about it's 48 fucking degrees Fahrenheit down here, or probably far worse than that. What is it like up there in Oregon where you're at? It must be bloody frigid, just as it is down here.
It has been freezing. We have been snowing. And as soon as my kids passed around to their friends that I'm from Alaska, all their parents asked me to be the driver because,
that's delightful.
you know, I mean, I told my kids a long time ago, I got my license in a blizzard, which is absolutely true.
Yeah. Oh,
but,
my God. God. Yeah.
You know, that's from living life in Alaska.
Yeah.
My kid's godmother, sent me a picture of which I don't know, I'll just say on air, my kids cannot go to anybody in my family or their father's family.
Right.
So just so it's on record in case there's any dispute, there is somebody else who they are supposed to go to, and there's a lot of reasons for that. So sorry, I'm just personal.
No, that's beautiful. No, I'm so glad you shared that. Thank you.
But she just sent me a picture that there is like over 6 feet in Juneau, Alaska right now, and they're expecting another 18 inches. So that's the environment that I got my license in. and as soon as, you know, my kids, I don't know, I guess that was something that they shared with everybody because snow down here is kind of rare in the area that we're at. At least it's not supposed to last a couple of days, but because we've been having a freeze and snow and other such things, I have just been taxi for the last 2 weeks. So people here just go absolutely batshit crazy when it freezes over. And I don't know why. They should be used to it by now. But they're not.
Right. So when you're outside like that, talking on the cell phone, how do you keep warm? You just bearing the cold, or are you in a fur coat?
No. I converted half of my garage to be my greenhouse for when it's wintertime.
Okay.
So I'm in about 73 to 76 degrees right now.
Cool. Oh, good for you. Thank God.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have my babies. I love my plants. So
yes. Thank God.
I'm in my little happy place right now.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I am so glad. And I'm so glad that your kids are old enough where they can be left alone and untended to. Maybe
it's
not, but
it's a freaking godsend. I am trying so hard to appreciate that level and remind myself when that was not available to me.
Yes.
Just so I appreciate it when it happens, because I feel like I'm jaded or something.
Oh yeah.
So
no, that's understandable. Oh my God. And just thank God that everything worked out. When I was first dealing with Amanda, there was a high chance she wasn't going to live. Her greatest concern was leaving her children alone, without a proper parent. I mean, her husband, as I said before, is completely fucking criminally retarded. I mean, you've never heard that term before until now. That's her husband, criminally retarded. That's the term I would use. And, so her ex-husband, I'm happy to say, yeah, and so that's one reason that the kids are not to go to him, and his family is just plain fucking evil. So we're talking.
They are evil.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
If people don't know that families are evil and they do stick together, you can send me messages. I'll share.
Yeah.
Because it's true. It's absolutely fucking true, and they are absolutely the snake eating the tail. Yeah. They will sacrifice each other. They will sacrifice everybody else, and they will do the family, stick up for family, even in the sake of every horrific thing that happens. So if people wonder why parents do certain things to kids, or, oh no, they wouldn't sacrifice their firstborn child, or they wouldn't sell their child to this or that, or put him into a cult. sexual practices or whatever. Bullshit. It's so legit. It's scary.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah, they had her ex-husband when he was underage. Like, we're talking, like, I can't remember how young he was, but it was really fucking young, sitting literally on a bar stool and acting as the bartender for adult orgies. So this is, yeah.
They had to use, they used telephone books. Like, it's so not a thing today, but telephone books used to be like huge.
Yeah.
Like they were bigger than Bibles.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so they would stack those on a bar stool to prop him up just so he'd be high enough on the fucking, at the bar to be able to hand people their drinks.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yeah. Go on.
One of the weird memories that he tells me about that he did remember was this one guy walking over asking for a beer. He opened it up and then he poured it into my kid's dad's tip jar, and he filled the entire thing with beer and just laughed off and put 100 in there and then said, "You can fish it out later." And everybody just stood around and watched it and let it happen.
Yeah.
And it wasn't his uncle. It was his uncle's friend that came over and helped him strain the beer off of his tips to clean out his tip jar. And he was like 10 at the time.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And this was when they were absolutely doing these parties with the pornographic industry at the time.
Yeah.
So this would have been like mid 80s, late 80s, I want to say, Los Angeles ish.
Yeah.
Or no, it'd have to, no, it'd be right around there. So
there we are. And well, and that's
a happy note, I guess.
No, I'm so glad you shared that, because it's literally this is the kind of individual whose father was definitely trying to kill Mandy to get the kids. There is no doubt of that.
I don't think people know. I don't know if we've talked about this before. Like, his business is the one that put in every single airport. I guess it's to say, like, trackable who I am, but I mean, whatever. The airport scanners where they do the scanning of your body, like the X-ray imaging that all the airports have now. Yeah. That was his dad's company that put all of those in across the United States.
And you might remember, I was trying to get yourself and who is that idiot again who was with the band Megadeth? Do you remember his name?
Oh my goodness.
Jeff
what
Young.
was his name?
Jeff Young.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get Jeff Young and both of you on the same transmission. I later found out from the lady who was, what was her name? She was Jeff Young wound up living with her. And she was in a housing project in Texas. And she was adamant that he was abusive, physically abusive, a complete parasite, and was telling her that I was an agent of the government, that I was some kind of government shill because I wouldn't support his crazy gay boyfriend, who was the guy who was doing supposedly gematria and shit. And granted, it was Laura Lee Solomon who got that off on the wrong fucking foot by just, in her elitism, was just slamming this guy, openly and publicly without, consulting myself. But it's just like she was on her own crazy trip and ultimately, of course, spiraled. But in terms of, whatever Jeff Young and his gematria boyfriend, crazy boy, Jeff Young was just totally dedicated to this guy. It had to be gay. So neither one of you is keyboarding right now, right?
None of us.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm actually listening and writing something at the same time. I'm not keyboarding. And
there we are. So
I'm on a phone. I don't have a keyboard.
Got it. So it's definitely the NSA fucker who's listening to us. By the way, Salman Sheikh brought up that it's currently a Japanese American is the director of the NSA. So, that, thank you. So that goes to show you where, this woman, Noriko, that, Peter Moon has heard might be of that kind of ilk. But we don't know.
I don't think if the person's been Americanized in this culture, there's just no hope.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, if she's already pushing that shit she was pushing about, Hirohito being the sacred crane, and she makes some stupid American pun, I mean, she's obviously, not in my league. But in terms of Daniel Arola, he brought up it was Yvonne Fiore. Yvonne Fiore, she was the girl in Texas. Thank you, Daniel Arola. Deeply appreciate it. She was the lady in Texas who was living in a housing project, and that was already, overmolded. We're talking like black mold coming out of cracks in the rooms and shit. And you're not supposed to have... You're not supposed to have any partners or, roommates come into these places. But, Jeff Young was leeching off her and claiming I was some federal shill because, I wouldn't support his gematria boyfriend. So, I mean, there you go. A bunch of just anyhow. So the whole point I was making with that, what was the fucking point? Oh, yes. I was trying to get him on the same transmission as Mandy because that's neither one of you, right? All that fucking okay, can anybody hear me?
And I came back on, and okay,
there we are. Okay, so what happened was,
my goodness.
Yeah, so I got knocked off the call. Now, we're all back in the call, so
it's the NSA prick.
Yeah, and he's still pounding away at the keyboard, and
it's probably Jeff Young.
Yeah.
Well, from what I remember, you contacted me and you were letting me know that we had a private conversation with him.
Yeah.
And he was secretly recording it.
He recorded it all and he published it. He recorded it all and he published it, which, I always speak as if I'm being recorded because I always am being recorded. But in terms of someone like Jeff Young doing that, it incensed, it inflamed, outraged Laura Lee Solomon, and I could see why. It was a violation of trust. But, it's fucking Jeff Young, and who gives a shit, this is the kind of guy he was. But my point was, he had a father who did something very similar to what Mandy's father-in-law was doing, and that's why I was trying to get the two of them to talk. And I can't remember exactly what Jeff Young's dad did, but Yvonne Fiore told me that apparently, he claimed that his brother stole all the money. You might remember the whole sad sob story better than I do, but Yvonne Fiore said whatever it was, he was full of shit, that basically, he's just a leech and a parasite, and he fucked up royally, and, but he was telling us that his brother had, swindled him out of the company, and it should have been his company or something. Or,
right.
Yeah, something horrible, but the company was something that had to do with the same kind of technology or a complementary technology to, what your father-in-law was doing. God, this person, whoever they are, they're moving around like they're washing dishes or something. And, it sounds a lot like Sammy Romero when he had his mute off, but
except he's not here. So
except he's not here.
That's weird. I don't hear anything.
Okay.
Besides you guys talking.
Okay, but our man Jameson hears it, right? You hear it.
Yeah.
I hear it. It's like shuffling. It's...
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe it totally. I
Yes.
Well, yeah, and I also remember when you were talking about that, and you kept trying to bring up oh my goodness, so Mandy's, father-in-law, blah blah blah. He kind of would dodge, directly talking with me about exactly what technology and exactly what the business was. So that was weird.
Yeah.
To me, because it should have been very clear, because this is a very specific it's a medical technical industry, and they have to have government permission and grants to do this. And I just remember my father-in-law, he was always going to Taiwan. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
No
Taiwan. I am embarrassed. Taiwan, Hong Kong, and South Africa, and Scotland.
Okay.
And he was always traveling to those places.
Yeah.
And so it was very clear where these guys were meeting, and that he never wanted to directly address that.
Yeah.
When we were talking, it struck me as odd, at the very least. It was just very suspect to me, because what I understand is that this was a very elite area,
Yeah.
and these guys always know each other.
Yes.
And if you didn't, it's kind of like living in a small town. If you don't know somebody, you know somebody that knows somebody.
Yes.
And so you kind of vicariously know everybody. And that he wasn't able to, or would not directly address where that was just very odd to me. And I also have to say, if David Mustaine from Megadeth says you're too cray to be in his band, then there's some serious shit going down. That's all I know. And there's more people that know the music industry and high level shit and all that stuff. So I won't claim to be an expert on that whatsoever, but my little scrapings of that arena, if David Mustaine says you're too fucked up, it's bad. It's really bad. That's all I know. If Metallica, if he doesn't want you around, shit's bad already.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I mean, God, and he's no prize. We've talked about Dave Mustaine before and all that shit.
Putin's brother.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Putin's brother.
Yeah, Putin's brother. Yeah, that's our joke because people have brought
I've
up.
Heard that.
I'm sorry?
I've heard that joke. I never knew how it was referenced, though.
Oh, okay. Because Putin and Dave Mustaine actually they look very much alike, and so what people have done is they've created memes where they've put Putin in a long hair Dave Mustaine wig, and they using deep fakes they look like twin brothers. So, yeah, so what they've pointed out is that Dave Mustaine and Putin could have been separated at birth. That's the joke. And the reality is that Dave Mustaine is basically a gay lover of Alex Jones. They do sleep in hotel rooms together. That is a fact. And and Alex Jones hero worships, Putin. And by the way, I mean, I'm going to go mute so I don't get myself in too much trouble. But, if you hear weird shuffling and stuff, it's not me. And aside from that, my sponsor, Mr. Ben Estenius, who people know from the commercial for his crime tours. And I want people to know they actually had some result. They had a few tours arranged by these. Is that some background noise? Do any of you hear that? I mean, Jameson.
Yeah, I'm hearing.
Sorry, it's like chewing. That's not me.
It's like the NSA guy's trying to whack off or something, and he wants us to hear it.
This is so weird. I just hear you guys talking.
Well, you're lucky, honey. You aren't missing shit. I mean, we're hearing everything but a turd drop. I mean, this guy next will be reading, on top of the toilet, and we'll be hearing that. But in terms of, my sponsor, Ben Estenius, who I read out those solicitations for concerning his true crime tours, happy to see they've had some result, even during COVID, for God's sakes. That's surprising. And but beyond that, he was in a state of real bad health. And he shared with me a lot of this had to do with stress and tension. And he admitted the fact. Now, by the way, just to put this into context for people, I have to think whether I should share this or not. But I don't think he'll hold it against me. And he would probably talk about it if I asked him about it on air, because he's been open about a number of other things, except things that might get him, in trouble for murder or something like that. But this wouldn't do that. But basically, his daughter was born developmentally disabled. And his daughter's white, like he is. And a black man took advantage of her and impregnated her. And it wound up where he didn't want her to have the baby because she was completely unable to take care of it. And this black man was basically a homeless parasite who was basically moving in with her because he supplied her apartment and was paying for the rent. So you can imagine how he felt about that. And then so it wound up where he and this black guy got into a fight with both of them welding a baseball bat. How that happens, I have no idea how two guys both wind up with baseball bats in a baseball bat duel.
Oh my gosh.
It wound up with his getting arrested, and had it been taken place any later in history than it did, this was before hate crimes were on the books, he would have been probably in federal for hate crime, because, you know, they charged him with everything, because, of course, the black guy had a lot of influence over his retarded daughter. And so his retarded daughter pressed all charges against him. Yeah, tried to have him. So obviously this guy has some backstory, which makes him particularly vulnerable to people like Alex Jones. So I found out from him that he thought he was having a heart attack, and he wound up going to his veteran friend's home, and his veteran is his friend, who's a veteran, is going blind. His friend, as a matter of fact, is now completely blind. By the way, I'm not keyboarding there, just so people know. The keyboarding you hear is not me. And so his friend is living in a veteran's home. In other words, not like a home for veterans, but they provided these veterans homes. And you hear the keyboarding now. It's maddening. Anyhow, so when it comes to the veterans, they're living in homes in this ghettoized neighborhood where they also put in a bunch of immigrants from Haiti, apparently. And so he's in this all-black neighborhood, and he's blind, and they're like, but all these veterans have homes where they're given houses, but they have no monitoring, and so these guys just all drink and drug all day, the veterans. And
God.
yeah, so here's this.
That's just rich.
I'm sorry?
No, I said that's just rich, and then someone else sounded like they were murmuring in the background.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's all, yeah, there you go. So anyhow, so this blind veteran guy, when Ben thought he was having a heart attack, he went to this guy's home so he could lie down on the guy's floor. He wound up lying down on the blind guy's floor and said he thought he was dying, so he said, "I think this is it." And of course his blind friend says, "Yeah, that's what Frank Sinatra said before he died." You know, real. Anyhow, so when I asked Ben, how did it get to this point, then he admitted, he confessed to me after I questioned him thoroughly, yeah, well, I spend all day listening to Alex Jones, and I get so angry, I'm driving down the street, looking at all these blacks in his neighborhood. I pick them up to go shopping and stuff. I look at all these, you know, and I just want to kill people. You know, I hate the government. I hate everybody. And so, I said, God, you stupid motherfucker, you deserve it. I said, stop listening to Alex Jones. I don't understand. Why aren't you listening to me? My shows are 12 hours long. You could stretch that out throughout an entire fucking week during your work days to listen in the background. What are you doing listening?
And learn something legitimate.
Yeah,
I mean,
thank you.
Alex Jones does nothing but say, fucking this, what you gonna do?
You know what Alex Jones convinced him to do? You know what Alex Jones convinced him to do? By listening to Alex Jones, he wound up taking the veterinary horse shit, the veterinary horse antibiotic that they said would kill COVID, and that is what poisoned him, that caused the heart constrictions. Okay? So Alex Jones literally almost killed him. I mean,
that stuff also shrinks the testicles.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well, that might be a positive in his case. He won't be producing any more retarded kids, right? For black guys to come along and rape. Yeah, and so at any rate, so now I've got him listening now to nothing but Bible shit in the background. So he turns on all these Bible channels for the day while he's working and shit, so he can listen to that in the background. He's come back to Christ, and so there's a victory for that, and he's more at peace now, and is no longer feeling all the constant stress and pain and agony. You see, all of this alternative right information network it's all rageaholism. They're rageaholics, and they're high on rage. This is high octane hate. This is all they're running on, and it's incredible to me that anyone would subject themselves to that. But what I'm going to do now is retreat into the mute. Any shit you hear is not myself when it comes to shuffling and farting and snorting or whatever you're gonna hear from this guy with the NSA. who doesn't go mute. You know, probably what's happened is he's been assigned to listen in on us, and I don't understand why they just don't turn on the fucking channel and listen. No, they got to get in on the call. And
Well, I mean, if that's the case, you might as well speak to us.
I know, really.
Round table with
really,
him.
instead he knocked me off. Instead he knocked me off the call, and I had to get back on the call. He knocked me off the call. I mean, this is like, you know, yeah, this is what they do. And but they're all chicken shit and all that stuff. Well, let me get back to eating this. And Mandy, come back on and tell us about this rageaholism and you know, rageaholics, what you've experienced with rageahol, you know, rageaholism, and you know, and other things. Just go ahead and piss away. And like I said, keep bitching about it and tell us more about, you know, rearing your kids. Now, I was fascinated. Of course, you were talking about. You were shamed. I presume you were shamed into not feeding your children publicly because of your criminally retarded ex-husband, and you know, and he was probably the dumbass family member who did that, unless your father was incredibly misguided at that point in his life or something. I don't see that as being the case. But you could tell us more about that, about how your criminally retarded husband was raised as a bartender, essentially, you know, sitting on phone books and giving people, you know, various kind of drinks at their orgies and shit. And, you know, God knows what kind of dreams he had at night while growing up. So, you know, aside from all of that, what else? There's just so much for you to bitch about. And I mean, really, I mean, it's just endless, the amount of things you could bitch about. But you could bitch about the wild horses, about their land disappearing, and, you know, who decides what's wild and what exactly defines a wild horse. And, you know, yeah. And so by all means, you know, take over the stage. I'll mute. And if I feel the need to come in and say weird things, I'll do that. But otherwise, you know, it's Jameson and you. So, you know, but, you know, what I related about Ben, Jameson says heat is coming on in the background, so I muted it. Oh, that's cute. Okay. And in the meantime, so it's all you, honey, for right now. He'll pitch in when he feels the need to, but he's got the heat on, so he mutes so that we don't hear that. But so, honey, let it rip.
Well, one thing that just jumps to my mind when you bring up the Mustang program and the wild horses, it's definitely a sensitive and special subject for me, because my father, I'm not going to go into his childhood or his past yet. I'm not going to do that yet. I thought about it. I don't know when I'll do that, but my father and his mother and her at the time husband did have a ranch, and it was in Eastern Oregon, and it was with horses. And something happened which my father did not specifically articulate to me, but somehow something happened that my dad was supposed to get this property and this land, and somebody else took that away from him, and in essence from me as well, my children as well. But this was when he was younger, and it was a vast amount of acreage. It was where they were allowing the wild Mustangs to go through their property and still live, and they did not take the Mustangs from the wild herds only when there were sick, weakened, mangled ones. They would go in and take in and take care of and rehabilitate. But they did have a stallion ranch, and somehow that got taken away from my family when my grandmother's husband passed away, and it was supposed to be inherited by her and my father. And I do not know the details of that. My dad did not share a lot of details with me before my mother. So growing up in Eastern Oregon, I just remember riding the 1.5-hour bus ride to school, because I lived in a very small town up in the mountains. There was right now there's about a population of 205, I think, registered people there. And when I was growing up there until I was 9, there was 535 I want to say was the number I remember seeing when I looked it up. So this was a very small place. But I used to watch the horses, the wild horses at the time, running over the mountains every morning to school, and my neighbors would do horses and stuff, and so I've always had just a very special connection that a lot of people do have. So it is very special for me to be able to get my kids into the circle of helping the Mustangs that my dad and his father-in-law, or I'm sorry, stepfather at the time, were trying to do. He wasn't able to do it. My grandmother was stripped away from her right to be able to do it with her husband after he passed away. And so it means a lot that my kids are enabling to contribute in some way for that. The horses are losing their land. All wild animals are losing their land. Humans are corrupt and horrible, and I love humans too, but
animals. There's a sort of purity about them where it can be unconditional.
Yeah.
Humans, you can't. It's very difficult to love them unconditionally.
It's very hard. It's very hard. I until I had kids, I would have been happy, ostracized on an island alone with animals. I would have been happy. I actually, there are several groups now, but when I was in high school, there was only one known group that their job was actually to go out and hunt poachers, especially over in Africa. And I was like, that's me. I am all for that.
Yeah,
and I would still, if anything happened to my kids or when they're older, that's where I'll go.
Right. And by the way, you're talking about, if we're speaking of the same group, that was an organization of mercenaries who were employed by certain African governments to guard the preserves. That's right.
Yep.
And so they were combating the poachers, and
yep.
very, very.
I would not take a human's life willy-nilly, but if you're there to go and massacre some elephants and some tigers and whatnot, like, I'll pull the trigger.
Yeah.
You know, sorry. But,
oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that. And I'm happy to report that there are now African groups that fulfill that responsibility.
Yes.
And,
see, that used to be the thing, is that there weren't locals
that
were empowered to do it themselves. And so that was the only reason to infiltrate and help. That was because they did not have the means, they didn't have the weapons, they didn't have the funding, they didn't have the local support, they didn't have the state support, and it was not an option.
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of our man, Jameson Reese, he says, be right back, hacking the remains of my lung out. Now, by the way, I'm going to answer that with a snowflake and a party emoji, because he is, let's just say he's a bit of a, indulgent there. I mean, I'm the guy who's had multiple collapsed lungs, all right, to the point where my lungs are stapled to my rib cage. Okay, this guy's got nothing to fucking worry about. So,
darling, I had like a fourth of my lung getting me by for 2 years, so you'll make it.
Yes, that's right. That's right. If you want to share that, summarize that for people so they understand and appreciate what you went through, by all means, please.
My car accident, my hernia ended up getting ignored for so long that I had inhaled or drawn up into my diaphragm, above my diaphragm, into my lungs and heart cavity, so much that only 2 inches of my stomach was actually hanging down where technically the start of everybody else's stomach belongs. So my stomach, literally 100% literally, the tissue of my stomach was strangulating my heart. And to be able to get up to that spot, it had overtaken my left lung entirely, and my right lung, the bottom cavity of it, had been pushed up so high that I only had my fourth of my right lung actively working. After my stomach was pulled out, and dropped down and sewn into place so that it couldn't move anymore, which is also not that great, but considering, I guess that's the better of all other options.
Right. How would you compare that? How would you compare that to people who pay, like the woman who was the manageress at Godlike Productions? That poor lady. I would be surprised if she's still alive with some of the health issues that she had. But she had paid for what do you call it? They put a band around your stomach so that you.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel so torn because on one hand, I mean, your stomach can stretch. It is kind of like your cheeks, or I'm sorry if this is vulgar, the vagina.
Right.
Like the tissues are meant to expand and contract as a part of the function. And when you cut out your stomach and you make it stay in place and you don't allow it to grow and then decrease, I mean, but this is also people who are obese, their lifespan is shortened, and so they are facing a life or death issue.
Well, in her case, like so many, the majority of the people, it's cosmetic. You know that, but go on.
I was just gonna say, so the amount of people who they get to do this surgery compared to people who want it. There is such a huge difference, and people don't. I've seen it lately in the last couple of years, where science is finally acknowledging your stomach is a second brain. It has a lot more to it and a lot more communicative skills that it sends and receives messages to and from the brain. And when we say like, your brain doesn't know that you've eaten yet, and that's why it thinks you're still hungry and blah, blah, blah. Your stomach is kind of like a second PC. Like it's got its own memory chip and it's got its own like little communication thing going on. And when you go and mess with it, unless it is a life or death situation compared to diet and control and other factors that you need to do, it's scary. It's absolutely scary. People that just willy-nilly go and do that as a makeshift to other lifestyle, choices or options, it's horrendous. And I think that there is a certain level of the doctorate profession that they absolutely know what they're doing, but they're all about the dollar bill. They're all about the buck. I had the same issue with my daughter with surgery, where I had a pediatric surgeon drive an hour and a half so that my daughter didn't get thrown into the surgery that the ER doctor was fighting me to put her under. And we need more doctors like that. We need more teachers like that, but there are so many that just want, and the emergency room doctor, when he was telling me that the pediatric surgeon was coming in to do other methods besides put my daughter under for surgery, he was like, well, the doctor kind of reprimanded me. I want to go into surgery. I look at this like a mechanic. I like how things work. I just want to go and fix it surgery. But he said, because your daughter's 2, we got to do other options before we put her under. And I'm sitting there thinking like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I do not have any official doctorate degrees, but I know more than that. And here is this emergency room doctor who's supposed to be my everything I can trust. And he's admitting to me, I just wanted to go play surgeon and go tinker around with your daughter's body.
I mean, that's appalling.
It's horrific. And these doctors that just want to go in and do this cosmetic surgery for this, do this artificial for that, do this and that, like, holy crap. There's so many different things to do and that people need to be accountable for. And I'm so torn on that because I don't want to degrade people, and some people just don't know. They don't know. But having these band surgeries, having these things on your stomach, when I would give anything for even an obese person's stomach that works properly. I would happily take your stomach, you know, like it causes so many problems. And like you were saying, my kids almost lost their mom because my stomach was poisoning my body and couldn't function the way that it needed to. And I spent, I think, 2 years after my surgery having horrific issues with breathing and complications, just because my lungs finally, after being crumpled up for so long and being shoved together for so long, they dropped instantly into my chest cavity, but they did not actually inflate. And the liquid and the problems that my lungs had, just to get functioning normally, I feel like over the last year is actually when I've been kind of a normal human, if that makes any sense, that has like normal breathing capacity and can actually like do things normally, if that makes any sense. I still have issues that my stomach will inflame and have problems, and I will instantly not be able to breathe. And I don't know if that's me triggering like a side effect, or if my lungs are having retaining a memory, because our cells do retain memory. Our tissue does. And I've had to retrain myself how to breathe deep and how to breathe normally and to not go into kind of a hyperventilative mode. But we are able to survive under things that we wouldn't think we should and could, and science and doctors tell us we can't, because technically the way that I was living for about 3 years, I should have keeled over.
Yes.
I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah. It's
But really,
yeah, that's true. It's true. No, believe me, honey, I was with you throughout the affair. Honestly, and this is all because of me. She tried to sponsor myself, and Lori and Ann Fenton called the assassins on her, and that's what boxed her in. While she was driving the family, they tried to kill her and the entire family, and it was their magnificent dog who saved her daughter, and it was they all survived the automobile accident thanks to Kronk the dog. Both children were completely unharmed, and it was only Mandy that took all the damage. But this is something, that's why I did my best to help her and rallied what I could to. But she's definitely, thank God that we were able to help, and ultimately they finally relented and performed the surgery that was needed to save her life, and she seems to have recovered well. To put this into some perspective, that is something that is so horrible. And then you have someone like the lady who was the manageress at Godlike Productions. I don't remember her name, and I'm not trying to belittle her at all, because, you know, I could understand this. I wouldn't want to be fat. If I were overweight, and especially a woman, I would do my best to get an operation to get the band around my belly so I would be forever skinny. But so what happened with this woman, what made it so tragic, was in her case, she was on this speed-like drug. What was the herb? The herb was fen-phen. Fen-phen.
I was going to say, is it fen-phen?
Yeah, it was fen-phen. She was on fen-phen, which was, of course, prescribed by a lot of people for getting thin, and it was really a speed. It was a speed drug, and so all kinds of women who were trying to lose weight were getting addicted to this speed-like narcotic. It was, vegetarian crack, and so this wound up. Because it was prescribed and because it was pharmaceutically based, this wasn't like something off the shelf. She wound up as part of a class action lawsuit. Now, in her case, the class action lawsuit actually paid off in that she got a substantial amount of money. So many people, along with herself, received thousands of dollars. And so in her case, she got enough money. And what did she do with it? She paid for that band to be put around her stomach.
No.
Yes, for the money she got from the damage that was done to her by the fen-phen. And so, and she was just telling me how painful it was. She was in agony, and she was hoping, of course, her body would get used to it. And these things can happen as a form of cosmetic surgery. Something like that can be very uncomfortable, and then your body adapts. But she was going through, hopefully that's what happened. But I would not have been surprised if she died because of the whole.
So that's what will happen. Your body will either keel over or your stomach will stretch out again.
Yeah.
So unless you stick to this strict life altering thing where your body is only the size of, like, you can handle anywhere from a cup to teaspoons of food, unless you strictly stick by that, your stomach will stretch back to the size it was, or your body will shut down.
Yeah.
Most people having the surgery will double the weight that they lost.
Wow.
It's horrifically tragic. My mom was one of the fen-phen people, but she started taking fen-phen right before the lawsuit. And so there was this FDA thing where they allowed this other fen-phen component that wasn't technically called fen-phen. It was fen something. And she was on that.
Oh, God.
And I have to tell you, my mom was fucking crazy.
Ooh. And
I was in high school.
Do you blame the med for that?
Well,
or
I partially, so anytime you take a narcotic, which a lot of these medications are just narcotics, with people who are already have issues, you just heighten it, you just aspirate it, or you trigger things that would have normally been in check, and you give somebody speed who shouldn't have shit. Like nothing. and you start giving them these prescribed medications, and they think it's okay because they're prescription. I know that my mom has a lot of issues. She still does. I do not speak with her. She does not have contact with the kids, and that's because of her choice, not mine. Which I guess I would backtrack that. Now it's mine, but at the point I was doing everything I could to try to facilitate her relationship with the kids. But at a certain point, it was just too horrific. Her psychological well-being is not okay. She's part of the reason why me and my kids do not have any access to my dad's property or inheritance. They were separated. She shouldn't have anything, but she claimed herself as his current wife and took his property after he passed away.
Oh, okay. Oh my God.
It's crazy.
This reminds me of what happened with my father losing everything to the rest of the family and his becoming the black sheep of the family that joined the Navy. It makes me wonder if I should sue my white side family to try and get something, because they certainly provided us with absolutely nothing all the while that we were struggling. And I wonder if that's possible. I should talk to an attorney about that, I suppose.
You should look into it, because I'm not concerned for myself, but I am concerned for my children,
right.
And that they were stripped of their grandfathers, just like he lost his dad. So my German last name is through adoption, even though we do have German lineage, but by marriage, our name is German, and it came through my dad's stepdad. If he did not be officially adopted when he was in his teenage years by this man, I would have retained our Native American last name, which I hate that term, Native American or in Indian. I don't know what to call it.
Indigenous American?
Indigenous American. But my last name should have been Huckabee. Which is an indigenous Chippewa, Ojibwa name.
Wow.
And we did lose our stallion property. So, but I mean, I was told that my kids, and myself would have First Nations peoples. Like my kids could go to college after being able to claim that they were Indigenous if I do this thing. And my dad didn't do it for me. And, you know, I don't know if I should do it for my kids or not. And I know things were too hard for my dad, and I understand the things that he went through and why he couldn't. But I feel like I'm in your boat. Like, should we go after these things? Because we are entitled to it, and we did lose because of it. And it was horrific family and cultural issues. I don't know.
Yes.
It's hard.
No. I appreciate everything that you're saying, and I relate. Now, that being said, at least, you know, so, Jameson, you're back with us. You've hacked out the remaining lung that you have.
I'm probably going to have to head back up and grab my water before lights out in a little bit. But yeah, I'm back.
Okay. And
Coconut water.
Yeah, go get that water and let us know when you come back, okay?
Yeah. My folks think it's a cold. Probably from walking around.
Yes.
Really stoned and not
Yes.
feeling the cold, wearing
Yes.
almost nothing.
Yes.
But I'm happy to say that, you know, since the money has come in, the first thing I have done is I made it my duty to restore my supply.
Oh God. Oh boy. And so anyhow, go get your water.
Be right back, folks.
Yes, let us know
Don't
when you're
forget,
back.
It is the winter cold season, so I mean it's okay to have a cold and all that good stuff.
Yes, there we are. And so
Ginger, lemongrass.
well even
Sorry.
if well, I'm sorry, what was that, honey?
Oh, I was just saying, take some ginger, have some lemongrass tea.
Oh, he's not here to hear that. Wait till he gets back, and then we'll give him
Oh,
suggestions.
yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're
he
right.
went to get his water, and you know, when he gets back, we'll tell him that. But other than that, let's just put it this way.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, so
the
she
water
wanted to
was
tell you.
actually right there.
Okay, so she wanted to tell you. Tell him, honey, about the ginger and the lemongrass. Yeah, what?
I'm just saying, like for lungs and for getting over colds and stuff, like ginger teas, lemongrass, the turmeric, apple cider vinegar, honey, good honey.
Yeah, it's got to be the stuff that's like. I got to go to those people.
I forget
like,
what that that one lovely lady who used to call in with Facebook when you were on, darling, with Laura Lee Solomon, and she was from Australia, and she was doing the honeybee farm.
The German chick. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
I
Fraulein.
forget her name.
I forget her name too. Oh my God.
But
That
she was
blessed.
so wonderful.
Yes.
But there's a certain type of honey that's named with an M, and you can only get that label if you are actually accredited, and it is certified honey, and it is like good batch, first batch, all that stuff.
Yes.
But
yes, she sent me some of this honey she was making, so to speak, honey that she was helping the bees. She was helping to raise the bees, and she sent me some of this produced honey from her New Zealand home. Oh, I don't remember her name.
New Zealand, that's right, New Zealand.
Yeah, she was in New Zealand, and but a German woman, and like she said, I had fantasies of going there to New Zealand. She told me don't ever come there because she said I'd wind up like her husband, just staring up at the stars all night and doing absolutely nothing. So she wanted me to do more with my life. So
there's also an active volcano in New Zealand.
There we are.
Yeah.
What was that, honey?
I was just saying that's how I felt in Juneau, in Alaska. I mean, it's beautiful and it's wonderful, but there's only so much that you can do. And unless you have a specific career there or family tying you there, you just end up, I don't know, not doing much.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
But,
and our man.
And there was a lot of people actually from Alaska that would they would go to New Zealand to either surf or hit their mountains in their wintertime, because I had no idea. But I guess there's snow in New Zealand, and they have ski resorts and everything, this one guy that he married a chick from New Zealand, and she was like, I think 30 years his senior, or vice versa. He was 30 years her senior. And I just kept thinking, I mean, my gosh, you guys just go back and forth between ski seasons, and like, what else do you do?
Nothing. And this, talk about white privilege. I mean, this is like, this is it. And so in terms of our man Jameson, he brought up an active volcano in New Zealand. Now, honestly, Jameson, that's like, who cares? I mean, that's like, that doesn't mean shit. I mean, it's like...
So the active volcanoes right now that are releasing are actually a freaking godsend, because they're meaning that the other volcanoes are not going off. It is, I feel for anybody in those volcanoes and suffering consequences of those volcanoes, but we need those releases.
Yes,
and that they're in
from
place.
La Palma.
Yes, absolutely, and especially in our Ring of Fire. I've always lived in the Ring of Fire. I've always had friends and family in the Ring of Fire, and that would be the volcanic circle that goes from, gosh, I don't know. I only know the coast up to Alaska and going around back down to Hawaii. So somebody probably could.
Oh, honey, just tell people that the Pacific Ring of Fire just stretches along the coast all around the fucking Pacific. It circles the Pacific. That's where you got volcanoes.
And I don't think people know that it goes up to Alaska. If you look up the Anchorage volcano that went off, and I want to say 50 something, 53. I could be way off on that. The Aleutian chains over there actually moved, and if people need to look at what Russia did after the Aleutian chains moved, is weird. It's really weird, because they know and we know that shit shifted when that happened, but they really aren't talking about it. And a lot of my friends are shrimpers and crabbers, and my uncle actually was friends with several of the guys on the show from Deadliest Catch. That's where the show followed the guys that were would get the crabs up there, and they golfed in Seattle. So that should tell you about these guys, that these guys, they try to make them humble fishermen, and no no and no. And the deals with Russia and Japan with the seafood trade, it might sound like small potatoes, but the money that transfers there, I don't know how to describe it. People don't think of it like gold and emerald or black market stuff, but what Russia and Japan will pay for that's caught in our waters up by Alaska and in the Bering, what we can legally sell into the United States is so crazy difference. It's astronomical. And I've been on yachts before of just, oh, hey, so-and-so's in town, why don't we go say hi? And these places are floating cities.
Yes.
And it's not very far to get into technically international waters there. And I watched little dinghies pass back and forth between boats through technical international waters where you shouldn't fucking have a dinghy boat, let alone I don't know, the most seaworthy craft, passing what they pass back and forth. But shit's going through Alaska left and right. So if you don't think that Russia and the United States and espionage and shit's going on, I don't know what to say. I briefly dated somebody who was in special services, who is definitely different than the SEALs guy that I also briefly dated. But he confirmed with me when we were talking about the secret bases in Alaska, and he slipped up one time and accidentally said 7 when the known not disclosed number of secret bases in Alaska was 5. He slipped up one time and said 7. And
Yeah.
it wasn't a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah. Got
But
it.
I lived in Alaska since I was 9, and it was always 5. So, and he was in there for 25 years, and there's no, he got to a comfort level, I think, with me because he knew I knew certain things,
Right.
I guess.
Right.
I mean, that's why they had bunnies. Like, I don't know. I don't want to sell myself as something like that because I wasn't. But you go send in a girl to get with a guy to find out how much you'll talk in the government. I guess I didn't say that. Because people will talk more openly with somebody that they're sexually active with compared to even a friend. So
It's called pillow talking. Go on. Yes.
Pillow talking, yes. I was going to say, Dietrich, who you are related to, and I'm sorry, I her name, I'm getting mixed
Marlena
up with
Dietrich?
Marlena.
Yes.
I wanted to, I for some reason, I'm sorry, Marlena, where, you know, you were sent in to get them to talk because men in the army, any men, any women, like you pillow talk. You share shit that you've been intimate with, you know, unless it's just a guy you met in the back alley and you walked away from.
Yes, right.
It just is, and maybe it's different between guys and girls. I don't know. But so I guess I'm just trying to describe that when it wasn't pillow talk, but when he slipped and said 7, something that I have always heard rumors of, but we always knew that there was a secret 5. There is a secret 7, and I don't know. I don't know what else to say because I can't back it up.
No. Definitely glad that you brought that up. Now, our lovely Diane Hillis Buchberger mentions Manuka honey, and I was thinking about Manuka honey. That's exactly.
Yes, that's the name.
Yeah. And she buys it, God bless her, and that's what our man Jameson needs to spend his money on instead of fucking cough syrup.
Well, you see, it's a sort of. You see, I don't have a choice.
Right? Yeah, I understand you're an addict.
Actually, I did find out that what causes addiction is a virus.
Okay.
Very interesting. But I'll let you guys go back to the basics. Nobody wants the scientific bullshit.
I've talked with somebody who I have a lot of cred for, and she agrees that she doesn't believe that everything that she gets is absolute fact, but it's just her personal interpretation of it. And she believes that certain addictions and certain cancers are, and I don't want the trigger word of this to like trigger, but alien. And I don't mean little green men injecting us. I just mean outside of the natural order of Earth and us.
It's plausible to some degree.
Whether it's human, biomechanic, or
Well,
I don't know how to describe it without.
Before. When it comes to certain archaeoviruses such as AIDS, the point has been made that they are basically single-strand DNA, as in ribonucleic acid, as opposed to DNA, and therefore it has been ascertained that they are derivative from Mars, that the RNA could not form on Earth because Earth is too wet an environment, that the RNA could only form in a completely arid environment, and therefore it's a Martian disease that has been brought to Earth. And recently, of course, scientists are saying that the chromosomes in octopuses are completely unearthly, extraterrestrial. And hence the Cthulhu theme that H.P. Lovecraft was aware of because he knew more than your average man, and therefore completely understood where these scientists are coming from, or rather presciently anticipated what they're only now confirming or verifying. And so...
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, no, by all means, continue, honey.
I was just going to say, there is a very highly accredited peer review scientific journal, and I don't have those guys in front of me, so I don't want to misquote them, but they have recently released a theory that many of them have subscribed to, that there is a particular moon on Jupiter that the octopi DNA or RNA, they believe that right now there's a high probability that there might be a species of octopi on our planet that is living right now on a Jupiter moon.
Yes. Io, probably.
Right.
Or whichever one. Europa. It's Europa is the largest moon of Saturn. It's the one with the ocean. Europa is the one that's all ocean. There's more water on. There's more ocean on Europa than there is on Earth.
Yep. And if people go through it, they go through very articulately. It's one of the articles that my son brought me.
Oh yeah, and that is Jupiter. I'm sorry, that is a Jupiter moon. Yeah, so I was thinking of Titan is the large moon on Saturn. Jupiter has these 4 large moons. One of them is Europa, and Europa has more ocean than on Earth. Than Earth does. So go on, honey. Yeah, go on.
Right. I was just saying, my son is very much going into. I found a few really good European books on Lovecraft, and I ordered those for Christmas, and it's really weird. I don't know if people understand. I don't know if I explained it to you how weird that the vampire D showed up. Yes. In my settings, because it's just wild. It's just seriously wild. Yeah. I don't know. But he was. There are certain other things that we've studied and we've gone through, and I recently for Christmas gave my son my dad's old Tesla blueprints and my dad's old Lovecraft and other such old works that he collected from when he was in his 20s and 30s. So these would be things that he collected that were published before the 50s and 60s and 70s and whatnot. And so my son is the one that brought me that article, and he was like, see, Mom, see, this is like Cthulhu, because the story was always, I don't know how much people do know of the lore, but Cthulhu, and my son goes into the different pronunciations that are in debate about Cthulhu. That's a big deal he likes to talk about. But he was always described as coming from a water planet.
Definitely from outer space.
From outer space. A water planet from outer space. And there's several different beings, and that they kind of got twisted, who was sent here for punishment or because their planet was destroyed, which is there is a lot of evidence that there used to be a planet between Mars and Earth. Yes. And that is a part of the asteroid field that's around in debris, and why Mars is as is. And it would make complete sense why we had stuff that impregnated on Earth from these other planets.
Yes, and understand all of this is within our own solar system, which, as I've said before, is teeming with life, unlike the rest of the universe. But understand, of course, that just to clarify this with your son, that there's been much that is not necessarily untrue or irrelevant, but much has been added or imposed onto the original Lovecraft format. Now,
Yes.
when these books arrive from Europe concerning H.P. Lovecraft, you can give me the titles and I'll look them up myself, if I have time. It's nothing emergent or time sensitive.
He's already pointed out, wait, Mom, it says this in this book, but this in this book. Which one?
Yes,
And
right.
I don't know.
Yeah, and just to
that
clarify for your
much.
son, okay, this was the argument that was made by people starting from, you can tell your son this or share this with your son or share this element of our tonight's transmission with him, but let him understand this much. When Lovecraft originally wrote, he was very much alone in this world. And then again, he had, of course, as I've pointed out in the past, gay lovers. Well, one particular young gay lover. And we've gone into depth on this program before about that. And how this was likely imposed upon him by the military because he was being watched by basically a colonel who gave his own son over to Lovecraft as kind of a love interest. And this way they could have a handle on him. And ultimately, of course, he was assassinated with the injection of cancer that was being developed at that time that I've described in the past. Your son doesn't need to know any of this shit as relevant to the immediate point that I'm making. The immediate point that I'm making is that when Lovecraft died, his gay lover, who he had willed everything to, was knocked out of the game by very vicious people. And this included basically every other person in Lovecraft's life is all these people who were just vultures. And when Lovecraft died, they took over his estate, but the person who did so most successfully was the man who ran Arkham House. And Arkham House forever maintained total copyright ownership of Lovecraft, and that's why for years nobody knew about Arkham House and H.P. Lovecraft except for Douglas Dietrich and a bunch of people dealing with fantasy literature. So when it came to the owner of Arkham House, this was a man named August Derleth. And what August Derleth did was he superimposed over Lovecraft's cosmology, which has nothing to do with Lovecraft himself per se, other than that he was an excellent conveyor of that cosmology. It was really based on his conversion to Islam and the fact that he was a secular Muslim, as I've gone into in depth before in interviews. But the fact is he was bringing out knowledge from the Quran and, of course, Islamic knowledge that was the mystical knowledge of the Sufis that didn't make it into the Quran. Through his Freemasonic father, who went insane while he was growing up and bequeathed upon him the only thing he had, which was an immense library full of many occult and Masonic books. So when it came to Lovecraft, he was relaying this to the general public. And the person who superimposed on top of that a template that was more Christian in nature was August Derleth. So that was in Sauk City, Wisconsin, in 1939, that August Derleth founded the publishing house known as Arkham House, which was completely based on Lovecraft and anything else that would be remotely considered quote-unquote Lovecraftian, thematic, fit into the thematic. And so it was around that time that you had a bunch of jack-offs, come in and say, let's do things like, let's affiliate, well, first off, August Derleth himself imposed a kind of good and evil dichotomy, a more Manichaean kind of cosmology in which there were benign gods as well as antithetical gods. This had nothing to do with what Lovecraft was conveying, and so made kind of like an elder gods versus outer gods kind of dichotomy. And then you had guys come in and add further bullshit, and one of the things that they said was that part of the bullshit was affiliating Cthulhu with water. Okay, so they would try to get some of these Lovecraftian entities or these anti-gods affiliated with elements. And they would say like, oh, well, Cthulhu is obviously fire. And of course you've got this other god is, earth, and this god, anyhow. And they said Cthulhu was water. Okay, the reason this is totally bullshit is that for people who understand what Lovecraft is conveying, which is the truth of the matter, Cthulhu is trapped in the water. He is not of the water. He is bound by the water. He doesn't want to be in the water. Cthulhu is trapped in the fucking ocean. He doesn't want to be there. The ocean is his prison. So understand that Cthulhu is anything but a water elemental. He is not affiliated with water. He's completely alien, and his genetics have bled out where they've infected mollusks who then grew tentacles and became octopi. That is not Lovecraftian mythos. This is what scientists are telling you now, is essentially that from a meteorite, the biological materials came that suddenly produced octopi out of fucking mollusks or whatever it was before that suddenly grew tentacular appendages and became weirdly intelligent and can rewrite their own DNA. So it's the scientists who are confirming everything Lovecraft was describing. So in terms of all of this, understand that Cthulhu, it doesn't hail from a water planet. Cthulhu is bound by water, and he is a vacuum creature, a creature of some other alien environment or hard vacuum, which he and his species can tolerate, is voyages through hard vacuum. So this is something where, okay, once you get that down, that's the major message I have to give. So you can just explain that to your son. So that's an important point to keep in mind. And so that he knows that whatever comes, that says otherwise, has to be contextualized as what's the agenda of the person who's conveying the information that's otherwise. They have some kind of agenda. They may be the enemy. They may be the members of the cults of the kings of Edom who are trying to hide the reality of Cthulhu. And Simon cultists, as Jameson Reese points out, Simon cultists, or as Peter Moon loves the term, as I pointed out, what people call the followers of the Simon Necronomicon are Simontologists, and so anyhow, honey, let me finish eating this. You take over again. And I love what you're saying. And I really want to get your, opinion on Vampire Hunter D, or your review once you've read it or viewed it, or, you've got the manga now. If you can steal them from your son for a bit and review them. And, and I'll do my bit to, maybe we could come on at the same time with, the next interview I do with Salman Sheikh, and we could talk about that with him. I'd rather talk about that than the fucking show, which is what he wants to fucking talk about. We could cover both of the same interview, I suppose, but maybe you could come on with me to Salman Sheikh, and that'd be a lot more fun than my going on with him alone at some point, in the near future. And, honestly, so, honey, I want to hear your voice. Come back on, and I'll shut up. Okay. Yeah. Darling. Oh fuck! Did we lose her?
It might be a connection issue because she has like the pause button.
Okay. So, honey, if you'll come back on. Oh shit. And I hate that. So.
Yeah. It's all balls now. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, balls. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, I get what you're saying. No, we don't want that.
No.
Yeah, darling, Mandy, are you there? Calling out into the night. Fuck, if she's not there, I'll bring on anyone else we can get on. I mean, you're fine, but of course I don't want to stress your voice. Definitely. I'm not ready. Yeah,
okay, she's back.
Oh, thank God. So, honey, were you able to hear anything that I said?
I have no idea what happened, but Skype kept telling me I was on hold, and I've never seen that before.
Oh, God, fuck them. So, honey, what did you hear that I said, if anything? Were you able?
So I heard when you were talking about Lovecraft and his lover and the issue with his property afterwards and the rights of his work. And then I was blacked out and couldn't hear anything, and I tried to get on, and I was on hold.
Okay, so thank God you're back now. So the point that I was making, this was what they didn't want you to hear. All of that was just context. So the point that I was making was that once his property was under control of August Derleth, who added on this pseudo-Christian template to frame his work so that it would be, what would you call it, tolerable to the consumer? Tolerable to the consumer. Oh, shit, what was that?
I'm sorry, things are moving again.
No, I mean, there was a noise like... was that,
I'm sorry.
Was that Jameson? Did you make that? That wasn't
No.
Jameson. Wouldn't make it. No, but I mean, somebody made a noise like, that wasn't you, was it? That wasn't you.
That wasn't either of us.
That was neither. That was some weird ass motherfucker came in from the NSA. We said he might as well start talking, so he did. And he said,
you guys hear me?
Yeah. Thank God. Can you hear us?
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. This has never happened when I'm on live, and I don't know if you guys heard me scream.
Yeah. What was that? Yeah. What happened?
My fan just fell down. My curtain just pulled out. A nail just fell. My bucket, just moved. Like,
yeah, it's all
I'm
poltergeist
not
shit.
near it.
Yeah, poltergeist shit. We heard it all.
You guys heard that? I've never heard anybody hear that live. That's never happened before.
Yeah. Oh, it happens. I mean, honey, you're home. This shit happens all the time.
Controlling these poltergeists.
Yeah. They're
Holy cow!
Yeah.
I've never had anybody be around for that for life, in a really long time.
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact that shit happens to you. I mean, you're living in, a very haunted house.
I'm sorry.
And by the way, my place is completely haunted as well, but the people who are suffering from it live upstairs because, none of that shit bothers me because, I'm possessed by the peacock angel to a degree. And so,
right.
Yeah, but in terms of what it was like before I was possessed, this place was a nightmare.
I bet.
Yeah, but in terms of where Our Lady is, she's in, Hell House on Haunted Hill, and I remember quite distinctly when all this, she had the knives and forks flying around the kitchen and shit, and all that shit, and the telephone flying from one end of the room to the other, all that crap. Back when we had telephones.
Thanks for interrupting you guys. Yeah. I didn't mean to scream. I hope that wasn't loud.
No,
I'm sorry.
That was fine, honey. So my point for your son, and it's interesting that this happened while we're talking about that. So my point for your son was, once in order to make it more digestible or tolerable for the consumer, this idiot, this horrible person, who, what's his fucking name again? I just forgot it.
Derleth.
Yeah, August Derleth. He was publishing Lovecraft and overlaid a Christian template onto the Lovecraft cosmology, which is not really Lovecraft's, but Islam's. And then beyond that, you had a bunch of other jackoffs come in, and they added things like, let's add some more occult elements and try to link up the anti-gods with various elements, like Cthulhu is fire and Cthulhu would be water. And I was saying that's not the point at all. The reality is that Cthulhu is bound by the oceans. He doesn't want to be in the water. The water is an alien element to him, and that's why he's imprisoned. So he's really a creature of hard vacuum and a totally alien creature, which is now being confirmed by scientists who are pointing out that the alien DNA that comes from a meteorite is what they presume. They presume it comes from a meteorite, that leaked into our oceans and triggered a bunch of mollusks. And I believe what they said was mollusks, but people can look this up. Alien DNA in octopus and in octopi. And they'll find out that the scientists are saying it was some kind of much more simplistic creature like a mollusk that suddenly got infected by this shit and then started sprouting tentacles and becoming intelligent, which is what octopuses are, extraordinarily intelligent and self-aware and all that good shit. So now you've got the point you can share with your son, is that when he's confronted with somebody giving a certain kind of conflicting mythos, then he can ask what the agenda is of this other individual. So if these individuals are saying Cthulhu's from a water planet, well, they might be cultists of the kings of Edom who are, trying to promote falsehoods. Cthulhu, is not someone who wants to be in the water. He's not of the water. He's blah, blah. Now, see all that rustling paper? Is that you?
Yep.
That's neither of us.
That's neither of us. That's the fucker who's sending the poltergeist after our girl. and got her knocked off the call and on hold.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's never
Yeah.
I honestly, my best friend and my dad is the only one who I've ever been on either phone or video call with that stuff has actually happened like in time with. And
well, I'm glad we got it on record. It is now permanently on record that this happens to you. And this happened because it's not an NSA agent, it's an Edomite. We have a cultist of the Chaos Gods who is online with
And
us.
as soon as you say that, that's when they start dropping these freaking links again.
Yes.
In the chat room. Nice.
I remember that there's a story that's attributed to Lovecraft, and it's supposedly about a Cthulhu, but like being that is a water-bound creature, and it keeps getting mixed with Cthulhu, like you were saying. He's trapped because it doesn't want to be in earth, water. Yes. But it's a story, and I think it's like the King by the Sea, or something. Right. I might have that quoted wrong. But then there's another story by Lovecraft, The Mound. Yes. And I mean, holy crap! If you want like a head spin, like do that one.
Okay. I mean, I'll tell people. From what little I remember of the Mound, it wasn't too big a deal to me, but I understand that different people are affected differently.
Well, I think for me it was confirming other stories.
Okay.
I guess because of if you associate it with other, I guess so I guess that's from my Native American stories.
Got it. That makes sense.
I guess that I should explain that. Yeah. Some validation from a completely white side and perspective about the Mound, and the entire beginning of that story is a European speaking and going to the native. The local native. Yeah. And you could probably explain this better.
No. You do it, honey. You do it. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got this.
Where they know about the Mound. They know about the people underground. They know, and their stories. If you want to listen to them, you will hear the other beings, like we were talking about Cthulhu and our inner galaxy. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I just go in all sorts of different directions with this, but especially with the Spanish explorers that came over, the stories of even the Fountain of Youth and whatnot, but specifically people who already were underground and from a long time ago, and the mounds that you can still see today, but were absolutely demolished, and their history was tried to be erased. And there were pyramid and mound builders and underground entrances into underground beings. I don't know where to go, Douglas. I'm sorry, hon. I think you should take this.
No, honey, you're doing great. And if I remember correctly, now this was a long time ago. I remember the Mound as maybe I've got it confused with another short story in which Lovecraft was kind of like a ghostwriter, and it turned out his gay lover Barlow was actually the ghostwriter in a number of stories that were actually attributed to Lovecraft. And this was because people only wanted Lovecraft. They said, "Oh, I'll buy it only because it's Lovecraft." And, so that was the selling point. So they would actually say that Lovecraft was doing all the writing as opposed to, say, for instance, Barlow. But, the point is that from what I remember about the Mound, wasn't this kind of like a horror love story, and a conquistador fell in love with a Native American woman, and then their headless bodies were both, sentenced to be walking around this mound in circles for eternity. That was one short story. So
it was...
And then the other thing was underground there were living basically Mount Shasta type reptilians, right? A bunch of reptoid serpent people living underground under the mound, like it was their civilization, right?
I think that's a part of the story that got taken and elaborated by this person.
Okay.
The one that I understand is a, I want to say between 18 and early 1900s explorer, ends up finding something that is being described by a Spanish conquistador. So he came over, the Spaniard. He ended up going into this underground layer, finding out that there was this whole ancient, way beyond time of time, peoples and all sorts of different things. He did, he had concubines down there because he could not come back to the surface world, but he could, he was valued for his knowledge of the upper world because they had stopped coming to the upper world a long time ago. And so he was allowed this certain prisoner status in this community. The woman that he ended up befriending, he found out had the ability to find passages that were long ago boarded off. So because they controlled people from coming to the upper world, they did not want anybody from the upper coming under because they had gold. They had resources that they knew they would have been massacred against. These are people that denied the upper world a long time ago, thousands of years ago. So they got caught trying to escape. She was sentenced to being beheaded, and in this life of bringing a zombie back from the dead, and just her body was used for gladiatorial enjoyment, massacre. And then he tried to escape again. It kind of cuts forward to this 1900s person explorer finding the notes of this man who ended up recording, seeing that he saw a headless apparition that supposedly was a Spaniard who was busted trying to escape and get back to the surface world. He was a Christian-fearing man, and the Spaniards of that time, Spanish Inquisition, he was not happy with what their decadence was and their lifestyle was. And so he tried to escape. He was busted. That's what I kind of, but it is kind of the territory and the Indians was still in the early 1900s, late 1800s, I believe, and the stories had been passed down, but this Spaniard was from the 1500s-ish, I think.
Yes. So
I think that other stuff, the reptilians and Shasta and tying it all together, I think that was the, I don't know what to call it, the theft of the other underground that I think was trying to be truthfully shared-ish.
Well, I think that everything that you brought up is profound. This has to be someone else greatly expanded on the original short story. That had to have been somebody took it and novelized it. And so, which is welcome. And did you hear that? Jameson, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Somebody just said, Yeah, you heard that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and that was not our girl. This is some other freak, came in and said, yeah, that is so freaky. I've...
Oh, God, I hope it's not Derek Talley, Mr. Body Eater. Jeez.
Oh my fucking God. Yeah. So, by the way, just so people understand this, I've seen and heard it all, obviously, and a person who's experienced all too much, and yet at the same time, that's it's disturbing enough where it's also disgusting, and it's definitely irritating. So you didn't hear that, I take it, Mandy, and you're lucky. You're not missing shit.
But I heard the but I thought it was Mandy.
It's not Mandy. That wasn't Mandy. Yeah, and
okay.
Yeah, so Mandy. So what happened was that when I said what I said, then somebody went, and So there you go. And it wasn't you. We know it's not you.
Oh no.
Yeah, and so Jameson and I could hear it, but you could not. And believe me, you're blessed. Honestly.
Yeah, because it sounds like this person is getting off on this, talk about your Lovecraft mythos. Which is,
thank you.
In and of itself, kind of. What the fuck?
Yes.
That's kind of weird because that was the other thing I was going to bring up. And I remember that I was proving to somebody that I talked to that I was being tapped, and this was back when it was called tapped. and that was like I don't know, 2009-ish, maybe 8-ish to 12-ish. I don't want to have an exact date because I can't remember about that now. But when I was saying that, I started to try to figure out how to like catch it, because the clicks and the weird disconnects and the echoes and the hearing other people, like we're talking about typing and making noises. If only one person is hearing it, the other person doesn't hear it. So you can't prove it. Like right now, I don't hear what you guys are talking about the typing and the noises. I don't hear that. And so when stuff was making noises, that's why I was letting you guys know, like, that is me, that's happening, that is my fault. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening, but I'll totally admit that that's me. But these other noises I don't hear. And so I kind of did a little bit of a experiment, and with somebody that I also trust, we recorded that when we were talking sexually, provocatively, we could instigate responses. And there were several times that we were like, okay, so I guess you like listening to us, don't you? Click 3 times if you do. And we would hear 3 clicks. Yeah. This is my friend who was in the stripper and pornographic industry.
Okay, yeah. Just so people know, this is a lady friend of hers. This isn't a man she was just dirty talking with, okay?
No.
Yeah. And you were helping this young lady who was, she had her own drug issues, which was why she was still involved in sexual profession. And and she kind of disappeared, obviously, but later. But, so please go on, by all means. Yeah.
So speaking of that, I would do her appointments. I was Harley, I was Marley. She was Harley. Yeah. That's a different story. Altogether. So we had it several times where we were recording it and confirming when we would have to talk about certain things. We would absolutely hear guys obviously enjoying themselves. I don't know what else to say.
Just getting off on it. Yeah, masturbating.
They were getting off. We could hear slapping me.
Yeah.
We could hear. Yeah. We could hear.
Beating them, pounding their pud, beating their meat. Yeah, they could hear meat being tenderized. There we are.
And if we would be like, okay, give three quick clicks if you're getting off us talking about it, this or that, we'd get 3 clicks. And then we'd be like, okay, bullshit, do it again. We'd get 3 clicks. Like it was confirmed. And at the last point, I had this conversation with my dad about a different thing, about a different watching. And that's when I got the dreaded blue screen wipe on my computer. Yeah. And I talked to him about certain things. So the next conversation I had with this specific friend, and we did our little boy toy whatever thing, so we knew we had whoever listened in because we were doing our little game. Right. Then we just went, okay, so just so you know, we've been recording this. We have them on thumb drives. We've sent them out. We do not have those copies at our house, and we've been recording all of this. The line dropped, and I never had the same problem on my phone line ever again.
Right. Until tonight.
Well, okay, so when I say that, I still had problems, but when it was like communication and shit like that, it never happened again like that. So problems and interference continued, but there was never the same. Like I was having helicopters like over my house stationary, like sitting there for hours.
Right. By the way, did you hear that kind of, you just to interrupt you for a second, we heard a That's not
I
you,
heard
right,
that.
Jameson? Oh, you heard that?
Oh,
No.
that could have been me erasing something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So then
Yeah.
go. That's why she heard it. Okay. So go on, honey. Keep talking.
No,
Yeah.
that makes sense. So when things are really happening, like we do hear them, but when things are blocked from somebody else, people don't know they absolutely have that capacity. So when you're trying to describe to somebody, hey, shit, I heard this, or this is going on, the other person is like, nuh-uh.
Right.
I don't know what you're talking about. And it's very easy to control and manipulate
To
facts
make
and
people
truth.
think that one party's crazy, to make each party think the other's crazy or stupid. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that's what these people do. For instance, right now I'm just scraping on my tray, which I'm, trying to finish this, which I will while Jameson and Mandy talk. I'm going to ask both of them to do that because I think it's time to let Mandy talk again and Jameson to go back to kind of giving her some raw support until I'm done with this, which should be soon enough. But and there was another noise. What the fuck was that? Was that Mandy?
That was
I
me
didn't
shifting
hear
in the
that.
bed.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go mute while I try to readjust and let you guys continue.
Or, no, I said I wanted you two to continue so I can go mute and eat. Okay. So what is it that you're trying to adjust? What are you doing? You're adjusting your seat or something?
Yeah, I'm just like sitting on my bed,
Okay.
and I have these two laptops on these little mini tables.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and adjust. If we know what the source of the noise is, that's fine. I mean, it's like, and if we don't know what the source of the noise is, that's fine too. It's just this way we, I'm simply trying to ascertain what's you and what's not so that but in the meantime, stay unmuted and, give a rah-rah for Mandy. She's going to take over. I want her to get back into her. Very funny. Yeah. Yes. Delightfully irritating.
Okay, there we go. We got the massive keyboarding again.
There we are. That's none of us. That is none of us, people. But in the meantime, just so people know that. In the meantime, Mandy, so like I said, get back to your anger space. Get back into your space of rage. And give people some of that rageaholism. Give people some outrage. Start pissing again. And... take it from there. I remembered now what I was going to tell Peter Moon about concerning the Jewish question. Okay, like I said, we shouldn't use that Jewish situation, but I'll talk about that on Wednesday. What I remembered that was relevant. And, of course, it was extraordinarily funny. I don't know if you heard any of this, Mandy, but Peter Moon was bringing up, a commercial that was put out by some rabbi trying to rip people off, telling them about, all the Holocaust survivors that they need money for because they're all starving to death and, ghettoized and shit. And it's like, this is like totally, how would I say it? This needs to be contextualized, and I'll do this on Wednesday. But, it's one of those things where to those who survived the camps and didn't die immediately after that, and, of displacement and everything else that could, easily have happened, but really didn't happen all that commonly. Those that did survive and made it to the age where many of them are now in their 80s and 90s, the way it worked out for those individuals, if they survived the Holocaust, for most of them, it was the best thing that ever fucking happened to them. It made them for the rest of their fucking lives. Yeah. So, but as for... that we could save that for Wednesday. In the meantime, just so I don't forget, so people might bring it up on Wednesday. Mandy, if she's with us, certainly James, and it's important to point out there are completely reprehensible louts who survived the Holocaust, like Roman Polanski, and what's needed in a film would be a Holocaust survivor as a villain. I mean, wouldn't that be creative? I think that would be exploring new territory. A Polanski type character would be ideal for that role. In the meantime, Jameson Reese now shares with us, just been told an uncle died of COVID. Okay, so it's just like, how come you just can't come out and say that? Why don't you just come out and fucking say that?
Oh, yeah. I was, because my mother was telling me at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the rest of the family also seems sick. I hope I don't lose them.
Well, if you do, you get the home.
No, not their home. I don't live with them.
Oh, okay. You mean you hope you don't lose the ones you don't live with? I mean, this is a very noble thing for you to express. I'm not downing it, but at the same time, it's like, what's it to you? I mean, I'm sorry. It's one of those things where it's like, you never speak of them, so they don't seem to me to be a big part of your life.
Yeah, that's a good point. The thing is, this has just made it so I have to get tested tomorrow.
You may feel like that, and I'm not going to discourage it.
Take any chances?
Yeah, I'm not going to discourage that, but it's like, it's like, so what if you test positive? How does that help?
It doesn't help.
Then why bother? This is what I don't.
It just means I'm gonna have to.
And you
walk
hear all
around
that
the house with a
rattling in the
mask.
back? You hear all that rattling in the back while we're talking? Yeah, there's like, this is all coming up on record, so people who are listening to this will likely hear this on the playback and everything.
Oh, they'll hear it.
Yeah, and they're hearing it live now, but yeah. So anyhow, so this is my point: is Mandy, are you there, honey?
I'm here.
Yeah, so help me out on this. I mean, it's like Peter Moon was saying, he went deep into New York City and everybody's in line to get tested, and then he finds out, that's because they're required to do this because of work. Work's required to get tested, and it's so stupid because they're exposing themselves to each other.
Exactly.
And just guaranteeing they're going to contract it.
Yep.
So, but in terms of, the stupid thing about when I kept going to the dentist. And the dentist, we want to take you, you got to get tested days beforehand, and then it takes days for the result, and then you can come into, by that time I could have contracted it, you dumb son of bitches, and it's just all totally stupid. And then they finally did away with it to people who were vaccinated. In the meantime, they fucked me all up to hell and back and cost me hundreds of dollars. So when it comes to, you're getting tested, what happens when you get tested and you come out, say, for instance, a positive? So fucking what? You're not going to change your lifestyle. You're not going to move out of the home. You're going to still live in there with your family.
Yeah, I'll just be stuck wearing a mask all the time.
It doesn't even make any sense. So just don't bother to get tested. It doesn't mean anything. Right. Is what I'm
good
saying.
Point.
Well, if you do think you have it, like, the last thing you should do is go to a medical center where other people think they have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point.
Just on that alone.
Thank you.
Like, standing in line for a test, I'm sorry, there's so many things going on that are anti-pandemic actions.
Yes.
And if people are, good old boys, Washington, American flag boys, Washington, when we had our revolution, was during an outbreak, a plague, and they were debating forced vaccinations at that time. Back during our revolution, like, it's in there. So I don't know if you've ever gone over that, Carolyn. I don't know if I'm just shooting in the dark, but
no, you're fine, and I want you to go over it. I don't need to, because I really don't know much more about it than what you know. I do know that Washington and they were suffering from the plague at the time that Washington had the boys up at Valley Forge. So obviously this was the outbreak that you're speaking of that started, and the plagues were lasting a lot longer in those days because transmission was so much slower because of transportation and communications. By the way, just as an aside,
and they.
Yeah, go on. No, please.
No, I'm sorry, hon. Go ahead.
No. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, the famous painting of Washington crossing the river in the winter, and everybody was all they're tattered, their uniforms and everything. They were obviously struggling. We associate that with the hard winter and the hard times and not a lot of money and blah blah blah. But the part that keeps getting not put in that part was because of the plague, and the British soldiers though did not have the same issue. they had already been exposed to it, and it was either through Asia or India, possibly both, but it was because they had been trading over there for a long period of time. They had already been exposed to it, and the Asian community, I want to say Japan, but I also don't want to be wrong on that. So it could have, I just want to say Asian area. They had already understood about, and I forget the old term about it. I hope you guys know what it is. It's not vaccination, but it is where somebody who is infected.
Virilation.
Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry, hon.
No.
They had already understood how to do that, to give other people a little piece of this sickness so your immune system can kick up, kill it, be defensive against it. And then if you do catch it, you weaken it and you pass along a weakened virus.
Yes.
It was long understood over in Asia, which is why this plague hit the colonies and other areas a lot worse than other people, and why the British specifically during the revolution, they did not have the same numbers. And that's also why they attribute the British to winning the war against in the revolution time. I don't know why, but they do not include that it was because the American colonies who had not been exposed to this yet did not have immunity. So this virus that did go through was kicking our ass. And at the same time, Washington refused to demand at that time, vaccination for everybody. And there was a lot of debate and there was a lot of scientific discussion about it. And it right now, the Middle East and Japan have the lowest rates of deaths, of transference, of combating this. And we need to look at that. We need to follow that. And it also sparked a lot of rumors and kind of upholds the kind of like how we gave smallpox to the Indians to kill them off. There was a lot of rumors that Britain, they knew that the American colonies were going to get hit with this specific virus. And it was a bit of biological warfare during the revolution time period. So we have known how to and have used biological warfare and for control, for changing of world powers and whatnots. And I don't think that's to be ignored right now.
Thank you. No, honey, that's beautiful. And certainly important for people to know in times like this, in plague times. These are going to be times of massive social change. So what you're talking about is the purposeful exploitation of these transformative periods and transformative plagues, where people are using them to their advantage. They're exploiting them in order to, for basically the military advantage of annihilating one side while putting their own people in a position of power over the displaced peoples. So in terms of when we're dealing with what we're dealing with now, that history is indispensable. So I want to thank you so much for bringing that up and helping to educate our listeners. Now, while you're doing that, our man Jameson has abandoned us again, and he does this all the time. If you keep track of the text box, you'll see how often he goes with the BRB for be right back. He may be back now. If he is, good. There he is. So I don't need to give him a thumbs up then for telling us he's back. He doesn't need to tell us he's back. So let me go mute. Let me finish this tray of food. And Mandy, continue along your more pissed off stage. Go back to the raging mom. Come on, just you can get there. You can put yourself in the space. Get back there.
Yeah, be so chill.
yeah, and our man Jameson will cheer you on while I finish eating this. And honey, it's all yours.
I think it's more cray that like shit happened on air like the same day, like my kids were like, especially my son was like almost run over in a parking lot. Like there's a lot of other weird things that happened today in the last couple of days that accumulating now. It's just kind of like, I don't know, damn. But yeah.
I hear you. It's
I don't know.
yeah, no, it's just a lot going on, and I think that this is certainly I'm glad that we're able to expose people to the fact that it works like this for us. That we're in a sense it points out that we're targeted individuals. We're TIs. We're targeted individuals, and in another sense, it's just the rhythm of the universe. That's how it works, right? I mean, when it rains, it pours, and so just the way it's been. So, honey, by all means, now that you're getting yourself back into that space, you're getting there. Start pissing again. And we can take it from there. You didn't really answer me which male member of your family it was who shamed you into not breastfeeding your children in public. Who was this idiot? I mean, your dad wasn't the villain in this case, was he? Okay.
No, it definitely wasn't my dad.
It was a criminally retarded ex-husband, right? Or was it someone else?
It was actually on my mother's side.
Okay.
And it was the reason why I did it is because I knew he felt that way. And I also knew his story and other such things. So I did it out of courtesy for him. And then when I thought about it later, I mean, my mom had actually said something about it and he expressed his opinion about it. And I just kind of sit and listen to it. And I felt bad that I didn't do just what I needed to do for my kid, but I also understood and felt bad for the way that he felt as well, knowing family history and other suchness about it. So I did it in respect for him, but I also later understood I didn't respect myself either. So I did not have the experience of what other women have experienced, where strangers or even family members have vocalized specifically horrifically shaming to your face or caused a scene. But feeling that it's a very odd thing, I guess. I think it's very odd that we have made that a subject of a problem when, like, I forget which tribe it is. I forget which area it is. So I feel bad, but over in Africa, there are these awesome ladies who they're working out in the field and they dig a hole and they have birth and then they take care of that baby and they put it on their back and they go back to work. Like, that's some damn crazy shit. Like, so super props to that. But there's certain things as women that, like, they're natural. They're normal, and it's been sexualized and it's been made into a horrific, dirty thing that I don't think, I don't know. I feel for everybody, but I don't really give a shit about too many problems right now when that's not even addressed, when women in every nation across the entire globe of every single age faces problems of just our natural bodies doing natural things are vilified or sexualized or demonized, and that our life is at the hands of males constantly. And that's of any color, that's of any race, so that's of any religion. Genitalia mutilation is, more prevalent in females of older age than they are of babies being circumcised of the male gender. So that alone is horrific. That still happens. So I don't know.
No, definitely. Thank you so much. I mean, it's so true. And again, I'm gonna take a break, kick over, keep raging, and pick up any subject you like, education, everything else. I'm so blessed to have you here with us tonight. And so your kids are having like a slumber party or something. How are you freed of how are you freed of their burden?
So they have this week still before their schooling and stuff starts back up. They found this new anime. It's an old one, but new for us. It's called Death Note.
Yeah.
So
Oh, okay. Yes. Got you.
They're into that right now.
Okay.
So I've checked in with them a couple times, and they are like just chilling and eating and like hanging out. And I'm definitely appreciating like this pre-teenage, early teenage mode where they're semi okay.
Right.
Okay alone.
Right. Got you. And yeah, definitely appreciate it. And so there, go on, and I'm going to go mute, and I'll be back if you need me, but I know you don't need me. Come on, you're holding so well. Come on. Go.
We need you. We always need
you know what you know what I mean. So honey, yeah, take the stage and keep bitching about. I mean, come on, the environment. Come on now, our planet's burning. Come on, your children will inherit a cinder. Come on, go into it. Rage. There's so much to rage.
That is one thing. Like ever since the 80s and 90s, they kept talking about our children are going to inherit this piece of shit, and like it kept not happening. But right now it's actually scary. Like it's really, really true. like I'm actually scared for my grandkids or just my kids, like adult life. I want them to have a good, happy, healthy, challenging, whatever they're meant to do and be here kind of life, and everybody else. And it's actually kind of very goddamn doomsday-ish. Are they going to be in the Mad Max world? Like, is that what my grandchildren will like be born into? It's kind of crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we were warned about all this stuff for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that no one was doing anything about it. It's that the powers that be were the ones who were preventing anyone from doing about it. So it was a desire to run this ship into shit.
Yep. Absolutely.
I mean, they knew for a long time. They didn't want to let go of their coal industries or their gas industries, their petroleum. And there was just too much power that stuff had as far as lobbying is concerned. So everyone who could have done anything was bought off or knocked off.
Absolutely. That's kind of what I was alluding to earlier when I was talking about cost of living and utilities. Like you were just saying, petroleum, gas, oil. Holy fuck, these guys are so horrendous and huge, and they are causing people to live in poverty, just trying to heat themselves and provide other, necessities for their families and themselves. And meanwhile, these other, earth destroying things are happening when we do too have the technology to take care of our means in other ways. It didn't have to be like this.
No, it didn't. But at this point, it seems like this is the point of no return, and that's the scary part. Is that this is going to reach it's not going to be over the last few decades, it was a slow deterioration. But at the point we're at now, it's going to be fast.
Yeah.
And it's going to be quite scary.
I found some pictures from Juneau, Alaska, and there is the Mendenhall Glacier there. And when I first moved there, you could literally walk out to the glacier and like climb on it. And people who haven't seen glaciers, I don't know if they understand the size of them, what they are, these huge, giant, miles long ice fields and whatnot. My children's grandmother sent me pictures where this glacier is now behind these mountains that are miles and miles and miles and miles away. from where I used to be able to just walk out and walk on them. It's and it I guess I would need to show pictures to understand the scope of how normally how long that would take to do that. 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years ago. There are trees out there that are, they take hundreds of years to grow, and they're still considered little sapling juveniles because the glacier has recently receded, and the time it takes to be able to have these trees even have the geological ability to grow after your brush and your whatnots to reform this land from a glacier that receded. But that has just quadrupled in the last decade, even, where I can't take my kids to that same glacier and walk up and climb on that glacier. I now would need to take a helicopter or do a day hike to be able to go up a mountain, go down the other side of the mountain, and then reach this glacier. So it's completely different. And the last time I was there, and I took my son, and my daughter was just newborn, so she obviously wasn't walking around the glacier. But my son, my little 2-year-old, like running around. That was in 2007 or 2008. And that it takes miles to hike up to this thing now is just crazy. And it was in the same position. You have pictures. I can pull up pictures from the 1950s, and this glacier doesn't look that much further than from when I first was there. When I'm talking about when I could go hike on it, it was just barely inches over 20, 50, whatever years. Now it is just miles. And it's just crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's just getting faster and faster every month. I wouldn't even say year anymore.
It is. It is.
So
when you can see it like that, it is.
And we're going to see something that's going to look like Waterworld in our lifetimes. I mean, like, I can at least say that New York is not going to be livable anymore, and a lot of the East Coast is just going to vanish.
From what I understand, aren't there reports of there's already certain areas that they're talking about labeling as hazard or condemned because of the water, and New York is no longer going to permit them as space for business or living?
Yeah, that's happening.
Okay.
That is happening.
Wow. That's scary.
Yeah, there's and the funny thing about it is there's nowhere to run, because it's either it's either there, or it's what do you call it? It's somewhere where there's like tornadoes, like 5 or 6, 20 tornadoes in a day. And
oh my goodness.
That's not optional. The West is gonna probably be mostly on fire. So I mean, there's just nowhere to freaking run.
I'll be burning while you guys are flooding, and
yeah, this is no longer a safe country to go. This isn't the land of milk and honey. This is a land of fire and flooding.
Right. Somebody said, like, natural disasters or repercussions, like, as far as sins of the nation, of like the powers that be of that area, and we are going into a Pluto's return for our United States astrology, and
yes,
that
guarantees a breakdown,
right?
Because the last time that happened was during the revolution.
Yep.
Which founded the country. So
there's also something going on with Scorpio, and it has to do with where it was with our full moon and its tail. And I don't have my notes with me, but the same position of planets in transit and where we are at this time, it aligned with, I think, JFK's assassination, the either the official beginning of the revolution or some marked date, like it might have even been in 1776, the signing of the Declaration of Independence. But there was also JFK, that's what it was. So JFK shooting, Martin Luther King shooting, some other things. It was specifically where these planets were and where this return is happening, where Pluto is, and Venus in retrograde right now. And this major next year, or this year, we're in New Year's. What am I talking about? In 22. There are so many freaking planets in retrograde while we're going through our Pluto return that there is just such huge turmoil. But you can mark these things happening with other major, massive national transformations that happen during these specific transits and whatnot. So crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to be here, but it's and I also heard that because of the retrogrades, that it's happening, that the Pluto return is happening in Capricorn, that it's going to be more of a restructuring of the tyranny of why you have to work 40 hours a week and why you have to believe in this religion and why the institution of this is upheld and how the elites of our time are upholding and controlling of their time, and that there is going to be a breakdown and reconfiguration of that. So it is going to be hectic. It is going to be chaotic. It is going to be turmoil, but it's going to be a resetting of more of our old-fashioned values, like getting wiped out.
That is probably a negative thing, because power abhors a vacuum, and what if this gets dismantled, that means something worse is going to take its place.
Unless people do shit, and people aren't doing
There's
shit.
nothing people can do at this point. It's what can they do?
Except like Gandalf, just believe, do good because that's what you got to do.
But that's
I don't know.
Human nature is good is only a default setting in times of order. When order breaks down, what constitutes good and evil breaks down, and there's no longer any morality. It's live or die. It's do or die. It's them versus us, and it's kill or be killed. We go back to being the animals that we've been from the very beginning.
It's
Mandy, are you there?
Oh, great.
Oh,
Okay, so Mandy dropped off again. Well,
Can you hear me?
There we are, honey.
Yes.
Thank God. So yeah, keep on. You're doing great.
She dropped off again.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, she's back.
Mandy.
Am I here?
Yes, thank God. Yes.
Okay.
Keep going, baby. Keep
weird.
going. It's the enemy, honey. I mean, the enemy. Yep. Just don't forget, we're fighting against powers and principalities and forces of darkness, not simply human beings. Obviously, it's occultists that was going when we were talking about Lovecraft mythos, because any common NSA employee wouldn't give a shit about that at all and would wonder what the hell we were talking about. They'd be too busy jacking off over child porn to care. Only occultists would respond with satisfaction. So, yes. By all means, Mandy, the stage is yours. See if you can scare up more poltergeist activity by setting
so.
Setting the enemy
I
on
was
edge.
just gonna say the little example I have for what Jameson was saying was here in Portland with the protests that were going on and the defund police that was going on and COVID that was going on. The amount of people that were on the roads and the amount of officers that were usually patrolling our freeways and highways and whatnot were not there. So it has been just absolutely bonkers here driving, as far as when you were saying when there is not a something to regulate people, they go batshit crazy. So I have never seen the same amount of fucking crazy, holy shit. I have had to do the most wild, crazy shit things that I have never thought I've had to do, driving and safety and whatnot, that even living in the city, and one of the big cities as far as traffic goes, in certain times and jobs and areas where it's comparable. Seattle, we're not as crazy as Los Angeles, downtown New York, Miami, but we're really fucking up there in the crazy shit levels. So it was, traffic is different than mayhem, and people going bonkers when they realize coppers aren't around. Some people do need to have that external reminder to behave. And when it's not there, I watched it from last year when there were people hunkering down and not too many people out and about, to this year when people realize there aren't coppers around and they are going back to work, they are going back out, they are doing whatever. And it's been crazy. It's been absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I've never, besides the time I was run off the road for my car accident, my big one, the only one I've ever had, that I was driving in, I have never had so many holy shit, almost run off the road, almost killed, almost T-boned, almost this and that, saw in front of me or behind me, crazy shit going on. It's just been horrific. And like, that's why I've made other choices with business and don't do other work right now, because I can't, it was like life risking just to be driving around the way that I would need to do that work. It's just wild. And the amount of violence here in Portland, carjackings and robberies and murders and even rapes and kidnappings, it's still on the rise around here. It's really scary. I never felt like this in Portland since living here since 2002.
Yeah, America is literally, I mean, this isn't just Portland. This is happening in every major city. It's happening even in rural areas. So what's happening is this country is becoming as a third world hellhole. I mean, one can argue that it was never first world, except for maybe a select few. But now it's like just overall, just it's getting as bad as Brazil or fucking Venezuela or something. It's getting bad.
I think that's why the term elites got corrupted so bad too, because it got thrown in with the conspiracy theory bullshit, fanatical shit when
it became politicized as well.
Right.
And so people stopped looking at the elites who were running for office and holding certain, who was holding presidency and whatnot. People stopped looking at them as elite when in fact those people were elite. And, and now you have people worshiping that buffoon, Elon Musk. And he and he's elite. It's like, okay, how do you talk about, how do you bitch about, oh my God, who's the guy they love to throw at the bus? I'm sorry, that Jewish fella. Oh my gosh, the Antifa man. Oh shit, what is that guy's name?
Oh no, I'm sorry.
It's that guy who's like a millionaire who used to be a what do you call it? Oh, it's his name starts with an S, I think. Fuck. I mean, his name
what industry was he in?
All I know is that he used to be in the Holocaust, and everyone in the right were saying that this guy was Soros.
Soros. Okay.
Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, it's Soros. He's the elite. Oh, it's Rothschild. And Elon Musk is elite. Oh, Elon Musk will suck your piss. we're drinking shit. It's like they just can't get enough of him. And then
Right.
there's these other rocket assholes. Oh, they're going to Mars. Oh, guess what? Whose rocket looks more like a penis? I don't know. It's like, dude,
Right.
those are the elites. It's like, why
Yes.
do you care what they're doing? Aren't you supposed to be against them?
Right. They're both talking about their girlfriends, Bezos, Amazon, and Elon Musk, and their baby mamas and their new like penis rockets. It's
Yes.
it's
Yes.
crazy.
Yes, they are pathetic. This is the greatest display of impotence we've ever seen, where men are public about not being able to get their penis up, and they compensate for it with this shit. It is preposterous. It's amazing to me that anyhow, I could go on for hours. People should get my point. So when it comes to everything that we've been dealing with tonight in challenges, these wonderful people have been handling it so well. Honestly, I'm just so glad that our lady Amanda is on California time, essentially, well, Pacific time zone. And as for our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, he's up throughout the night, and we've convinced him to stay with us, I would hope, because we've convinced him how stupid a test is and how useless it is and how it really...
My mother's not going to give me a choice in the matter. I talked to her about it. I told her, listen, if the only kind of test I can possibly take is a drive-through, because if not, I'm just exposing myself to someone else's COVID. And if I don't have it, I will get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But right now, it doesn't seem like the places that did the drive-through are doing it anymore.
She'll just have to live with the reality, and you'll just tell her that look, I've talked with two people about this, on public open dialogue, and they've both presented the fact that even if I tested positive, there's nothing that can be done other than, of course, other than nothing. So there's no point in getting tested. It will simply expose you to the disease. Is all it's going to do. So,
And I did have to, consult my father, because he was close to my uncle.
Okay.
So it's really aching him.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I lost my best friend, but he lost even more.
Mm-hmm.
The cost of his life. So I mean, it's enough to convince me that this existence is not worth it.
Well, what it might convince you of is that maybe it's like whatever. It's like your dad's having a heart.
It'll just convince me to kill God when I die.
Wipe out
as many of them as I can.
Well, you've not. Yeah, you're not the only person who's had that idea, so you're not alone. So in terms of that, certainly when I grew up hating God. I still am, when I'm not down on my knees begging for something, then I'm cussing at him. Yes, it's the human condition. At any rate, Mandy, darling, the topic that we were on, as you said originally, before, it was just a lot of background noise when people were talking about, oh, your kids are going to have nothing to inherit in terms of a world, in terms of a society. But you've been saying how now you realize that this is the potential that they're facing. So, with that, please continue.
The greatest generation for that.
Yes, I agree. We can all blame the so-called greatest generation for this bullshit. One of the most pioneering aspects of Nazism was anti-pollution laws and environmental awareness. That was something, the Allies had nothing of. So in terms of, all of this, do go on, honey, with other thoughts that you might have. There's plenty to piss on about, and by all means, you're doing it well. And our man Jameson is, cheerleading for you. So by all means, continue with what pisses you off. I mean, oh my God, what about TV? I mean, Jesus Christ, I was talking about, here's Ben Estenius listening to fucking Alex Jones of all things, and it just you know, look what it did. It literally almost killed him. And all of these white guys are just constantly on this high octane rage that they're high off of. You were saying how you know, Portland, Oregon, or Oregon in general is not as crazy on the crazy train necessarily as much as Miami or some of these other places, but it's certainly there. And you were in a car once when, you know, we were speaking. I don't know if you heard what I said about Hunter's Point and all of these black crackheads throwing themselves against our windshields on the car all at once. And like I said, it was raining, so with all their dinner plate lips, they were pressing literally against the windshield. I just felt that it would work like suctions. I wouldn't be able to get them off. You'd have to like try and pry them off with that shit. I mean, so that was the old joke they used to make about black kids. You just put water on their lips and stick them up against a window. So when it comes to, you know, what we were facing down there, you had something similar with all the white trash up there in, where were you at when suddenly you found your car just backed up by bodies everywhere your head could turn?
Yeah, it was the Black Lives Matter, and it was it happened. So gosh, there's a couple times it happened, but the craziest one was where, you know, I was picking up and delivering off supplies to people who put in for delivery service because they were quarantining and did a lot of trips to hospitals and businesses. And my last drop was at this over at this business area, and it was this really nice old Asian couple. And as soon as I turn around the corner, this white mass of college students and 20s and 30 something angry white boys like suddenly encircled us and me and completely blocked off the road, completely blocked off everything. And then the next thing I know, the entire Portland SWAT, these guys are literally decked out in, you know, Los Angeles riot gear. I don't know how else to describe it. Literally were on the other side of me, and I was surrounded by these little assholes, and it trapped me between them as they were throwing bricks and bottles and shit at the police, as the police had, and the riot first responders had their guns out, you know, ready it was incredibly scary. And this one car that was also trapped beside me, she rolled down the window and she was like, "Oh God, you're here to help pick up our guys, right? So just follow me." And I didn't know what she was talking about, but I overheard her talking to the person in front of her, and apparently she thought I was a part of the group that came to pick up people who were going to throw bombs into the police crowd, stink bombs, glass bricks, and we were supposed to pick them up. I say we in quotes, to pick up these guys who are doing this, and they were going to clear the ways for us to drive away with these guys. So I just, this guy with a blowhorn started talking and telling people to move out of our way. And I just followed my way around. And like, I had my car shaking. People were like pounding on the windows and shit. Like they were jumping on my car because they thought that I was here to pick up people who had already tried to attack the police and to get them away.
Yeah, you were like the getaway driver. Yeah.
Yes.
Your wheel girl, the wheel woman. Yeah, go on.
Yes. And like I ran out. I had a money drop off for these people. I ran in, I gave them my money. I ran back into my car that was still surrounded. They thought I was I don't know what they thought I was doing. And then I followed this guy with his blowhorn, but at the same time, the riot, people weren't there. It was thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people, and I know it's on national news. I'll send you the shots of this area. You'll probably see my fucking car right next to the police at this corner. I've never been next to armed SWAT like that facing at me. It was absolutely fucking crazy.
I'd like you to take some time here to tell people about the unmarked police units that you saw basically abducting people.
So that was the first like holy shit thing that happened. So over the next several weeks, I continued to work because I have to fucking work and feed my kids. So I continued to do shit in downtown through all of these riots and protests and whatnot. And there were several times that I was stopped on bridges. There were several times that I was literally watching the protesters stream down and infiltrate the streets and block off areas. And I was doing like driving in reverse through 3 streets and going back over this way and like racing against the protesters against these other streets and just trying to beat them to get these exits in other areas before I was cut off. And in between these certain times, there were times where you were just stopped either at traffic lights or because a protest was blocking in front of you, they were marching. It's the peaceful ones that they show on TV, not the other ones that I was in, but the peaceful ones where people are just marching, going over the bridge, going through the streets, blah, blah, blah. You know, then you finally get to go.
By the way, this is important because what I was assuming was that Peter Moon was just watching too much Fox News, and I know that the conservative media was making a lot about, oh yeah, they take the police away, and then Oregon descended into chaos, especially Portland. But what you're telling us is that there was truth to this, that they did.
It did happen. No, I was going through downtown Portland. I had 3 bikers pull in front of. This is a three-way one-way area in downtown. So the other way is 3-way on the other side. I guess you consider it a 6-way, but there's a huge barrier and park in between. So literally these bikers that you would have said came out of the fucking 70s. What were those 2 dudes with Fonda?
It was Jack Sleazy Nicholson Rider. They called it.
Yes. It was those fucking dudes for fucking like a goddamn down to the fucking T. Even the handlebar bikes, man. Like they come and cut off us. They all get off their bikes. They park them sideways. They put up their fucking hands and say stop. And they start redirecting traffic as they're allowing the fucking protesters come down and start blocking off shit. They control traffic. The people were absolutely, these groups were organized. They went out, they went and controlled certain areas. They shut down certain areas. They started fires. They started doing shit. And police were not around. There was absolute fucking chaos happening. And it was like, get the fuck out of here. Holy shit. Listen to these guys. And it was crazy. I'm looking at this guy that makes me think that you're saying I'm watching Easy Rider Boys. Just come over and shut down downtown Portland and block off traffic. It was crazy. And that was another one of the days that I just cut work and I got home because I did not want to get stuck down in that. And that's also when I had to readjust my work because I couldn't keep risking what the fuck was going on. One of my last days was, again, kind of in the same area, very near Voodoo Donuts. People should look that up. It's wholly fucked up, but another satanic area, another thing. It's bad. A guy just runs out in the middle of the road, strips down butt naked and pulls out a fucking knife and starts walking at me. Okay. And I'm in a car, whatever, I back up and go out. And as I'm backing up, police cars are starting to come forward because I guess other people had called before me. But I think that was my last day where I was I just can't do this anymore. I have a naked guy in front of my car. Yeah. It did. I don't want to give credit to Fox News, just like I don't want to give credit to any fucking politician or any CNN or anybody, but they were correct. It did go into anarchy and chaos, and there was holy shit, crazy goddamn things that were going on that was absolutely underreported. And the people that did report it were Alex Jones. It was put into crazy land. It was put into fanatical land. It was downplayed. There was a photo shoot that Kamala Harris did after our fires, and I think they were still running for presidency and vice presidency at that time. But she had done a photo op at a property where this person's property had burned with the horrific fires that we had, and that person ended up like coming out saying like they trespassed. They didn't ask if they could do the story on their property. They didn't talk to the homeowner at all about the property, and that she had just come in to do a photo op on his land, and like totally made it sound like she was there talking with the people, going over our horrific wildfires that did so much damage, when she flew in for a photo op on this guy's property somehow and like took off. And he was actually a Trump supporter, I guess. So, which a lot of people are in Oregon outside of the Portland metro, college town Eugene are.
Yeah.
It's the same thing in Washington, where Seattle.
You live in like Trump cult land, yeah. I mean, this is like these are like the white trash, cultists up there where you're at. It's like just this side of Idaho for white supremacy central and shit. But by all means, go on and. I'm definitely, appreciative of your sharing everything that you're sharing. So go on. I interrupted you a few times. What were some of these other incidents where similarly frightening things happened, where the body surrounded your car and packed it in a wall of meat on all four sides?
Well, hon, you had asked. I was saying, during certain times, like I was literally blocked in and stopped for like an hour at least, just because shit wasn't moving, traffic wasn't moving, bodies weren't moving. But what I did see and did witness was, and this was always when I had a higher advantage. There's a lot of bridges over here in Portland. There's a lot of sea level streets and whatnots. And when I was overlooking certain areas, I did see on 3 different occasions unmarked cars taking people into the back seats of those cars, where those people were somehow restrained with their hands behind their back, led into these vehicles. These people were not in police uniform. These people were not in military uniform. These cars were not in any marked as far as any sort of legal law, federal agency peoples. They were not sheriffs. That's what we have here in Portland. We have city police, but we have sheriffs. I recently had to talk to the sheriff's department today twice because of shit that went down today. So it was not the sheriff's department that we're used to. And I cannot say that I saw people in cuffs. Specifically, I can't say that how they were restrained with their hands behind their backs. I can just say that I saw them being guided into the backs of these vehicles with their hands behind their backs. These people were mostly, from what I observed, one specific time, very specifically, I was on a bridge, I was overlooking it, I saw it. These people had obviously been a center that I knew where there were Black Lives Matter protest centers and a meeting point, and they had this little tent outside, and these cars pulled up out of nowhere. These men got out of the vehicles. They were all wearing plaid shirts and denim jeans, and I just remember that. They rounded up these people and guided them into the backs of these cars. It was very quick. These people did not get into the cars as if hunky-dory, happy, okay, let's go, or it wasn't. I don't want to use words that are incorrect because whatever, but it looked like these people were being detained by people who were in civilian clothing, and it did not look like it was a happy-go-lucky let's go meetup. Yeah. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, no, this is abduction.
And they drove away, but there was no markings on anybody about anything. I couldn't tell you who they were, but black 4-door cars and black SUVs. That's it.
This is, our world changed under Trump into a third world dictatorship. Madness, appalling. And so, honey, I'm so glad that you have an opportunity to share this with our listeners. I'm going to check into the live stream here and see what people are saying. Sarah Thomas has joined us. God bless her. Love you dearly, honey. Peggy Wood, God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And so glad these ladies are with us. Miss Zalim, so glad to have you in here, honey. And hopefully you're still there. And obviously I know some people have different schedules, and it's hard for them to, stay with us throughout the entire night. But then we've got Not So Free Mind, not so spelled Natxo, kind of like matzo, but Not So Free Mind saying, complimenting Biden is not human, as of all world leaders. Okay, at that point, I'm sorry. I did. Oh, God. I mean, really? You only wish they weren't human, okay? Because if they truly weren't human, then they would, probably, we'd have a much more functional government. At any rate, so, honey, are you there, Mandy?
I'm here, yeah.
It alarms me whenever I start talking that it almost is like, it's almost like you drop. So try and comfort me. It's comfort me by saying, because I know technically that's what happens a lot is you get dropped offline. Right. So always comfort me by making grunts, yeah, yeah, right, stuff like that. No, it really helps. I mean, so let's see now some of these other things. Anyhow, Alan Cheslow says, thank you for another transmission and your positive New Year's wishes. Love you dearly, Alan Cheslow. Hugs. I'm not quite sure if he's listening to the right channel. But
we're so positive here.
Yeah. But, we try to be. We try. But and I love Big Chicken said earlier, wow, what a background. I'm cool with that. And Zorro, I got a message from Zorro on the Skype. I will look at it later. So thank you, Zorro 007. You're not forgotten. Not ignoring you. And so as Daniel Arola says, the anti-gods are using incels as avatars. Aha, yes. And Jameson Reese agreed with that, who, by the way, took off again. I don't know if he's back with us by now, but I don't think so. So, he's on and off throughout the night because basically he is back. Okay, good. So Jameson, feel free to talk with us. And, he says, I'm sick as fuck. You poor son of a bitch. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. Okay. So, do you want to get on and talk a little bit about it?
Okay,
how this feels?
Yeah. It feels like shit. It feels like, okay, look, I gotta confide something. I did, try to over-medicate myself with some, gabapentin because it gives a really nice high. Yeah. And it puts me to sleep. Yes. But what happened is after that yesterday I started to get these body aches and they never went away, and I don't know if I'm writing a trip, but I can't say anything about that. So for all intents and purposes I'm just sick. And I feel really cold, but then again, I just had the window open, so what do you expect? It's like 40 something. It's less than 40 degrees out there. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of cover up and just let you guys go back and forth.
Oh God.
Definitely call me when you need a break. I'll be listening in the background. My throat is killing me.
Okay.
And well, I'm probably going to need to rethink my arcane formula.
Right. I mean, before the most important thing is that you get well, and
Yeah, I don't think demonic death metal screams are going to work for me.
no. Yeah, rethink that.
But it is effective. I shit you not. Those spirit orbs, they just pop up all over the room when I do that shit. But
Well, there's a price to pay for everything, obviously. So, yeah.
It's not worth the price.
Thank you.
It might not be worth the price.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Yes, and so, Mandy and I will do our best to hold it. If we need your help, we'll call. I'll prep Mandy to kind of hold the stage even by herself for a few minutes at a time. She seems to be doing so well. And I might need to go gargle myself simply because I finished eating and, just want to kind of very quickly brush my teeth, so to speak. So let's, why don't you stay on with Mandy for a few minutes while I do that, and I'll be right back, and then you can go back to lying down and shivering, okay? Does that sound all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I could lie down and talk.
Okay, good.
Just
So
gotta
do
bundle
that.
myself up like an Eskimo or some shit.
Yeah, lie down, pretend you're on a sex call. You can beat your meat while you're doing this. Your blanket, you can hump up and down while you're talking while Mandy talks.
Well, if I do that, you get a hell of a lot more views, wouldn't you?
Yeah, there you go. Yes, if we would put that on video, fuck yeah, that would get us a lot more views. And yeah. And so, Mandy, start talking. It's that sexy, sultry voice of yours. He could beat his meat to that. Okay? Yeah. Come on. And tell us a little bit about... I remember the most perverted fucking thing that I couldn't believe when I was young that I heard. Who's that black guy who they released who thinks he's vindicated and shit?
Cosby.
Yeah. When Bill Cosby said, he was talking about his daughter and said, yeah, I love watching my daughter get older, watching her breasts grow. He said, he said this on an interview. And I was just, my jaw fell open to the floor. I couldn't believe, what the fuck? It's like, it was disgusting.
Didn't they bust him back then?
Yeah, honestly. And,
holy shit.
So what you might share tastefully and elegantly, as I know Mandy will, you might, by the way, when she was talking about helping her friend out, who was in the adult entertainment industry, it reminded me of that scene from Blue Velvet. If anyone sees the opening of Blue Velvet, they open in on a scene of the idyllic town and the sunrise, and the mother is basically taking care of a baby, changing diapers and ironing, working on the ironing board, working at the crib, and all the while she's cradling a phone and performing phone sex to get an income. So she's basically, she's basically talking about, I'll blow you off and really just, all this stuff, while doing all of these, motherly duties that, but this is what women have to do. Now, Mandy was not in that position where she needed to do that for an income. She was helping out this wonderful person who sadly kind of vanished out of her life, and we really don't know her ultimate fate. But in terms of just the, obviously your kids are growing older, and we know your son's feeling like he's been ripped off by the plague because, he hasn't had his first kissing experience and the like just yet. But, your daughter must also be coming into some awareness, and you might share with us, as I know you tastefully and elegantly will, what kind of, how you become aware of how they're changing and exactly how you deal with this, or you can go on to other subjects. Obviously I'm just providing a suggestion here because I think that's obviously something that parents have to deal with, and in times like this when the kids are at home, just how a parent deals with that, it's a challenge. And there you go. So let me cut off for now. I'm here, but I'm mute. but I'll actually be gone for about 5-10 minutes while I brush my teeth. I'll be back. So, all right. So I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. You don't need to talk about anything that I've suggested, so you can go on to anything you want. But, go off where that takes you. Or, that sounds too close to get off where that takes you. You go in a direction where you feel, anyhow, Okay.
Well, I think that's something that does need to get talked about, that definitely isn't getting talked about enough, is that the things that the children, the teens, the preteens, even the young adults, the things that have changed over the last 2 years that are just so horrifically different than what has been normally going on, if there is a normal, the status quo, the social structure, are drastically different, and we're gonna see horrific consequences with our children from this time period, and it's already affecting them. It's already been horrendous, and the burdens that are on our youth right now and that have been accumulating, they call it the millennials and whatever, before or after, or who knows what the fuck, but that it things are just really, really different. My son, two of his best friends each had a parent who were much, much older, and they completely shut down and quarantined for safety, and did homeschool and virtual everything. And my son kind of lost his two best friends. And it sounds like such a trivial thing when you talk about friends and people's lives. He completely understands why, what went on and how it went on. But it was kind of, it was, I don't know if anybody's had to move away when they were, away from their best friends and go to a new school or a new state or whatever, or, and especially in high school, it's huge. And we also
emotional shock.
Yeah, it's a huge emotional shock. And to not allow children to socialize, but also at the same time have an issue with socializing, because it is a health issue, has been just crazy. And I kind of keep associating it to the time when I was working at a preschool and kindergarten, and it was during 9/11. And because the town that I was in Juneau, we did have a lot of military, and a lot of moms and dads were instantly deployed. And a lot of kids in the next several months either were shipped out to a new city or state, and a lot of new kids were shipped in from a new city or state. There was a lot of movement of personnel, which always happens during these times. Yeah. And trying to look a 6-year-old in the face and explain to him why that's their last day of school, and another kid the next day of explaining and helping them about why their best friend is suddenly gone, or their cousin, because it is a town, military families are split up just because, that's aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters. You go where you're told to go. And it was incredibly traumatizing for them. And I can see that this is many, many years since 9/11. And you can see how those young kids are coping today. They're not young kids anymore. I have to keep reminding myself. No. But we're going to have another repercussion of a horrendously traumatized youth during a just completely upheaval, up on your head time, and we're definitely not taking care of them.
This is like a global intergenerational trauma, where what I mean by that is that it affects multiple generations, especially the young ones. And for them, what they're going through is a lot of them, it wouldn't surprise me, are going to have PTSD surrounding this.
Yes. Yep.
And we're going to see a lot more people who are going to be medicated and are going to be forced to rely on pharmaceuticals or things of that ilk because of what has happened.
Yep. Absolutely. For sure. I think the 70s and the 80s were the repercussions of, the youth of the and trauma of the 50s and 60s youth. You can see these waves.
50s. Yeah, and the problem with the people of the 50s is that they never cared. They were sort of indifferent to that trauma, and they just continued to live on and siphon, the resources and exercise that same good old day greed to, and unfortunately the 60s, 70s, a lot of people inherited that stuff.
Right.
So, and we look at society now, it has not made anything better. It has disintegrated, and it has set the precedent that the rest of the world wants to follow. And to follow that precedent, they're going to need to emit a lot of pollutants. They're going to need to utilize a lot of harmful chemicals to their environments. I mean, we could look at nations like India or, other nations that have decided to modernize but don't care, and granted, we might have regulations and stuff, but they care even less over there, and our regulations don't do jack shit over here when you look at it.
Right.
Yes,
I remember the big message was not global warming, it was pollution, it was toxicity, it was contamination, and it was known carcinogens that were killing off biological beings here. And it got switched to this global warming thing where people are like, yeah, so what? Or it's not that big of a deal, or that's debatable. And we totally left the field of the pollution, the poisoning part. And I remember Earth Day and all these other things were such a big deal when I was growing up. And now if you even try to debate global warming and just give some sort of opposing opinion of just trying to narrow it down to our toxicity and whatnot, that you're called a climate change denier and you're vilified, and you're even shut down on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. You can't talk about it in a different perspective unless you say climate change is the only problem and human issue as far as that area goes.
Again, the problem is that that's such a narrow focus, and no one's focusing on how the pollutants are causing a negative warming. No one's focusing on the fact that if we don't look at pollutants, if we don't look at pollution in rivers and streams, where all of a sudden you get like methane sinks and shit like that because of all this toxic sludge, how the hell are you going to be able to put a dent in global warming?
Right. Absolutely. I remember speaking and talking with this one person, and he backed it up by several other things, and the whole methane and the cows and all that stuff. He spoke about it perfectly, because he was saying, because the way to combat global warming is all the methane that the cows are producing, from them, is they do not produce the same amount of that if you do not feed them corn. Their bodies cannot digest corn. It is not good for them. So if you actually use corn and you use it to ethanol from, so you have your alcohol fuel, then you give them the leftover of that. It has nutrients now that do not have methane component in it in their stomachs, so they actually eat less, so they actually poop less, and they do not give out the same amount of gas that they are given. But if you give them the corn feed that most of our cattle and beef industry are feeding their cattle off of, that is the problem. That corn is not natural nor good for them to eat off of, but that is their main stock of feed, apparently. And so if you the ethanol industry got totally like just sidetracked somehow as far as a fuel, and there are problems with it, just like there's problems with everything else. But that suddenly cows are killing us instead of the industry of our slaughter and feed issues. I remember driving down in California where I passed these horrible places where it was cows up to their knees in shit. And that was the entire field. And these were slaughter cows. And it was absolutely horrendously disgusting. And it wasn't just because it was a one time or a bad season or caught them before they cleaned it. I just whatnot, and they said, "Yep, that's how it is."
Yeah,
it's just I don't know why anybody will eat after knowing that cow swam around in shit before you slaughtered it and ate it. Like I don't know.
That's a compelling reason to avoid beef.
It doesn't bother me. I mean, I love beef myself, and
But it's not going to stop me from eating chicken, though.
It's really all the same. It's all the same.
Yeah, and I know in chicken. Oh God, I saw a documentary where they were going into the chicken farmers, and they're like, there's no room for them to move around. They're just so crunched up on each other and shitting all over the place, and it's just shit and chickens and food and shit and chickens and food, and they're like shitting where they eat, and it's gross. But you know, if you have a body that needs to metabolize protein for whatever reason, it is what it is.
Yeah, but you're doing so well, Mandy. I noticed that you're pointing out a lot of things that we don't usually speak about on this platform, simply because basically, well, you're covering a lot of points that would seem almost right wing, in the sense that that there might be some questioning of global warming. I've brought up the fact before that the entire planets all over the solar system are warming. Essentially, the temperature is increasing, so it's something that is solar systemic. It's something systemic throughout the solar system. And
it doesn't mean we're not helping like speed it along either.
Right.
And, I mean, you get to have yeses in all the check boxes of categories. It doesn't have to mean one is like right and one is wrong.
Yes.
So.
Thank you, and by all means, continue. I heard some noise there of our man Jameson moving. I guess since I started talking, he kind of like retreated under the sheets.
Yeah, I'm literally freezing, and I'm starting to suspect that it's not a fever. I'm starting to think that the room is just cold.
Oh yeah, well, like
I am in the basement, and I did have the windows open, so.
Oh God, well, you've closed them now, right?
Yeah, they're closed now. I'm starting to warm up, so.
Oh my fucking God! I
might just have pneumonia, but not from like COVID, but from just being in a fucking ass face.
Yeah, understood. And at any rate, you brought up some environmental issues. So, as I brought up earlier, Colorado, of course, is like the first time we've seen the return in a long time of an urban firestorm. And here in California, we have some other things. I don't know if I want to go into this right now. It's more of a monologue issue, but I do want people to know that after what we experienced in 2021, there's no doubt, as over the past several years, California's wildfires are increasing in frequency and intensity. So that brings us back to climate change. I'll talk a little bit more about that either tonight or on Wednesday. But honey, tell us a bit about the wildfire problem in Oregon and exactly how this was like. My medical cosmetologist was taken by some white trash piece of shit up there on what was supposed to be a vacation, or he wanted to see his daughter or something, and she wound up surrounded by two wildfires that were walling them in at the same time. So this was like last year, maybe earlier this year, probably last year. But so tell us a little bit about what was going on with yourself and how these impacted yourself, etc. So tell us a bit. Go into this.
Right. Well, so global warming, yes, but you're not describing global change. So like you were saying, the fires down by you, they've appeared, they've gotten worse. And I did grow up in Eastern Oregon I was there till I was 9. And I remember being sent to my parents' friend's house, who was a preschool teacher there, and all the other kids, while all the parents went off volunteer firefighting, including my mom and dad. So, these areas in the West have always been susceptible to wildfires and whatnot. But what's been going on lately is not the same. Every year it's been worse and worse and worse. We're not going through a cycle. Last year, I remember taking my kids out to the stable, and they had to wear masks when they weren't talking about wearing masks for everybody because the smoke was so bad. It was a red sun the entire day from sun up to sundown. It was this weird apocalyptic, red shadow that was over everything. Ash was falling everywhere, and we were the lucky people that weren't actually in the fires. Entire towns and communities were wiped out. They don't exist anymore. And it usually these things go through cycles. My dad always talked about that, where the deer season or elk season or fishing seasons, or even blueberry or mushroom picking, there you'd have good years and you'd have off years, and certain droughts or certain harsh winters, nature would take a hit, or it would acclimate another way, and you just wait a little bit and it would correct itself and go back into a place of neutral, of equalization. And the fires that have been going on are not there. It's absolutely abnormal. And to have, I cannot remember the number, but I want to say at one time there was at least 5 major, horrific, huge fires happening here in Oregon at the same time. And they were emergency evacuate, burning down towns sort of fires, not just wildfires out burning acres of wild area. These were places that the fires were just racing through so fast that I think several independent fires actually combined into one. Mm-hmm. and became super fire.
That's right. That's correct. Yes, go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that happened in California several times. I might be wrong, but I know that the ones down there were there's this area between Northern California and Southern Oregon where it's kind of the same place. Some people there consider it their own place. They want to recede from the United States.
Right.
And I believe it's called Jefferson County, I think.
Yes.
But a lot of the fires are, they share over the border right there. But the extent between the two borders and the fires that joined was absolutely horrific, and just broke all the other records. And this year coming up, they say it's going to be another big one. And I do believe California this winter, didn't they have another really bad season about it?
Absolutely. Yes. And that was predictable.
Right.
Of course.
Right.
And but by all means, you're doing well. And I'm just so proud of you. I mean, and we're so blessed to have you. Of course, it's 1:28 a.m. on the Pacific Coast. Are your kids asleep? Are they still up? Or generally, do they also stay up till about 2, 3 in the morning? Just curious.
Well, right now they've been totally partying late because there's not school.
And that's fine. That's fine. By the way, this is no judgment. I
So,
mean, Our Lady, Sarah Thomas in the chat room, she's the same way. And she'll say she's the worst example for her own kids. And so Sarah Thomas will point out the fact that she stays up late, and her kids stay up late following her example. Obviously, it's not even so much that you're the example here. Your kids are in the majority,
yeah.
and you can say they're
My
dragging
son
you.
is definitely like me. He has sleep
Yes.
issues. I'll wake up in the morning and he'll just obviously have passed out very recently or still be awake. That was horrible. I remember in high school, I'd be up for 24, 48, plus hours of no sleep gosh, stuff like that. He, even as a baby, he did not want to go to sleep. As a newborn, that kid would just do anything, hours upon hours of screaming or whatnot to not sleep. But he's actually gotten a little bit better the last year or two. I don't find him up with his book still at 5:30 in the morning as much recently. My daughter, she's always been a good sleeper. She values her sleep. She's kind of turning into the classic teenager of like sleeping in and I got to wake her up to get going. But she'll also crash pretty early. So, but we're on a pretty odd schedule again from all the hangout and winter break and whatnot. So I think I did actually just get a text recently that she was tired and on her way to bed.
Oh, cool. And that's delightful. I'm so glad they text you. That's so cute. And that they, it's as if they're in a different building or something. And so it's, yeah. There you have that, and but by all means, as well as that, do me a favor and just stay with me as long as you feel comfortable. Honestly, it's you and me tonight, and I'm taking advantage of your being here. I hope it happens more in the future. I know that, of course, that will be impacted by your kids going to school and everything else, because you'll also be busier when they go to school, and also you'll be teaching, right?
Well, my kids' school is taking a different turn than the public schools here. They're still doing a lot of virtual classes, and they've only hired back on half their teachers. Okay. So I probably won't start teaching at school as far as more teaching with my kids here. I'm pretty sure that my son will be starting some classes with the teen and university program that they have down here. So he'll be taking some college classes, which I will need to be present with him until he turns 16 or 17, one of the two. I better figure that one out real quick.
Oh, yes. That's adorable.
But there's still virtual classes are being pushed big time. So things are still so up in the air. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I guess.
No, that's fine by me.
I don't know
I'm just happy to exploit your presence with us, regardless. So, just happy that you're here. And maybe you can give people a hint as to why you show up so seldom, because you're often overcome by something that just happens at the time that takes you on a tangent. You're very busy, and maybe you'll share some of those schedule adventures. What usually prevents you from coming on with us?
A lot of times it's just work. Or work related, something comes in and I've got to fix this or talk to that or do that, or the kids. And
God, I don't know. It just seems like this entire year in time for me. It just escapes me. and it seems like I'm wide open. I don't have anything going on, whatever. And I try to talk to a friend or do something myself. And that's when the kids need something, or the animals need something, or I've got to go do this or that. But when I'm like all bored and got nothing to do and nobody to talk to, and the kids are like off doing their own thing, and they don't need me. So I don't know if it's just the kind of cycle and time period that my kids are in, preteen, teen, and the I don't know. It used to be the same thing when my kids were toddlers and babies, and I think that they were like napping or all good, and I'd try to sneak away for, a private moment to myself, or do a conversation on the phone or something, or and that's when they want mom, or that's when they wake up, or so but it just seems like I kept getting busy, and then time, and I ended up sometimes just passing out for a quick nap, and then waking up and needing to do things and get things done, and the next thing I know, it's just so damn late.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Now, tell us what your impression was of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, being found guilty as she was in the Epstein sex trafficking trial, because obviously she now faces the prospect of years behind bars, and basically what this case really is about is female sex offenders. So
right.
In terms of these enablers, basically what she was convicted for was for her role in luring and grooming girls to be sexually abused by this American Jewish financier, Jeffrey Epstein. And so as a close friend of his, she was found guilty of 5 counts, including sex trafficking of a minor. So she's got a maximum sentence of about 65 years behind bars, which, obviously she's going to appeal, and we'll see what happens with that. But she's no spring chicken necessarily, so that could conceivably for her be a life sentence. And but obviously this highlights the importance of understanding sex offenses perpetrated by women, which usually are simply in aid and abetance of some dominant male figure in their life.
Right.
But what does this bring to mind for you? I know, of course, with all the experiences we've exposed about your criminally retarded husband and the like, you've had more experience with this than most. I mean, basically, his mother is almost exemplary of this kind of person, I would assume, and
right.
Even your own mother has her own issues. I'm not quite sure if they fall into this territory, but you can disambiguate for us and tell us what you have seen, and maybe even female teachers that you may have encountered. So you can speak in allegory. By the way, I personally, people know my opinion on this, just so people understand my stance on this. Understand, of course, I've had sex with underage girls, and of course, I've always been one who has pointed out that I don't hold females really in the same category as male sex predators, because most of the time, like most males, when I hear about some young boy in particular, obviously what Ghislaine Maxwell did was completely different, but most of the time when I hear about young boys, they're underage, they've had sex with some older woman, most of the time, like most men, my only response is, wow, lucky kid. And, the only reason that, the whole thing gets exposed is because they have a bunch of friends they're bragging to who are jealous, and then, report it to the police and shit. I mean, that's the only reason things like that usually get shut down. I mean, if anything, I feel women who are having sex with most underage men are basically doing them a favor, because it's making them aware of, at that point, they become aware of, oh, am I straight or am I gay? I mean, it's that chance in their life to make a decision. By the way, I appreciate Amanda being silent while I ramble on about that, because obviously there's no graceful way for a woman to really respond to these ramblings. But going back to the case of Ghislaine Maxwell, obviously this is something that's far more, in my opinion, reprehensible. That would be my stance. So share with us what it brings to mind for you. Oh, God! I thought they knocked you off.
It makes me think of. Okay. It makes me think of, on a psychological level, that a male predator is one thing, horrendous, horrific, but a female that, as a woman, as a mother, as just that childbearing instincts that supposedly are all of us, I just find it an extra horrendous psychopathic level for a woman to be delivering children to a male for those purposes.
Yes.
I feel that is a second level of evil.
Yes.
That is so glossed over, and it is not talked about. But you do hear, and you can look them up in very recent cases, 2000, 2010, 15, of a woman, a girlfriend, a fiance, a bottom bitch, that went in specifically, horrifically, because her man told her wanted a child that they went and delivered that to. And whether partaking of, or just walked away from, or, all the other horrific levels of it. I just find that to be a different level of evil.
Yes.
To that.
But by the way,
you can ask somebody to bring you.
But by the way, I couldn't resist this. Sarah Thomas in the chat said, "Amanda, my son just went to bed. It's 4:30 a.m. where she's at in the Eastern time zone." And
Right.
she says, our schedule's out the window. So there you go. I thought I'd share that. Talk about another level of evil. Yeah. That's but yes. So go on, honey, with what you're saying. But by the way, honestly, it's by the way, I agree with everything that Amanda's saying in this case, because this is the kind of horror in its more visceral form. There is other cases I can think of. One was a male predator who was basically had one of these rape vans or torture vans that basically all the windows were tinted or not even windows. There are some vans that they've produced where you've seen those kinds of windows that are just a kind of indented metal. You've seen what I'm talking about, just an indented metal as opposed to windows. And so one of those vans, and inside was, of course, a chair that he could strap girls down into that was kind of like a gynecological exam table. And but he had a female partner, just a brainwashed and indoctrinated subwoman, a submissive, who was luring the girls into the van for him, and then operating with him and enslaving them. And so this is at the more visceral level what Ghislaine Maxwell was doing. But it's the same thing. They're just operating at a different level. So this is obviously horrific, and it's obviously it's something to be punished, discouraged in the most extreme sense, meaning by justice, by sentencing. So
her media coverage for her entire trial was not the same as somebody else of her stature and her crime should have been getting either. The fact that this woman, what was it? The testimony that she did give is sealed for 60 years or 90 years.
I had no idea. No, that's crazy. I didn't know that. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And
you know, it was all over the news when Epstein did finally get arrested. People, other things connected. This is not getting the right media coverage that somebody who had the ties that she absolutely had with certain people that absolutely were. It is being so quietly done. As far as I'm concerned, there were more charges that this woman absolutely could have been charged with, all horrific, and her just a backseat friend or girlfriend or slight enabler is absolutely contradictory to victim statements, to photo evidence, to other records. And this woman was basically a girlfriend and partner, right up there. And the only thing that I have never heard is, like you were saying, of specifically abuse directed specifically from her sexually at the minors.
That actually did come out in the trial. That did come out.
I was going to say though, but that is something that I thought was that was also sealed, I thought.
Okay, interesting.
But maybe I checked in with some of the news and then I didn't for a while, so there's probably plenty to that I need to update on or be corrected on.
Don't worry. I mean, it's just going to, you know, if people listen to the news too much, all it does is piss you off. So you you don't want to watch too much news. News is something that is, in a very real sense, just it's a negative trip. So in terms of your checking out from that, it was the right thing to do, especially, you know, a case like that. So when it comes to, however, as you said, now in your personal experience, have you ever seen something like this? Now, you told us earlier about this. It was a male teacher, apparently, who was basically obsessed with this young girl's tits and was basically, you know, coming down on her for it as part of his sexual trip, really. And she said, your problem is really you. It's you looking at my breasts. Hopefully I understood that, because that's what I caught, you know, while checking in. So was there... did you ever see something like that between a female and a male student, in terms of maybe some kind of, like, I mean, were there ever any seductive cougars as teachers that yet you were dealing with who were making out with the boys?
Not in high school.
Okay, high school. Cool.
Not in Alaska.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, go on.
I'll say that as a teacher, I got several little cute crush cards from first graders and fifth graders and kindergartners, but I wouldn't consider that. You know, I don't recall seeing any or hearing about. We did have our Chester molester janitors. Growing up, it was male teachers. I remember as an intern, a male teacher, like, locking me in the janitor closet. Like, it was males. I do not recall. I think it was more wishful thinking and hoping, but I also can't remember any teacher that any of the boys ever, like, wanted to get with either. I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to do this very objectively, but maybe it's because of the small town that I was in. There were not many young foxes, haughty teachers, I guess, of the younger female area.
By the way, Jameson Reese, can you read what he said in the text there in our Skype call? He said that the door opened by itself, that some of your poltergeists are coming to visit him now. There you have that. So what he said specifically for our listeners was that the door opened itself, getting some of Amanda's poltergeists. Yes, and so Jameson and Amanda are now, they'd be much welcome. He enjoys them, honey. Don't even worry about it. Come on. Amanda's apologizing to him. Oh my fucking God. Come on, honey. Really? You don't need to apologize for that. But by all means, you're with us, right? Keep talking. Yes. Honey. Oh shit. Oh shit. Once she got into the text, she got locked out of the ability to speak. Oh wait, she might be clawing her way back. That you, darling? Okay, and alright. Well. Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like are you there, Amanda?
Mandy, you there, darling? Yeah, what does it sound like? Tell me what it sounds like.
It sounds like the dude typing on the other side.
Oh, Jesus. No, that's just me now.
Oh, okay.
He finally took off. And we'll have to see if she
can you hear me?
There we are, darling. Okay. Yeah. So honey, go on. And I'm so glad that Jameson's still with us to help balance this out. And but darling, okay. So go on talking. You don't need to. Jameson enjoys her poltergeist. Tell us a bit about this, Jameson, about the poltergeist and the fact that you don't mind them, so that she feels better.
Yeah, these things are much welcome. Sometimes we can sort of vampirize. Well, not vampirize. Leech them astrally. And suck the marrow out of them. Of course, I question as to whether this might also be my departed uncle coming through, because that sort of thing has happened to me since childhood.
That makes sense.
Where these things would come through, and they would use me as like a portal, just to communicate. So there could also be that too. Yeah. Either way, it's welcome.
Yeah. And so I know that when I traveled to New York, my father's body went ahead of me by 2 weeks, but his soul really just stayed here in the flat. And by the time I flew over to New York so that we could bury his body after it being put on display for us, then I, could feel while I was traveling to New York with my mother, I could feel just his soul, which had been riding on my back to go home, just kind of depart. Basically, it was riding on my body, basically, and had been hanging out in the flat till then, and then, hitched a ride on my back, and then some point in the plane, he departed, some point in the plane ride where I got violently ill as he did that, just feeling his departure. But this is definitely the dead do visit us. In his case, obviously, it was a far more intimate scenario where, he had been my care recipient and was kind of like stuck or torn with leaving the place that he died in and then ultimately going back home. But he went back home using me as kind of like a vehicle to ride. That's certainly my conviction, and in terms of it's certainly my experience. But in terms of yourself, Mandy, any dead relatives that have visited you in the past, or you felt you got some hint from, or dead animals? Cats do that a lot. They come back after they die and sit on your bed. You can feel the weight on your bed from different animals. Anything happen like that?
For sure. I think I told you about this. So it was described to me the difference between some people think that they don't know when they dream of somebody if it is a visitation or a dream. But when you are visited by an animal or somebody who has crossed over, it's vivid. It's incredibly vivid. It just sight, smells, feeling. You have a hard time sometimes thinking, okay, was that a dream? Did that really happen? It's incredibly vivid. You are aware, you are awake in your dream. That did happen with my my cat Snowball that passed this year, and I just remember vividly pulling him out of this leafy area in my backyard. And I just remember picking him up and cuddling him. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, you came back to me. And it was vivid and he was there. And then literally the next day at a job site, I found the pack of kittens that was abandoned that I rescued. And I have 2 of them currently with me. And I just remember thinking and knowing he came back to me. And my other cat had passed away literally within a week from him. And my 2 cats, my kittens that I have now, are exactly like my 2 little guys that did pass. It's very hard to explain, but that was definitely him coming back to me and talking to me. My dad, his passing was a shock to me. I felt things wrong, and I know now looking back, I saw it. I just didn't understand it, but I know now what that was. He did come to me in dreams, and then I remember a very specific dream where all of the dreams that I was having up to that point, he was very gray, and he was very I was always trying to get to him. I was always trying to see him, but I couldn't, or it was just a quick in passing, and he looked very contemplative in a more of a sad way. And then at the certain point I saw him, and he was actually like sparkling and shining and happy, and there was this literal spotlight on him, and I just knew that he said that it was just communicated that he was okay, that it was all good. And I definitely had peace after that. But the night after I heard that he had passed, I had this dream, and it was one of those things where it was vivid, and I have a hard time now disassociating it with other things, because in this dream I was at this place in the coast where he and my grandmother, his mother, used to go. And he pulled up, and I remember running to him and going, Dad, they told me you died. And he just gave me that smile that he always gives me, and that big hug, and going, oh, well, it's okay. And I have that memory in my head, and I have to separate it from other memories that really did happen when he really was alive, because he was kept from me in his passing. I was denied getting to say goodbye to him just as much as he was blocked from saying goodbye to me and his grandkids. And he came and said goodbye to me. And I felt, though, after that, those dreams after that, he was around. And then I want to say it was 3 months after I had that dream of like, he's okay and he passed. And I now just have subtle reminders that he's around. He checks in often. I knew my uncle died before I knew he died. My mom called me the next day and told me, but I guess I knew it. Same thing happened with my grandpa. He got sick. He was in hospice. They thought he was going to die. Then he suddenly turned around and was doing better, and everybody said he'd get to leave the hospital in the next couple of days, and I just knew he wasn't going to make it. And I was being told I was a downer, and it wasn't okay, and blah blah blah. And he ended up passing 1 hour after I told my mom she really needed to go check on him and get things together because he wasn't going to make it, and he passed away. There's been several other things. My grandma used to visit me. That was a long time ago. I always knew that I was going to be the one to find out about my grandmother passing away on my dad's side. And I don't know why, but I got that call in high school. The phone was in my room for some weird reason, and her family from Oklahoma had called, and at 4 a.m, and I had the phone, and I got the call, and it was just so normal. It's like I'd already lived it. I knew exactly what happened, and why it happened and how it happened, and that was just that. So that's kind of a long going thing. I have not been visited by Kronk, which is kind of sad. I don't know.
It would probably be too heartrending. It's just probably good that you're not visited by Kronk, because that would be just so devastating that to be visited by him would be overwhelming, if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I that's exactly what I think. I think that's me. I think he's, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so in terms of
well, that's weird. Actually, you just said that. I just told my son Betty White's gonna die, and she ended up passing away the next day. I always mean to write this down. I always have celebrity deaths nailed.
Yeah.
And I don't ever log it, but I don't know.
Oh, no. I mean that's it's fine, and I believe that you're very intuitive about this. That you'd be able to foresee such a thing. And besides, it's I mean, hell, she was getting up there, right? I mean,
it always happens because suddenly they're either their books or their shows or their, like, suddenly they'll be on YouTube a lot, just in regular news feeds, and not like trending and not on this or that, but like it'll their name or their songs or their this or that will suddenly pop up, or they'll suddenly pop in my head. And then I won't think anything about it. Like, oh yeah, so and so, do, and then it's like, oh shit, he just died. Like, it just constantly happens. I don't know. My daughter told me I should always make a YouTube about it, so that I can make a record and always post it.
yeah. Start making some YouTube videos about celebrity deaths you can predict, or yeah.
It's so morbid.
Yeah, that's so funny though. I mean, it's like, it's open season, it's open game for them. I mean, fuck, they're celebrities, they're public figures. That's comes with the territory. So by the way, were you able to hear Brandon Young in the opening hour?
I heard a little bit because Skype kept kicking me out.
Right.
So it was kind of touch and go a bit. I heard some of Peter, and yeah, it was so sketchy. I really didn't. It was bits.
Oh, no worries. We were kind of covering the what's going to happen if the Republicans take over in 2022. And so we all have to get used now to writing 2022. Do you have problems with that, like I do, when you're writing checks or whatever,
Yes.
remembering? Yeah.
Yes.
How long does it usually take into a year before you get the year right?
Yes, it's forever, especially since everything's digital now. Like the last time we had, the daylight savings, I didn't even realize daylight savings happened because my computer switched over automatically. My phones did. The kids weren't doing classes at that moment. Like I had no recollection until like I was driving in my car the next day and realized the clock was back an hour. Like things are just so automatic. The new year, it always makes me. I take a while to adjust, I think.
Yes, and but I'm just so delighted that you're able to spend the day after New Year with ourselves, the New Year weekend, and so at the time that the clock struck midnight. I presume you were with your kids. Were you watching the ball to go down in New York, or what?
No, we were outside. Our neighborhood had some little whoopers and hollerers and stuff. And
I would imagine a bunch of white people firing off automatic weapons would be how they greeted the New Year at night. Was there any gunfire?
Not where I'm at. I'm close to Nike and kind of this other upper crust area, so it's illegal fireworks.
Okay, cool.
So that's though I did hear downtown and other areas had shootings and several problems at that time.
Holy shit.
Yeah, my main area of danger, like around 4th of July and New Year's, has always been drunk drivers. So we just always kind of do our little woohoos to the neighbors and have our little sparklers and cheers, and we usually just watch movies and grub on some food, and just we always write our wishes and hopes and whatnots, and do the little paper fire kites. It's rice paper you write your message on, and then you burn it and it floats up.
Yes,
it's kind of like the lantern thing, but it's a little mini paper, so there's no cause of fires that could possibly be started.
Right. Oh God, that's incredible. That's wonderful. Did you think that up yourself, or where did you learn about that?
No, it is something that came down from, I forget. Gosh, I kind of have it mixed up in my head. It's just something, an old tradition that we always had in my family. And I know it's a part of kind of Yuletide and whatnot. And you write your hopes and wishes, you know, and you burn it, or you burn what you want to get rid of last year. And I know my dad had talked about, we do come from several lineage, you know, Scottish Celtic tribes, and I'm kind of 50-50 Scottish and First Nations people. So but a lot of that is also mixed. There's a lot of tales of, you know, the natives in Ireland and Scotland, and that also with Egypt and ancient, you know, whatnot. So I don't know.
And so in terms of you know, shall we say, aside from that, you're with the kids, you're watching the illegal fireworks, and they set off these little burning kites into the sky, and the, you know, with the what about some, what do you call it, resolutions? Any resolutions? Like, have you kind of just given up on that bullshit?
Yeah, I kind of think it is bullshit. You know, it's kind of like an excuse to be a good person for a little bit, and then you get to fuck it all over the rest of the year.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
you know, I kind of try to make it look at like, okay, did I do what I meant to do last year? What do I like? I always hated it in school when they were like, what's your 5-year plan? What's your 10-year plan? What do you see yourself as, you know, 10 years from now? Like, I never did that. I don't know. Not that I was not a future planner or didn't envision that sort of thing, but like, I don't know what's going to go on next year. I don't know what I'm going to feel or want to be in 5 years. So, I just always like kind of tried to look at it as another year of growing and hopefully being better and doing better, I guess. At least learning. I don't know.
No, well, I mean, it's wonderful that you have come to the point where you realize that it's all bullshit, and you don't need to put yourself through that strain and stress of a New Year's resolution. But you know, aside from all of that, honey, how did Christmas go? Tell us a little bit about Christmas and what you got and what you gave, if you wish.
Well, Christmas was sweet. My kids are, so with the kittens and with the horse Mustang program that they're doing, they kind of know that Christmas was with those things as well. But it was very nice too. We did a lot of good stuff, and my kids are older, and they do make their own money, and they did do Christmas shopping for each other and for me, which was so freaking sweet. I tell them not to, and they still do. They're just so wonderful. And it was just really nice. I was really grateful that we had the time and I didn't have to work so crazy, and I was able to take part of the week off. And my daughter's birthday is a week right before Christmas, and so it's always hard. I always make sure that with our family,
that she knows, and her birthday is celebrated, and not that it's more important than Christmas, but that she is made sure that she's not lost in the season, that she's not gypped later, that
I'm sorry, when's her birthday? It's like what, on Christmas?
It's exactly 1 week before Christmas. It's the 18th.
Yeah, well, she's at least you can tell her how lucky she is that she wasn't born on Christmas itself,
Right.
like Vero
We
Reina
talk about
Borrera.
that, yeah, we talk about that, about how it could have been worse, and that she got to be home for her first Christmas, just out of the hospital and whatnot. So I'm very lucky that way, but it's also it's her birthday, and then it's exactly a week to Christmas, and then it's exactly a week to New Year. So December is always a very stressful time for me as a mom, and bills, and just schedule, and just trying my hardest just to make it all work out. This last week has just been really nice. I got to kind of kick back a little bit, and the kids were older, and my son actually made Christmas breakfast, and it was really cool. It was really sweet. And there was a local bakery that was offering to make Christmas dinners, and they were a chain of 3 local restaurants that were, trying to stay in business. And so I decided to order our Christmas dinner through them. And it's the first time in, I want to say, like 20 years that I haven't cooked for Christmas. Like, even for my grandparents and my parents, like that was always a chore and a thing that I had to do even as a kid to help out with. So it was crazy just having that done. I didn't realize how awesome it was to have dinner made for you.
Yes.
And actually get to enjoy the day. I don't know what to say. Like, it was just it was very nice.
Yeah. Oh, that's incredible. And so that is so wonderful. I'm so glad that happened. And in terms of again, you have this kind of dysfunctional family on both sides. There was your mother, of course, like you said, and this is probably the most I've ever found out about your mother concerning, her own, shall we say, fen kind of addiction. And in terms of that, what kind of Christmases did you grow up with? I mean, what was it like at the holiday season for your parents? I mean, and they seem to have split up fairly early. I mean, did this happen while you were?
It was later. That was later. Like, I think back on it, and that's part of what was so weird and tweaky for me was how my family ended up was not how we were raised. Like, Thanksgiving, Easter, New Year's, Christmas, 4th of July, Mother's Day, birthdays, family came first, and it was a big deal. And it was in my high school time. I'm the youngest of the family, so my brothers had all moved out and whatnot, even though they're still living off of mommy and having her send them money, even though they're older than me, and I find it pathetic, but whatever. But that also came off of my dad's back too, so I'll be snippy as much as I want now.
Yes.
So
yes,
little bitches. But it wasn't like that, and I think both my parents had their midlife crisis, whatever things. And I guess, I don't know, when your kids grow up and move away and you're in this different place, my mom had always had issues. Her relationship with me was definitely different than her relationship with her sons, my brothers. They were God's gift to the world. I was a little fucking hell child. Even though I didn't get in trouble, I was not arrested for pot like my brother. I was not arrested for driving with a stolen car and no license like my other brother. I was not flunking out of school like my brother. I worked my ass off, and I had a full-time job since I was in 8th grade, and I was at the top of my class in several different categories, and but still there was this weird thing, and I think it has to do with other family things. And my mom was brought up very strict Catholic, and very I don't want to say Scottish in a negative sense, but very
well, I'm sure any honest Scot would say there's plenty to be negative about concerning the Scots, but go on. Yes.
Yes. But so, my grandmother that I knew from my mother's side was not the mother that they knew that they grew up with. And, same thing. My mother, was not the same as, what I know, just like my daughter will not know the same side of me as, say, my friends and whatnot. But I hope that at least things are learned, and certain chains have been broken, and other family histories have been, at least tried to be better at, we'll say. But I mean, it wasn't, I can't exactly say what happened, except I just know one of my later conversations with my dad in life, a couple years before he passed away, was him apologizing to me that he was gone so much. He was a miner, he was a logger, he was out of town a lot, he worked crazy shifts, he was out of state a lot. Sometimes I mean, there was a full year I didn't get to see him because he was gone working, and he worked hard for his family. And he just said, he was sorry, and he knows now what my mom, like, how she was with me. She babied my brothers, and I was like kind of pitted against him in a bit of a weird female. She was always jealous of the relationship I had with my dad, right, which was just a very positive, proactive father-daughter relationship. We were interested in the same things. I was not a little girly girl. I was interested in getting in with the machines and the boys and the, the guns and the hard work, and I don't know. Things just went weird, and I don't know. She lost both of her parents, my grandpa and grandma, and after they passed away, her side of the family kind of, fell apart once they lost their leaders of their family. We used to always get together for Thanksgiving and right before Christmas or Easter, and it just stopped happening, and certain other things were happening at the same time period. My mom became incredibly, neurotic and difficult, and refused to get therapy or work on other medical issues, and instead did a lot of things like other things as fen. This was later, but just a lot of prescription stuff, and she just became very isolated and very desocialized, and a lot of people turned at that time. I remember it was at the time where people were having weird conversations with their families, like during the Obama period and right before Trump elections and stuff, and how families were splitting with disagreements and lifestyle choices and things that were going on. And there were just certain things and ways she was treating other family members. And I won't condone bullying or putting kids in the middle of adult family feuds. And I won't not talk to family members just because others don't like them, especially when it involves kids. And that just made her even more mad. It was a control issue. It was a dominating issue. And my dad and I were just like, we'll hit the high road instead of, doing it this way. And I don't know.
No,
people change.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And so when in terms of so many other things that we have to discuss, you had a teenager who was visiting your home recently. This wasn't the first time you've encountered someone or dealt with somebody who was who at this point it sounded like the teenager was very much they've made up their mind, that they committed themselves to their conviction that they were not in the right sex, that they felt that in this case, if I'm not mistaken, a girl to a boy, or was it a boy to a girl? I don't remember now. I deal with so many of them. This case.
You're right. A girl to a male.
A girl to a male, yes, which is I think a little bit more unusual than the boy to girl transition. I think.
Right.
Yeah. And
right.
Yeah. And why is that, do you think? Why do you think that is?
I think there's several issues with that, but I think
you would think that more girls would want to become boys because they would get more privileges, is what you would think.
Right. Well, I was telling you, I used my very masculine middle name legally to be portrayed as a male, just because you get rid of the bias that us females get right off the bat. Just our name being feminine, you're instantly an instant dumbass and not good enough or not professional.
It's so true. I mean, we live in a fucking shithole, anti-culture that, is just this side of Islamic fundamentalism.
I forget the statistic, but it is a ridiculous amount of women doctors who, when they are cited in articles or journals or spoken about on media, they are referred to by their practice, such as a OBGYN instead of doctor. So they'll quote the female doctor's name, but they will say what she's a specialist in or where she is at, a resident doctor or a resident at the such and such hospital, and they'll list her name. But the fact that she does not get the label doctor put before her name compared to males who almost always 100% get doctor such and such OBGYN at such and such hospital. They are constantly referred to by their
practice,
right? And it's demoralizing because a woman is being addressed as a female, whatever, but not as doctor. Dr. Smith, Dr. whatever. You always have to keep scraping just to get the what you've already earned and what you are. And I'll send you a quote. They have the quotes in there. It's very specific, but the statistics are constantly out there that if females will still be just referred to by their profession and not referred to as specifically a doctor this, doctor that. And they earn those titles, they earn those credentials, and yet they're constantly not given that.
Yeah. No, honey. I mean, that's outrageous. And so by all means,
you don't have that same issue that comes up in race or religion, but it's a constant female issue, no matter what race or religion you're a female of. You already have that ding against you. But the teenager that you're speaking of, he is set and determined and wants to start transitioning fully into male. But his dad is actually, I want to say all the adults that he has in his life, he cannot speak to about this. So
we're going to be careful.
Tried to go.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And so I've gone out of my way just to let him know that at my house and with me and with my children, his friends, that he is safe and gets to be himself, how he would like to be portrayed and wants to be and feels that he is. And so it turns complicated because we always have to refer to him in his female name. And as a female, naturally, when we are speaking with his father and with any sort of group settings where we're around and whatnot, or with other friends that he does not feel comfortable or safe to express that with. So he's definitely been very positive, and I can just see him come out of his shell. Like when he's talking with my son on the phone, they just go on and on about political rants or, you know, this or that, or games or this or that. And I can tell that he just gets to be himself the way he wants to because he feels safe. And I'm just trying to create that environment for him that he knows he gets to be that way here. Right. His way, the way his true self is. And it took him all summer to come out to us. And I'm very humbled that he felt good enough to pick us to be his safe place.
Safe enough. You're his safe space.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And so now I remember there was this wonderful young lady who I used to speak to. She took her name from a Harlan Ellison story, I think. What was her name? But she was the young lady who wrote to me about her encounter with the Cho in San Francisco, and how that devastated her in terms of how they impacted her life in the most negative sense. And this wonderful young lady, I'm forgetting her name, but she had a jewelry little shop that she was running and stuff like that. And Alira Walker was her name. And so she was telling me about, of course, many of these young people, and she was talking about somebody who was extremely young. We're talking about somebody maybe age 9 or something. I think it was pretty much age 9. And that they had decided that they were not in the right sex, and they were very adamant about this, and of course suicidal, and of course some people would argue that these are people who are using suicide to just basically terrorize or force the issue, to basically force people to give them what they want, force people to give them their sex change because they're threatening suicide. It's a form of terrorism, I guess, or blackmail. But of course, most of these people have genuine issues with their sexuality, and they're suicidal because many of them are terrorized. They're being picked on, they're being bullied, and their own parents often don't understand them and are not necessarily supportive. Indeed, they're probably told that they're sick or something of that nature. Right. So when Alira Walker was sharing this with me, it was because I had been open about my son, and she was talking about this was the child of a friend of hers, and she was just talking about how this was that she was just bringing up her perspective on this. But I'm wondering, it's so wonderful that this person is open with yourself, but was there any history of, and it's something we don't need to go into with them as a person, but is this the first time you've dealt with a person like this? Is there any other people you've encountered? Because this is obviously, with the new generations coming out, this is what scares someone like Vladimir Putin to death. Vladimir Putin is running Russia, and you may have seen recently, I don't expect you to keep track of that son of a bitch, but he's pathological when it comes to issues like this. And he's pathological because the issues like this are so, the people who want to change sex are such a minority. It's the idea that anyone is alarmed that these people exist is preposterous. The amount of people who want to change their sex, if that's a threat in your life, there's nothing going on in your life. Because these people, it's like, first off, they're like, there's so few of them. It is obviously a lifetime commitment. It requires constant maintenance by hormones, etc. This is not something inexpensive or cheap. This is not something that someone commits to on a fluke and just switches on and off like Jerry Springer would present, because Jerry Springer wasn't presenting people who are really getting sex changes. That you're talking about people who are just role playing. Jerry Springer would bring up somebody who's like, I was a man, and then a woman, and then a man, and then a woman. And okay, no, it doesn't, it's not like this person's entering surgery each time that they're doing that. They're just assuming a role of what they feel is a man or a woman. And they can maybe swing it well enough where people get fooled and then say, oh man, I thought he was a bitch. And, then they bring on those guys, of course, and they're all like, they just bring them on as a freak show so these guys can embarrass themselves like, yeah, I was fucking him and I thought he was a bitch. Yeah, but then now I find out he's a dude, and it's like, whatever. But, okay, so that's what people are thinking of, is that when these people just like change this role like they're changing clothes, it's not the people who are really doing this. This is not going to suddenly, basically what Putin is concerned about is he says, oh, we've eliminated. By the way, you may not have heard me talking about this with Peter Moon the other day, but and I'll bring it up inevitably again in more depth. But I was talking about that scumbag Oliver Stone, and Oliver Stone is basically, and Peter Moon, of course, I think I can say this, he was contacted by Sean Stone fairly recently again, and Sean Stone was, oh yeah, I understand Dietrich thinks I'm the bad guy and shit, well, fuck, look at your father, motherfucker. And his father, Oliver Stone, is Putin's propagandist. And here's this fucker where I don't know if you heard me talking to Peter Moon about this or if you know about this, but Oliver Stone. Sean's got his own issues, but Oliver Stone, of course, is Jewish and claimed he was Buddhist because he was a Vietnam War veteran and, became a Buddhist. And then he basically married an Asian woman who's actually Korean from like when he was stationed in Korea or something, or maybe he was just, making films over in Asia and picked up some Korean chick, has a Korean daughter or half Korean daughter and I didn't even know she was half Asian until Peter Moon brought that up to me. And this chick is 22 years old. She's an adult woman. And so Oliver Stone's over there with Vladimir Putin. They're talking about how unhealthy faggotry is and shit. And Vladimir Putin's going about, oh, and I don't know if you heard some of the shit Vladimir Putin said. No, look, everything about Vladimir Putin is so negative. I could go on for hours and hours about this. I mean, I could do a whole transmission about why Vladimir Putin's a piece of shit. But, here's this motherfucker who took away, I don't know if you're aware of this, Amanda, but I bet you are. I know you are. He basically took away laws preventing domestic abuse in Russia because he said, women are basically the property of the man. And then, so it's along this line of context. You've got this puke who's basically saying shit like when he's being interviewed by Oliver Stone. I don't know if you know this, but, he's saying stupid shit like, yeah, I don't have bad days because I'm not a woman. And then he goes into this awkward explanation of what he meant by that. We all know what he meant by that, but he goes into this awkward explanation anyway, as if none of us have been sex educated. Women have that time of the month and shit. Like, oh man, really? Oh man, oh I never knew that. I never knew that. And I still think that all cats are girls and all dogs are boys, too. Yeah, holy shit. You're telling me there's two sexes among each of those species? Fuck, I didn't know that. I thought that they reproduced with each other. I mean, oh my God. Oh, yeah. And it's like real dumb son of a bitch. And then, and by the way, I'll go into this in depth, later in one of these episodes about when him and Oliver Stone were doing this interview together. They're like two senile old men. I mean, really? Forgetting where they were and shit like that. I mean, that's okay for you and I because, this is not a professional show. There's, nobody's getting paid here. We can do that. We can, say I'm all drugged up or I haven't any sleep and, I can say I forget where I was. But, for Vladimir Putin and Oliver Stone to be doing that in what's supposed to be a
Yeah.
professional interview. I mean, that's just, you can edit that shit, right? No, they don't. This is how crazy they are. And, but, you know, it's like, where were we? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, really? Anyhow, but then they get into where Oliver Stone says, this comes after Putin's like talking about fucking, you know, basically, we've got laws to prevent homosexual propaganda, you know, to prevent homosexual propaganda from corrupting our nation. And then Ollie's like saying, yeah, in America, it's like everyone can't decide whether they're a boy or a girl, you know, like this is a majority problem. I mean, it's like the percentage of people who are in that position where they're undecided or questioning. I mean, it is so small a minority that the attention it attracts is obviously a farce. It is a facade for other issues that the power brokers are trying to manipulate. So, but then he goes into that, and then Putin talks about, yeah, I wouldn't have any problem with, what was it? It was basically these crazy guys start talking about, you know, gays and whether they're a threat or something. And Putin says, you know, some stupid shit that I'm not even going to bother to relate right now because, you know, I need to write it into a punchline for a comedy routine. But in terms of Putin, what then happens is that Ollie Stone turns towards him and says, so I hear you're a godfather to hundreds of people. And Putin says, oh, no, just a few. And by the way, a godfather is a really big deal when you become a godfather in the Christian Orthodox world or the Slavic world. That means like you got to send the kid to college. You get what I'm saying? It's so then here's Ali. He says, will you become the godfather of my daughter? And it's like, dude, your daughter's 22 years old. Is what I'm thinking, right? I mean, you know, it's like, she doesn't need a godfather. And then Putin says, well, she has to convert to Orthodox Christianity. And then Oliver Stone says, oh, I'll make her convert. I mean, believe that shit? I mean, yeah, I'll make her convert. I mean, talking about a 22-year-old daughter and, hey, can you know, hey, honey, you know, I'm going to have you convert your religion so that this dirty old man in Russia can become your godfather. Like, you know, crazy shit. I mean, this is how, so Oliver Stone, this is kind of like what I compared it to was Osama bin Laden and Mullah Omar. If you might remember, Mullah Omar of the Taliban and Osama bin Laden of Al Qaeda married each other's daughters as part of their treaty. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so this is what these guys are doing. It's like that. Except it's more Ali sucking up to Putin, of course, but it's like,
Right.
you know, it's like, this is how crazy these people are. And then after that, then Putin came out just like the other day, and people can look this up, and he was saying, a man is a man, and a woman is a woman. And like, dude, you're preparing to invade Ukraine. How do you have time? Preparing a military invasion to sit back and start telling us a man is a man and a woman is a woman. Is this relevant to your plans for worldwide conquest? What the fuck? Is this like, this is the insanity of this individual. How does this have to do with anything? How is this a threat to you? Is this the reason you're invading Ukraine? Is that you feel that because they're allowing some people to express themselves, that this is somehow, you know, and this truly is his state of mind. He feels that the freedom they have in the Ukraine is going to bleed over into Russia, and all the men are going to want to become women, and all the women are going to want to become men. I mean, this is in his mind, how crazy this man is. And it shows you how insecure he is about his own sexuality. It's got to be that. Because no other normal man would think in those terms. I mean, you wouldn't care. It would be so out of your world that it would have, you would just, you know, it just would have nothing, you get what I'm saying, right? It would have nothing to do with any normal person in terms of an issue of concern. So anyhow, so honey, with that in mind, so have you encountered this before as an educatoress? Any kids who were questioning or saying something like, wow, I really wonder what it's like on the other side or something.
You know, I think as an educator and just having a lot of different kids in how do I say this? You could tell certain kids that were gay.
Yeah.
Or lesbian, just out of the womb. Absolutely. It was not a question of this or that.
Interesting.
I would see children who would naturally be gravitating to the other sex, except it would be the girls would be tomboys and the boys would be wussies. You know, if they did show any of those attributes. My kid's friend is the first teenager of this group that has actually, that I know and that they know, that wants to become and does not identify with the sex that they were born with.
Thank you.
That
So
is
this is
actually
so rare.
wanting to
This is
transition.
rare
Yeah.
enough where this is the first time you've encountered this
Yeah.
personally in your life.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It is. And even friends growing up, like, you know, I could say that there were more trans, as far as including one of my friends who does shows. He dresses up as a female, he does drag, and then he still associates as a man, as a male, as a gay male. But he does drag, but there is not any. He wants to transition and become she. So this teenager is definitely the first that wants to be in a different body than they were born in, and is legitimately absolute, not just a little phase or a trend.
Okay, that's this is so important, because to hear you know, these idiots, Trump and excuse me, not Trump, you know, Ali Stone and Vladimir
Right.
Putin talk about it, they make it sound like, gee, all the kids going to school now, they all have this issue. And they're all talking about, well, I'd really like to experiment. I really want to see what it's like.
I think it's definitely being pushed out there as being more common than it really is, but it's being so heightened, like you're saying, as a scare tactic. Like it's some disease that you're going to get, and it's this rampant problem, instead of you know, I think rights as far as and protections is actually, it's what's being covered, and it's a very weird phobia. But at Putin, like, he's got to have some sexuality issues, because all we are getting in Alaska is pictures of him like with his shirt off in the river, or wrestling a salmon, or riding his horse cowboy style. Like it's disgusting and ridiculous, and that short little hairless boy just looked like a freaking idiot constantly. It was a huge joke. Everybody would just laugh at him over there, like, okay, yeah, whatever, manly man. Just the boy has problems.
Thank you. So again, and what about now? Everybody knows my stance on this, and I haven't gone in this direction in a long time because people get so violent about it. And honestly, you wouldn't believe. I don't know how this happened, but I'm surrounded by anti-vaxxers. Basically, you remember Brendan Zogit, my you know, the vegan lad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh my fucking god. This you know, Mr. Vegan, he's like he is militant in his meat hate, because he's a vegan, and it's like, I can smell people who eat meat, you know. It's like, you know, I'll show you how bad he is. When I was showing him pictures of my escorts, this was two different times, separated by enough space between them where the pattern becomes notable. And so, I mean, I was showing him this one young lady, and I said she had a bit of a rash around her genitalia, and I was just showing the photograph of that, like, you know, men do to other men. And then he said, "Is she a vegetarian?" And I'm like, are you fucking crazy? You know, this woman's in a position where in the photograph her genitalia are visible. Your average guy responds normally with, dude, whatever, some kind of comment. But that's the first time in my life I ever heard, is she a vegetarian? And then he asked the same about another of my escorts, and it was just like, okay, dude, there's something wrong here. There is, like, usually the erection is enough to dispel all thoughts of even safe sex. Usually it's like, fuck the condom, I want to get it in right now, right? I mean, that's the normal human functional male. But no, is she a vegetarian being the first question? There is something's wrong there. There's just something not right. And but he is so organic, it's like he's anti-vax in the sense that it was especially the new mRNA, because these are, in his vision, in his paradigm, it's fucking with the DNA, which of course it's not changing your DNA. It is, of course, somewhat manipulative of mRNA, but it's not changing your DNA anymore. Well, other than in a way that's pretty fucking, I think worthwhile considering the benefits. But no, he's having none of it. And then, of course, my other young lady who's on here, the fairy chick, Crystal River, the fairyologist, and the intimate of Max Spears, and another anti-vaxxer. But of course, she's in Texas. She's surrounded in a environment of red state propaganda and COVID meltdown. With who else do I know of? Amelia Willard, a young lady who's a friend of mine on Facebook. That alone is unusual, because most young people aren't on Facebook at all. But in terms of, and by the way, this isn't somebody I'm mistaking for a young lady who's posing as a young lady. This is actually, there's enough photographs. I know what the hell's going on. This is like, by the way, there are some frauds who can like really collect entire albums of photographs and fool people, but this is something totally different. Like, she takes moving photos on the road and whatnot. So, who she is, who she says she is. But a lot of the young people, they're just surrounded by this kind of propaganda, and they grow up anti-vax. So it's incredible how many people I know that are anti-vax. Oh, and then there's Peter Moon, who watches Fox News. So, we know where that comes from. And he just kind of is, older white guy, right? So, fits into that category of, and he's Republican, right? Grew up in that family. So there you have that. I mean, basically. So, I'm surrounded by anti-vaxxers. And it's just, I'm assailed by this constantly. People bringing up this anti-vax attitude. And, at this point, I'm just saying, I'm not asking you to promote my stance. It's simply your own stance on this. If you would elucidate, share with us your opinion on this, and, how you feel about this, that would be appreciated. And and just so people know, okay, COVID-19
I'm split because I come from many different angles, but I want to say that the science is true, the science is there, but I as much understand why people don't trust the pharmaceutical. I understand why people don't believe our government. I understand why people don't want to put things in their body. I understand as a mom, not understanding what's in these fucking vaccines and why you're pushing so many on small children and mercury problems that are in these vaccines. I agree with that. But gosh, how do you say that? I mean, we do need to be protective, and we have shown that even the days of our colonies, the revolutionary, like we understand how to control outbreaks and viruses, and vaccines absolutely do save lives. They've absolutely helped the human race not be obliterated. It is a modern medical miracle that we do have. all of these boosters and multiple vaccinations that are coming out and pushed around, I am suspect of it. But when we are in a pandemic and things are killing people, and we do have a solution that we can get in there and solve these problems with vaccines, but I do come from our government, and our pharmaceutical elite people do need to be more transparent. I think that the higher ups do politicize these things, and the misinformation is on purpose to split us. And I think people that don't want to take the vax and don't want something in their body shouldn't have to. And I think that people do want it and are going to give it, need to have access to it. And I think we could solve a lot of problems if we just lift the our pharmaceutical companies here in America legally are exempt from any legal repercussions for any of their vaccinations. And they're the only protected company in America in any industry whatsoever.
Other than the firearms industry. You can't.
Other than the firearms, exactly. So, I mean, that screams problems, whether intentional or unintentional. But just like a judge is supposed to recuse themselves, just as there is a possibility that there could be a tie to being viewed as maybe impartial, they're supposed to put out all of their information and connections and recuse themselves if something could just be deemed to be viewed as possibly corrupt or impartial. And that is just to eliminate the belief. And there's a lot we could do to put belief in our medical community. The pharmaceutical company is horrible here, but they're horrible everywhere. They're part of control systems. And I don't think we're doing ourselves a good service with the medical community by not being more transparent and by not allowing people to express those ideas and ask questions. We need to have more, instead of political banter and one-liners and stupid numbnuts up there, Fauci or whatever the fuck, blabbing away. We need to have a lot more coming together and a lot more like just trust and whatnot coming through. I think it's disgusting that right now Pfizer was suing for them to be able to have the patent on their vaccine and to be able to claim it. Like that to me is disgusting. The vaccine should be free. The vaccine you shouldn't be able to patent during a fucking pandemic. How can that even be going on right now? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I'll look into that. That is, how would I say that? That's, really odd. I think that's, despicable, of course. But in terms of just so people understand this, and apparently Amanda is not aware of this, so I'll repeat it so that I educate several people at once. Understand, of course, that the pharmaceutical industry is leviathanic. It's leviathanic. It's enormous. It of course is a profitable industry that in America manifests at its most rapacious, at its worst. This is why, of course, people were turning to bootleg communist Chinese drugs, and this was something that all of this has led to a kind of distrust of pharmaceuticals in general, and it's understandable. What people are ignorant of, what they're not educated in, and the government has done nothing to educate them about, has done nothing to inform them of the situation. What people don't understand is the one thing that pharmaceuticals do not make a profit from, and this is what is very bizarre to me about but in this case, I could understand the profit motive. I'm not defending them. It's wrong. It's despicable. But I could understand why Pfizer would do it in this case, fight for the patent, because this is literally something that they'll squeeze, they'll milk, right? But this is not the norm with vaccines. Understand this. No pharmaceutical industry, or company rather, no company in the industry wants to make vaccines, because vaccines do not make a profit. This is what most people don't understand. Companies only make vaccines because governments give them a contract. That's the only reason they do that, because it's basically the moral equivalent of war. This is what the governments will tell them, is that our population base will die by potentially the millions if you don't do this. And so the companies, of course, always will obey the government, because in the end, they rely on the government for their security, which is basically the military. Companies that are truly multinational, private security is never enough to protect these companies in other countries, because other countries can just nationalize all their assets anytime. The only thing that protects them is their empire's military and how far that empire goes. This is why America's multinationals are larger than the economies of most nations, because our military can protect them overseas. So in the end, when the government approaches them during wartime, they all say great, and they, make things for the government like tanks or whatever. With pharmaceuticals, it'd be bioweapons, which they've done throughout history for America. During World War II, Merck was making bioweapons to slaughter millions of people. So in terms of their doing this with pharmaceuticals, they have threatened the government. This has happened during the George Bush Jr. administration. They threatened the government, you know what? We're not making any money off these vaccines, and it's always a loss. And historically, it has only ever been a profit loss. They've only done it because the government contracts it. And but then when it got to the point where people were starting to sue, when people said, oh, this is responsible for my kid's autism, and understand that this is something where I once heard, I once knew personally an engineer who was very good with math, engineering. He was brilliant. And but this individual was convinced that vaccines led to autism. And he, not that he cared, not that he had a family, but he had a girlfriend who had an autistic child for a short period of time. And he was convinced her child was autistic because of the vaccines. Now, understand this is totally false. This individual was wrong. The overwhelming amount of medical evidence, like so overwhelming as to render the thought that vaccines cause autism, it's all bullshit. Vaccines do not cause autism. There's something else that is causing autism, and but it's not the vaccines. But in terms of and I've done entire transmissions where I've addressed this to a degree. I've done entire transmissions where I've also addressed what I'm saying now. Is because people started at that time that this connection was being made, suing en masse. The vaccine companies just laid down an ultimatum, and they told the Bush Jr. administration, if you're going to allow them to sue us, we're not going to produce vaccines. And George Bush Jr. did the right thing. He said, fine, you're immune to all lawsuits. Retroactively, going back to all the people because thousands and thousands had launched lawsuits at that point. So he had to make it retroactively. Now, he did the right thing. And the right thing is that the pharmaceuticals are immune to vaccine lawsuits. Because otherwise, they're not going to make the vaccines at all. There'll be no reason for them to. They have to be made immune to the lawsuits. And understand as well that this is the way vaccines work, is that, of course, they shouldn't be administered to people who have medical issues that would cause them to die from vaccines. So, leave them out. And then you're still going to have, extraordinarily rarely, someone who's going to be impacted by vaccines. Like with the vaccine that I took, which was the Jensen vaccine from Johnson & Johnson, which was none of the spectacular mRNA shit. It's the old school, one shot and you're done, based on putting a bit of the disease into your body so your own immunosystem converts that. That caused like 2 women out of 200 million to get bleeding issues or something like that. And then they pulled it. You know, this is the bullshit that these companies deal with. I'll tell you, if I had secular power, I wouldn't give a shit if 20 people died. Because comparatively speaking to 200 million, that's more than an acceptable loss. If it came to saving 200 million people, I would personally be willing to kill 20 people with my own hands to ensure that 200 million survived. And those of you who think otherwise, you're just fucking crazy. You're not even real. You don't even belong on this fucking planet because you're a threat to the survival of the human species. We have to deal with reality here. And with vaccines, some of you are going to die. And yeah, what if it was your son? What if it was, well, that's just what it would be. That's just what would happen. So we all have to live with this sort of thing. This is the reality. We're in a hard world. And it's not even that hard, but it's the anti-vaxxers who are making it a lot harder. Understand that I'm coming from my stance. This is not Amandy's. This is not Amanda's. But, you know, just so people understand, this is why the companies have to be put in that position. Now, of course, suing them for fen-phen or something else is completely different. You notice there's still, those lawsuits can still be waged. They can still be, so with that, you've got nothing to complain about. So long as that is going down and only the vaccines are, the way it is, that makes far more sense than the firearms. Of course, the firearms, if you could sue the firearms companies, that would devastate them and end them as an industry. And again, you can almost understand why they prevent that, because then who are they going to contract to build weapons for the military? Because, the military builds nothing itself. The military can't build anything itself. The military has no factories. There's no military labor force to build weapons or assemble weapons. Everything is contracted. The military does everything by contract. And so far, that's the only way it really works. It works that way in every country. Nobody's thought of a better way to do this. The communist countries have their own version of corporations. So because it takes a corporation to build weapons, if we allowed people to sue over firearms, then, that we couldn't wage wars and people could invade us. Okay, so I can understand why they're not allowed to be sued. The problem is, of course, unlike other countries, America has effectively no gun control. And because America effectively has no gun control, this is why, unlike other countries where they've got entire industries that build weapons all day long, and yet they never have the problem of people wanting to sue those industries because nobody's getting killed by their weapons, it's because they have, compared to us, total gun control. So, since you decide not to have gun control, well, this is the price you pay. Now, I myself am for a form of limited gun control. Limited. I emphasize limited. But, it's, nobody can handle that. The gun cultists can't handle that. The death cult can't handle that. But so that people understand that, unfortunately, this is the first time in history, the first time in all human history, like all recorded human history, that the virus has become partisan. What we have now is red COVID, as in Republican COVID. It's crushing the red states. If anything's going to save the Democrats in 2022, it's COVID. It's killing the Republicans off because of their anti-vax stance, to the point where when Trump gets up there and says, yeah, I got the shot. Now come on, honey, help me out here, Mandy. Was this not funny? Did you not find that funny when Trump's gone, I got the shot, and everybody's booing him? I mean, come on. You can jump back on the stage now with that. I'll let you respond to all this and talk a bit about this. And, I mean, so have you encountered the partisan nature of this? Has this been as political as I see it as somebody who looks at things in patterns? Or has there been any personal stories about this? Like you knew some people who refused to take it and they died, or maybe you knew some people who took the shot and they died. I mean, feel free to share any of these stories. Oh my God. Oh, fuck, I hope she's still with us. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh God, that's what happened. Her face dropped off the call, and then our man Jameson popped back up as a face. So that means, they killed her. Oh my God. I mean, they killed her call. Honey, if you can come back on. Oh shit. Man, I hate this shit. Oh my God. We lost Mandy. That was it. Oh my God. I went into... Oh, she said sorry. Oh my fucking God. So let's see if we can get her back on. Oh, wait, what the hell happened here? Okay, Amanda, you there. It says she's available. See if we can add her back on. Oh my God. And honestly, if I could, I won't go into monologue at all tonight. It's just, it's one of these things where, let's see if we can make that happen. Otherwise, I'm stuck going back on monologue. Honestly, I should have just let her talk. Holy shit. If we can't get her back on, I'll call on Jameson. But we don't want to do that. Let's see. Here we are. And what about Sammy Romero? Fuck, where did that fucker go? And we had called him earlier. Let me see. Who was it that was on this call? And of course, Pac One. He's asleep by now. Oh, Sarah Thomas. Oh my God. Yes. She's using the illustration. Okay, cool. That's wonderful, Sarah. Oh my God, I still got Judith Agard on this list. Oh my God, one of these days I should call her just as an experiment. These blocks seem to wear off after a while. And, of course, that would require her being on Skype. And, she just wouldn't be on Skype, normally. But she gets on YouTube and hears all these silly things. And God knows, she's probably become one of those David Icke cultists or something by now. And she was kind of vulnerable to that. So where are we? We're like, come on. Somebody up here. Jameson's typing. Okay, Jameson, if you can type, you can talk.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, man? Mandy dropped off. Oh my God. Yes, she said sorry, and that's it. It was like suddenly, she had to go. Oh my God. Probably it got too testy for her when I was going into the what I was saying about the vaccines. But the stance I took was too extreme. So she had to she lives in Oregon. She'd probably get lynched if she came up and took my stance on vaccines. Which is we need to mandate this shit. Anyhow, so what was it on Christmas Day? You gave a gift to the ladies, showed yourself with your shirt off, Putin style. Oh my God.
Yeah. At least I'm not riding a horse. I mean,
yes.
That when it reaches that point, we've got a problem.
Yes. And so other than that, let me check the amount of time we have left, and maybe I'll just go into, okay, we got 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 2 hours left. Yeah. So, Eric R says, hello. was watching your show with Andrew Bartzies. Wow, thank you, sir. Thank you, Eric. And he said that earlier, and I didn't get a chance to respond. But I'm glad people are still enjoying that. Andrew Bartzies wanted to interview me another time, and, I asked him if, he could afford to pay me some money.
We have Sammy Romero.
All right, Sammy. Honestly, if I can avoid going into monologue tonight, I will. All
right.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you two talk. I got to.
Understood.
Yeah, just woke up.
Understood. So get yourself together and go back to sleep if you wish. So he woke up. He has to take a piss or whatever he does. He's purge himself. So, Sammy, thank God you're here. And honestly, I'll let you hold the stage. Why don't you tell us, by now you might have had a chance to recover from all that wild sex you had with your girlfriend while you were on with us on the last transmission. And, of course... I don't speak Espanol that well myself. It's pretty execrable. But we kind of got a hint of what was going down. And you might have heard, I don't know if you could stand to hear, but you might have tried to listen to, while that was going down, you talking to your girlfriend, the comments that I was making at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you can respond to some of that. And of course, I was making jokes that were, along the lines of, by the way, I did not know this was his girlfriend. Honestly, my thought was that Sammy was at work, which he may well have been, but that he had some lady he was dealing with at work, and that he was basically, taking his time with her. And so heard me make the jokes along the lines of, unlike the rest of the guys honey, I'm gainfully employed. Yeah. And so in terms of that, anyhow, are you just waking up too, or what?
Yeah, I did. I just woke up. I saw Jameson make the call, I guess.
Yes.
No, but by the way, that's last week was funny. I told my girl about it. She started laughing. And she found it funny. I'm like, yeah, they're clowning me because they thought, we're getting everybody a show. And she just started laughing, like, oh, that's, she just found it funny.
Yeah, it is. It was. It was very amusing. And so, aside from that, did you have a chance to finish up the other transmission where I was speaking about Japan and, of course, the Japanese Civil War and the like? And you're welcome to provide us whatever impressions you.
I did. I did. I kind of had to. For the most part, I did. I kind of skimmed through some things, but what I did, I actually heard about what happened to you when it came to Sugar Daddy and with those what?
Holy shit! Okay, our call's just been dropped. I've been removed from the call by Sammy Romero is what Skype is telling me. Oh shit. So, okay. So I know I'm still on stream. So what I'm going to try and do, we're probably talking simultaneously here, is I'll try and get back on the call. So let me see if I can do this. Right now it's Sammy somehow talking by himself. He says turning mic off for a minute. Anyhow, we'll get the call started. See if this works. Yeah, obviously Skype was sabotaged. There we are. So I got knocked off the call. According to Skype, I know this is not the case. This is somebody sabotaging Skype, but I know it's not you. I was told you've been knocked off the call by Sammy Romero. You don't even have that power. So what we'll do is we'll, continue where we left off.
Well, to that NSA agent, whoever the hell that's listening.
Yes.
They can listen to the transmission.
Yeah,
weird.
just like anybody else. They can listen to the transmission just like anybody else, but they choose to do this shit. They're not even NSA. They're just the cultists of the Kings of Edom, and of course they're supported by the NSA. So it's all part of the madness of our world. The authority figures are supporting the agents of chaos, and this is why. So we all got knocked off the call, Jameson. And so just reestablishing it so that we have that as the basis, the tether. So what our man Sammy was saying was he had just getting into explaining how he had listened to what had happened to myself and Sugar Daddy's elves that were with me in Hunter's Point. So yes, by all means, share with us your impression and what that brings to mind for you. Yeah.
Definitely. I think it was a setup. I think it's mostly to expose
Sugar Daddy's identity.
Sugar Daddy.
Yes.
It's kind of weird me just calling him that, but
It's what else do you have? Right? Yes, it's pretty much the only name you have to work with. Yes.
Yeah. In that case, can I borrow some money? I'm just playing.
I wish I could. Yes. No. Do go on.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he knows some people that I know, and I'll have to get into that after. I'll let you know about that later.
When we talk privately. Yeah. Good
very interesting how the world works. In other words, it's a small world, but it's a big world. Anyways, no, I think it was probably that. It makes more sense. I don't know who mentioned that. I don't know who mentioned that, but I know somebody mentioned that in the last transmission. But I think it probably was that to either expose him, maybe something would have happened where it would have made the news.
Yeah, that was the intent. That was the intent.
Yeah. Yes. And obviously, those homeless mutants did understand that you can handle yourself, and with your combat experience, it was almost like a reflex that you kind of figured out what's going on, and in a sense, you thrive in those type of conditions.
You're very generous, but I appreciate your compliment. Yes, believe me, I know that you would have handled it just as well as would have Jameson. I know that both of you men are just as conscientious and just as certainly courageous enough to confront a situation like that. But by all means, continue. What you might have heard, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the opening hour, but that was when I pretty much was emphasizing it had to be a attempt to expose by the way, Jameson says he would have used the young boys as a shield. We'll forgive him that. And in terms of when it came to what I talked about in the opening hours, I was talking about this had to be a plan to try and expose Sugar Daddy because ultimately it would have gone back to him. Or you might have intuited that yourself because it does make the most common sense rationale for what went down. Aside from that, of course, as that one lady, the friend of Peter Moon said, Jennifer, that it might have been directed energy weapons kind of beaming them, manipulating their behavior to a degree. And as I said, it's probably a combination of both, probably some bribe beforehand, that sort of thing taking place, because Hunter's Point would be the area where the Navy had been there forever and they left all the toxic waste there. They would have left such weapons in place. Of that, there would be no doubt. They could manipulate the local public anytime that somebody came in to just press the right button in the right warehouse. So it's go on. Yeah.
I'm sorry, and interesting that you said that because I remember back in March when you got ambushed again when you went to your psychologist.
Yeah, that was April 1st. A little bit before April. It was March. You're right. It was March. Fuck yeah. It was April 1st. I was hospitalized. Yes.
The reason why I know because this was around Isaac's wedding.
Yes.
Isaac got married around that time, and I remember the transmission, coming back from his wedding, or actually, well, he got married that weekend. So, I guess that weekend, I remember that transmission. So, it's very interesting that it's somewhat similar at the beginning of the year that this ambush happened. Well, last week, but it's kind of similar.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm
no,
I'm still trying to wake up.
No worries.
But I think definitely they were trying to expose who Sugar Daddy was, and kind of make the news. But here's what I don't understand is this: at this point, if they would have put you in a room with, I don't know, Oakland PD, or I don't know, whoever the detective, it would be interesting though, them trying to actually tell you why you did what you did, and because at a certain point, I think somebody would have told them, hey, this guy isn't a regular guy. This guy, is somebody special, to put it lightly, and most likely would probably be, some type of government agency, probably NSA, but you would have been treated a little different than just a regular, Joe Schmo. But I mean, like I said, things happen the way they happen, but I think it was definitely to expose Sugar Daddy.
Yeah.
And I'm glad things happened the way they did, but yeah.
No, definitely your sentiment is appreciated, very much so. Of course, I would wish, of course, that I would be treated a little differently, and that might have been the case. The problem would be, at that point, the damage would have been done, in that it would have been realized that there was a connection here, and then that exposes Sugar Daddy. So that, this is why I was risking my life to prevent that from happening. That was for the sake of my son, of course, and just maintaining the stability, the status quo of his privacy, which of course.
By the way,
go on.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
I was overhearing earlier with Amanda what was going on with her during the transmission. I thought that was pretty interesting. With the pots and pans flying everywhere, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
I just find it very interesting. It's almost like, I think you're about to get into a subject. I don't know, maybe this transmission, maybe next transmission, that they probably don't want you to talk about. Something, you're about to talk about something that's going to be very interesting. I'm very interested into what you had to say about the dream that Salman Sheikh had, and maybe even someone that I've told you on there that I've had about you.
Yes.
I don't know if you had a chance to think about that, but I'm looking forward to that. Maybe when his interview, when he's about to interview you. But I always find your interpretation of things very interesting when it comes to that. As far as what happened today with Amanda. It's very refreshing to always hear a female's voice or a woman's voice on your transmission.
Yes.
I always like to hear a female perspective, and you kind of miss that. Us guys talking about all the time. It's kind of we're kind of big kids at the sense. Even you, Doug. You're a dude, so you can't help it sometimes. And it's always very interesting hearing a woman's perspective. So it was very nice hearing about. It was very nice hearing about you today.
Thank you.
But definitely, you were monitored. This transmission has been monitored, but I think it's been monitored since beginning.
Yes.
I think either the Kings of Edom or NSA, whatever you want, they're all interconnected. And it lets people know how much of a threat you are. How much of a threat. I don't think Alex Jones or any other far right or wacky white trash perspective is getting monitored like this, because they're fitting the narrative
Yes.
of the chaos, and key is chaos. They may be talking some points, but it's almost like they have marbles in their mouth and up their ass, and you might get something, but then again they have marbles and they have marbles in their mouth and up their ass. So it's somewhat you might get something, but like I said, it's very little. And the perspective they talk about is just chaos. One of the things that I remember you guys talking about is what I ever heard transmission was and correct me if I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but coast to coast. And it's interesting that about that is that I don't remember really anybody except you, since when you came on, everybody else it's just white noise.
Yeah.
Because like I said, that show is, I'm not saying you might learn something, but it's not, they can't really connect the stories. Even when it comes to quote unquote history, all the guesses they have, they're just, you can't connect nothing, because everybody has a different version of something. And it just lets you know why. It's almost like the textbooks of history. If you look at the textbooks of history, now it's just nothing. It's nothing. It's just, they talk about Hitler and they talk about the Third Reich as if they were really just a regime that fell like a deck of cards, and it's not even the case. I was overhearing with Peter Moon about the Blackstone and all these things, and when you start listening to all this, it lets you know that the Third Reich was a lot more than just a deck of cards, as far as a pyramid of cards. As far as a government, it goes more deeper than that, and to a certain extent, I think United Germany. I think one of the reasons why they struggle so much to mention that type of history, because they also know that the Third Reich in exile is technically still a government.
Yes.
It was an elected government, a coalition government, and they are still dealing with that to this day. In very real sense, they're still trying to figure out the aftermath of that government being recognized, and to a certain extent, to me, within that country itself, it's almost like I think they're waiting. I remember my sister having a friend who was German, and me as an American, I always thought of German women as these 6'5", for some reason Viking helmet wearing, pigtail. I didn't.
Brunhilde from the opera. Yes, go.
Right. And I told her that, like, you're German, but you don't look like the type that you obviously didn't look this way. But I remember her attitude. This was around when Inglourious Basterds came out, that movie, and I remember me asking her about that movie, and her reaction is almost like asking someone about a funeral.
Yes.
In the sense of, it's very awkward, because as an American, we have no culture, and I think she knew that. And even worse, I think it's because we're a minority, we're colored, and I am a Chicano, but I'm still an American. And it's almost like, wow, you have a lot to learn about the world, but even more. And this is when obviously when I was younger, you don't understand what America is. America, the only time you will be known as an American is when you leave America. I remember her telling me this, and I remember people telling me this, that the only time you'll be able to be identified as American, as far as if you're a person of color, is when you leave America. Then you'll be known as American. Other than that, you're not going to be American. So, by the way, I'm apologies if I don't make sense.
No worries, you're doing fine as far as I'm concerned. And believe me, it's much needed. These things need to be stated. So by all means, continue.
And I remember her attitude about it, and she did not mention the war because, I was young, and I asked her questions, but she didn't answer. It was almost like, obviously you're a kid, and I'm out of respect, I'm not going to answer that because it's complicated, pretty much without telling me. I can see her demeanor in her face. But because at the time my brother was working for Siemens, obviously that company is very
German.
Siemens,
Yes.
German. And my brother Isaac, he's very good at just doing research and nerd of himself. He started talking about Siemens, how much of a connection they had to the Third Reich. Even a company like BMW and Mercedes, they have a connection to the Third Reich. I mean, they made some of their vehicles. So Siemens, where my brother worked at, he mentioned that to her, and she talked about it. And then when he used to bring up the Third Reich aspect, her demeanor changed again, and she would change the subject. But it's almost like, well, listening to you now, it's almost like, well, you mentioned Interland, you mentioned the Dialogue, you mentioned where it's at in the Canary Islands and what's going on there still. All this history that you mentioned, it's almost like it's not over yet. It hasn't been over yet for over 80 years. And, I think the right time will come where United Germany will have to face it again, as far as a reality that, the Third Reich in exile will no longer have to be in exile, where there is, maybe helping us with the Ghoul, or maybe some other reason why they have to not be in exile. And almost like when the right time happens, it will happen. And I think Germany is almost at a standstill as far as that, dealing with that legitimate government that will have to be recognized, or there would have to be talks as far as kind of making the stalemate not a stalemate no more.
Yes.
And finally, history would have to be resolved, because it's still an ongoing conflict. We're being monitored, probably because of it. Just like the Nationalist Republic, Taiwan, it's the last bastion of the Axis. So it's not a secret. It's just people in my paradigm, as far as me being a millennial, and I'm sure Jameson can agree. If you talk to any millennial, and we're not young no more, we're young adults, but as a millennial, I'm still relatively young. You go to any street, you go to anybody, and you talk about the Third Reich, and they look at you like, "What are you talking about?" Or like, this is almost like a fairy tale, because this government has made it a priority to make this a fairy tale. And they don't realize that till this very second, it's affecting us. There's a reason why these questions are asked. I saw today, with the January insurrection anniversary coming up, they have this gentleman at the committee that's investigating it. And it's almost like, well, we're investigating it. If there's any criminal activity that happened, we'll let the Department of Justice. And you sit back and look at the news, or you look at these politicians that are talking this way, and the only conclusion I can come up with is they don't really want to investigate it, but they know that it's a pile of shit. And they don't want to touch it. Like any government, I don't care if it's Congress or the Senate, they're still government employees. You deal with government employees, and I remember this because you talked about it. They're still government employees, whether elected or not. They're still government employees, and because it is a pile of shit, just like you talked about as far as the VA, how much of a pile of shit that is.
Yes.
How much of an incendiary of dollars it is, and how much the military is a pile of shit. Yes, it is a pile of shit because they don't accomplish nothing.
Yes.
I get mad because we had the Tournament of Roses parade a couple days ago, and I see the Marine Guard with their little horses marching down. I want to ask them, hey, why didn't you guys complete with all the shit y'all did in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Why did you guys leave that? Why did you guys leave a bunch of people getting evicted out of a country? And you guys can march down with that pride, but you left that country in ruins.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's the narrative that this country wants to paint, where no, look at these people burning your money, burning your children's money, your grandchildren's money, because all in the name of this lie. And it strictly coincides with history, where they're not going to tell you about Shays Rebellion. They're not going to tell you about MacArthur and Eisenhower killing all those soldiers in the tent cities. You have horses landing on women and aborting their kids, et cetera, et cetera. They're not going to tell you about the record building in the Army record building, the National Archives that they burned because they didn't want to pay these GIs, all these homeless GIs we have here.
Yeah.
All this comes to mind, and it's because I want to know. And part of knowledge is you have to pay the price of knowing. And it does get me mad because people want to live in this bubble of we won the war, forget World War II, because that's from now, at least my generation, that's about 3 or 4 generations.
Yeah.
And it's even more Afghanistan and Iraq, where you talked about it, where southern Iraq, the oil fields, really, Iran runs them.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that. And it's the thing about an empire that we want to not admit that we are. We're an empire. And we're not acting like an empire because we don't want to say we're an empire. And that's almost like I told you the whole gay thing when it came to the Christian community, especially the evangelicals, where there's a lot of gays in the evangelical movement. They just don't want to say they're gay, but they're gay.
Right.
And you look at them, you just shake your head like, you're gay, bro. It's okay.
Yes.
The Lord loves you. It's okay. And me being a Christian, I tell him that. I have a friend that is put it this way, he's a good friend of Isaac and ours, but he had to sign a quote unquote contract of conduct at his church because he's a piano player and he's a musician. But you sign this contract and they know you're gay, but because you want to fit in, you're gonna act like you're not gay. And this guy's, he's flaming. He's a big flaming gay, and he's cool. But it's like, oh God. And on the contrary, I have friends that are gay. Then they're gay, but when they're out in the open, it's more healthier, and they just own it. and and, you know, they're good friends of mine, but you know, you see the contrast, and it's almost like America is this gay guy in the closet that doesn't want to come out and admit, you know, that they're gay. I'm sorry, that might be a terrible that might be a terrible example, but it's with the military. Really, it's our military is a pile of shit. When people tell me, "Do you support the military?" I tell them, "I'll support the military when they give us all our budget back. I want to see what they do with the budget that we get."
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Give me their budget. I want it for a year. Just give me a year. We want their budget. I want all their budget for a year, and see if they don't bitch and moan and say they need their fancy jets. No, I want their budget. I want the American taxpaying public, and I want Douglas to be the first recipient. I want you to have their budget for the first month. If I had a wish, I want you to get all the military's budget, or at least your share, for a month first, and everybody. Just that would be my wish.
Bless you. And of course,
yeah.
You know, if any of us had that budget for a month, it would last us just multiple lifetimes. We could reincarnate just 100 times and never be able to spend that. It's one of those things.
And this is my case when it comes to government, and you've always said it. Our government is designed not to work for a reason. Lindsey Graham, or if it's Lindsey Graham or OAC or any of these elected people, they know it's not supposed to work. I think they know. They're probably briefed. They know. They probably all talk to each other, and you know, it's just, to me, it's part of
their initiation, basically. Go on.
Yeah. Pretty much, I think it's part of the culture, you know, and it's the people that I think that have tried to make it work are not here no more, you know. Anybody, and this is the only country that, if you were non-American and you look and see all the people that have died, just let's talk about all these dead presidents, you know, even the bad ones that I'm happy they got killed. You would look and say, wow, this is no different than a third world country. Yeah. I might as well be looking at, you know, Darfur or, I don't know, Uganda.
Yeah. Literally.
Because, I mean, that's what it is. And, you know, you're being a well-traveled man. It's almost like, yeah, I would roll my eyes too if I walk around country of ours and see people waving flags and you know, being quote unquote patriotic. You will roll your eyes because you do live in that matrix and you live in that fantasy world, and it's even shown today, you know, that this bioweapon that I'm talking about, which is COVID, is payback. We're paying it. And it's because of these baby boomers, this World War II, that the previous generation didn't, the following generation didn't take serious, and the generation after that, and my generation, and so quote unquote, when we take things serious as far as an empire and realize that we're still a young empire, but our clock is ticking, and it makes me respect more the Empire of Japan. Heck, it makes me respect more the British, how much of a pile of shit they are, but, you know, at least they know they're a pile of shit.
Yes.
You know, I'm sure they have their own problems with the whole Brexit thing, which from now sounds like ancient history, but, you know, in a sense,
still
I think
very much contemporary for them. It's just beginning to affect them, but go on. Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, and it kind of, it's almost like everything's turning full circle, where use nations that are stable and that are grounded and understand the end game is United Germany, is Empire Japan. These two nations that know that the war's not over, these two nations that understand that it's not over. And you almost see the pieces of the puzzle turning, and it's almost like, Aquino knew it, and he had to trigger this chaos that's going on with this virus. Where it is the mind war that when it does happen, the American public is going to hit them like a ton of bricks. If it's not this bioweapon that the Russians unleashed, in my opinion, I think they just took a script out of Hirohito.
Yes.
Just did it because he was right.
Yes.
The thing about Hirohito is he was very strategic, and when you talk about intelligence, he won the war because of his nation. He cared for his nation and understood that it was not perfect, but it's almost like a child. And I think one of the best examples that you made, Doug, as far as even your life and what I know of it, I can't say I know everything about you, and
but enough. You know enough. So go on.
And I'm not here to try to know. Obviously, I understand boundaries, but your best investment was your son.
Yeah.
You invested in the best thing you can in people. Even what's going on in my life right now, a lot of things are going on in my life. A lot of things are changing in my life, and I have people reach out to me. And it's very interesting when people reach out to you that you don't expect, and you find out who really cares about you.
Yeah.
And they don't know what's going on. But that being said, I made my investment in people, and I know the people that care about me and the people that don't. And America is pretty much with this, with these conflicts that are not resolved. Whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's Iraq, whether it's the Third Reich in exile, whether it's the communist Chinese, even the nationalist Chinese, because they hide this and they want to suppress it. Even very interesting where you mentioned that the United States, because of the Japanese being attuned with the world, and Hirohito's history of being a marine biologist and knowing the ocean and life in the ocean. And I believe Hirohito knew all these sentient life forms in the ocean. He was aware of it. And I think the United States government is at war with them too. And you said it. And that's coming back. All this payback is coming, and it's going to come full circle. And in a way, I'm glad, because and it's not our fault. I mean, it's not my fault, but I think it's more for the people that, and it's just these minority people that don't want to let go, and they vehemently fight for it. They fight for this lie that they don't even believe. I have people in the military, family in the military, I'm sorry, and they don't know what they're fighting for. They don't know. And in the end, we're gonna see, and it's gonna be very interesting. But all this is coming, and it's payback. And all these agencies that are monitoring you know this. They know the payback is coming, and this is why they try to sabotage it, because they don't want to hear it. And they don't want to hear you because you're on a YouTube platform, and somebody's gonna. People are stumbling. People are stumbling and finding you. I've told people about you,
Thank you.
and elected officials listen to you.
Yes.
They listen to you, and they know. Anybody that wants to be in the know about the world, is interested in the world, listens to you, including these intelligences, because, in my opinion, they're not competent enough to break things down the way you do,
Yes.
to wrap it in the history that you do. They're not competent, and especially because you work with the devil himself.
Yes. Yes.
And it's there. And if you put it in this context, it's almost like whoever's listening right now, hey, anybody listening right now, this is why you're listening to him. And we know you why you're listening to him.
Yes.
It's just what it is. I think when, we start understanding, just pretty much put things in, and you try to break it down more basic as far as my paradigm, okay?
Yeah.
Why I listen to you, it just makes things a lot easier to live in a country like this and understand, and it makes you not go crazy, because it's a revolving circle with this country. It's Omicron this season. It's going to be some other variant. Next thing you know, it's Valentine's. Next thing you know, it's 4th of July weekend or Memorial Day weekend. America has a calendar because it doesn't want you to stop and really analyze things. There's going to be, checks coming. They're going to be sending out checks pretty soon. Okay. They're going to have to.
Yeah.
Because people are seeing this bioweapon really take hold. They're going to have to be sending checks. We're going to have to be getting paid, in other words.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty much the only solution. Let's throw money at it enough to at least distract them. And just to let people know that the military's budget is disgusting.
Yes.
I
Oh
college,
God. Yeah.
I remember in college seeing these military recruiters, and they disgust me. This is actually, I went to college a couple of semesters ago, and seeing these, it disgusts me.
Yeah.
They disgust me because, maybe they don't know, but it's disgusting. But like I said, I want to see the military use our budget.
Yes.
Or have no budget for a year.
Yes. Defund the military. By God. Yes.
Or not that. It's just, let's shake things out as a country.
Yeah.
Because we're obviously not winning wars.
Yes. Yes.
We're not winning wars. We had this stupid president Trump who had troops on the ground in Los Angeles, okay? I'm walking down Los Angeles and I see a soldier. What the hell do you know about the city?
Yeah.
You should have seen them, how awkward they look.
Yes.
It's almost like you roll their eyes like, what are you doing here?
Yes. Yes.
And they're even felt comfortable, like, what am I doing here? Like, there's law enforcement here.
Yeah.
So it's almost like with Trump, when the Trump presidency was very interesting in the sense that it was almost like he was leeching off of Obama's success.
Yes.
What he could do.
Yes.
In the last 2 years, that's when shit really hit the fan. In that last very year, that's when Trump really didn't give a damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
absolutely.
it was entertaining.
Yeah.
But at the same time too, it was the personification of chaos.
Yeah.
And at 2016, I remember that year. That year was a very chaotic year, but it's almost like you've seen it now. It's where people are looking around us, and it's almost like they're looking for Trump.
Yeah.
In a sense, they don't realize that the damage is done. If Trump comes in, he's not going to do anything. And I have family that they quote unquote like Trump because, he's a president that speaks his mind.
Oh,
and
God.
they have no concept of, they don't understand the pile of shit that these elected officials have to cover.
Yeah.
They have to hide it. That's why they don't talk, because it's a pile of shit.
Yeah.
And behind the curtain, they know it's a pile of shit. Anyways, with this insurrection thing, it's comical. You want to laugh.
Yeah.
Because if these were people of color, it wouldn't even be a discussion. And like I said,
yeah,
payback is coming. It's going to come tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. And they're going to be scattered like roaches. And like I said, I made peace with it in a sense, but it's the payback, and things happen for a reason, and things don't ever go unpaid. Someone has to pay the piper in the Lord. Things do not go unpaid, and it's going to be interesting. Yeah. So, what do you think, Doug? I'm rambling.
Oh no, you're fine. I mean, honestly, this is what needs to be said, and I think you're making points on target. I'm very proud of you. I'm certainly impressed by your ability to retain all the information that you have, and it helps immensely. We definitely need to understand that there's a price to be paid for this reality that we've created for ourselves, this unreality that everybody is living in, that is basically well, it's with the kind of things we've set in motion in this, with the extreme polarization, everything else that has happened since the plague has beset us. The end result can only be, as you've described. We're going to pay a price for that alone, but there's so much else that, as you mentioned, is converging. Basically, everything that rises must converge, and we have a lot that's arising out of the mess we've made worldwide. Now, as you said, of course, what will happen is, if people do start taking my advisement, then things will change. Obviously, when you're talking about the NSA or whoever, as I stated, and I don't know if you heard that part, but it's even though the NSA and these various, particularly the NSA, but various intelligence agencies support these cults of the kings of Edom, it's mostly the Edomites that they've unloosed, the chaos cultists that were pretty much listening into tonight's show, because your average government employee, even though they're totally unprofessional, they don't give a shit, whether they're an agent or a bureaucrat, that's all that agents really are. You wouldn't have heard the shit that we heard tonight. This was more like a cultist, definitely, because there was some agreement with what I was saying when I'm talking about H.P. Lovecraft, and the guy's going, it's like,
and it's almost like, well, it's very interesting, because it's like, Doug, you were in the thick of it.
Yeah. So
why even hide?
Yes.
It's almost like, dude, I probably even know you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's true.
It's like you probably know the person.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about it. Like, really, dude? I know you.
Well, you know who Jameson thought it was Derek Talley, as a matter of fact.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not, married to that concept. But as Sammy Romero says, this is almost certainly somebody that I know. It
sounded like a female's voice. It sounded like a woman's voice.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. It did have that kind of, but it's more to me like it was almost like somebody who was, actually, I the first thing that came to my mind was like a drag queen or a trans. That's really what I was thinking of.
You're probably right. It probably was a Dickie.
Yeah.
Dickie. Anyways, I mean, come online, dude. Come on, dude. What's up? Pull up.
Yeah.
Get down and lay down, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Like, come on, really? I mean, I get it, whatever, but it's almost this, okay?
And this is what you were mentioning. about the gay guys in your church, when you were talking about them, it's what I called when that idiot he copyrighted his name, Brian William Hall. I always have to mention that because that's the only way I remember his name, was that he copyrighted it. But the guy who started all the conspiracy con and shit and then went down in flames, he was gay, and yet because everybody was part of this alternative right-wing reactionary conspiracy world, he would never come out as gay, even though it was obvious, like you said, these guys, they're just obviously flamers. And it's like what I call, these guys aren't in the closet, they're in a display case. Everybody knows they're gay, but nobody's killing them for it, nobody's lynching them for it, and yet somehow they feel that they will be killed or lynched if they confess the reality that everyone already knows. It was one gay guy I knew who I brought up, Michael Matthews, that friend of mine who then became a bitch on wheels when he became a financial aid counselor over at UC Berkeley, and then was just too good for everybody else. That's a bit unfair, and it wasn't that black and white, but basically he was pissed off at me because I wouldn't bend over for him. Really, that's what it came down to, and I just wasn't about to do that. And then he got more and more resentful, and then things we just had to go our separate ways. But that individual was like another example of that kind of behavior, and you just had to wonder why. One time he was really angry. He said, he hated Madonna, and I was like, why would you hate Madonna? And then he's like, well, when she was starting off her career, there were a bunch of dancers who, were on her piece, doing the set pieces with her, the videos and stuff. And he was saying that she outed them, as part of her trip. She was saying how pro-gay she was. And so she outed these guys. And I'm like, dude, you just look at those guys. There's nothing she said that no one didn't already assume.
Hollywood. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go on. I mean, by all means, continue with what you were saying. Like you were saying about this guy. Here's this guy who's like listening to us, and what's the worst that can happen if he comes on and says, well, obviously the problem is it would basically, without any method of retreat, they would have to confess that the cult of the kings of Edom are directly focused on me to a major objective. Like I'm one of their major focal points in their existence as an organization. At that point, that's what would come out. So that would be
who else? I'm sorry, who else is out there? Like because I do talk about, as far as, your transmission. They say, wow, he transmits 12 hours. I'm like, you have to understand how the world works, okay? 12 hours is not enough, okay? And Doug, what I'm trying to say is like, it's almost like you roll your eyes in the sense that how dumb it is.
Yes.
Especially you being in the intelligence industry and you being your background. It's almost like, dude, really? But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're doing fine. I was just responding to George Knight over here, George Knight, if you're listening, he says, I absolutely love listening to what you said about the vaccines being non-profitable. I might have to do a Facebook post on that, Douglas. By all means, and beyond that, make certain to tag me with the Facebook post that you published on Hirohito, okay? You've got to tag me in these things. Maybe he's trying and the tags just don't work, but yes, if you believe it's relevant, and we know that is, then by all means, I want George Knight to get into the habit of tagging me in these things. So, but by all means, this would, when you're asking who else is out there, what I'm presuming, okay, first off, my point was with the, say for instance, the guy who we know has been in on the call all night, was making noise, didn't bother to mute, is doing everything, short of farting. And God knows he probably did that too, and we didn't notice it amongst all the other noises they were making. As I said, between the impressions that we got, it's more likely this person is probably transitioning, because there's so many of these kinds of people on the negative side as well. Just because someone is, say, for instance, like I pointed out about Holocaust survivors, a good example of a Holocaust survivor who's a villain would be Roman Polanski. And so why not have an action flick in which a Holocaust survivor is the villain? I think that would be daring, that would be bold, that would be something new and interesting. And, the moment I said that, somebody put in a bot, with a Cyrillic alphabet Slavic name. In other words, a Slavic name that's written in the Cyrillic alphabet. And so then they put in a bot link, and so this goes to show that there's certain things you say could be coincidental. They were going to attack at that time, or the bots just were programmed to come in at various times. But as our man Jameson has pointed out, there tends to be almost a pattern when I say something specific, and then these things pop up automatically. But that's almost like an acknowledgement by the enemy. So, if this person suddenly came up on our transmission, just said, oh, fuck it, comes on with us, and that would basically expose the cult of the Kings of Edom in the same manner that if I had taken out a machine gun and taken out 8 crackheads, then that would have led to exposing Sugar Daddy. So just like we can't have that on my side, they can't have that on their side. But as Sammy Romero is saying, what else is out there besides the cult of the Kings of Edom? Because that's essentially what you're asking, right? Who else is out there in the game?
Well, they're their only target. I can't assume any other targets they have.
Yeah.
I mean, who else?
Good point. Good fucking point. Yes. Your point's well taken. Not just because it's flattering in its own bizarre sense, but because it's quite true. It's like, who the fuck else out there is really a threat?
They wanted your spot. They've been wanting your spot.
Yeah.
You were alongside their man.
Yeah.
And they hate you for that.
Yes.
I think you said it yourself. They hate you for that.
Yes.
They can't stand the fact that you did what you did. And to be honest with you, Doug, the reason why Kino never really left you, quote unquote, it's because he cared about you. That's the only explanation. Yes. To try to send his gang stalkers is his way of always wanting to be with you, trying to keep tabs on you. Yes. It's like an ex-girlfriend that you can't get rid of.
It's true. I mean, it's like,
no pun intended.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean no disrespect, but
no. I take it the right way it was intended, and I would go further. I would say, in my case, it's almost like the ex-boyfriend from hell. Yeah, so go on, literally. Right. Yes.
Right. It's almost like, come on. It's like, really? And the reason why I know is because when I'm done with somebody, I don't care.
Yeah.
I just like whatever, But it's obviously, you heard him, and he's not over it. He's still not over it.
Yes.
Because obviously he still wants to keep tabs on you from beyond the grave or whatever.
Right.
And it is what it is, but it you kind of have to simplify things as far as when it comes to my paradigm, and it's more of, you're more than that. I'm here to tell you that you that part of your life is part of your life, but that's not what you are, because you have a purpose more than that. Your purpose is not just that. That's just been a part of your life. I think, these gang stalkers want it to be only the part of your life. And I think that's one of the things that bothers them about you, that it's not about it's not really it's not what you are.
Thank you.
Okay. And I think that's what I respect you a lot, because you have a life.
Yes.
And that's what makes you normal.
Yes.
And you have to, with all these far right politicians and these far right figures, the one thing they cannot do is connect with people of color.
Yes, it's true.
Like actual people of color.
Yes, absolutely.
Not coons.
Yes.
And that's the thing about it. Not these colored coons, which I hate the most. Just you mentioned Yang Can Cook. I thought all Asians talk like Yang Can Cook. And you roll your eyes, I'm sure, but it's like, yeah, that's what they portray you as. But being a Chicano, we have our dumb stereotypes. But in reality, this is the future. And it's not going to be a future because there's going to be war. It's going to have to. They're not going to want to. They're not going to want to adjust to what people of color view. At least my struggle or your struggle. They don't care. They're really just waiting for Trump to come back like the second coming of Trump. That's really all they're waiting for. And you see it. You can see it already. It's like, okay, when is it going to drop? When is Trump going to announce? And to me, I think, and if you ever have time, maybe in the next couple of transmissions, I don't know, when you have time, can you talk about Trump's next move, or is he ever going to get prosecuted, or anything's going to happen? Is he going to get hell, they're going to spank him in public. I don't know. They're going to ask some men's chick.
I hear you.
Chicken.
I hear you.
It's like,
I'll
really?
Yeah, I'll go into it. It's definitely, if not tonight, which of course we've got about an hour left, so it's probably going to be me and Sammy till the end of the show, and then Wednesday I'll go into pretty much a full transmission, and what I'll do at that point is more very deeply go into all of this, because of course there's a lot to catch up on, and hopefully at that point war has not started. I don't foresee that it will by Wednesday, but definitely this is some of the insanity that I was talking about with Mandy about, you've got Vladimir Putin, preparing for war supposedly with Ukraine, and then still taking time out to basically say, oh, a man is a man and a woman is a woman, and rave about transsexuality. There's something wrong going on there.
Putin's in the closet too. Come on. Just come out, bro.
Thank you.
Stop.
Come
out, dude.
Thank
no
you.
one cares.
It's true. It's true. And there was one, this is why people would care. There was one Russian journalist who died. He was murdered, and he was insistent that Putin was really, really a pedophile. And if that's the case, where this guy is all hung up because he's afraid people will discover that, and then that would explain his lunatic behavior. But so long as he's tripping off that shit, then hopefully that'll keep him from doing anything serious in terms of geopolitics. In terms of where we're at right now, of course, one of the things that I will point out, as I said, and I'll just go into some more detail here, is that we are on a road we cannot turn from, and that is the fact that the chances, you want to say it's never too late, and you want to say that something might happen, but the chances are very high, exactly as Sammy has said. We are headed towards civil war, and this is because the Republican Party has become a death cult. If Sammy heard my latest transmission or elements of it, I was talking about Maoism and how much the Red Republican Party really is beginning to reflect the Chinese communists, and the red cultism of the cult of Mao. And this is where, at that point, for anybody who's familiar with communist Chinese history or the history of communist China, then they understand what I mean by that when I talk about, and if not, I'll explain it a bit more. Not tonight necessarily, but it's definitely, we have a situation where this death cult is going to, they want an all-white republic, and they will destroy America to get it. And the rest of us cannot abide by that, because we could not survive that. Literally, we could not survive that, because these people are not thinking of secession, even though many people in that cultic milieu will speak of secession. The reality is they want it all. They want it all, right. And they want it all to be white. And so what they're trying to do is prevent the rest of us from voting, and do everything they can to just destroy what we have, what little we have gained after years, generations of struggle. So the horror of this is just where we're left with very likely as we approach, say, 2022. Now, bizarre things can happen. One of the factors as to why the Democrats won the November election, one of the factors was COVID killing off Republicans. That was one of the factors that tipped the scales towards a Democratic victory, because the Republicans are not getting vaccinated. So they're their own worst enemy in terms of their exclusivity. They are so exclusive, and yet they're so irrational. They don't want to. I mean, to the point where even Trump can get up there and say that, I got the shot, and they just
Do you mind
boo
if I
him.
interject?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Oh, by all means, yes. Yeah.
Okay, this is any Trump cultists out there listening, okay? Get vaccinated, please.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say it's because it's almost like Trump doesn't like his base. He hates his base.
Yes.
But
Yes.
he's, like I said, he's a con. But what's dumb about it is you have all these anti-vaxxers waving Trump flags while Trump is vaccinated.
Yeah.
And boosted as well too.
Yes. Yes.
Which it doesn't. It's almost like, look, idiot, just get in line, okay? And they don't want to.
Yeah.
And it's almost like it's almost like Trump just doesn't care anymore. And at the end of the day, it's designed. It's his whole agenda is designed on chaos. And anytime he was in his presidency, it was always chaos. He loved uncertainty. He would say stupid things, and and it was just chaos. And he loved it. And it's like, yeah, you have to be part of that cult, because it's always chaos, and it's just not how the world works. I think if we would have another 4 years of him, it just would have been even more hell in a handbasket more. And pretty much this whole last year, we've been trying to shovel all his shit. And to a certain extent, we still are.
Yeah.
So I think the Biden administration hasn't really been the Biden administration, because we're still shoveling his shit. There was positions in government that were not filled in for 4 years.
Yes. Yes.
There's probably faucets, and I'm used as a metaphor, but there's faucets leaking for probably 5-6 years that they're probably still tending to.
Yes.
Whatever those faucets are.
Yeah.
So, and I think because the damage is so embarrassing, and it's very damning of what happened in 2016, of that regime. It's so damning that they just don't want to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Anybody in government,
Yeah.
behind the scenes, they do, because it's been known that Kevin McCarthy called Trump and say, "Get your people out of here." And my question to Kevin McCarthy is, why were you hiding?
Yes.
If you got balls of steel, why the fuck were you hiding? Why was Turtle Man, Mitch McConnell, that asshole, why was your bitch ass hiding? That's what I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. Why were you hiding with you had OAC hiding alongside a Republican, talking about, I hope this is over. My question, if I was AC, I'm like, bitch, why are you hiding? That's your people.
Yeah, that's what's
It
so
doesn't
crazy.
make sense. It's stupid. Like, what? But in other words, that just makes you, and sorry to me get upset. It's just it should tell the public pretty much what it is.
Yes.
That get your head out of your ass. It's not about Republican or Democrat. It's about this chaos cult.
Yes.
And even the people that quote unquote represent them, they don't even know how far extent it goes. How the the devil tell how long it is, because they just follow a script, but it doesn't make sense. It's almost you have to laugh rather than cry, but it's stupid. Anyways.
Yeah. No, it needs to be said, and you're saying it well. This needs to be articulated, and so when we are finally honestly discussing this, I'm so glad you were able to come on with us and help me, make it through the night. The reality is, again, just to emphasize to our listeners, and I finally got tagged by George Knight, so I'll approve that tag in a second here. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can approve this now. No, I can't right now at the moment. But basically, I want people to understand that tonight was kind of like an organic, free-flowing night. We were graced with the presence of Amanda Yu, and like our man Sammy Romero says, that's just so refreshing. Honest to God, in a sense, your own girlfriend made a public appearance or a guest appearance with us, and she's welcome to come on anytime she wants to talk with us. But we need that feminine presence. But definitely, what people need to know is that with everything that I was through, and then the break that I took on New Year's, and then coming back here, this is not a night necessarily for me to jump back into monologue. It wouldn't be too healthy for me to go back into it. So these wonderful people have helped us to balance out tonight and bring us into next year. And in terms of predictions for next year, we've got a little while to do that, and we've got plenty that we know, unfortunately, predictions that are going to come true more than likely. Is we're going to see things like a revocation of Roe versus Wade. We're going to see just a rollback, if the Republicans take over in 2022, of many of our rights. And by that, I'll have Sammy take over from here. I'm sure he's got some things he's thinking of when I mention this sort of thing. And of course, honestly, it's like he said, he's seen what's going on directly in Los Angeles. In terms of Los Angeles, of course, just understand this is, if California is the economic engine of the United States, and of course Silicon Valley is a large part of that, Los Angeles, however, is the other part, and Los Angeles's economy is like larger than most nations on earth. So when you're an Angelino, like the Romero brothers, honest to God, I really am touched by. They know even more about my life than I consciously even remember. But they got it right, and I can consciously crawl back to that point. The one thing I do know was, as he said, Isaac Romero got married. The attack happened that I suffered from, that assault, about a week before I was hospitalized. So when I was hospitalized on April 1st, so the attack happened, and I believe that Isaac Romero got married after the attack, and that was after that I went to the hospital, because it took maybe about a week or two before the internal bleeding really manifested to the point where I could no longer deny it, where I literally at that point was my body was digesting my blood. So that was the fact that Sammy's here to help remind me of these things. I mean, not that, I forgot, but people get my point. With everything else that happened recently, these all kind of start blurring in the experiential sense. These incidents. But when the men who are more detached from it can certainly see it. Now, what I was wondering about, and we can kind of address this just on the more fun note, the one thing that I notice in Cantonese or Hong Kong kung fu movies, and it's so sad, of course, what's going on in Hong Kong and Macau with the communist Chinese takeover, the horrors of that, but the old kung fu movies made by the Shaw brothers, etc. The one thing that people might notice who are fans of that genre, is they'll notice that a lot of these kinds of films, they usually stick in some kind of gay guy as kind of like a character, like an off character in these films. And I've also noticed that with Mexican cinema, that a lot of Mexican cinema, for some reason, there's the off guy who's basically the gay guy, some kind of flamer who's thrown in as comic relief, basically, even in action films that are essentially macho in other respects. And so there is, I would have to say, some kind of tolerance or a level of tolerance in Mexican culture that seems to be a far wider envelope than the evangelicals that the Romero brothers grew up with. So is that the case?
It's very interesting that you say that, because in Mexican culture, because it is a machismo culture, at least my father's generation. My father was born in 1936.
Yeah. Your father lived through World War II. It's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. What is very interesting is, because it is a kind of a machismo, at least where he came from, which is from Michoacan, there always been gays. I think because I'll give you an example. I have a friend who was a coworker of mine, and he was Filipino. He was a very feminine gay man, very feminine, very small, very he's a good looking guy for a gay guy. He's a good looking guy as far as his feminine. I'm assuming maybe he was supposed to be a woman, because he has a lot of feminine traits, but he's very feminine. I'm sure you met gay men like that, Doug, where you almost wonder if they were supposed to be women.
Right.
To the point where he actually used a perfume my girlfriend used, which was very confusing to myself, but it wasn't exact. Obviously, he didn't smell exactly like my girlfriend, but he used the same perfume. Obviously, to me, it smells better on my girlfriend, but that's a different story.
Yes, understood.
Yeah. But I told him, bro, you smell like my girlfriend. And, he laughed. He's like, really? I'm like, oh, not completely. But to make long story short, he was a very, very confident gay man. But he used to get a lot of Mexican men hitting on him. And these guys were married.
Right.
Okay. But it's almost like I'm gonna make it a joke and try to hit on you.
Right.
And it's almost like that prison rape culture that America is.
Yes.
A lot of these Republican officials, whether it's Congress or Senate, a lot of the Republican guys are in the closet.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
You said it with the
conventions. They go for the young boys. Yeah.
It's come on. And this is why I don't bash gay men, because they're cool with me. More women for me. I always tell women I'm lesbian too.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. I basically took the same angle. Yes. Go on.
I'm great friends with them. I was great friends with my friend. He liked me because I still treated him like a dude.
Yeah.
And he didn't feel threatened by me like coming out to him, because he's like, dude, I get a lot of closet guys that want to fool around with me, and it's annoying.
Right.
And it's almost like he told me this. Look, in the gay world, it's the same thing as the straight world.
Yeah.
Where it's nothing more pathetic than a gay man who doesn't want to admit he's gay, even though he knows he's gay. Even though he calls himself gay, he doesn't want to embrace it.
Yeah.
It's like you're lame. You're like a lame gay dude. Yeah. And I don't date lame gay dudes.
Right.
If you're gay, you're gay. I don't like the whole, let's keep this in the dark, because it's childish.
Yeah.
So in many ways, I've learned a lot from him to embrace who I am, just my background. But, you know, certain things about me that I've always thought were different, but in reality, they weren't. It's just me thinking they are. But he had a lot of Mexican men hitting on him. And I think in Mexican culture, some aspects of it, because you learn to be macho and, you know, quote unquote, you know, be Mr. Tough guy, the whole element of the prison rape, I'm going to dominate you element goes there. But Mexican culture has always been gay friendly. It's just they have to make it comical to make it acceptable.
There we are.
Rather than just make it gay.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just like Amy, I think in some ways every culture has that. But Hispanics they're very open to gay. It's just you have to make it comical. It's almost like I told you, that Japanese customer we have, that he acts like Latino. Yeah. And he does Herioto, sí, and he humors the Mexican guys. And when he was talking in that tone, like Yan Can Cook, and when I had my friend who is half black, half Japanese, and when my friend talked Japanese to him, he switched up. And he told me he does that as a nervous gesture because of you Mexicans. He figured you guys out as far as made me act like the stereotype to get better service. And they call him Chino, and he's not Chinese, obviously, but you know, Mexicans don't care. You know, it's just the ignorance of culture. Obviously, not all of them, but the workers, the guys that I manage, some of them are older, and you know, it's just part of it's how you fit in. In other words, how you fit in, and you know, I work for the largest airline in Hong Kong. You know, that's something. I don't know if I told you that, but I work in the aviation industry. I think you know what company that is.
Yeah.
And
we don't need to name it, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, you know the country. And they're going through a lot of changes. Their staff in the last, I say, 4 months has been overhauled.
Yes. Yeah.
And word got to me, and it's always through other airlines, whether it's Singapore Airlines or all these other competitor airlines, that Hong Kong is changing. There's been whispers that it might not go communism. It might not go communist. Something's happening where it's changed things. Yeah. And they overhauled all their staff that was there. A lot of their senior staff either retired or they quit. Yeah. And that company has been going through a lot of changes. And I don't know, something's going to happen in Hong Kong. And the reason why I know, because they've changed some of their business practices that they've done with some of the customers that I have to deal with. Yeah. And I work in the freight industry. They've changed. And so, you know, I'm sure you know, Doug, as far as the whole thing with Hong Kong, there's change in the air.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it might be war.
Yes.
When I haven't seen that merchant from Taiwan. The one I talked to about, I haven't seen him yet. But when I see him, I'll talk to him about it, and I'll get his name. I forget his name, but when I did talk to him, he told me, that's what's. And I talked to him about maybe 6 months ago, but even then he told me, no, there's change in the air. That whole region is hot as far as with the communists. Xi Jinping is is maneuvering. He wants to close in and break that 50-year treaty with Hong Kong. And people are resisting. And the company I work with, the airline I work with, is showing that. And it's going to be very interesting because it's going to affect business here. That's for sure. And it's going to be interesting what Taiwan does, because you already see the puzzles moving in. The puzzles are setting up, and it's just going to be a matter of time. But even in my microcosm, of my little bubble that I live, you see it. And I'm glad, I have someone like you to make me aware of that, where it's there. It's almost like what Peter was saying. The reason why I want to know is because the reason why I know is I know where to look. And you taught me that. You've been the magnifying glass to help me look where I need to look. And Peter's very, very insightful. And I like listening to him too. And, there's things that I question about him as far as, just like anybody. I'm sure there's things people might question about me, like anything. We're all human. But a lot of things that he said are very insightful, very, very intuitive. And there's something going to happen with that region. And I'm sure you'll go into it. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to it.
No, I definitely appreciate your saying that. The only reason that I haven't gone into Hong Kong more forcefully more recently has been the fact that it is so depressing to me. But basically, as Sammy says, the people who are basically trapped in Hong Kong now, prisoners in their own city-state, there's going to be a form of resistance. And this resistance is what the communists are trying to curtail. When Sammy says they may not go communist, what he means to say is, of course, that they are going to resist communism as much as they possibly can. And this is going to result in very definitely a kind of, this is going to impact the rest of Asia. This is going to basically, other Asians will run in guns and support them. This is going to, of course, cause the communists to lash out. The one really good news I can say about this right now is that we can really take heart in the fact that basically China has stopped, it's lost its ability to really scare people the way it did before. Basically, Duterte of the Philippines, people might remember he was sucking ass to China, and now he's trying to step up and stand up. Whereas before he was realistic. There's no denying that. He said, if we resist the Chinese, we'll be slaughtered. But then his own people pretty much threatened to slaughter him. And so he had to step up. And then there are other countries now, like Lithuania, as I've mentioned before, recognizing Taiwan. And so basically, Red China is like losing a lot of its ability to scare people. All these people were just scared to death of hurting that big bully Red China's feelings. Like, who gives a shit about them? I mean, fuck them. And so when it comes to the kind of situation that we're dealing with now, people can't afford to be scared of Red China anymore because, as our man Sammy Romero said, the bioweapon was unleashed. And as I've explained to people before, Sammy Romero is quite right in tracing it back to the Russians. Of course, it's a very convoluted trail, and just to educate people about this so they understand where Sammy Romero is coming from, anybody can look this up and verify this themselves. There's nothing hidden about this. This is no big secret. Russia was one of the primary weaponizers of the African swine flu. and the African swine fever, rather. The African swine fever, which affects pigs. Don't look up African swine flu. There's no such thing. African swine fever is what you're looking for. There is a swine flu, and there's a swine fever, and probably both of them have a lot to do with Africa, but look up African swine fever, and you'll get what you're looking for, which is the Russian weaponization thereof. And what happened was, as I mentioned before, the Russians decided they were going to deploy this in the Ukraine and fuck up the Ukrainian food supply to weaken, enervate, eviscerate their enemy. Don't forget, this is what Stalin did, was he starved millions and millions of Ukrainians to death. If you want to know why Ukrainians don't want to be part of fucking Russia, just reflect on that, and then you'll understand. It's like what I brought up about the Portuguese enslaving the Japanese, and that was something I only found out through a little book that was in my son's husband's library. It's something even I didn't know about, and this is what led to the Japanese declaring isolation from the world, was because Japanese had been enslaved by the thousands. So when it comes to the situation with the Russians, here they were. They decided they were going to try and re-enslave the Ukrainians. They wanted to bring them back into the fold. They call them brothers. Well, that's just like the communist Chinese calling the Taiwanese, oh, we're family, and come back in, we're going to kill you. Now, note that this is part of the insanity of the American Civil War between the states. Put the slavery issue, which I dedicate just massive amounts of time to. Nobody can say that I ignore the slavery issue. No one can accuse me of that. But respectfully, put that aside, just transitionally, and consider this, that when the Southern peoples wished to secede, granted, this is under the influence of their manipulators. These were the slaveholders, the dynasty of the House of Dixie, which, like the House of Saudi Arabia, was basically on that level of cynicism, manipulation, negative things we can impose upon them. But when the Southern people seceded, the Union responded with, remember, to the Union, the slavery was not the issue. And anyone who argues that it was, they're propagandizing. It's all bullshit. Because the Union, obviously the whites in the Union, were just as racist as the Southerners, which was proven by the universality of Jim Crow laws, etc. And recently I've begun to address the Juan Crow laws and the anti-brown bias of the Union. So here's the Union and the South. Their big deal was a war among whites. And the whites, who were not the same people as the South was, as I said, ethnically, mostly Gallo-Celtic, overwhelmingly, whereas the whites in the North were Anglo-Dutch. These were not the same people. These were entirely different ethnic enclaves. And so when the North said, oh, you've got to rejoin the family, and we're bringing you back by force, that's the level of insanity that you see with the Russians in Ukraine and the communist Chinese in Taiwan. It was not a rational position. This was basically why the Southerners called this a war of northern aggression. This is why it was indeed that. And so, again, this is respectfully putting aside the slavery issue. These people were not concerned with that. That was collateral to their concern. With the North, they couldn't afford to lose the South because they lose the mouth of the Mississippi and they lose basically the major artery that connects them to the Caribbean, and they basically lose everything. So the North can't afford to lose the South, but they're casting it, propagandizing it in these familial terms, that this is a family struggle and we're bringing back our errant brothers into the fold by killing them. So this is the kind of insanity of the North. So there's nothing to admire there or find any sympathy with either. But when you're confronting that, and then you make the comparisons to what's going on with the Ukraine and what's going on with Taiwan, you begin to understand those struggles better. The similarities are shocking. The parallels are are indeed they're so close as to be a kind of a repeat play. And so when it comes to what's going on in Hong Kong, I just feel so depressed when I think about it. I can't even bear to talk about it. But Sammy is forcing it back on the table, which is a good thing. And I appreciate him for that, because it does need to be addressed. And what this means is, of course, this will be the conduit into communist China of the infection of democracy, the infection of freedom that will come from the Hong Kongers. And their struggle will ultimately cause the rest of Asia to get involved, and ultimately the world. These are not, isolated incidents. For Americans who are, if you've listened to me, you know better. But for the rest of Americans who are truly ignorant, who are listening to, all the white trash talking heads like Joe Rogan or Alex Jones, to them, war in Ukraine or Taiwan, these are small, faraway places. What do they have to do with American interest? I can't believe I still read columns in papers by columnists who take that stance, like, we've got to find a diplomatic solution, that we, can't handle this militarily, and you don't have a choice, because if Putin takes Ukraine, that destabilizes all of Europe. But granted, I would, knowing what I do about the situation, say that is still a lower grade of threat, ultimately, than the Taiwan threat. The Taiwan threat is basically your life is destroyed if the communists take Taiwan, because your microchips stop coming in. Your world ceases to function. And this, of course, they're not telling you this. The government is not putting this up front with you and telling you microchips are the new oil. They're not doing this because at that point, that would eliminate a lot of diplomatic options, because the American people would say, fuck the diplomacy, send the military there right now and have them, surround Taiwan. And that, of course, would trigger a warlike reaction from the communists. In other words, if the American government, this is one case, just the one case that I've encountered in all of American history, this is probably the one case where I'd have to say, I understand they're not letting the public know about this. Because if they do let the public know, the public would say, let's go to war now, because the public would realize that if the communists take Taiwan, their lives are over as they know it. I mean, because Americans now know they can't live without the internet. They can't live without their car, and their car is dependent on a microchip. They can't live without their cell phone, and that's dependent on a microchip. And all this shit comes from Taiwan. So it's at this point that, we really are in a state where, this is why I keep talking war. People might think I'm humping off some kind of spectacular, like, yellow journalism, like, push the peril, if it bleeds, it leads, and this is what gets listeners, and this is what riles them up. Nothing could be further from the truth. Honest to God, I'd rather just sit here and talk in depth about far more nuanced subjects, because this war shit makes me have to work. I have to actually keep track of what's going on minute to minute in order to say something that is relevant. So believe me, I would rather not do that. I'm too fucking lazy. So here we are, and we are in a situation where, as Sammy Romero says, we have to find out as much as we can about these issues, which is why I do my best to educate. Honestly, just as by the side here, because we're getting near the end of the program where I have to read the solicitation, I received some tags from Noreen Helpan, who people have heard on here before, and they, if anybody's was listening at the time, they know that she's a hostess on Revolution Radio, and she was someone who I would bring on my show, and for the longest period of time, a lot of people thought she was my wife. But this is an individual whose politics are profoundly different from mine, whose reality is very different from mine, but I try to maintain respect for her. And so she's tagged me in a few. I'm putting one of her cards up for Asian Lunar New Year that she's tagged me in. Not the one on Christmas, because it's just too big and garish, and it's just, it's got a thread on it a mile long, which I'm impressed by. I'm glad she's got a wide range of people that she speaks to. Unfortunately, many of these people are the right-wing people who have programmed her into becoming this kind of, how do I say this? Coon? So she's like the kind of person, she is the person who will tell you whites are persecuted, that they are being denied, and that she's a proponent of white grievance. So it's she's at the opposite end of reality than I am. And of course, she's for someone who's half Japanese and half Jewish, this goes to show you how insidious the other side can be. So I'll go into that more in depth, but I think anyone who has been following what's been going on with the Republicans and anybody else, you're going to understand that this is a death cult. These are people who have been involved with denying that COVID exists, who insist that it's their right not to wear a mask, not to get the shot, and the wages of their madness is death. Either our death or theirs, or both. This is truly a cult of death. Even when Trump comes out and admits he got the shot, then basically he didn't follow up by saying you should get it too. When everybody started booing, he says, "Oh, well, it's a personal choice." Even though he kind of put the people down and said, "Look, it works," and all this stuff, he still said on an interview that, "Oh, it's their personal choice." No, it's not. So when he says that, he's just basically giving them leeway all over again. So I notice now, I'm going through some of these friends on Noreen's list, and one of them here, a doable chick, white chick, fuckable. She's got surrounding her face this circle of words: unmasked, unvaxxed, unafraid. I really need to download that image just for the sake of that. She's wearing a camo hat, like a hunter's hat, and has this, unmasked, unvaxxed, unafraid. A proud carrier of disease. This is like, this is Noreen's crowd. And so it's like, I don't even know if this was a part of it. But like you saw what happened with Mandy. I mean, here she was on with myself, and her and I were talking, and then I got, a bit strident about the vaccines, and she dropped. Now, whether they dropped her or she dropped herself or whether it just happened, she left me that word sorry and like took off. Maybe it was just, oh God, I feel like I need to go to sleep. I'm not holding it against her, but this is a fucking hard issue. This is the dividing issue. Is the plague. So we're in the middle of a plague, and people are pretending it's not a plague. And as I'll say, when I go into my next transmission, I'll talk about why this dark age is worse than the last dark ages. Is because in the last dark ages, with the bubonic plague, nobody denied in the dark ages that there was a plague. Nobody denied that. So nobody was insisting on championing ignorance and denial Everybody knew there was a plague. And so they were far more enlightened than us. So here in this day and age, we have a plague. And half our population, effectively, is denying it. We are now in a darker age than we were in the Middle Ages. That just goes to show how bad it is. That's how bad it is. And soon we'll be killing each other over this. We'll be killing each other because the only way to really make this plague stop is everybody gets a shot and everybody masks up. Now, nobody has the stomach for this anymore on the level of where we're at right now. Nobody can say, God damn it, we got to lock down, put your masks on, everybody get your shot. It's mandated, a universal mandate, and then everything would be over. No, you can't do that now until somebody imposes martial law. So that'll take a civil war, and that's what it's going to take. So until that time, well, I can guarantee you by the end of the year, we're going to have another variant. By the end of 2022, I can predict that with 100% certainty that because of this crowd of people who don't want the vaccine, half our population, we can't go on like this. So it will collapse our civilization. And so we've got the Russians to thank for that. They unleashed the African swine fever, which wound up killing all the pigs in China, which is their major source of protein, which resulted in, of course, the Chinese bringing all kinds of animals together so that they could eat. And to the point where they were eating the national animal, people were selling pandas. Now, granted, they got punished when they got caught, but people were still doing this. This is why the wet markets exploded with all kinds of wildlife that created a soup that combined with a possible weapons leak from Wuhan laboratories, this resulted, of course, in the government denial that anything was happening. When I said that pangolin infected the bat, or the bat infected the pangolin, rather, the bat infected the pangolin, where did the bat get the disease? So the bat likely contracted that from the release from the Wuhan lab. It may have been a subject of the Wuhan lab that wound up in the wet markets, that wound up shitting on top of the pangolin because it was in a cage on top of the pangolin, and that's why the pangolin virus mutated to transmissible to humans, because a pangolin is another type of mammal. It played the role that pigs usually play. All fevers, all flus, these kinds of influenzas, all influenzas are Asian influenzas. They're all avian influenzas, and they're all swine influenzas because of Asia's subsistence farming. The chicken shit gets into the pig feed. It's inevitable. It can't be avoided with all of these subsistence farms. And then the pigs wind up transmitting the disease to humans because they're so human-like themselves that the pig's valve can be used to replace your heart valve. This is why Peter Moon was saying it's like cannibalism to eat the pig, so certain cultures don't eat it. By the way, he's imbuing far too much of a degree of nuance there. I gave the reasons economically for why the pigs were not eaten by the Semitic cultures, but Sammy's going to turn in, so say a good day to everybody, because I'll say the solicitation and we'll close stream. So say good day, Sammy, to all of our listeners, and if he doesn't want to say good day, that's fine too. So
hello.
Oh yes,
hello.
yes. Say good day to all our listeners.
No, good day. Yes, I enjoyed today's transmission. I'll go back and listen to the rest of it. I got parts of it, but it was a